Chapter 1. How did the young uncle of the Pei family arrive? I no longer desire Shen Luchu. I am willing to accept a marriage alliance and join the Pei family, Jiang Shiyuan declared suddenly at the dining table. The once tranquil dining hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The serving matron, Qin Mama, looked at Jiang Shiyuan in astonishment. Miss, is it that the longevity noodles today do not suit your palate? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare another batch at once. The maid, Hongdo, appeared even more flustered. Miss, did my poorly made longevity buns displease you? Jiang Shiyuan glanced at the oddly shaped longevity buns and the vividly colored, overflowing bowls of noodles before shaking her head. As in previous years, she was once again alone on her 18th birthday. No, it is that I no longer like Shen Luchu. Really? The two individuals across from her exclaimed almost in unison, with Hongdo nearly leaping from the ground in surprise. They regarded Jiang Shiyuan with a mixture of incredulity and elation, struggling to suppress the overwhelming joy and the upward curve of their lips, fearing it might be a mere illusion. Jiang Shiyuan understood the reason behind their expressions. For the past decade, she had shown Shen Luchu nothing but warmth and concern, pouring out her fervor. Yet today, on her 18th birthday, Shen Luchu had dismissed her with the words repulsive. Jiang Shiyuan comes from a robust lineage. It is only pity that has prompted her to engage in conversation. Should she harbor any other feelings, it would truly be revolting. The words she had overheard during the day echoed in her ears like an incantation. Jiang Shiyuan paused momentarily with her chopsticks in hand. Finishing the last strand of her longevity noodles, she set down her chopsticks and solemnly nodded. Yes, truly, I no longer wish for it. With that, she took a bite of the longevity bun on the table. As in previous years, the matron's longevity noodles were both salty and mushy, while Hongdo's buns were as hard as iron discs. Heaven above, for next year's birthday, may the matron and Hongdo sit down to share a meal with me, but please let them refrain from cooking. Jiang Shiyuan chewed on the iron disc in her mouth and solemnly made a wish for her 18th birthday in her heart. Though Qin Mama was doubtful, she immediately sent a message to the palace, and the next day arranged for a meeting with the Pei family at the most serene tea house in the capital, fearing that Jiang Shiyuan might change her mind. The Jiang family was not considered a prestigious household. Jiang Shiyuan's grandfather was initially a palace guard who, after saving the life of the ancestral emperor, was granted a military title. It was Jiang Shiyuan's father, Jiang Huaiqing, who rose to fame following a victorious campaign in the military. 20 years ago, Jiang Huaiqing persuaded the formidable chief of the Tiger's Den to surrender and married the chief's daughter, Jiang Yunthi, first female general of the Zhou dynasty. After leading the Tiger's Den to allegiance, her mother served alongside her father in the military united in purpose. They achieved victory after victory, becoming revered generals and legendary figures in the Zhou dynasty. However, the good times were short-lived. 10 years ago, the enemies from the northwest launched a full-scale attack, and the Zhou dynasty faltered, resulting in both her parents perishing in battle. The court, sympathetic to the Jiang family, posthumously honored her father as the Grand General of the nation and her mother as a legendary general. Yet the Jiang family was left with only a young orphan, a mere shell of its former self. Her ascent to the prestigious Pei family hinges entirely upon her aunt, the esteemed consort Jiang. Not only does her aunt provide support within the palace, but she also dotes on her niece with boundless affection. Anything her niece desires is readily granted. The sole exception, however, remains her engagement to Shen Luchu. 3 years prior, her aunt had proclaimed that Shen Luchu was not a suitable match for her. Indeed, her aunt's judgment proved accurate, as Shen Luchu was far from being her ideal partner. After a decade of acquaintance and 3 years of tender inquiries into her well-being, it culminated in a heart-wrenching declaration. It is rather absurd. Having shielded her from the storms of life for so many years, it is high time for her to show maturity and alleviate her aunt's burdens. Presently, with the Eastern Palace yet to be established, her cousin, Xie Jinghuai, has declined a royal title, opting instead for a modest battalion of 500 soldiers. He has made a name for himself on the front lines through his valiant exploits. Her cousin is exceptionally gifted, both in the arts and martial prowess, yet he suffers from the weakness of his maternal lineage, lacking the necessary support. Should she marry into the Pei family, this predicament could be effortlessly resolved. The Pei clan stands as the foremost family in the capital, with its scions spread throughout the corridors of power, wielding extraordinary influence. Fortuitously, the Pei family boasts a succession of remarkable talents, among whom is the carefree scion, Pei Ziye. He is known for his indulgent lifestyle, engaging in cockfights and dog races, and his character aligns well with her own. She has encountered Pei Ziye several times at banquets. His striking appearance and audacious demeanor have rendered him a prominent figure in the capital. However, it remains uncertain how congenial he is in private. The spring courtyard is not merely a tea house, but also a garden, with its various rooms nestled amidst flowering trees, exuding tranquility and elegance. It serves as a venue for both tea tasting and scenic appreciation, a unique gem in the capital. Jiang Shiyuan sat on a bamboo chair in one of the rooms, contemplating her prospective life with Pei Ziye, when suddenly the door swung open. The sound of footsteps mingled with the rustling leaves stirred by the autumn breeze, as a tall, commanding figure strode in, illuminated by the light behind him, evoking the somberness of late autumn. As he stepped into the light, he revealed a striking visage. His features were chiseled and austere, with deep-set eyes reminiscent of shadowed mountains at dusk. The slight upward curve of his eyes lent him an air of elegance amidst his intensity, while his prominent nose and thin lips complemented one another in unforgettable countenance. Having seemingly just emerged from court, he wore a meticulously tailored official robe adorned in purple and gold, radiating an aura of authority and composure that many could scarcely emulate. Upon noticing her gaze, he met her eyes, and in that moment, Jiang Shiyuan instinctively rose to her feet, diverting her gaze to observe the figure behind him. To her surprise, it was Pei Ziye's uncle. Where was Pei Ziye? Wasn't today the day they were to meet? Pei Ziye, the uncle, was a late-born son of the matriarch, yet at only 26 years of age, he had already ascended to the position of Grand Preceptor, serving in the court. Though young, Pei Ziye acted with decisiveness, exuding an indomitable presence that filled the room upon entering. Jiang Shiyuan reflexively stood to pay her respects. The atmosphere grew suddenly tense. "Did Master Pei come alone?" inquired Granny Qin, her voice laced with curiosity. Pei Ziye's gaze shifted from Jiang Shiyuan's bowed head to the half-eaten osmanthus cake before her, before finally returning to meet her eyes. "I am fully authorized to make decisions." Pei Ziye took a seat across from Jiang Shiyuan. Though somewhat reserved, Jiang Shiyuan graciously approached him to pour tea before returning to her seat in quietude. Pei Ziye cast a downward glance at the teacup before him, the wisps of steam curling delicately into the air. The Pei family harbors no objections to this marriage if the general's residence holds no reservations either. We shall set the date for the 8th of next month. Is it to be so soon? Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed in surprise. Having only met today, the prospect of marriage within a month seemed exceedingly hasty. Was this the nature of a union born of alliance, to be so expedited? Pei Ziye turned his gaze towards her. "Are you unwilling?" His deep-set eyes bore down upon her, like an imposing mountain, causing the words that had been ready to escape her lips to retreat, much like a student chastened by a scholar, obediently shaking her head. Despite Pei Ziye's somewhat unconventional character, she recognized that aligning with a family of such stature was indeed an elevation for her. "No, I am willing." Pei Ziye's tone revealed no trace of emotion, yet he decisively declared in his calm, measured voice, "Then it is settled. To compensate for the hasty arrangements, we shall prepare double the betrothal gifts, one from the Pei family and one for myself." Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback once more. She had long heard of the close bond between Pei Ziye, the grandson of the Pei family, and her uncle, yet she had not anticipated such intimacy. The fact that Pei Ziye, as the uncle, would personally contribute a separate betrothal gift for Pei Ziye's marriage was indeed unexpected. Chapter 2. Uncle Pei, take care. Pei Ziye indeed acted with brisk decisiveness, swiftly finalizing the marriage arrangements between the two families with just a few words. Those unfamiliar with his demeanor might suspect that Pei Ziye harbored some grave affliction, rendering him incapable of finding a wife, thus resorting to ensnaring her without hesitation. Jiang Shiyuan had no objections. This union had been orchestrated by her aunt 3 years prior, though at that time her heart was still tethered to Shen Luchu, leading her to dismiss her aunt's proposal before it was fully articulated. Now, 3 years later, she was surprised that the Pei family still expressed interest. One could only surmise that Pei Ziye had not engaged in commendable pursuits during this time. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to secure a spouse. I have some official matters to attend to, so I will take my leave for now. Having settled the crucial details, Pei Ziye rose to depart, adopting a tone that was strictly businesslike. Granny Qin beamed with delight and subtly nudged Jiang Shiyuan, urging, "Miss, do go and see off Lord Pei." Jiang Shiyuan, still in a daze, was met with a scolding glance from Granny Qin, who whispered, "Hurry, you'll soon be family. It's best to familiarize yourselves early." Indeed, it was wise. She had heard that although Pei Ziye was not the head of the Pei family, he held significant authority within it. If she could cultivate a rapport with this uncle, Pei Ziye would certainly think twice before misbehaving in her presence after their marriage. Jiang Shiyuan rose to see him off. Though termed as seeing him off, it was merely a quiet following of Pei Ziye as he walked ahead. Normally lively, she found herself rendered speechless in the presence of Pei Ziye's official attire. It was Pei Ziye who broke the silence first, inquiring, "What do you enjoy doing at home?" Having anticipated this moment since last night's announcement, Jiang Shiyuan had prepared somewhat. She understood the need for a little embellishment. Upon hearing the question, she responded smoothly as if reciting from memory, "Recently, I have been learning from the housekeeper, and in my leisure time, I read books and experiment with cooking." Elders tend to appreciate such virtuous responses. "Is that so?" Pei Ziye slowed his pace, allowing her to catch up and turning his head to regard her. Jiang Shiyuan felt as though he had seen right through her, and she faltered, confessing as if revealing a secret. "If novels count as literature and indulgent feasting as culinary exploration, then I must admit I excel in those areas." As they reached the entrance, Jiang Shiyuan lowered her gaze like a student caught cheating on an exam, only to hear a soft chuckle above her. Pei Ziye was undoubtedly amused by the contrast between her and Pei Ziye, the dandy and the simpleton, a match made in heaven. The enjoyment of pastimes transcends status. Finding joy in self-entertainment is indeed a rare talent. Jiang Shiyuan, taken aback, lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise. "You did not used to say that." Pei Ziye paused. "How did I used to say it?" "You once remarked that indulging in trivial pursuits leads to the loss of ambition and is a sign of lowly taste. You even stated this publicly." Jiang Shiyuan furrowed her brow, adopting a serious expression, the corners of her mouth curling in a smirk, her demeanor mocking. Yet her gaze held a hint of grievance as she looked at Pei Ziye. Had he truly said such things about her? Pei Ziye averted his gaze, observing the passers-by in the distance. "That was a mistake on my part." "Pardon?" She could hardly believe her ears. The illustrious Pei Ziye, the pride of the nation, admitting fault? She looked up in astonishment once more, only to find Pei Ziye descending the steps towards his carriage. Jiang Shiyuan felt he was no longer so fearsome and could not help but call out, "Uncle, take care." Pei Ziye halted momentarily, turning back to cast a deep gaze upon Jiang Shiyuan. Her heart fluttered at the intensity of his look. "What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate?" Pei Ziye ultimately merely nodded, choosing not to say anything further. After watching him depart, Jiang Shiyuan swiftly turned back towards the private room, only to be confronted by a throng of people. "Jiang Shiyuan, are you here to celebrate Li Luo's birthday as well? Why did you arrive so late?" "We have already concluded." Jiang Shiyuan lifted her gaze and saw a group of men and women approaching along the stone path. Among them, Shen Luchu stood out like a crane among chickens, surrounded by admirers, engaged in jovial conversation. Upon hearing the voices, he looked up, a hint of amusement dancing in his gray-brown eyes. Indeed, Shen Luchu was exceptional. Remarkable in appearance, lineage, and intellect, he was among the elite of his peers. Upon encountering Shen Luchu again, Jiang Shiyuan expected her heart to ache profoundly. However, to her surprise, she felt an unusual tranquility. Did she still harbor feelings? Surely she did. For that fleeting glimpse in her youth and the words of praise lingered in her memory for quite some time. Yet, after hearing the repugnant words escape his lips, a glance at Shen Luchu extinguished the initial spark of excitement, returning her emotions to a calm state. It was merely a youthful folly, was it not? After all, who among us has not erred in their youth? Not everyone, like Pei Ziye, is born without fault, is it? Jiang Shiyuan withdrew her gaze. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. "Sister Jiang, greetings. I was just asking Luchu why you did not come today." Jiang Shiyuan's attention inadvertently fell upon Su Lilu, particularly on the fragrance pouch at her waist. Noticing Jiang Shiyuan's gaze on the pouch, Su Lilu smiled sweetly. "Today is my birthday. Young Master Shen has generously covered half of the banquet in celebration, and he intends to present me with a birthday gift. I found it too extravagant. So I declined all gifts except for this fragrance pouch from young Master Shen. Her smile carried a hint of provocation and pride. It was well known that this pouch was a gift from Jiang Shiyuan to Shen Luchu, containing a protective talisman she had traveled far to retrieve from Yuzhou. Renowned for its efficacy, especially as Shen Luchu was to partake in the spring examination the following year. Su Lilu's intentions were less than innocent. Yet Jiang Shiyuan feigned ignorance. Very well then. I do wonder, aside from safeguarding one's studies, does the Wenshu Bodhisattva also ensure marital bliss? Jiang Shiyuan replied coolly, before turning to pass by them. The crowd exchanged glances, and Shen Luchu's friend Zhou Jingshan inquired, puzzled, Luchu, what is happening? It's quite unusual for Jiang Shiyuan not to be by your side at this rare gathering, and she didn't even glance in your direction just now. That would have been unheard of in the past. Although Jiang Shiyuan did not explicitly state it, whenever Shen Luchu was present, her gaze would invariably rest on him without reservation. Everyone around Shen Luchu was aware of her infatuation, as she would seize every opportunity to orbit around him. Suddenly, Zhou Jingshan slapped his forehead. I understand now. Yesterday was Jiang Shiyuan's birthday. Shen Luchu watched the retreating figure ahead, feeling an inexplicable irritation. Is that so? I do not recall. How could you not remember? The 9th day of the 9th month is quite memorable. Chongyang Festival is Jiang Shiyuan's birthday. Indeed, it was yesterday. Zhou Jingshan abruptly halted, having lost track of the days, and naturally, the gift was forgotten. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Su Liluo. Noting the stark contrast in treatment, was this not a touch excessive? A twinge of guilt washed over him. In truth, they had known Jiang Shiyuan far longer than they had known Su Liluo. Although Jiang Shiyuan came from a less privileged background, her vivacity and thoughtfulness had always shone through. In their youth, she had assisted them with their studies, and even after leaving the academy, she had been a tremendous help to them over the years, earning her a place as a familiar friend. Wasn't it always the case? Shen Luchu dismissed the notion. Zhou Jingshan contemplated this, and it did indeed seem true. Having known Jiang Shiyuan for a decade, they never made an effort to prepare gifts for her birthdays. Conversely, on the birthdays of others, Jiang Shiyuan would be the one bestowing gifts upon everyone. They merely regarded this as her attempt to curry favor with Shen Luchu, paying it no mind. It seemed Jiang Shiyuan had long since grown accustomed to it. But what lay behind this disregard for her own birthday? Zhou Jingshan pondered, his gaze falling upon the fragrant pouch adorning Su Liluo's waist. This pouch had been a special gift from Jiang Shiyuan to Shen Luchu a few days prior, containing a rare talisman. Would the efficacy of the talisman diminish if it changed hands? Zhou Jingshan felt no disquiet. His thoughts gravitated towards this concern, perceptive to the atmosphere. Su Liluo hastily removed the pouch, her expression one of regret. This isn't a gift from Jiang Meimei, is it? I apologize. I was unaware it was from her. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I shall go and clarify this with Jiang Meimei at once. Shen Luchu glanced at the pouch and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, if you like it, keep it. I find such trinkets rather frivolous. My achievements in my studies are grounded in genuine talent, while the inept cling to superstitions. With that, Shen Luchu turned and strode away. He seemed to dismiss the matter entirely, yet his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the fleeting figure he had seen the other day while jesting with others at the academy. Yesterday had been Jiang Shiyuan's birthday. Had she come to find him? Had she overheard? A fleeting sense of guilt washed over him, but it was momentary. What of it if she had heard? All he had spoken were truths. Jiang Shiyuan's father was a warrior, and her mother a bandit. She hailed from humble origins, and the people at the academy shunned her company. He had merely felt pity for her, which had prompted him to engage her in conversation. If she were to harbor other aspirations, that would be nothing short of insatiable greed, truly repugnant. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he found himself inexplicably instructing the servant, purchase a box of pastries from the 100-flavor pavilion and deliver it to the general's residence. The servant, MOU, found this curious and couldn't help but inquire, are you sending pastries to Miss Jiang? Shen Luchu nonchalantly acknowledged, considering it a belated birthday gift. What flavor should I get? Asked the servant. Shen Luchu paused, realizing that while Jiang Shiyuan knew his preferences and aversions, he had only recalled her mentioning the pastries from 100-flavor pavilion being delectable, remaining oblivious to her own tastes. Just buy some assorted ones, he replied dismissively. In the dimly lit corridors of the Missouri U estate, the young master often bestowed trivial gifts upon Jiang Shiyuan, who would bloom with joy at such gestures. However, were she to learn that the young master had specifically sent her pastries, her gratitude would know no bounds. Mou promptly set off to fulfill this task. Upon returning to the Yuan Marquis residence, Shen Luchu had scarcely settled down with a page of his book when Mou, empty-handed, approached him with a report. Young master, it appears that by the time I arrived at the 100 Flavors Pavilion, all the delicacies had already been claimed. Shen Luchu, somewhat impatient, retorted, did you not reveal your identity to ask for a box? I did, young master, Mou replied, but they paid me no heed, insisting that the pastries were reserved for their new mistress and could not be spared. Shen Luchu's lineage was illustrious. His mother a princess and his father the esteemed Marquis of Yuan. It was rare for anyone in the capital to disregard the Shun family's standing. With a frown, he inquired, which family dares to act so presumptuously? It is the Pei family from Wudong Street, Mou answered. Shen Luchu fell silent. The Pei family, prominent in the bustling capital, was unparalleled, occupying an entire street in the precious land of the city, renowned for their distinguished heritage and a lineage of illustrious talents. One could not speak of the Pei family without mentioning the celebrated Pei Ziye. Pei Ziye rose to fame at a young age, achieving success in the examinations at 12 and claiming the top position at 16. In a mere decade, he ascended to a position of great power, becoming one of the most trusted ministers by the emperor, an aspiration that was seemingly unattainable for most scholars. The mere thought of Pei Ziye made Shen Luchu's heart ache with envy. He excelled in his studies, often praised as a potential second Pei Ziye. A second? Who would desire to be merely the second? He had already achieved the top honors, awaiting the spring examinations to secure the highest distinction. Should he succeed in all three, even Pei Ziye would have to acknowledge his prowess. What did you just say? The Pei family is buying for whom? Their new mistress? Shen Luchu asked, curiosity piqued. Mou nodded. Indeed, it was the steward of the Pei household who came to make the purchase, indicating significant importance. Shen Luchu's mind immediately conjured the image of the indolent Pei Ziye, eliciting a scoff. Whoever is unfortunate enough to marry that wastrel will surely have much to lament. As Jiang Shiyuan returned to her quarters, Mama Qin promptly inquired, Your Honor, what are your thoughts on Lord Pei? Jiang Shiyuan was bewildered by the question, her expression one of infatuation, her smile nearly reaching her ears. Yet, she could not find joy in it. Her reverence for Pei Ziye was deeply ingrained, a shadow that followed her relentlessly. It was this man who had delivered her first taste of humiliation a decade prior when she was a student at the Looming Academy. In the open-minded Zhou dynasty, women were permitted to attend school, yet the realm of scholarly examinations remained predominantly male. Families sent their daughters to school not solely for education, but to cultivate connections. Once the initial teachings were imparted, the institutions generally turned a blind eye, allowing the female students to roam freely. However, Pei Ziye, a temporary instructor, maintained strict standards. She was publicly punished for a momentary lapse in attention, and her belongings were confiscated. He asserted that education was not solely a male pursuit nor merely a means to gain fame and fortune. It was a means of self-cultivation, and those before him, regardless of gender, would be held accountable for their negligence. At that time, Pei Ziye was merely 16, yet he exhibited a sternness and rigor surpassing even that of the old scholars in the academy. Jiang Shiyuan received a public reprimand, which compelled her to abandon her laxity and engage earnestly in her studies, ultimately completing the most serious course in history with exceptional results, ranking first with distinction after 6 months. Pei Ziye indeed practiced what he preached. When it came to punishment, he was impartial to gender, and upon rewarding, he not only returned her confiscated belongings, but also inscribed her name on the honor roll. This marked her first recognition and was a unique occasion in the Academy's history, as she was the sole female student to achieve such an honor. During that period, Jiang Shiyuan walked with an air of confidence, yet her feelings towards Pei Ziye were tinged more with fear than admiration. Even now, she occasionally dreams of being publicly acknowledged at a bustling banquet, or being lifted amidst the throngs of the marketplace. In one particularly absurd dream, she envisioned herself married, shyly veiled on her wedding night, eagerly awaiting her groom, only for her veil to be lifted by a ruler held by that unyielding man, clad in resplendent red wedding attire, standing above her and commanding, "Extend your hand." Jiang Shiyuan shivered at the thought. shaking her head to dispel such a ludicrous dream. Nevertheless, she reflected that it was quite advantageous to have a principled figure like Pei Ziye as an elder, for if she were to encounter conflicts with Pei Ziye, she would not be subjected to undue torment. With this thought, a hint of flattery mingled with her trepidation. Lord Pei is indeed commendable. With his presence, I feel reassured. Granny Qin's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, how could the match arranged by your aunt be anything less than splendid? Lord Pei is young and accomplished, a paragon of capability. Marrying him, no one would dare to look down upon you, whether at home or in public. With such high status, there is no need to manage the household. You could live comfortably as the esteemed wife of the Grand Tutor. The sheer perfection of this union brought Granny Qin to the brink of tears with joy at the thought. Had this marriage been arranged 3 years prior, she would have already been cradling a little miss. One could only imagine the beauty of the children born from such striking parents as the Grand Tutor and the exquisite young lady. Since the girl harbored no objections, Granny Qin promptly set off to reply to the beloved consort. Upon returning to the general's residence, Granny Qin immediately set to work. Jiang Shiyuan's parents had long been away, and she had been raised by Granny Qin, who also managed the vast general's estate after her parents' passing, treating Jiang Shiyuan as her own child. It brought her immense joy to see the girl find a suitable husband. With only a month to prepare, she needed to quickly organize the dowry. Upon returning to her room to rest, Jiang Shiyuan was greeted by Hong Dou's cheerful voice from outside. Miss, the Pei family has sent over the engagement notice. Engagement notice? Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed in astonishment. So soon? Hong Dou nodded enthusiastically, unable to contain her laughter. It was rare to witness such eagerness in a matchmaking arrangement. Having met in the morning, they were sending the notice by afternoon, indicating their profound interest in Jiang Shiyuan. I told you, the Grand Tutor has an exceptional eye. Unlike some foolish souls who fail to recognize true merit, the young lady of her household, radiant as a celestial being and endowed with unparalleled wisdom, is indeed unmatched in the capital. Who could possibly resist such allure? In addition to the fine letter, the Pei family also graciously sent a plethora of gifts. Like a treasure trove, Hongdo summoned others to bring in one delicately crafted food box after another, adorning the entire table. Jiang Shiyuan turned to gaze at the array of pastries, her eyes subtly sparkling with delight. Moreover, Hongdo continued, this parcel is specifically entrusted by your fiancé to be delivered into your hands. She handed another bundle to Jiang Shiyuan, who glanced at the table laden with confections and then at the package in Hongdo's grasp, which vaguely resembled a few books. Could it be that her casual remarks had truly resonated with someone? As Jiang Shiyuan unwrapped it, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the most fashionable book in the capital, the once banned The Tale of the Hairpin, which had become exceedingly difficult to procure due to its audacious content. Do not let its unassuming title deceive you. The substance within is profoundly captivating. Jiang Shiyuan hastily covered the bundle, realizing that Pei Ziye was not devoid of merit. His knack for procuring such risque literature was indeed commendable. At that moment, she genuinely felt that this marriage was quite promising. While the matter of affection remained uncertain, at the very least, married life would not be dull. 2 hours earlier, at the Grand Tutor's residence, Pei Ziye entered the study, cradling a stack of books. Uncle, I have brought the latest popular novels from the market. Pei Ziye, engrossed in official documents, did not look up but instructed, placed them on the second shelf by the window. Suddenly recalling something, he lifted his gaze to assess the height of the bookshelf. In the center, Pei Ziye's eyes widened in disbelief. On the bookshelf? What do you mean? Uncle, are you actually leaving these books in the study? Everyone in the Pei family knew of his uncle's austere demeanor. His study mirrored his character, filled exclusively with esteemed literary works, with not even a travelogue to be found. Yet now, he intended to display these disreputable street novels on the most prominent shelf. Was this truly the same stern and unyielding Grand Tutor? Pei Ziye scrutinized his uncle, and then a realization struck him. His uncle was soon to be wed. These frivolous books were evidently meant for his future aunt. However, this deduction soon left him even more astonished. Who said his uncle was rigid and devoid of charm? Clearly, he possessed a depth of understanding. As if he had uncovered a monumental secret, Pei Ziye felt a tempest of emotions stirring within, though his exterior remained composed. He swiftly arranged the books and pointed to a few in the center. Uncle, if you wish to indulge in leisure reading, these particular volumes are the most thrilling and favored by young ladies. They are so sought after that they are nearly impossible to find. I exerted considerable effort to acquire them. Pei Che acknowledged with a slight hum. Pei Ziye stifled a laugh as he exited. Normally, such antics would not escape his uncle's keen perception, but this time, the outcome was uncertain. Chapter 4. How can this be called theft? It is clearly a robbery. The novels sent by Pei Ziye were indeed rich, yet not overwhelming, flamboyant, yet not vulgar. Beneath their extravagant prose lay profound and stirring narratives. Jiang Shiyuan devoured them in one sitting, and by the time she finished, the sky was already lightening with the first hints of dawn. Jiang Shiyuan reluctantly closed the book, marveling at how a story could be so profoundly moving. The author of such a tale must surely be an extraordinary individual. If given the chance, she would love to meet them. Perhaps Pei Ziye might know who they are? The thought of Pei Ziye led her to another consideration. He had gifted her something thoughtful, and it was only fitting, both in sentiment and reason, that she reciprocate. Yet, her understanding of Pei Ziye was limited to a few hearsay accounts and fleeting glimpses during social gatherings, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Just then, Hongdo entered, holding a gilded invitation adorned with floral motifs. Miss, the Ningda Marquis is hosting a golden osmanthus feast today, and Miss Yi has invited you to the estate to enjoy the flowers and tea this afternoon, she cheerfully announced. You've had few friends in the capital, and such an invitation is rare. Ningda Marquis? Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. She had no connection with the Yi family. How could they possibly have sent her an invitation? The banquet was scheduled for the afternoon, and the invitation had only just arrived that morning, clearly a spur-of-the-moment decision. As she contemplated declining, she opened the invitation, only to find that it was signed not by the Yi family's daughter, but by a remarkably elegant name, Pei Ziye. Her eyes brightened at the realization. Pei Ziye was Pei Ziye's cousin, which explained how the invitation had found its way to her. Are you going, miss? Hongdo inquired. Of course, why wouldn't I? Jiang Shiyuan replied. This was a perfect opportunity to gain insights about Pei Ziye from Pei Ziye. After taking a refreshing nap in the morning, she set off for the Ningda Marquis in the afternoon. As she stepped out of the carriage, she was greeted by the sweet fragrance of osmanthus wafting through the air. The century-old golden osmanthus tree at the Ningda Marquis was renowned in the capital. It was said that the old marquis and his wife had planted it together on the day of their marriage. Despite the marquis's trials, his wife remained steadfast, embodying deep marital affection, and the Yi family was known for its harmonious and upright family values. Every year, when the osmanthus bloomed, the Yi family would extend invitations to numerous guests for a banquet to appreciate the flowers. Today, it seemed they had invited many, as a considerable number of carriages were already parked at the entrance by the time Jiang Shiyuan arrived. Upon presenting her invitation at the gate, two young ladies emerged to greet her. One wore a dignified purple dress, exuding grace, while the other donned a lively pink gown, reminiscent of spring blossoms. Jiang Shiyuan was captivated, and the two young ladies were equally entranced by her presence. How could the Pei family have such remarkable taste? They have quietly brought the most beautiful flower in the capital into their home. Yi Wanning, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, exclaimed as she took Jiang Shiyuan's hand and examined her with admiration. Steal? What a nonsensical notion! Pei Ziye interjected, playfully pushing Yi Wanning's hand aside, as she eagerly clasped one of Jiang Shiyuan's hands. Your hands are so delicate and soft. Has your uncle ever touched them? He seems so serious and dull. I doubt he has even brushed against a young girl's hair. I was first to touch them. For 8 centuries, there had been no news. And suddenly there was talk of an engagement, as if they were in a frantic rush to finalize the betrothal today and celebrate the wedding tomorrow. Yi Wanning could not help but laugh. Pei Ziye joined her in laughter, revealing 2 adorable dimples on her face. How can that be called stealing? It's clearly a snatch. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanning burst into laughter, covering her mouth. The Yi and Pei families were related by marriage. Pei Ziyeh's mother was Yi Wanning's aunt. The children of the Yi family had always studied at the Pei Family Academy, and Yi Wanning felt like half a child of the Pei family, frequently visiting them. Along with Pei Ziye and Pei Ziye, she was not afraid of the head of the Pei family or the matriarch, but rather intimidated by Pei Xiaoshu. It was not so much fear as it was the overwhelming presence of Pei Xiaoshu, whose perpetually calm eyes seemed capable of seeing through all one's thoughts with a mere glance, exuding an intense pressure. Yi Wanning had always believed that someone as aloof and distant as Pei Xiaoshu would remain solitary for life. Yet who could have imagined that on such a day, the old house would catch fire, burning so fiercely? Thus, upon learning that her uncle was to be married, Pei Ziye could hardly contain her excitement and promptly informed Yi Wanning, followed by swiftly sending out invitations. The more Yi Wanning thought about it, the more wondrous it seemed, and she couldn't resist taking another glance at Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan's face flushed slightly from the teasing, but recognizing their camaraderie, she replied, "Sister Yi, do not mock me. Sister, this branch of golden osmanthus emits fragrance for miles. I wonder which young lord will be fortunate enough to steal this scent." Indeed, she was quite clever. Yi Wanning, not offended, shot Jiang Shiyuan a playful glare, sharp-tongued. "You will make a delightful sparring partner for Pei Ziye and their banter. Let us not linger here. Come inside and take a seat." Yi Wanning beckoned. She welcomed Jiang Shiyuan into the gathering and seated her in the most esteemed position. Along the way, Pei Ziye held on to Jiang Shiyuan's hand, her words almost spilling out, but upon noticing Jiang Shiyuan's flushed cheeks, she quickly held her tongue. Although her uncle had hastily sent out the marriage announcement, the families had not yet formally met, and the matter was not yet public. Moreover, the young aunt had such a delicate disposition. Pei Ziye quickly changed the subject. "Sister, you smell so delightful. What fragrance are you wearing?" With such a fragrant and lovely companion beside her, Pei Ziye felt a pang of jealousy. Jealous of her uncle. Just as the three were seated, Jiang Shiyuan received a carefully prepared gift from Hongdo and presented it to the two. "I hurried out and couldn't prepare anything substantial, so I brought a bit of incense as a token for Sister Yi and Sister Pei." Pei Ziye accepted the brocade box with unreserved joy, opening it to reveal an immediate sparkle in her eyes. "Sister Jiang, this is quite exquisite, isn't it? This is Lingxi incense." This was the finest incense from the Chunxiang Fong, valued at 100 gold pieces and notably hard to procure. Originally, Chunxiang Fong was merely an inconspicuous incense shop, but due to its unique fragrance and long-lasting scent, it quickly captured the hearts of all the women in the capital, becoming the most sought-after shop in just 3 short years. Even someone as composed as Yi Wanning could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, Sister Jiang, where did you acquire this? Do you realize that I had someone stationed at Chunxiang Fong for 2 months, and I could never manage to snatch any?" I was just infuriated. Ha ha ha. Last time my cousin said that if she couldn't procure that exquisite incense, she would send someone to abduct the master of the Agarwood workshop and demand her to personally prepare 10 or even 100 boxes. "Sister Jiang, you have saved the master of the Agarwood workshop." Pei Ziye chuckled. Jiang Shiyuan was unaware of Pei Ziye's fondness. Had she known, she would have brought several more boxes. "Sister Yi, if there is anything else you desire, please do let me know, and I shall deliver it to you." Yi Wanqing looked at her in surprise. "Do you know the master of the Agarwood workshop, Jiang's sister?" She adored the scents from the workshop and had a desire to meet its master, yet the master had never revealed herself. Only known to be a young lady who seldom ventured out. Jiang Shiyuan humbly nodded, saying, "Yes, I suppose I have a slight connection." Yi Wanqing did not suspect. After all, every family has its own connections. "So, Jiang's sister, could you convey a message to the master of the Agarwood workshop for me?" Jiang Shiyuan asked, "What message?" Yi Wanqing replied with a serious expression, "Tell her to be more careful when she walks. Although I now possess the exquisite incense, I still want to abduct her. After all, her craftsmanship is simply too remarkable to be ignored." Jiang Shiyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Pei Ziye doubled over in mirth at the table. Jiang Shiyuan would often reminisce about that afternoon, when the autumn breeze was warm. Under the fragrant incense trees, the three of them met for the first time. Harboring the desire to know the person they sought, a fateful encounter no less profound than her destined connection with another. Chapter 5. Pei Ziye's preferences are quite refined. After a brief exchange of jest, Yi Wanqing excused herself to attend to other guests, leaving Pei Ziye to look after Jiang Shiyuan at the banquet. Pei Ziye, the charming sister-in-law, was particularly vivacious, and they quickly became familiar. Jiang Shiyuan, considering the need to reciprocate Pei Ziye's kindness, inquired, "What does young Master Pei enjoy doing at home?" The moment the words left her lips, Jiang Shiyuan felt an inexplicable familiarity. A moment of realization struck her. This was the very question Pei Che had asked her the previous day. She not only mimicked the words, but also the tone, slightly deep and rigid. Jiang Shiyuan hastily shook her head inwardly, hoping to avoid becoming a staid and tedious caretaker. She clarified, "Yesterday, young Master Pei gifted me some items that I truly liked, so I thought to return the favor." Young Master Pei? Such an unfamiliar form of address. since her uncle had been awarded the title of Grand Tutor, who in the capital did not greet him as Master Pei. The title of young Master Pei, at first glance, made her think Jiang Shiyuan was inquiring about Pei Ziye. Does Andy refer to him as young master to imply he is too old? Pei Ziye laughed, saying, "Why be so formal, Sister Jiang? We are soon to be family. There's no need to maintain such distinctions." Jiang Shiyuan replied, "A gesture of goodwill must still be returned. Even if there are feelings involved, one cannot allow one party to bear the burden alone. Especially since she and Pei Ziye shared no emotional foundation, it would unjustly benefit him. Moreover, reciprocity in gifts is essential. Future dealings will be easier to negotiate." Seeing Jiang Shiyuan's insistence, Pei Ziye pondered for a moment and suggested, "Then, Sister Jiang could consider gifting some ancient texts or classic literature." Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. Despite Pei Ziye's flamboyant demeanor, his tastes were surprisingly refined. Jiang Shiyuan felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, yet she hesitated to inquire further. Since her uncle Pei did not ridicule her for indulging in trivial stories, how could she possibly mock Pei Ziye for his lofty pursuits of ancient texts? Noticing Jiang Shiyuan's slight frown, Pei Ziye's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the young lady seemed to harbor disdain. Just as Pei Ziye was about to offer an explanation, a voice emerged from behind. "Sister Jiang, what a coincidence. You are here today as well?" Jiang Shiyuan turned to find Su Lila, adorned in a flowing white dress, gracefully approaching. As she walked, she adjusted the exquisite golden hairpin embellished with jade atop her head. "Miss, that hairpin!" Hong Do exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm. It was impossible for Jiang Shiyuan to overlook such a conspicuous gesture. It was no wonder that Hong Do reacted so strongly. That hairpin had been chosen just a day before Jiang Shiyuan's birthday, during a trip with Shen Luchu to select a gift. On that occasion, Shen Luchu had inquired about her preferences, urging her to choose something special. Hong Do had naturally assumed it was a gift for her mistress, believing that Shen Luchu had finally taken notice of Jiang Shiyuan's worth. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Shiyuan had entertained the fantasy that it was indeed a birthday present from Shen Luchu. Thus, she had eagerly sought him out on her birthday, only to be met with a heart-wrenching revelation. She had always believed Shen Luchu to be different, at least not one to curry favor with the powerful or belittle the weak. Little did she know that he was the very one who held her in the lowest regard. Surely, he had forgotten the words he had once uttered. After all, it had only been a mere 3 years. How absurd. "Is Miss Jiang Shiyuan also here?" Su Lila turned her gaze toward Pei Ziye, her demeanor shifting noticeably. Earlier, from a distance, she had only recognized Jiang Shiyuan and assumed she was in the company of someone inconsequential. To her surprise, it was Pei Ziye, the prized jewel of the Pei family. How could Pei Ziye be seated with Jiang Shiyuan, engaged in such camaraderie? "Do you know Sister Jiang?" Su Lila could not suppress her curiosity. "We were not acquainted before, but now we are, and not only that, we shall be together every day henceforth," Pei Ziye declared. Linking her arm with Jiang Shiyuan's and leaning against her, playfully nuzzling like a kitten, eliciting a laugh from Jiang Shiyuan. Su Lila stared in disbelief at their affectionate display, a pang of jealousy rising in her chest. The Pei family was of notable prominence. She had made multiple attempts to approach Pei Ziye, yet each time, Pei Ziye had remained aloof, scarcely exchanging a few words. How was it that she and Jiang Shiyuan, having met only once, were so amicable? Finding herself unable to converse with Pei Ziye, Su Lila redirected her attention to Jiang Shiyuan. "It is indeed rare to see Sister Jiang out and about for festivities. Would you like me to introduce you to a few acquaintances and show you around later? The eldest daughter of the Yi family is on friendly terms with me." Su Lila spoke in a seemingly familiar tone. Hong Do could barely contain her disdain, rolling her eyes. How pretentious. In all of the capital, Su Lila was known for her penchant for meddling, always inserting herself into matters concerning her mistress. Whatever her mistress fancied, Su Lila would inevitably attempt to stake her claim. And to make matters worse, that Shen Luchu was a heartless wretch. Over the years, Jiang Shiyuan had suffered greatly because of those two. At long last, the days of hardship have come to an end. The young lady has chosen a more advantageous match. How splendid Lord Pei is, possessing both power and influence. And he shows genuine concern for her. Humph, let those unscrupulous individuals await their fate. Soon, they shall witness our esteemed matriarch weep bitterly, consumed by regret. In her heart, Hong Do silently vowed. Pei Ziye, intrigued by Su Lila's familiar tone, turned to Jiang Shiyuan, asking, "Sister Jiang, Are you well acquainted with Miss Su? Jiang Shiyuan did not even glance at Su Lila, not at all. Su Lila's face flushed with embarrassment, her expression frozen in a comical grimace. However, she quickly regained her composure, forcing a smile as she remarked, Sister Jiang is not familiar with anyone. Her heart is solely devoted to the heir of the Shen family, leaving little room for friendship. It is rather perplexing that Sister Jiang has not sought out the heir today. Once again, this was the pattern. Hongdo seethed with frustration. Previously, at Shen Luchu's banquet, Su Lila had mocked the matriarch's origins, deriding the Jiang family's humble background, which had provoked the young lady to push Su Lila into the water. Though it was Su Lila who instigated the altercation, Shen Luchu had insisted on an apology from the young lady, even demanding she bow in contrition. Hongdo was ready to retaliate, but Jiang Shiyuan, with an air of indifference, merely smiled. I was once blind to my misjudgments. Having recently regained my sight, I can no longer tolerate impurities. If Miss Su desires it, she may take what she wishes without the need for prior notification. Who do you call impure? Su Lila thought she had misheard. Jiang Shiyuan had audaciously referred to Shen Luchu as impure, all the while wearing a disdainful expression. Was she out of her mind? If you did not hear correctly, perhaps you should consult a physician. Being young and deaf is quite pitiful. And do check your mind as well, lest you behave like a rabid dog, trying to seize whatever crosses your path, Jiang Shiyuan remarked coldly. Su Lila was taken aback, her blood boiling. How dare she call her a rabid dog? Who gave her the audacity? Ignoring her, Jiang Shiyuan stood and addressed Pei Ziye. I wish to see the osmanthus blossoms over there. Of course, I will accompany you. Besides the osmanthus, my courtyard also boasts splendid black chrysanthemums. I shall bring you 2 pots shortly. Pei Ziye rose with enthusiasm, showing no sign of being affected by Su Lila's words. As they walked away, she even shot a disdainful glance at Su Lila. When did you become close with my cousin? How come I was unaware? Su Lila's previously pale face turned crimson. Pei Ziye, retracting her gaze, led Jiang Shiyuan away without a backward glance. Hongdo cast a sidelong glance at Su Lila, relishing the sight of her discomfiture. Unable to contain herself, she laughed aloud. Miss Su, if you are unwell, do seek treatment promptly. Do not delay. Su Lila bit her lip tightly, storming out of the Ningda Marquis's residence and furiously boarding her carriage. Initially intending to return home directly, a sudden thought struck her. She removed the golden hairpin from her head and commanded, to the Yuan Marquis's residence. Chapter 6, I shall marry. Let him conduct himself accordingly at the Yuan Marquis's residence. Shen Luchu, as was his habit, resumed his reading in the study after a nap. With merely 100 days until the imperial examination, he could afford no relaxation. This time, he was determined to seize the top position and make a name for himself throughout the realm. He does not wish to be a second anyone. He desires to be the first. Shen Luchu pondered this, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the fragrant pouch beside the inkstone. Indeed, he ultimately succumbed to his soft-heartedness and had someone retrieve the pouch. Jiang Shiyuan must be satisfied now, one would hope. If she were to sulk further, it would truly be an instance of overstepping her bounds, taking advantage of her favored status. Had she visited today? Shen Luchu set down his book and inquired. The young servant, Moyu, was momentarily taken aback. Who does the young master refer to? After a brief pause, Moyu realized who she was in the context of their young master's words. A wave of astonishment washed over him. What has come over the young master? For the past 3 years, Jiang Shiyuan had relentlessly pursued him, yet he had never deigned to acknowledge her. What was different now? He had even mentioned sending pastries. And last night, he had dispatched someone to the minister's residence to retrieve Miss Su Leroy and exchange Jiang Shiyuan's pouch. Was the young master feeling vexed? Moyu ventured to ask. Previously, when the young master grew weary from his studies, Jiang Shiyuan would invariably find ways to amuse and cheer him. It had been several days since the young lady from the Jiang family had sought an audience with him. Should we send for Miss Jiang? Moyu suggested. It was better left unsaid, but upon mentioning it, an inexplicable annoyance stirred within Shen Luchu. No need. The next time she comes, simply deny her entry. I cannot allow her to disrupt my studies. He picked up his book once more, the pages rustling loudly under his fingertips. Moyu, alarmed, recognized this as a sign of the young master's displeasure. As he contemplated what to do, Su Luo entered briskly, accompanied by her maid. Moyu felt a sense of relief. The absence of Jiang Shiyuan allowed for the presence of the young lady from the Su family instead. The Su family's daughter was favored by the matron as a potential match for the young master. Their families were well matched, having been in discreet contact for some time. Once the young master excelled in the spring examinations, formal proposals would be made, resulting in a joyous union. A powerful alliance between the one Yuan Marquis and the minister's household. Although the Su lady may not possess the beauty of Jiang Shiyuan or her attentive nature, what the young master and the Marquis truly required was not merely a compliant ornament, but a sturdy ally. The young master must have thought likewise. Hence his indifference towards the comings and goings of the Su lady. Luchu, I cannot accept this jade hairpin. You should give it to Sister Jiang instead. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luo returned the golden pin to Shen Luchu upon entering. Shen Luchu looked on in confusion. What is the meaning of this? It's nothing. I merely sense that Sister Jiang has a fondness for this pin, Su Luo replied softly. Before she could finish, her maid interjected. Miss, you've already endured so much. Why do you still shield that Jiang Shiyuan? Young Master Shen. Today my mistress encountered the young lady from the Jiang family at the Ningda Marquis. My mistress did nothing, yet Jiang Shiyuan fixated on her hairpin and, before all, accused my mistress of being a mad dog, claiming she snatched whatever she saw. The maid continued, her indignation palpable. Young Master Shen, you must stand up for my mistress. This pin was clearly a birthday gift from you to her. How could it be construed as theft? My mistress felt deeply wronged and wept all the way home, her eyes red from crying. Ji Chun, do not speak out of turn. Su Li Luo rebuked sharply, gently wiping her eyes, for there must be some misunderstanding. Sister Jiang is not that kind of person. When Shen Luchu raised his gaze, he indeed saw Su Li Luo's eyes were reddened, and his expression darkened. Jiang Shiyuan was becoming increasingly intolerable. Ji Chun still indignantly asserted, how can she not be? Has the young lady forgotten? 3 years ago, in the dead of winter, she pushed you into the pool. To this day, she has yet to apologize. Shen Luchu recalled that incident during a banquet he hosted in the Wenyuan Marquis residence, where he had invited all the talented youths of the capital. Jiang Shiyuan had, over a mere exchange of words, manhandled Su Li Luo into the icy waters, disrupting his banquet and refusing to apologize, thus humiliating him. Reflecting on this past, Shen Luchu's expression darkened further, his eyes filled with disappointment. He had once hoped that after all these years, and after having admonished her numerous times, Jiang Shiyuan would temper her headstrong and obstinate nature. He had overestimated her. He should have compelled her to kneel back then, erasing her stubbornness directly. Mou, summon Jiang Shiyuan. I demand she apologize to Li Luo in person. This time, he could not allow her to act with impunity. Mou complied, but couldn't help but inquire, what if Miss Jiang refuses to come? She dares not refuse. Shen Luchu replied angrily, if she does not come, tell her she shall never again set foot in our Shen family home. Meanwhile, the osmanthus banquet at the Ningda Marquis residence was nearing its conclusion. Yi Wan Ning, the host, was busy beyond measure, and Pei Ziye was called to assist. Jiang Shiyuan, not wishing to intrude, had a servant from the Yi family convey her farewells, and then rose to depart. As she stepped outside the Ningda Marquis residence, she spotted Mou, Shen Luchu's attendant, rushing towards her, panting heavily. Without preamble, he called out, Miss Jiang, our young master wishes to see you. You must hurry. Jiang Shiyuan frowned slightly. Her aunt often remarked that she was a particularly stubborn person. She had never believed it before, but now she finally understood. She was indeed obstinate, blindly so. Blindly enough to overlook the most apparent matters. Even a mere servant dared to shout at her. Shen Luchu must have thought little of her. Anyone could have easily reached the Ningda Marquis residence. It was evident someone had maliciously reported her first. Shen Luchu was always like this. She did not seek his favoritism, only hoped for fair treatment. Yet no matter how blatant Su Li Luo's provocations were, he would feign ignorance, standing firmly by Su Li Luo's side with closed eyes. If you wish to see me, have your young master send an invitation. Jiang Shiyuan replied coldly. Mou stood there, taken aback. What did she just say? Send an invitation? Did she imply that her young master needed to host a banquet to meet her? Had the sun risen from the west? In the past, regardless of where Jiang Shiyuan was or what she was doing, as soon as the young master beckoned, she would dash over without a second thought. Miss Jiang, do not regret it. Our young master has said that if you do not attend today, you shall never again cross the threshold of the Wenyuan Marquis residence. Mou declared. Next stiff. That suits me just fine. Jiang Shiyuan spoke with an air of tranquility. By the way, please convey a message to your young master at home. I am to be wed. and I kindly ask that he respects my decision and refrains from disturbing me henceforth. Mou's mouth fell agape, wide enough to hold a duck egg. Surely he must have misheard. Jiang Shiyuan was to be married. Mou felt as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. His face a portrait of astonishment as he swiftly turned and hurried back to the Wenyuan Marquis' residence. Chapter 7. Not Pei Ziye, but Pei Ziye. After dismissing Mou, Hongdo could not contain her excitement and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Miss, you truly do not wish for the young master of the Shen family anymore? Do you still think I am jesting?" Jiang Shiyuan retorted. "Could I possibly joke about a family such as the Peis?" Hongdo scratched her head. "It's just that your decision comes as such a surprise. You previously declared you would marry no one but the young Master Shen, and now you suddenly change your mind. I am still in a daze, thinking you were merely playing some game of feigned pursuit and psychological tactics from those novels." Had Hongdo been privy to the heart-wrenching words spoken that day, she might not have harbored such doubts. Jiang Shiyuan jested. "Just consider me as having grown weary of it all, the prodigal returning, settling down. Your young mistress has always been one to be able to take up and let go, with grace." This sentiment, Hongdo did not question. Her mistress was indeed like this. When she liked someone, her passion was unreserved, yet when her affections waned, she withdrew faster than anyone else. As Jiang Shiyuan was about to board the carriage, a voice called out from behind, "Sister Jiang." Turning around, she saw Pei Ziye and Yi Wanqing rushing out from the grand entrance, each cradling a pot of blooming black chrysanthemums. Yi Wanqing apologized. "My sincerest apologies for the inadequate hospitality. The servants informed me you were about to leave, and I hurried out." Pei Ziye added, "We have nothing grand in our home, but these black chrysanthemums are quite splendid, perfect for a fair lady." "Not at all. I noticed you were busy, so I did not wish to intrude." "I didn't expect to have interrupted," Jiang Shiyuan replied with a warm smile. Throughout the entire banquet, Pei Ziye remained by Jiang Shiyuan's side, while Yi Wanqing tirelessly introduced her to friends. Jiang Shiyuan had not enjoyed herself so thoroughly in quite some time. Pei Ziye took Jiang Shiyuan's arm, nuzzling her cheek against it. "How is it that time has passed so swiftly? I am truly reluctant to part from Sister Jiang." Feeling a pang of reluctance herself, Jiang Shiyuan quickly suggested, "I shall send invitations to both of you to visit the general's residence soon." "Indeed, that sounds splendid," Pei Ziye exclaimed with excitement. "I have heard that your general's residence possesses a tiger's skin, with the head intact, displayed as if the beast were alive, exuding an air of majesty. Is that true?" Hongdo interjected, "Indeed. That was once the prized possession of our fierce tiger stronghold. Just yesterday, the matron mentioned bringing it out as a dowry for our young mistress." Pei Ziye laughed. "Then I need not make a special trip to your general's residence. I shall simply await your visit at home." Jiang Shiyuan felt her cheeks flush slightly, yet she was not displeased. Rather, her heart warmed. Throughout the banquet, despite Su Lilua's intentional provocations and the veiled remarks of others, Pei Ziye exhibited not a trace of disdain towards the Jiang family. As dusk approached, Jiang Shiyuan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you once more, Sister Yi, for your gracious hospitality." Just as she spoke, a carriage unexpectedly approached. As the carriage came to a stop, a figure abruptly lifted the curtain and leaped down. "Am I late? Has the banquet already concluded?" The voice rang out, and Pei Ziye, clad in a striking autumn crab red, dashed over, her high ponytail swaying alongside her flowing garments, both carefree and flamboyant. Jiang Shiyuan's gaze immediately fixed upon Pei Ziye. The main character had finally arrived. With a smile, Pei Ziye approached, and upon seeing Pei Ziyu's sycophantic demeanor, she realized that this individual was to become her new aunt. Pei Ziye quickly reined in her nonchalance and flashed a charming smile at Jiang Shiyuan. She hoped that once her aunt entered the family, she would be able to rein in her uncle, preventing him from being overly harsh with her. Upon noticing Pei Ziye's attention directed towards her, Jiang Shiyuan's expression turned earnest, and she bashfully returned the smile. She appeared innocent and easy to get along with, far better than Jiang Shiyuan had anticipated. This was Jiang Shiyuan's first close-up view of Pei Ziye, whose features were strikingly handsome and whose figure was tall and elegant. The Pei family was devoid of any unattractive members. Pei Ziye was flamboyantly charming, while Pei Ziye was lively and delightful. Yet, the most extraordinary among them was undoubtedly her uncle, Pei Ziye. Thinking of Pei Ziye, Jiang Shiyuan was suddenly reminded of a certain matter. The influential and powerful Pei Ziye, who was devoted to the state and immersed in politics, remained unmarried to this day. How curious it was to ponder who might be capable of bringing this ascetic minister down from his pedestal. The image of Pei Ziye flashed in Jiang Shiyuan's mind, his countenance austere and noble, with reddened eyes as he knelt by the bed, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, "Ah Yuan, look at me." Jiang Shiyuan's heart jolted. How absurd. To project herself into the heroine of yesterday's tale was one thing, but to also cast Pei Ziye as the male lead was madness. Yet, she could hardly blame herself. The portrayal of the cold, solemn, yet strikingly handsome minister in the Flower Hairpin Chronicles bore an uncanny resemblance to Pei Ziye, particularly the description of his slightly upturned phoenix eyes, which, though devoid of warmth, held a hint of allure. Jiang Shiyuan began to wonder if the author was acquainted with Pei Ziye and penned the character based on him. A decade ago, Pei Ziye had been invited to teach at Looming Academy, where the young ladies of noble birth, in their blossoming youth, often sought the esteemed teacher's guidance. She recalled one particular noblewoman who, upon receiving a single character from Pei Ziye, swooned and remarked, with slightly upturned eyes and subtly curved lips, "He possesses a charm even in his indifference." To this, Jiang Shiyuan scoffed. Charm? Huh. What she remembered was Pei Ziye's unyielding coldness. She would never forget that Pei Ziye had bestowed upon her a few choice words: fool, rotten wood, obstinate, along with a public reprimand delivered with a resounding slap. To claim that she was not hurt by such scathing remarks would be a lie. She had never before endured such harsh words. Thus, when she read about the once mighty minister now reduced to the greatest antagonist in the tale, unrequited in love and cast down from grace, a small part of her felt a sense of satisfaction. Someone as cold and unfeeling as Pei Ziye deserved to live a life of solitude. Jiang Shiyuan was lost in thought when a cold, clear voice suddenly broke the silence. "Are you returning?" She raised her gaze and saw a tall figure descending from the carriage, with features as exquisite as a painting and an extraordinary presence, clad entirely in dark hues. He seemed to embody the depth of night and the chill of late autumn, making it difficult for one to meet his eyes. "Uncle." Pei Ziye immediately released Jiang Shiyuan's hand, while Yuan Qing appeared tense, both standing upright and holding their breaths. Jiang Shiyuan felt a sudden awkwardness, coupled with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Instinctively, she shifted closer to Pei Ziye. Pei Ziye observed her lowered head and the proximity to Pei Ziye, and once again inquired, "Are you going back?" The voice reverberated above her, and it dawned on Jiang Shiyuan that Pei Ziye was addressing her. Was Pei Ziye being so courteous to her? His niece-in-law? Puzzled, Jiang Shiyuan nodded in response. "I will escort you," Pei Ziye stated promptly. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback and hastily waved her hands. No need. Recently, a band of thieves has emerged in the capital. It's better to be cautious," Pei Ziye replied succinctly, leaving no room for refusal. Realizing she could not decline, Jiang Shiyuan turned to Pei Ziye and said, "Then I shall trouble young Master Pei to see me off." To have the esteemed grand tutor escort her, was she courting danger? Chapter 8. Is she to be wed? A jest. After Jiang Shiyuan spoke, everyone turned to her, then simultaneously glanced at Pei Ziye. Pei Ziye, looking bewildered, pointed to himself and asked me, "Can I escort her?" Pei Ziye said nothing but cast a shadowy glance at Jiang Shiyuan. Go ahead." Jiang Shiyuan noted this exchange and marveled at the extent of Pei Ziye's influence within the Pei family. It seemed even the act of accompanying someone required Pei Ziye's approval. Contemplating this, she bowed slightly to Pei Ziye before turning to board the carriage. Pei Ziye mounted his horse, accompanied by two servants from the Yi family, following closely behind the carriage to escort Jiang Shiyuan home. As they watched the group depart, Pei Ziye suddenly had a flash of insight. What had Jiang Shiyuan just called Pei Ziye? Young Master Pei? Did that mean her earlier inquiries were about Pei Ziye's preferences? Could it be that Jiang Shiyuan mistakenly believed she was marrying Pei Ziye? No way. As this thought crossed her mind, Pei Ziye quickly shook her head. How could that be possible? Such a significant matter could hardly be mistaken by the Jiang family. In the Wenyuan Marquisate, Shen Luchu and Su Lily were still waiting for Jiang Shiyuan to apologize. Su Lily, her eyes lowered, spoke up in indignation. "Sister Jiang has always looked down on me. It matters not what she thinks of me, but she should not have spoken disrespectfully to the young master in public." After she finished speaking, Su Lily seemed to realize she had misspoken and covered her mouth, halting her dialogue. Shen Luchu raised his eyes to look at her. "What did she say about me?" Su Lily's gaze faltered, and once again, her maid stepped forward. "Young Master Shen, Jiang Shiyuan publicly insulted you, calling you a filthy thing." Upon hearing this, Shen Luchu felt his blood boil, surging within him until it reached his head. What did she say? Filthy thing. Very well, Jiang Shiyuan. It seems your audacity has grown in our brief separation. The maid continued. Indeed, she insulted the young master, calling him a filthy thing, and all present heard it. Young Master Shen, you must punish her properly later, perhaps even make her slap herself. Jichuan, mind your tongue. Sister Jiang is the daughter of a general. How can you presume to discipline her? Su Lila reprimanded once more. Humph, what is she to be considered a daughter of nobility? Merely a little bandit sprung from a den of thieves. Were it not for her pitiful state, I wouldn't have uttered a single word to her, Jichuan retorted. Shen Luchu wore a stern expression, the scroll in his hand already crumpled from his grip. When she arrives, I shall certainly teach her a lesson, and then offer you an apology, he said with an air of entitlement. It's my fault for speaking out of turn. I shouldn't have said that. Please don't be angry, young master, Su Lila urged, though a flicker of triumph crossed her mind. What use is beauty when the Jiang family holds no power? And her mother bears a tarnished reputation? What can she contend with me over? Overreaching. She was eager to see if, before Shen Luchu, Jiang Shiyuan could still act with such arrogance. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. She's here. The show is about to begin. With anticipation, Su Lila gazed toward the entrance, only to see Mou rushing in, breathless. After observing, she noted that Mou had already knelt before Shen Luchu. Yet Jiang Shiyuan was still nowhere to be seen. Shen Luchu also glanced toward the door, finding no sign of the second person. Why have you returned alone? Where is Jiang Shiyuan? He inquired, displeasure evident in his tone. Mou raised her head to respond. Miss Jiang did not come. She said if the young master wishes to see her, he must first send a formal invitation to the general's residence. Shen Luchu was both amused and vexed. Must I send an invitation to see her? What airs does she put on? Mou glanced at her master, her smile not reaching her eyes, hesitating before adding. Miss Jiang also mentioned, she said. What else did she say? Speak. Shen Luchu commanded coldly. With no choice but to comply, Mou replied. Miss Jiang said she is to be married. Married? Both Shen Luchu and Su Lila exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Mou nodded. Yes? Miss Jiang said she is to be married and advised you, young master, to conduct yourself with propriety and not to disturb her further. What? She dares to instruct me to be proper? Shen Luchu felt as though he had been struck hard, a sharp pang in his heart, quickly replaced by a surge of anger and irritation. He had not scorned her for her persistent, frivolous behavior, yet she had the audacity to lecture him on propriety? Married? To whom? Just because he hadn't celebrated her birthday, she concocted such a lie? What was she attempting? To provoke him through feigned indifference? Foolish. Shen Luchu found a bitter amusement in the situation. Go tell her, if she marries, the 1 yuan marquise shall certainly send her an extravagant gift. Meanwhile, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Jiang Shiyuan arrived safely at the general's residence under the escort of Pei Ziye. As the carriage came to a halt, Pei Ziye had already dismounted and was quick to arrange the step for her. Be careful. Although Jiang Shiyuan was younger than he, Pei Ziye dared not be negligent in his duties towards this young lady. Jiang Shiyuan observed Pei Ziye's actions. Her opinion of him significantly transformed. Though slightly lacking in scholarly prowess, his attentiveness to others and thoughtful demeanor suggested that her married life would not be particularly arduous. Jiang Shiyuan confidently alighted from the carriage and addressed Pei Ziye. Young Master Pei, may I pose a question to you? Pei Ziye, assuming she was inquiring about his uncle, responded with a carefree attitude. Feel free to ask. I assure you, I will speak candidly. Encouraged by his openness, Jiang Shiyuan got straight to the point. Do you have someone you hold dear, young Master Pei? At 20, despite his tarnished reputation, Pei Ziye, backed by the power of the Pei family, was certainly not without prospects for marriage, unless he himself was disinterested. Stunned by the question, Pei Ziye widened his eyes in surprise, fearing he might overthink her inquiry. Jiang Shiyuan quickly reassured him, if you have someone you cherish, it is of no concern to me. Should your family approve, I would not oppose it. It is merely a union. I will not impose my wishes, regardless of whether Pei Ziye's affections lay with a woman or a man. As long as the Pei family consented, she would remain uninvolved. Pei Ziye, taken aback, replied foolishly, if you wish to oppose, I suppose that is also an option. Who was she? She was the esteemed wife of the Grand Tutor Pei Che. His father had staked everything to ensure he would train under his uncle for 2 years. His very life was contingent upon the Grand Tutor's benevolence, and as a junior, he would undoubtedly defer to her authority and guidance. Jiang Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback by his response. What did he mean? Did Pei Ziye truly wish to be a loving couple with her and cultivate genuine feelings? That notion burdened her conscience slightly. Her sole desire was for the Pei family to support her cousin in times of need, to lend him a helping hand. After safely escorting Jiang Shiyuan home, Pei Ziye felt it inappropriate to linger further and took his leave, riding away with his entourage. Watching him depart, Jiang Shiyuan also turned to enter her residence. At that moment, from a short distance away, Su Luluo stood in stunned disbelief. Ji Chun, I cannot be mistaken, can I? Who just escorted Jiang Shiyuan? It was the young master of the Pei family, Pei Ziye, Ji Chun replied. Jiang Shiyuan claimed she was to be wed. But Su Luluo found it utterly unbelievable. The scheme of feigned modesty was exceedingly clumsy. Thus, after leaving the Shun residence, she had diverted to the Jiang family, intending to mock Jiang Shiyuan, only to witness this unexpected scene. Pei Ziye had personally accompanied Jiang Shiyuan home, engaging in cheerful conversation with her. Could it be that Jiang Shiyuan was truly to be married? Was her betrothed none other than Pei Ziye? Chapter 9. Jiang Shiyuan will regret this tomorrow after ensuring Jiang Shiyuan's safe return. Pei Ziye hurried back to the Grand Tutor's residence and went directly to the study to report to Pei Che. Upon entering, he could not contain a chuckle. Auntie is quite amusing. She asked if I had someone I liked, and even mentioned that she would not oppose if I did. Pei Che looked up, saying nothing, pausing momentarily in his writing before resuming. Upon returning to the general's residence, Jiang Shiyuan's first task was to visit the storeroom. She had a dedicated space filled with an array of collected spices, with several large boxes tucked away at the very back. Jiang Shiyuan opened the box, revealing a neat stack of ancient books within. Gazing at these well-preserved tomes, she found herself momentarily entranced. The personal study, filled entirely with ancient literature, was vast and solemn, lacking even a single volume of the travel diaries of mountains and rivers, much like the dignified and austere demeanor of its owner. Earlier that day, upon hearing Pei Ziye mention that Pei Ziye had an affinity for ancient texts, she had been taken aback. She had thought to herself, shaking her head and offering a bittersweet smile, interrupting her own reverie. How could that be? Jiang Shiyuan, you truly dare to imagine such things. With familiarity, she retrieved a set of ancient books from the box and closed it once more. Hongdo, tomorrow. Inquire at the bookstore to see if this set of ancient texts is still available. If so, procure another set, Jiang Shiyuan instructed. Hongdo looked puzzled. These boxes of ancient texts had been meticulously collected by the young lady from various bookstores over many years. They were only brought out annually for airing, and she had not seen the young lady open them at any other time. Why was she now intent on acquiring another set? Despite her suspicions, Hongdo held her tongue. Recognizing that the young lady's intentions were surely deliberate, she noted down the titles and dispatched someone to the bookstore for inquiries. As Jiang Shiyuan emerged from the storeroom, Granny Qin approached her with cheerful delight. Since the return of Manting Chun, Granny Qin had worn a smile that never faded. Not only she, but the entire general's residence radiated a festive atmosphere akin to that of a New Year's celebration. Granny Qin had even discreetly set off 2 firecrackers outside the back door, personally igniting them. Miss, we have received a letter from the palace, Granny Qin announced. The noble consort mentioned that the Pei family submitted a letter yesterday, seeking a date to enter the palace and meet with Lady Jiang, while also discussing the marriage arrangements between the 2 families. Granny Qin was beside herself with joy, exclaiming, "Now, this is the manner of a prominent family, meticulously planned, with no one from the Jiang family present, and the noble consort holding a high position and having favored the young lady since childhood. It was both reasonable and respectful for the Pei family to request an audience in the palace to discuss the marriage." Looking at the calendar, the day after tomorrow is an auspicious day, ideal for betrothal, Granny Qin continued. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, after the day after tomorrow, this marriage will be as good as sealed. As she spoke, she discreetly observed Jiang Shiyuan's expression. Understanding Granny Qin's concerns, Jiang Shiyuan smiled and replied, "This marriage is splendid. I shall defer to my aunt's arrangements. Granny, please accompany me to the palace the day after tomorrow to finalize this union." "Ah, wonderful, wonderful," Granny Qin exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. This was splendid news. Her young lady's good fortune was finally at hand. After confirming the arrangements for the palace visit, Jiang Shiyuan turned and immersed herself once more in the fragrance chamber. Pei Ziye had gifted her a set of storybooks along with an array of delicacies, and she contemplated reciprocating with a few gifts of her own, intending to prepare a special incense blend for him. His bold and unrestrained character suited the rich and intense scent of ambergris perfectly. Unique to the capital, it would serve as a heartfelt token from her. Before long, nightfall descended. In the esteemed residence of the 1 Yuan Marquis, Shen Luchu held a book in his hands. Yet his gaze was fixated on a fragrant pouch resting upon the writing desk, a sudden chuckle escaping his lips. Mou, who attended him in the study, looked up in bewilderment. Shen Luchu cast the book onto the table, a teasing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He found it impossible to concentrate. The mere thought of Jiang Shiyuan announcing her impending marriage elicited laughter from him. Mou, do you think Jiang Shiyuan will regret her decision by tomorrow? Shen Luchu inquired abruptly. Mou, unable to decipher his master's thoughts, was perplexed. Was the young master truly concerned or indifferent? If he were concerned, then why hadn't he shown any reaction to the news of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family planning to wed? If he were indifferent, Mou surmised as he glanced at the book on the table, it appeared to be the same page he had seen that morning. Yet, if he were truly indifferent, why had Shen Luchu been so distracted all day, unable to absorb even a single page of text? However, the lady of the house had decreed that from this moment forth, the young master's studies were paramount. Nothing was to interfere with his preparations for the imperial examination. Anyone who dared to disrupt him would be subjected to severe punishment. Just the other day, the maid serving tea, Xiao Chui, had been dismissed for merely wearing something too vibrant, perceived as an attempt to distract the young master. The lady's expectations for this examination were well known throughout the residence. Mou shuddered at the thought of what might happen if the young master were to fail. While others might remain oblivious, he, as his closest attendant, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The lady would surely vent her frustrations upon him. With a tremor of apprehension, Mou suppressed his questions and replied in tune with Shen Luchu's tone. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. I suspect Jiang Shiyuan is already regretting her words and is likely to spend a sleepless night. It was curious that she would fabricate such a tale about her impending marriage. Indeed, no sooner had he uttered these words than Shen Luchu's expression softened, and he resumed his reading. Mou continued, such a grand deceit. It will be interesting to see how she navigates the aftermath. I surmise that since this tactic will not provoke you, she will likely come rushing to explain herself tomorrow. He added, who doesn't know that Jiang Shiyuan harbors deep affections for you? Her ploy is merely a response to your closeness with Miss Su. As he spoke, Mou prepared ink and subsequently handed the brush to Shen Luchu. Shen Luchu took the brush and, in a single breath, completed an essay in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Chapter 10. I wish to witness Jiang Shiyuan's humiliation. Shen Luchu slept soundly until dawn, awakening refreshed. After breakfast, Zhou Jingshan visited to invite him to the book market. I shan't go. I wish to remain here and observe the spectacle. What spectacle? Shen Luchu recounted Jiang Shiyuan's declaration of marriage as if it were a jest, sharing it with Zhou Jingshan. Zhou Jingshan found himself both amused and bewildered. Did she truly say that? Does she not fear the consequences of such an unprepared lie? Zhou Jingshan, intrigued by how Jiang Shiyuan would navigate this situation, mused on her audacity in making such a proclamation. Since I am bored, I shall remain to witness the amusement. Zhou Jingshan, intrigued, promptly settled himself down. In truth, he harbored a certain disdain for Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan's father was a mere warrior, and her mother a bandit, a lineage devoid of any notable figures. Were it not for the presence of the favored concubine Jiang Guifei in the palace, the Jiang family would scarcely be acknowledged in the capital. The young lady of the general's mansion, Jiang Shiyuan, was fundamentally unremarkable, and the notion of her aspiring to a union with a noble family or a titled gentleman was nothing short of fanciful. Shen Luchu had consistently maintained an indifferent demeanor towards her, which conveyed this very sentiment. From Zhou Jingshan's perspective, Jiang Shiyuan had spent years orbiting Shen Luchu, and aside from her unreciprocated affection, it seemed she was rather overestimating her own worth. Previously, it was of little consequence. Jiang Shiyuan would approach him freely, for Shen Luchu stood to lose nothing. However, with the passage of time and Shen Luchu now reaching the age of 20, it was inevitable that his marriage would soon be arranged following the spring examination. Luchu, it would be prudent to clarify your intentions with Jiang Shiyuan this time, allowing her to relinquish her hopes, Zhou Jingshan suggested. Shen Luchu shook his head. Jiang Shiyuan's stubbornness requires further tempering. While many believe that Jiang Shiyuan was infatuated with him and obedient to his whims, Shen Luchu was acutely aware that her obstinacy meant she would not yield, regardless of his threats or temptations. For instance, when he demanded she bow to Su Li, she steadfastly refused, completely eluding his control. This lack of compliance greatly displeased Shen Luchu. Zhou Jingshan stared at Shen Luchu in astonishment. What do you mean? Do you genuinely intend to marry her? Shen Luchu smiled lightly at Zhou Jingshan. Have you ever seen a man surrounded by only one woman? Zhou Jingshan immediately grasped the implication. Of course, Shen Luchu could never consider marrying Jiang Shiyuan, even if he wished to. His noble mother's disapproval would be insurmountable. The esteemed princess, when he was known to meticulously vet all of Shen Luchu's acquaintances. Should any individual associated with him possess even a hint of scandal, she would intervene, either severing ties or outright instructing them to maintain their distance from Shen Luchu. Jiang Shiyuan had not escaped her admonitions, yet Shen Luchu's father, Lord Shen, held a fondness for her. Lord Shen admired her parents and praised Jiang Shiyuan as a descendant of loyalty and valor, recognizing a resilience within her that was rare. It was precisely because of Lord Shen's esteem that Jiang Shiyuan was able to remain close to Shen Luchu, even frequenting the Marquis's estate. Zhou Jingshan remarked. In truth, marrying Jiang Shiyuan is not an impossibility. If you were to mention it to your father, given Lord Shen's affection for her, he would likely endorse the union. Shen Luchu scoffed. She is not worthy. As Zhou Jingshan and Shen Luchu engaged in their conversation, they scarcely noticed that a pot of tea had been consumed and the sun had ascended high in the sky, yet the anticipated amusement had yet to materialize. Shen Jingmo began to display signs of impatience. Zhou Jingshan could not help but murmur, why has Jiang Shiyuan still not arrived? Reflecting on the matter, aside from their serendipitous encounter at the Shengting Chun, he realized with alarm, it has been 5 days. I have not seen Jiang Shiyuan for a full 5 days. In times past, such a scenario would have been utterly inconceivable. Jiang Shiyuan would often find reasons to linger before Shen Luchu, even when there was nothing pressing. And the longest interval between their encounters was merely 3 days, an instance prompted by Jiang Shiyuan contracting a chill, fearing that the ailment might be passed on to Shen Luchu. Could it be that Jiang Shiyuan truly intends to marry? Surely not. Zhou Jingshan could not suppress his speculation, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he was sharply interrupted by Shen Luchu. Startled, Zhou Jingshan turned to face Shen Luchu, who bore a grave expression, his brow furrowed and clearly seething with rage. What does this expression signify? Is he truly agitated? Zhou Jingshan chuckled softly. Luchu, why the tension? I merely spoke in jest. Shen Luchu, realizing his own indiscretion, scoffed coldly. Tense. How could that be? I merely find Jiang Shiyuan increasingly audacious. Just yesterday, she bullied Su Lihua, and when offered a chance to apologize, she remained obstinately unresponsive, truly lacking in self-awareness. Shen Luchu elaborated. It appears she has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Let us wait a little longer. She may very well be on her way here. Zhou Jingshan concurred, suggesting they allow the couple to navigate their own affairs. Chapter 11. Jiang Shiyuan. Are you truly to be wed? While Shen Luchu and Zhou Jingshan awaited Jiang Shiyuan's visit to offer her contrition, Jiang Shiyuan was busy preparing to visit the Pei family. As her carriage entered the bustling market, she spotted the striking figure of Pei Ziye amidst the crowd. Clad in flamboyant pink attire, with hair elegantly tied up and adorned with a resplendent hairpiece, he held a glowing persimmon in one hand, his other hand resting on his hip, tilting his head as he appeared to gaze at something intriguing. Jiang Shiyuan halted the carriage and called out, Master Pei. Pei Ziye turned at the sound, recognizing the polite and gentle address of Master Pei, and knew it could only be from his little aunt. Ah, here I am, he exclaimed, hastily making his way over, seizing the horse's saddle from the driver to assist Jiang Shiyuan in disembarking. If his uncle did not mind, he would gladly be even more obsequious. As Jiang Shiyuan descended from the carriage, Pei Ziye warmly offered, Would you care for a persimmon? It's delectably sweet. Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, handing her bundle to Pei Ziye. Thank you, Master Pei, for the storybook and pastries you sent. Pei Ziye, captivated by the mention of the storybook, widened his eyes in excitement, his entire demeanor invigorated. Did my uncle truly send a storybook? He laughed heartily. Is it enjoyable? Jiang Shiyuan, slightly flustered, nodded shyly. While the tale was indeed captivating, it was also quite risky. Being questioned so openly felt akin to being abruptly roused from slumber and having one's covers thrown aside. Noticing Jiang Shiyuan's slight discomfort, Pei Ziye became ever more convinced that the gift was indeed the most salacious of volumes. He could hardly contain his amusement at the thought. Good heavens! The most solemn and composed Master Pei had audaciously gifted his fiancée a risk a book. What a reflection of moral decay, or perhaps a distortion of human nature. What expression would his uncle wear if he were to find out? Pei Ziye was filled with curiosity, yet upon reflection, he realized that revealing his thoughts to his uncle would likely result in dire consequences. That simply would not do. He resolved to keep his thoughts to himself, especially since their wedding was imminent. A wild laugh escaped him, causing Jiang Shiyuan to instinctively take a step back. Was this the reason Pei Ziye struggled to find a wife? What had triggered this sudden outburst? Once he finally composed himself and straightened his posture, Jiang Shiyuan ventured to ask, Master Pei, are you acquainted with the Noodle Scholar, the author of this collection of stories? Unable to contain himself, Pei Ziye burst into laughter once more. Did the author disturb the scholar's nest? There are indeed many scholars. I know 3 with handsome faces and 4 with cold expressions. But this Noodle Scholar is a novel name to me. He nodded in understanding, eagerly responding, Miss Jiang, would you like to meet him? I shall inquire on your behalf. Jiang Shiyuan hurriedly replied, it's not urgent. I merely find him intriguing and thought, given your extensive social circle, you might be familiar with him. Pei Ziye basked in the compliment, as few had ever praised him so. His family often criticized him for mingling with a dubious crowd. Leave it to me. Regardless of who this scholar is or what noodles he consumes, I will ensure that both he and his pot are delivered to you, Miss Jiang, he declared, patting his chest with conviction. Jiang Shiyuan couldn't help but laugh, handing him the bundle she carried. Thank you, this is for you. For me? Pei Ziye was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from probing further. After accepting the gift, he purchased 2 fiery persimmons for Jiang Shiyuan and Hongdo before taking his leave. This Master Pei is rather amusing, Hongdo remarked, unable to suppress her laughter. Indeed, quite entertaining, Jiang Shiyuan agreed, turning to return to the carriage when suddenly, a figure dashed in front of her, obstructing her path. Jiang Shiyuan, is it true that you are getting married? Su Lila exclaimed, appearing unexpectedly with a look of astonishment. She had intended to confront Shen Luchu and anticipated that Jiang Shiyuan would soon seek his forgiveness, allowing her to meddle further. Regardless of anyone's happiness, she was determined that Jiang Shiyuan should not find joy. To her surprise, she had encountered Jiang Shiyuan laughing and exchanging gifts with Pei Ziye. Just yesterday, he had escorted her home, and today they were sharing fiery persimmons together. Was Jiang Shiyuan truly about to marry Pei Ziye? Speak, Jiang Shiyuan, are you really getting married? Su Lila pressed again. Hongdo was exasperated by Su Lila's presence. Feeling her arrogance in private and her feigned camaraderie in public was utterly distasteful. My lady is indeed getting married. What business is it of yours? She retorted, flaring with indignation. Su Lila continued to gaze at Jiang Shiyuan in disbelief. You no longer have feelings for Shen Luchu? Jiang Shiyuan replied coolly, I do not. If you like him, he is yours. Who said I wanted him? I earned my victory fairly. Su Lila protested, her neck stiffening in dissatisfaction, as if the mere suggestion of yielding had pierced her very core. Jiang Shiyuan could not comprehend why Su Lila seemed to oppose her at every turn. There was no history of animosity between them. Yet Su Lila delighted in competing with her at every opportunity. When she took up the piano, Su Lila followed suit. When she engaged in incense making, Su Lila replicated her efforts. When she adopted a cat, Su Lila chose to have a dog instead, which she then sent to torment Jiang Shiyuan's feline companion. Did she not find this behavior rather juvenile? Su Lila, congratulations, you have triumphed. Jiang Shiyuan resigned herself to defeat, as she had wished, and without uttering another word, she stepped onto the carriage and departed with a flourish. Although Jiang Shiyuan verbally conceded defeat, her demeanor radiated indifference. Su Lila did not perceive herself as victorious. Rather, she was engulfed by a sense of frustration. The way Jiang Shiyuan carried herself was not one of submission, but rather a dismissal, as if she had carelessly tossed aside something unwanted. What did she think of her? Su Lila pouted, infuriated, as she returned to the carriage and made her way home. Her maid, Ji Chun, inquired in surprise, Miss, are you not going to seek out Lord Shen? Su Lila retorted irritably, if Jiang Shiyuan is not going, why should I? To witness Shen Luchu's haughty demeanor? I might as well return home for a good sleep. Back home, back home. Su Liruo urged. As the carriage turned around, Su Liruo pondered halfway through the journey, still incredulous. How could Jiang Shiyuan simply marry without a word? This silent maneuver had taken her by surprise. It was truly cunning. Su Liruo mused in irritation. Ji Chun suggested, perhaps she is merely putting on a facade, trying to garner Shen's attention. The concubines in our household often employ such tactics. And even some young ladies have adopted this strategy, claiming indifference while secretly harboring deep concern. Mentioning the concubines and half-sisters at home, Su Liruo scoffed. Humph. Jiang Shiyuan is not the type to engage in such trivialities. Su Liruo dared to assert that she knew Jiang Shiyuan better than anyone else in the world. Every action of Jiang Shiyuan's was under her vigilant scrutiny, her eyes never straying. While it was true that Jiang Shiyuan treated Shen Luchu with kindness, was there anyone she did not treat well? Jiang Shiyuan was akin to a benevolent bodhisattva, capable of redeeming even the stray dogs that crossed her path. Su Liruo was certain that if she were willing to lower herself to befriend Jiang Shiyuan, the latter would be exceedingly grateful and cherish her dearly. Yet she had no desire to do so. She was determined to oppose Jiang Shiyuan. She despised her. Jiang Shiyuan's fondness for Shen Luchu was evident. And while Shen Luchu was blind and easily manipulated, she could still provoke Jiang Shiyuan. But now that Jiang Shiyuan had shifted her affections away from Shen Luchu, what was Su Liruo to do? Just the thought left Su Liruo feeling deflated, as if she had lost her life's purpose, even leaving her somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Liruo. Ji Chun, turn back and find someone to inquire about Pei Ziye's preferences. If I can manage Shen Luchu, surely I can handle Pei Ziye as well. Battling against heaven and against Jiang Shiyuan. What a delightful endeavor. Humph. Jiang Shiyuan strolled through the streets, purchasing numerous items. And by the time her carriage returned to the general's residence, the sun was setting. Just as she disembarked, she noticed a figure emerging from behind the stone lion, as if they had been waiting for a considerable time. Upon seeing the carriage come to a halt, the person rushed towards her, holding something in hand. Miss Jiang. Mou presented the item in his hand with an attitude that was infinitely more respectful than before. Miss Jiang, this is the visiting card of my esteemed young master. He has requested your presence at the manor tomorrow. Mou stammered, his face betraying a palpable discomfort. Behind Jiang Shiyuan, Hong Do observed Mou's obsequious demeanor and couldn't help but think, what a spectacle this is. Has Master Shen finally deigned to lower his proud head and regard others? While Hong Do felt a sense of relief, an undercurrent of worry crept in. Would Miss Jiang, upon receiving such an overture from the young master, reconsider her affections and perhaps rekindle her interest in him? Such things often transpired in the tales she had read. And what of Lord Pei? Stealing a glance at her mistress, Hong Do noticed Jiang Shiyuan merely glanced at the card before resolutely turning away, striding towards the gates of the general's residence. It is not a given that I must accept every invitation extended to me, she declared. Hong Do, I decline. I am not available. Chapter 13. Declined? Jiang Shiyuan has turned me down? As night fell, Mou returned to the Wenyuan Marquis's residence, clutching the rejected visiting card, his heart racing with trepidation. Was it delivered? In the dimly lit room, Shen Luchu lay back in his chair, enveloped in a haze of uncertainty, his lethargy mingling with a simmering anger. Never had Shen Luchu endured such a mortifying day. He and Zhou Jingshan had waited nearly an entire day, only for Zhou to awkwardly find an excuse to leave. Feeling the weight of the embarrassment, Shen Luchu felt as if his pride had been ruthlessly stripped away and trampled upon, from the East City Gate to the West. And the one responsible for this was none other than Jiang Shiyuan. He ought to be furious, to be consumed by rage, to sever all ties with Jiang Shiyuan, ensuring she could no longer approach him, nor receive a single word or glance from him. He should let her wander alone in this city, forever isolated and unsupported. Yet inexplicably, a wave of panic surged within him. In an impulsive moment, he retrieved his visiting card and had it sent to the general's residence. He was a man. After all, it was only noble to show a measure of magnanimity and not to quarrel with a woman. To take a step back was nothing of great consequence. Surely, Jiang Shiyuan would be pleased now. He had never humbled himself before a woman in such a manner. Mou stood by the door, his palms slick with perspiration. A declined invitation was not a grave matter, yet the one who had turned down this card was none other than Jiang Shiyuan. For the past 3 years, she had been at the beck and call of the young master. But today, the tables had turned, and it was the young master seeking an audience who had been refused. At the gates of the general's residence, When Miss Jiang instructed her maid to reject the young master's card, Yu was momentarily at a loss. Miss Jiang had changed, transformed into someone entirely different. However, how could he report this to the young master? Should he fabricate a tale? He shook his head. Even if he could deceive him tonight, the truth would inevitably surface tomorrow. Thus, he could only report the matter as it stood. Besides, it was merely his speculation. Perhaps the young master did not hold Jiang Shiyuan in such high regard after all. It is possible that the young master might feel a sense of relief upon realizing that Jiang Shiyuan would no longer entangle herself with him. After all, he had previously expressed more than once that she was quite bothersome. Why was she not responding? What kind of expression did she have upon seeing my invitation? Was she overwhelmed with a flurry of emotions? Before Yu could untangle his thoughts, Shen Luchu pressed him again, his words brimming with anticipation. Yu dared not meet Shen Luchu's gaze and timidly retrieved the rejected invitation from his bosom, murmuring, "Young master," she declined. Shen Luchu was momentarily taken aback. Rendered speechless, Yu, assuming he had not heard clearly, raised his voice and reiterated, "Young master, Miss Jiang has declined your invitation." Before the words had fully settled, Shen Luchu sprang up from his chair in a fit of disbelief. "Impossible. Have you lost your mind, you wretched servant? I merely asked you to deliver an invitation, and you dare to be negligent?" Shen Luchu's fury erupted as he directed a sharp reprimand at Yu. Yu had never witnessed Shen Luchu so enraged. He fell to his knees, trembling in fear, and pleaded, "Young master, you have misjudged me. I did not slack off. I was too afraid to hand the invitation to the servants of the general's residence. I waited at the entrance for half a day, and only when I saw Miss Jiang appear did I deliver the invitation." "Are you saying that you personally placed my invitation in Jiang Shiyuan's hands? Then who rejected it?" Shen Luchu questioned in confusion. Yu, having reached his breaking point, replied, "It was Miss Jiang herself who declined your invitation, saying she was unavailable." Although Yu reported the truth, he did not dare to reproduce Jiang Shiyuan's exact words and could only vaguely state that she was indisposed. Nevertheless, the essence remained unchanged. The invitation had been refused. Shen Luchu stood frozen in place, his expression rigid, as if the blood within him had congealed. The room fell into a suffocating silence, reminiscent of the stillness preceding a storm. Yu's heart raced anxiously, and just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. "What is happening? Who has angered the young master?" In walked Princess Wenhe, Shen Luchu's mother. Elegant and graceful, her face bore a gentle smile, exuding an air of composure. Yet, Yu felt the atmosphere in the room grow oppressive, particularly when the princess cast a cold glance over his head as she entered. "Nothing," Shen Luchu replied listlessly. Princess Wenhe observed her son's knitted brow and chuckled softly. "Nothing at all? I heard your voice from outside the courtyard and thought someone had offended our young master." Shen Luchu reiterated, "There is nothing to concern yourself with." "Mother, you have come at such a late hour. Is there something you need? I must return to my studies." Princess Wenhe did not press further, instead stating, "Have you not visited your royal uncle in quite some time? You shall accompany me to the palace tomorrow." Princess Wenhe, being the cousin of the current emperor, meant that Shen Luchu's royal uncle was none other than the emperor himself. Shen Luchu was reluctant to go. He harbored a disinclination towards visiting the palace. Though his royal uncle was affectionate towards him, each visit invariably required him to display his talents before an audience. In his youth, he engaged in poetic exchanges, and as he matured, his pursuits evolved into equestrian skills and strategic discourses. Despite receiving accolades and applause, Shen Luchu often felt akin to a monkey performing on the streets, ensnared in discomfort. "My son has matters to attend to tomorrow. May we defer our visit to the palace?" Shen Luchu proposed. Princess Wenhe remained noncommittal, turning instead to light a lamp that had been extinguished. In such darkness, "Do you wish to strain the young prince's eyes?" she remarked. As the room brightened, she extinguished the match and carelessly commented, "Yu is negligent in his duties. He ought to be punished with 10 strokes." Yu, the long-serving attendant who had remained by Shen Luchu's side, looked up in terror, seeking help from him. "It is not Yu's fault. My son is unwell and wishes to rest early." "Mother, what time shall we enter the palace tomorrow?" Shen Luchu conceded, almost instinctively yielding to habit. "Did you not hear? The young prince is to enter the palace tomorrow. Quickly prepare his garments." As Princess Wenhe donned the lampshade, her tone remained unflappable, while Yu, feeling the pressure, swiftly rose and hurried to gather the clothes. Princess Wenhe set down the lampshade. restoring the flickering shadows in the room. She turned back, adjusting her son's collar with a gentle smile. You are the son of a princess, the heir of the esteemed Yuan Marquisate. Your status is precious. Do not let a mere servant or even a soldier's dog diminish your worth. When you are pleased, you may choose to reward them, but when displeased, simply dismiss them. There is no need to lose your temper and diminish your own dignity. Do you understand? Shen Luchu felt a twinge of discomfort at her words, yet he refrained from retorting, merely bowing his head in acquiescence. I shall remember, mother. After offering a few more words of caution about resting well and attending to his health, Princess Wenhe departed with her maid. Shen Luchu reclined back in his chair, a deep gloom enveloping him, as if even 10 lamps could not illuminate his spirits. Mou returned after tidying up. Do you think it was Jiang Shiyuan who rejected me? Shen Luchu inquired once more. Mou's heart sank. Was this issue still unresolved? Your Highness, Mou began, but was interrupted by Shen Luchu's sudden light-hearted chuckle. Very well, if Jiang Shiyuan wishes to play, let her indulge to her heart's content. This shall be an opportunity for me to refine her temperament. Let us see who will yield first. Mou hesitated, contemplating whether to share the news. It seemed that Miss Jiang was indeed on the verge of marriage, while waiting at the general's residence today. He had overheard the doorman mention that the Jiang family was preparing for a joyous occasion. Chapter 14. Entering the palace for a meeting of 2 families the following day. With the autumn air crisp and invigorating, Shen Luchu accompanied his mother, Princess Wenhe, to the palace gates. Throughout the journey, he remained silent, his demeanor somewhat listless. The previous night had been one of sleeplessness and agitation. The audacity of Jiang Shiyuan in rejecting his invitation left him incredulous. Shen Luchu lamented his momentary weakness in extending the invitation to her. It had been a splendid opportunity to challenge her character. This time, I must shatter her stubbornness and smooth her edges, compelling her to stay by my side obediently. As I pondered this, a sudden autumn breeze swept through, carrying with it a familiar voice. Shen Luchu paused, as if he had just heard Jiang Shiyuan's voice. Had she also entered the palace today? What was happening? Princess Wenhe noticed Shen Luchu's abrupt halt and inquired with concern. Regaining his composure, Shen Luchu shook his head and replied, It's nothing. Had he lost his senses? How could he hear Jiang Shiyuan's voice within the palace? She must certainly still be at home, moping about how to resolve her predicament. With this thought, Shen Luchu's mood inexplicably brightened, and his steps became more buoyant. The mother and son traversed the palace paths with ease. And just as Shen Luchu and his entourage vanished at the end of the pathway, Jiang Shiyuan and Granny Qin approached leisurely from the opposite end. Listening to the sound of the loose stones beneath her feet, Jiang Shiyuan could not help but chuckle. Has it been so long that this palace path remains unrepaired? In her youth, she often visited the palace, having once served as a companion to the princess. She would boldly assert that there was no corner of the 6 courtyards of this imperial palace she had not explored. This long and winding path was indeed her favorite hiding spot for games of hide and seek. However, that was a distant memory, back when her father and mother led their troops, receiving a stream of victorious news, and everyone in the palace would greet her as Miss Jiang. But after the tragic loss of her parents, that title was never uttered again. It was then that Jiang Shiyuan first encountered the harsh realities of life. Once her parents were gone, the Northwestern Army fell under the command of her mother's brother, Lu Feng, who swiftly claimed victory. Soon, rumors began circulating in the capital, suggesting her father was merely a figurehead, and her mother, being a woman, brought ill fortune. They sneered, claiming that her father had squandered resources against the Xiongnu for a year without success, unlike General Lu, who subdued them in a mere month. Just a month prior, they had wept and sung praises of her father as a loyal hero and commended her mother for her valor. Yet now, a month later, they regarded her with disdain, as if she were something filthy. The transition from revered loyalty to despicable infamy occurred in the blink of an eye, plunging her from lofty heights to the depths of disgrace within just a month. Due to the rigid hierarchy, Jiang Shiyuan was no longer permitted to frolic within the palace, and her opportunities to meet her aunt dwindled to a mere handful each year. Even so, she failed to cherish these rare occasions, for her aunt opposed her association with Shen Luchu and intended to arrange a marriage for her. Lost in her thoughts, she lifted her gaze and found herself before the familiar Zhueisha Palace. Before she could step through the door, she heard a familiar voice emanating from within. Granny Qiu excitedly pulled Jiang Shiyuan into the grand hall, and upon hearing Jiang Shiyuan's voice, The esteemed concubine Jiang glanced up, ready to rise, but suddenly recalled something and sank back into her seat, suppressing her smile. As Jiang Shiyuan entered the grand hall, she spotted the familiar figure seated there and, feeling a pang of anxiety, called out, "Aunt." Concubine Jiang wore a stern expression, turning her head away from Jiang Shiyuan. In a bid to appease her, Jiang Shiyuan hurriedly produced a carefully prepared gift and approached concubine Jiang, saying warmly, "Aunt, I have made your favorite lily incense for you." "I do not require any efforts from Miss Jiang," concubine Jiang replied coldly. Deep down, she still harbored resentment. Why was this child so obstinate? For the sake of a man, she had sulked for 3 long years. How ungrateful. It was a pity that she had invested so much love and care over the years. Seeing this, Aunt Chiu could not help but smile wryly. It was truly a case of a sharp tongue but a tender heart, who had not rejoiced when hearing that Miss Jiang had consented to a marriage proposal, unable to sleep with joy, and who had not shed tears of happiness upon learning that she was to enter the palace. Although the young lady did not enter the palace, she never forgot to send fine incense to the empress every month. Treasures from the agarwood workshop that even the palace consorts cherished, easing the empress's burdens considerably. The bond between this aunt and niece remained tightly woven. Concubine Jiang refused to accept the gift, but Aunt Chiu stepped forward to take it. The incense made by the young lady is the finest, surpassing anything available in the palace. Just yesterday, the empress was still reminiscing about it. Do I have any such thoughts? Aunt, do not slander me, concubine Jiang retorted angrily. Aunt Qin approached, directly pushing Jiang Shiyuan into concubine Jiang's embrace. "Shiyuan, quickly give your aunt a hug. She loves you dearly." Both were stubborn, one refusing to approach, the other equally unwilling to relent. It was indeed a rare sight, this quarrel between the young and the old lasting 3 years. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiyuan, like a little worm, wrapped her arms around concubine Jiang's neck and rolled playfully in her embrace, reminiscent of the mischief of her childhood. "Aunt, let me have a hug." Concubine Jiang remained unresponsive until a voice from outside announced, "The Pei family has arrived at the palace." Finally, concubine Jiang turned her gaze to Jiang Shiyuan. "We will settle this later." Jiang Shiyuan, as if hearing celestial music, eagerly nodded. "I have even brought a stick of my own, so aunt may discipline me as you wish." Concubine Jiang, exasperated, replied, "Do you think I lack the courage? Aunt, I fear that you might begin to cry before you finish punishing me." Jiang Shiyuan replied, tilting her head. "Then I shall cry while I strike." Concubine Jiang declared irritably. "In that case, I shall wipe away your tears as I endure the punishment." Jiang Shiyuan chuckled, seeing Jiang Shiyuan's mischievous smile. The pent-up frustration within concubine Jiang seemed to burst like a bubble, dissipating entirely. How could she truly remain angry at her precious darling, whom she had painstakingly raised? Laughter filled the room, and concubine Jiang struggled to suppress a smile, adopting a stern demeanor. "Stand properly." Jiang Shiyuan obediently stood beside concubine Jiang, though her gaze drifted to the hem of her aunt's robe. If she remembered correctly, this palace attire had been crafted by her aunt 3 years ago during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Shiyuan's eyes dimmed at the thought, but before she could dwell on it, the voice of a palace attendant interrupted, announcing, "The matriarch of the Pei family and the first lady of the Pei family seek an audience." 2 figures were ushered in. The matriarch of the Pei family, dressed in formal ceremonial robes, her hair partly gray, yet her spirit vibrant and eyes bright, and the first lady of the Pei family, attired in similar ceremonial garb, the mother of Pei Ziye and the current head of the Pei family. As the matriarch of the Pei family and her daughter-in-law entered the hall to pay their respects, the illustrious lineage of the Pei family commanded a degree of reverence even from the emperor himself, who would show deference to the venerable matriarch. The esteemed consort Jiang promptly waived the formalities and offered them seats, engaging in pleasantries with the matriarch. The curious Pei lady could not help but glance at the young girl standing beside consort Jiang. Was this indeed her future sister-in-law, whom she had never met before? At first sight, the Pei lady was utterly captivated. The girl was radiant and fresh, akin to a blooming flower. As a woman, she found herself unable to divert her gaze from the enchanting figure. It was no wonder that when her younger brother had announced his engagement days earlier, an elder relative had murmured that the Jiang family's status was unworthy of such a match, only to be silenced by her brother's retort that she was worthy of the heavens and the earth, more than sufficient for an ordinary man. Though her brother appeared affable, his demeanor was merely a reflection of his cultivated nature, Deep down, he was profoundly indifferent. After entering public service, he had distanced himself from the Pei family estate, establishing his own residence. Aside from his regular visits to check on the matriarch, he seldom returned, maintaining a cool distance from his siblings, with only Pei Ziye, who lingered at the Grand Tutor's residence to escape familial reprimand, managing to converse with him occasionally. In the political arena, her brother operated with a commanding presence, yet he remained aloof toward family matters. This was the first instance where she witnessed him displaying any emotion in public. The decision regarding his marriage was beyond the matriarch's authority, let alone that of others. Had it not been for the matriarch's counsel about the disrespect it would show the young lady, her brother would have proceeded with the nuptials at the Grand Tutor's residence without their input. He had little fondness for fanfare. Reflecting on this, the Pei lady cast another glance at Jiang Shiyuan. Noticing her future mother-in-law's unwavering gaze, Jiang Shiyuan raised her eyes in response. Their eyes met, and the Pei lady offered a warm smile to her future sister-in-law. The mother-in-law's gentle demeanor indicated that she would be easy to get along with, adding yet another advantage to marrying into the Pei family. While her mother-in-law smiled kindly, Jiang Shiyuan felt compelled to maintain her composure, bowing respectfully. Her mind swirling with questions. Why was only Pei Ziye's mother present? Where was Pei Ziye? Was the groom not to make an appearance at this formal meeting? Just as Jiang Shiyuan was about to inquire, a faint whiff of dragon's saliva incense wafted through the air. At that moment, a voice announced from outside the hall, "Lord Pei, the Grand Tutor, has arrived." The imposing figure of Pei Ziye strode in, having just concluded court proceedings. Adorned in a purple official robe and a black cap, exuding an aura that compelled one to avert their gaze. Just as Jiang Shiyuan prepared to lower her head, Pei Ziye's eyes met hers, capturing her attention instantly. In that instant, as he walked, the delicate fabric of his robe brushed against the air, and the subtle scent of the dragon's saliva incense intensified, flooding her senses. It surged through her nostrils like a wild stallion galloping through the wilderness, overwhelming her thoughts. What was happening? Why was the scent she had crafted for Pei Ziye now emanating from Pei Ziye? She was certain that her unique blend had no equal in the capital. Was it Pei Ziye who handed the fragrant gift to Pei Ziye, or was it someone else? A possibility, previously unconsidered, suddenly emerged in Jiang Shiyuan's mind. Fragments, once overlooked, converged at an unstoppable pace into a singular realization. Her betrothed was not Pei Ziye, but Pei Ziye. The esteemed Grand Tutor Pei was her fiancé, which explained why he confidently asserted his authority during their first meeting, swiftly finalizing their marriage with just a few words. Jiang Shiyuan scarcely had time to process this revelation, as her face heated up, akin to the boiling point of water. If Pei Ziye was indeed her fiancé, then who was it that she had, in front of him, audaciously requested another man to escort her home after rejecting her fiancé's offer? It was she, Jiang Shiyuan. She had even told Pei Ziye that she would not interfere in his personal affairs. How could she be so utterly embarrassed? With her head bowed, she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Pei Ziye had already made his entrance, and the sight of someone resembling a quail, desperately wanting to bury their head in the ground, was unmistakable. Pei Ziye's gaze shifted away from Jiang Shiyuan's ears, which were as crimson as fresh blood. Upon seeing Pei Ziye enter, concubine Jiang assumed Jiang Shiyuan's flushed face was due to shyness and hurriedly said, "Your Honor, the hibiscus flowers in the imperial garden have bloomed. Go and cut a few branches for your aunt." Jiang Shiyuan felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and quickly complied, exiting the room. As she walked from Zhuexiao Palace to the hibiscus flowers in the imperial garden, she reassured herself that she had not revealed any signs of her blunder and that no one else, apart from herself, was aware of her misidentification. Only then did her mind begin to grapple with the fact that Pei Ziye was to be her future husband. Was it Pei Ziye 3 years ago? At that time, she had resisted the arrangement, infatuated with Shen Luchu, and when her aunt had merely begun to mention a marriage alliance, she had interrupted and outright refused. She had never considered that it was Pei Ziye with whom her family sought a union. How could it possibly be Pei Ziye, a high-ranking minister, the current Grand Tutor, a prodigy, and her former teacher? There was an insurmountable chasm between them. The very thought of Pei Ziye was something she would never dare entertain. Even more astonishing was the fact that Pei Ziye had consented to this marriage. He did not strike her as someone who would acquiesce to such an arrangement. What could have compelled him to accept her hand? Lost in contemplation, Jiang Shiyuan remained oblivious to the presence of another until a voice broke through her reverie. Accompanying the voice was the scent of dragon saliva, an exuberant fragrance that, on Pei Ziye exuded an inexplicable air of frivolity and absurdity. Inhaling this aroma made Jiang Shiyuan feel flustered. Initially reluctant to respond, she looked up only to find Pei Ziye gazing intently at her, leaving her no avenue of escape. "I was pondering how this fragrance seems quite fitting for the Grand Tutor," she said, feigning nonchalance. "Is that so?" A glimmer of mischief flickered in Pei Ziye's profound eyes. As he spoke, Jiang Shiyuan found her answer. Indeed, while she could conceal her thoughts from others, she could not hide them from Pei Ziye. He must have discerned her predicament. A question arises. How could she discreetly eliminate the esteemed Grand Tutor of the court? Through poison? Assassination? An accidental drowning? As Jiang Shiyuan fervently calculated in her mind, the possibility of disposing of Pei Ziye ultimately resolved to zero, leading her to accept her fate. Upon resigning herself to this reality, she felt a sense of relief for not having posed the question earlier. She shuddered at the thought that had she brazenly uttered the name of Pei Ziye in the Grand Hall, it would have been an utter farce. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Shiyuan managed to compose herself. She could not resist glancing at the man beside her. "Grand Tutor Pei, may I pose a question to you?" she inquired respectfully, her demeanor reminiscent of her days at the looming academy a decade prior. Indeed, Pei Ziye nodded. "Grand Tutor, do you perhaps have some compromising information in the hands of my aunt?" Jiang Shiyuan asked earnestly. Pei Ziye's lips tightened into a faint smile. "Is this what leads you to believe your intended match is Pei Ziye?" Jiang Shiyuan's expression faltered, her previously heated cheeks flushing anew with embarrassment. "Eliminate him. Now. At once." Just moments ago, she had been grateful to him, and yet he had directly exposed her thoughts. As her irritation mounted, her peripheral vision caught Pei Ziye frowning slightly, his fingers discreetly massaging his temples. Suddenly, Jiang Shiyuan recalled a trivial incident from the past. A decade prior, while Pei Ziye was teaching at the looming academy, the young women often sought to coincidentally encounter the esteemed scholar, leaving behind a handkerchief or a sachet of fragrance. Each time Pei Ziye saw these tokens, he bore a similar expression. Was he particularly sensitive to fragrances? Yet today, he was enveloped in a potent aroma. Jiang Shiyuan felt a stir within her heart. After a brief silence, she tentatively asked, "Grand Tutor Pei, do you read novels in your leisure?" Pei Ziye's previously furrowed brow relaxed as he shook his head. Jiang Shiyuan smiled. "So, this is why you perceive the Zanhua tale as merely an ordinary story?" Pei Ziye gazed at her in confusion, his brow slightly knitted, awaiting her explanation. It was rare to witness such a look on his face, and Jiang Shiyuan felt a sense of accomplishment. Very well, they were even now. Moreover, the mere thought of the austere Grand Tutor Pei adorned in frivolous attire attending court brought a smile to her lips. Without further clarification, she turned to pluck flowers. Pei Ziye glanced at her, observing her mischievous delight, then tiptoed to reach for a higher branch. The branch trembled as it slipped through her fingers repeatedly. Pei Ziye approached, not directly plucking the branch, but rather pressing it down. The flowers drooped gracefully, resting just within Jiang Shiyuan's reach, allowing her to retrieve them effortlessly. She cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, noting his elegant form and extraordinary presence. The sunlight was radiant, and Jiang Shiyuan felt a sense of disorientation. She was to marry the Grand Tutor Pei. Chapter 16. May I, Shen, wish the esteemed Pei and his lady a harmonious union. Meanwhile, Shen Luchu and Princess Wenhe traversed the imperial garden, and as Shen Luchu gazed at the distant palace, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Before them lay not the imperial study, but rather the Changchun Palace of Concubine Lawn. Princess Wenhui remarked, "His Majesty has just finished court. He must be attending to state affairs. Let us first pay a visit to Concubine Lawn." Shen Luchu furrowed his brow tightly. Princess Wenhui, who had always taken pride in her royal lineage, looked down upon those of humble origins, particularly military generals. Having no prior acquaintance with Concubine Lawn in her youth, it was perplexing that she now sought to pay her respects. Shen Luchu could easily deduce his mother's intentions. With the untimely demise of the late crown prince, the Eastern Palace stood vacant, and among the many princes, the most likely candidates to ascend were the third prince from Concubine Jiang and the fifth prince from Concubine Lawn. A decade prior, following the deaths of the Jiang couple in battle, the Northwestern Army came under the command of Concubine Lan's elder brother, Lu Feng. Under his leadership, the enemy was repelled 1,000 miles, gaining renown as a formidable general, and he has since held sway over the Northwestern territories. The emperor relied heavily on the Lu family, and Concubine Lan's influence in the harem was unparalleled, Thus the fifth prince naturally garnered considerable support. However, Shen Luchu had encountered the fifth prince and found him to be of mediocre talent, prone to indulgence and conflict, ill-suited for great responsibilities. In contrast, the third prince, Xie Jinghuai, had demonstrated remarkable prowess in leading troops at a young age, exhibiting both martial skill and strategic acumen, earning widespread acclaim in both the north and southwest. His only disadvantage perhaps lay in the Jiang family's waning influence and his prolonged absence from the capital, resulting in shallow roots within the city. Both princes possessed their own merits, and with the sagacity of the royal uncle, it was difficult to predict who might ultimately prevail. At such a juncture, it was evidently more prudent to remain neutral than to take sides. Shen Luchu halted his steps and stated plainly, "The emperor detests the formation of factions for personal gain. Mother should not engage too closely with the Lu family." Princess Wenhui laughed lightly. "As a princess, I am of royal blood. We are all kin with concubine Lan. How can this be construed as factionalism?" Shen Luchu's countenance darkened. When would his mother comprehend that the Ningguang mansion had fallen, and her title as princess was merely nominal? It was the Wenyuan Marquis that enabled her to establish her standing in the capital. As the wife of the Wenyuan Marquis, every action she took reflected upon the entire household. His father had once declared that the Shen family would serve as loyal ministers, devoted solely to the emperor. Upon hearing her son's mention of her husband, Princess Wenhui finally relented. "Then let us proceed to the imperial study. I have brought your writings. Your royal uncle will surely commend you." Shen Luchu's expression suddenly turned cold. "Mother, have you once again intruded into my study and rifled through my belongings?" Princess Wenhui dismissed his concern. "Fear not, dear son. I mean you no harm. I have shown your writings to several grand scholars and specifically selected 2 of the finest for His Majesty to review. He will surely praise you." Shen Luchu gasped. "That is not the commendation I seek. Mother, could you refrain from entering my study so casually and sifting through my possessions?" "Certainly," Princess Wenhui readily agreed. Shen Luchu felt a flicker of joy, only to hear her continue. "Then do not associate with Jiang Shiyuan any longer. She is unworthy to cross the threshold of our Shen family or to be the daughter-in-law of a princess. The minister's residence is more fitting for us. I have set my sights on the young lady of the Su family for you. Cultivate a good rapport with her." Shen Luchu was bewildered as to why the Princess Wenhui had once again entangled Jiang Shiyuan into their conversation, when it was evident they were discussing an entirely different matter. All he yearned for was a modicum of freedom. What connection did that have with Jiang Shiyuan? He lifted his gaze to his mother, asking, "Must I always meet conditions and pay a price for my desires? Is it not filial piety if I do not?" Faced with her son's resentful eyes, the princess felt no guilt. She maintained, "Obedience is for your own good, and one day you will thank me." "Mother, I wish to return to my studies. If you delight in the praise of the emperor, then perhaps you should attend to it yourself," Shen Luchu retorted, his expression hardening as he turned away, ignoring the pallor of the princess's face. This was the first time he had resisted his mother with such firmness. He was unsure why. He had always been dutiful. Yielding to the princess had become second nature. Yet today a sense of irritation washed over him, and Jiang Shiyuan's face involuntarily filled his mind. Whenever he felt disheartened, Jiang Shiyuan was always there, devising every means to uplift his spirits. She was patient and attentive, often diverting his attention before he even had the chance to frown. To bring him joy, she would even resort to disguising herself in comical ways. What girl in the world does not cherish beauty? Yet, Jiang Shiyuan was willing to paint her face like a whimsical creature just to elicit a smile from him. Was he being somewhat unreasonable? Earlier that day, he had specifically instructed Moyu to deny Jiang Shiyuan entry should she come seeking him, and to disregard her altogether. At this hour, had she perhaps been turned away from the gates of the Wenyuan Marquis? A sudden unease washed over Shen Luchu, prompting him to quicken his pace. "Tai Fu, have you seen a tabby cat?" he called out as he strode rapidly, passing through the imperial garden, when suddenly a melodious female voice wafted from a nearby flower bed. He abruptly halted. Once could be a figment of his imagination, but now he heard it again. The voice was unmistakably Jiang Shiyuan's. Had she followed him into the palace, knowing he had arrived? Shen Luchu pondered, finding it quite plausible. Previously, when he had sought solace in the countryside, even Zhou Jingshan had failed to locate him. Yet Jiang Shiyuan had braved the heavy snow to find him. She always seemed to keep a watchful eye on him, like a shadow that never strayed. If she had ventured into the palace, he would be willing to grant her an opportunity for apology. Should she acknowledge her misstep and exhibit a proper demeanor? He would contemplate retracting his punishment. With this thought in mind, he made his way towards the flower bed with a lightened heart. As he rounded the flowering wall, a hibiscus tree came into view, and his steps came to an unexpected halt. There stood Pei Ziye, tall and elegant beneath the hibiscus blooms, cradling a bouquet of radiant flowers in his arm. The delicate pink of the hibiscus clashed with his regal purple robe and his aloof, noble demeanor. Sensing Shen Luchu's presence, Pei Taifu glanced up. Shen Luchu had always regarded Pei Ziye as an object of rivalry, secretly vying to surpass him. Yet, every encounter with Pei Ziye compelled Shen to concede that Pei possessed an inherent majesty, an aura that was unattainable through mere imitation. Even the slightest flick of his gaze commanded respect and instilled a sense of reverence in others. It was a demeanor unique to those in power. Shen Luchu was astonished, taken aback by the sight of Pei Ziye, a figure so solemn and austere, holding a bouquet of flowers. How peculiar. Shen clasped his hands in greeting, "Your Excellency." The Grand Tutor. Pei Ziye nodded, as if seeing through Shen's bewilderment, and remarked, "I accompanied my wife to gather a few flowers." Shen's expression shifted to one of shock. "Pei Darren is getting married?" Pei Ziye replied, "Indeed, the wedding is scheduled for the beginning of next month." Shen Luchu observed how Pei Ziye's cold demeanor softened, a hint of uncharacteristic joy evident in his words. It turned out that the lavish purchases at Bai Weifang were not for Pei Ziye, but for Pei Ziye. Shen Luchu's curiosity deepened, mingled with a tinge of disdain. After all, Pei Ziye was just a man. Everyone revered him as if he were a celestial being. Yet here he was, entrapped by the charms of a woman. Shen found himself intrigued, wondering what sort of woman could so utterly captivate Pei Ziye. With his handsome visage, admirers were plentiful in the capital, including noble daughters and ladies of high birth. Over the years, none had ever captured Pei Ziye's attention, leading many to believe he would remain a solitary figure. Yet, suddenly, he proclaimed his impending marriage. Shen Luchu suppressed his intrigue and offered a courteous remark. "I wish you and your wife a lifetime of happiness." Pei Ziye nodded once more, responding succinctly, "Indeed." His demeanor suggested a desire to end the conversation. Shen Luchu, feeling somewhat awkward, bowed and turned to leave. Just as he stepped beyond the floral wall, a graceful figure emerged from the other side. Chapter 17. Grand Tutor Pei apologizes to Jiang Shiyuan. "Who was the gentleman you were speaking with?" Jiang Shiyuan approached, glancing outward, catching a glimpse of a familiar silhouette. Pei Ziye turned slightly, obstructing her view, an inconsequential person. He then shifted his focus to her, asking, "Did you find it?" Earlier, they had stood together for a while before Jiang Shiyuan abruptly expressed a desire to search for a cat. She hesitated, shaking her head. "It's a wild cat. But not the one I'm looking for." Previously, she had rescued a tabby cat from the palace and, having not visited for some time, wished to search for it. The quest for the cat was merely an excuse. She felt uneasy in Pei Ziye's solitary presence and sought a reason to step away for some fresh air. They must have concluded their discussion by now. "Should we not return?" Jiang Shiyuan suggested. "Are you afraid of me?" Pei Ziye inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. "Grand Tutor, could you not be so perceptive?" Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed, awkwardly rubbing her hands. Pei Ziye had already gleaned the answer from her averted gaze. "Why?" he pressed. "Why?" Jiang Shiyuan was momentarily speechless. Did he truly inquire as to the reasons for her discomfort? Did he not know the wrongs he had inflicted upon her? Yet, it was indeed plausible. Pei Ziye, being so elevated and preoccupied with affairs of state, would hardly recall her at all. As Jiang Shiyuan pondered, a surge of indignation welled up within her. Did the esteemed Lord Pei require a reminder from this obstinate and dilapidated being? Pei Ziye opened his mouth as if to recall something, but upon observing her persistent demeanor, he mused, "Remembering? Far more than mere remembrance. I often dream of being publicly chastised by you, enduring 10 long years of slaps, from the age of 8 to 18. Jiang Shiyuan placed her hands on her hips and vehemently protested. Pei Ziye turned his head and chuckled softly. How could he still find amusement in this? Truly, he had a heart of stone, devoid of humanity. Just as Jiang Shiyuan was lost in her thoughts, a voice echoed above her. "Jiang Shiyuan, are you certain that your fear is not rooted in guilt?" Jiang Shiyuan lifted her chin defiantly. "What do I have to feel guilty about? Who was it that burned my study? Who brought a cat into my classroom, responding to every word I uttered?" Pei Ziye gazed at her silently, his expression as impassive as a seasoned politician, leaving even the most hardened souls astonished, let alone a young girl. In an instant, Jiang Shiyuan stood straight, then lowered her head, warmth flooding her cheeks. Could she not marry Pei Ziye instead? She could not help but mutter. After all, it was merely a union, and anyone should suffice. A chill ran down her spine. She sensed a hint of mockery in Pei Zie's previous words, and now, an unexpected coldness enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, refraining from further speech or thought, instinctively taking a step back, observing the distance between them. Pei Ziye tempered his imposing presence and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Jiang Shiyuan of Looming Academy, though young and naive, has indeed made some mistakes. Yet the Jiang Shiyuan of my dreams is innocent. I apologize. I extend my apologies to the dream version of Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback, her face a canvas of astonishment as she gazed at the man before her. Pei Ziye took a step forward, extending a hibiscus flower towards her. Will you accept it? With the lofty Lord Pei himself bowing in apology, to refuse would be most unbecoming, especially since she had indeed been somewhat mischievous. Jiang Shiyuan pressed her lips together. Pei Ziye was right. She was not afraid, merely guilty. She nodded and reached out for the flower, but the other party did not release it. I speak not merely of an apology. Pei Ziye held the flower firmly and asked again, will you accept it? His voice was gentle and slow, like a soft breeze mingling with the warmth of autumn, the fragrance of hibiscus, and the rustling of leaves, all weaving into Jiang Shiyuan's heart. What could she possibly refuse? With unparalleled beauty and power, although somewhat indifferent in nature, it was precisely this that ensured fewer troubles in the inner chambers. Most importantly, with Pei Ziye's presence, her cousin drew one step closer to the throne. If marrying Pei Ziye offered 10 advantages, then the benefits of marrying Pei Ziye were innumerable. In this union, she stood to gain immensely. Yet, what was Lord Pei's true intention? Why her? Countless women aspired to join the Pei family and become Pei Ziye's wife. How could Lord Pei possibly choose her? Jiang Shiyuan voiced her inner doubts. Pei Ziye lowered his gaze to meet hers, and in Jiang Shiyuan's dark eyes, confusion and even wariness were evident. The Pei family sought to advance their position, and the third prince was the ideal candidate. Was it truly so? It appeared to be a standard arrangement for a marriage alliance. For some reason, Jiang Shiyuan felt a sense of relief within her heart. Since it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, her underlying guilt diminished somewhat. Would she accept it now? Pei Ziye extended the flower towards her once more. Jiang Shiyuan pressed her lips together and nodded, yes. The hand that held the flower relaxed, the pale knuckles regaining their natural hue, as Pei Ziye placed the bloom in her embrace. It is beautiful, he complimented. Jiang Shiyuan was uncertain whether he referred to the flower or to her. Yet a subtle sweetness blossomed within her heart, perhaps because this piece of driftwood had yet to receive praise from him in the half-year they had spent together. Holding the flower, they began their walk back. Upon reaching the palace entrance, they overheard Lady Pei's laughter echoing from within. The princess is unaware that our matriarch has fretted over this marriage for countless years, to the point of illness. She once declared that if 10th Master did not marry, he was forbidden from returning home. Fortunately, with Miss Jiang, our 10th Master finally has a place to call home, and mother and son can be reunited. Pei Ziye, in the Pei family, was the 10th son. Aside from the family's strategic design, this was likely another reason for Pei Ziye's acquiescence to the union. No matter how much power he wielded outside, in the presence of the matriarch, he could not escape the dictates of parental authority. The two entered the grand hall side by side once more. From a distance, Lady Pei observed the matching pair, unable to contain her smile. They are truly well matched. She took immense pride in her youngest son, who was not only talented but also possessed a striking appearance that perfectly inherited the virtues of both her and her husband, a true embodiment of grace. Although she was eager, she remained discerning regarding her future daughter-in-law. However, upon seeing the young girl for the first time, Lady Pei's eyes sparkled with delight. She was very satisfied. Lady Pei beckoned to Jiang Shiyuan, who approached and performed a graceful bow. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed matriarch. Jiang Shiyuan's etiquette, learned from the finest instructors in the palace during her childhood, was dignified and pleasing to the eye. The more Lady Pei observed her, the more she found joy. Though the wedding date is rather soon, nothing essential shall be lacking. This is a gift from your future mother-in-law to you, Shiyuan. As she spoke, Lady Pei produced a small brocade box from behind her, opened it with a snap, and presented it before Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the box lay not merely trinkets, but a collection of lustrous oriental pearls. She recalled a year when Lu Feng had achieved a great victory, and the emperor, delighted, had rewarded concubine Lan with a dazzling pearl. Concubine Lan had adorned her hairpin with it, flaunting it daily. And here, before her, was a whole box. Moreover, each pearl was larger than the one gifted to concubine Lan. Jiang Shiyuan, overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity, repeatedly shook her head. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. What is there to decline? They are merely pearls. Take them home and craft them into whatever jewelry you desire, Lady Pei insisted, pressing the brocade box firmly into Jiang Shiyuan's hands. Jiang Shiyuan instinctively glanced at Pei Ziye, who nodded in response. Only then did she express her gratitude and accept the items. The subsequent discussions proceeded with remarkable ease, and even the wedding date was unanimously agreed upon. We had consulted the calendar and found that the 8th day of the coming month was neither too early nor too late. A rare auspicious day, precisely the date originally proposed by Pei Ziye. This marriage had already been delayed for 3 years due to unforeseen circumstances, and naturally, Consort Jiang raised no objections, considering the tight timeline and the absence of a principal figure from the Jiang family. Both families agreed to minimize the ceremonial formalities prior to the wedding, focusing instead on the grand celebration on the 8th. Thus, her union with Pei Ziye was essentially secured, and from that moment onward, she would be his fiancée. Jiang Shiyuan felt a lingering sense of disorientation. Just an hour ago, she regarded Pei Ziye as merely a stern elder from the Pei family, and now, in the span of a heartbeat, she was to be his betrothed. As she exited the palace, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Pei Ziye. The esteemed Grand Tutor Pei maintained an unwavering demeanor, exuding a dignified and austere presence at all times. Jiang Shiyuan's bewilderment deepened. How had she, an ordinary girl, managed to ascend to such heights, becoming engaged to someone so illustrious in the capital? Amidst her swirling thoughts, Pei Ziye, whose gaze had been fixed ahead, unexpectedly turned to glance at her. Their entourage had reached the palace gates, where the matriarch of the Pei family was boarding the carriage, and Pei Ziye stood beside it. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shiyuan approached and returned the exquisite box of pearls. It is far too precious. I cannot accept it, she insisted. Pei Ziye simply inquired, do you like it? How could Jiang Shiyuan claim otherwise? That would be utterly insincere. Moreover, it was a gift carefully chosen by the matriarch as a token of their first meeting. To express dislike would be exceedingly rude. If you like it, keep it, he encouraged, and as he turned to board the carriage, he added, if it's not enough, come find me. Chapter 18. Grand Tutor Pei, the cargo. Once seated in the carriage, Pei Ziye felt the wheels begin to roll forward, causing the curtains to sway gently. He turned his gaze to peer through the gap in the curtains, observing Jiang Shiyuan standing by the roadside, initially stunned, before joyfully producing a pearl and holding it aloft in the sunlight, her beautiful eyes transforming into crescent moons. Pei Ziye chuckled softly. The matriarch had never witnessed her son in such a state, and she rolled her eyes in mock disdain, exclaiming, what a show-off. Meanwhile, Consort Jiang had invited Jiang Shiyuan to spend the night within the palace. Cherishing the splendid brilliance of the pearl, Jiang Shiyuan carefully stowed it away. Her spirits lifted as she returned to Consort Jiang's quarters. She was already contemplating how to utilize this pearl to create something special for the consort when she unexpectedly crossed paths with Princess Wenhe, who was on her way out of the palace. Isn't that Jiang Shiyuan? The princess's attendant, Nurse Lu, remarked, unable to contain her surprise. What is she doing here? Surely she didn't know that the heir was visiting today and followed him in. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Madame Lu wore a look of disdain as she berated Jiang Shiyuan, while Princess Wenhe showed no inclination to intervene, merely pausing to gaze at Jiang Shiyuan, awaiting her customary greeting and obsequiousness. In the past, Jiang Shiyuan would have approached respectfully, honoring the princess with deference. However, she found herself uncertain of her feelings for Shen Luchu. What she did know was her deep gratitude towards him for reaching out during a tumultuous period in her life when she most needed a friend. She would forever remember the first words Shen Luchu had spoken to her, the moment she received her diploma with outstanding marks. Her name inscribed at the top of the honor roll. Standing beneath the commendation board, a graceful young man had approached her and smiled, asking, "Are you the first?" Quite impressive. At that moment, his eyes reflected surprise, delight, and admiration. It was that admiration that invigorated her spirit, leading her to believe Shen Luchu was unlike anyone else. In addition to Shen Luchu, Lord Shen had treated her exceptionally well, his demeanor kind and gentle. He even remembered her birthday and took the time to transcribe all the battle reports from her parents' past for her. Thus, despite sensing the disdain from Princess Wenhe, she continued to honor her as before. But that was in the past. Now, Jiang Shiyuan walked past Princess Wenhe as if she were invisible. Madame Lu's voice was loud, and Jiang Shiyuan had heard every word clearly. If goodwill could not garner respect, it was better to sever ties entirely. Besides, she would never again have any dealings with Shen Luchu or the Shen family. No one could impose upon her anymore. She strode forward without casting even a glance at the pair before her. Princess Wenhe's expression froze, then darkened even further. Madame Lu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Look at her audacity." Princess Wenhe's countenance was notably displeased. Do not pay her any mind. Initially, she had thought that although Jiang Shiyuan came from humble origins, unworthy of being her daughter-in-law, she might allow her to enter as a concubine given her devotion to Luchu. However, it now seemed that the princess had overestimated her. After all, she was a child orphaned of her parents, lacking proper upbringing and unfit for polite society. Princess Wenhe's expression soured, more than Jiang Shiyuan's lack of decorum. She was irked by her son's behavior today. Her son had always been obedient and respectful, yet this was the first time he had so openly disregarded her. Since Jiang Shiyuan had entered his life, she felt a growing distance between them. This could not continue. She resolved not to allow her son to be led astray. As she returned to the 1 yuan marquise, she promptly ordered the gatekeeper to refuse entry to Jiang Shiyuan, regardless of the reason. The gatekeeper's attendants exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on? Just half an hour ago, the young master had instructed us to allow Jiang's carriages to enter without hindrance. So, should they permit entry or not? The night was heavy, and Jiang Shiyuan donned the nightgown personally prepared by the beloved concubine Jiang, snuggling into her embrace. "Aunt, I have arrived," she declared. Concubine Jiang playfully patted her bottom, saying, "You are soon to be married. How can you still be so mischievous? I have arranged a bed for you, yet you choose to squeeze in with this old woman instead? I wish to share some secrets with you." "Aunt," Jiang Shiyuan replied, wrapping her arms around concubine Jiang's waist and feigning innocence. "Aunt, do you possess any leverage against the Pei family?" Jiang Shiyuan released the question that had been bottled up within her all day. Concubine Jiang was taken aback. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Jiang Shiyuan pressed on, "Otherwise, how could Master Pei agree to marry me? I had always believed that it was Pei Ziye who was to wed me." Concubine Jiang was once again stunned, exclaiming, "Is this the reason you've been brooding for 3 years? Did you think I intended to betroth you to Pei Ziye?" Jiang Shiyuan retorted, "Otherwise, how could Pei Che accept the alliance?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed concubine Jiang's gaze as she hesitated before replying vaguely, "That was the emperor's decree. He had no choice but to comply." Jiang Shiyuan gasped, "The emperor's decree? How could the emperor possibly arrange a marriage for us? If it were truly the case, why was there no communication with the general's residence? 3 years ago, how could I defy such an order? Why is it impossible? The Jiang family has served as generals for generations. Your parents sacrificed their lives for Xiaolin Yuan, and their remains are still unaccounted for. How could we not request a marriage decree on your behalf?" Concubine Jiang's emotions surged, her breath quickening. Yet, before she could finish her thought, Jiang Shiyuan embraced her tightly. "It's all right, Aunt. Please don't be upset. Everything you said is correct," Jiang Shiyuan whispered soothingly. "Wanping," she called, using concubine Jiang's given name. The concubine paused, taken aback, for it had been ages since anyone had referred to her as such. Concubine Jiang regained her composure, gazing at the young woman before her, her heart aching. It was clear that she was the one suffering, yet she found herself comforting another. "You honor, what the heavens owe you shall one day be returned. Trust your aunt. Master Pei is worthy." Concubine Jiang spoke with earnestness, laden with implication. Jiang Shiyuan pondered whether the emperor's decree signified that her imperial uncle would indeed welcome the Pei family as allies for her cousin. In other words, the emperor held her cousin in high regard, and the likelihood of him becoming the crown prince was exceedingly high. Might this be the fundamental reason for Master Pei's acceptance of the alliance? Was his desire for further advancement truly so? Chapter 19. Master Pei. Jiang Shiyuan has confessed her affections for you. The following morning, Jiang Shiyuan awoke. After being scorned the day prior, this morning, concubine Jiang was reluctant to part as she prepared to leave the palace. Though she wished to keep Jiang Shiyuan for another day, the urgency of the marriage loomed. Jiang Shiyuan needed to return home to prepare for her wedding. Moreover, marrying Master Pei would inevitably lead to her receiving a title, and there would be ample opportunities for her to enter the palace in the future. Thus, after breakfast, concubine Jiang sent 2 palace maids to escort Jiang Shiyuan out of the palace, bearing gifts that had been prepared in advance. As Jiang Shiyuan stepped out of Zhuexiao Palace, she strolled leisurely toward the palace gates. Just as she was about to exit the imperial garden, a figure darted into her path like a playful puppy. Jiang Shiyuan, why do you not bow to this princess? Princess Xie stood with her hands on her hips, tilting her chin upwards. Having lost her mother at a tender age, she was raised in the palace of concubine Lan, and at 17, she was a year younger than Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan harbored no fondness for Xie. From the moment she entered the palace as a child, Xie had wielded her royal status to demand that Jiang yield to her in every circumstance. Climbing walls and trees, despite the multitude of palace attendants, she insisted that Jiang serve as her footstool below. When concubine Lan caught wind of this, she pushed Jiang forward to take the blame, forcing her aunt to bow in apology to concubine Lan repeatedly. It was Xie who had caused Jiang Shiyuan's ban from the palace, for it was she who had insisted on visiting the Golden Luan Hall to see the newly appointed top scholar, only to be scolded by the emperor after tumbling out from the rear hall, subsequently pushing Jiang out to bear the accusations. She was deemed unruly, lacking decorum, and treating the royal gardens as her own backyard. Though the emperor refrained from further rebuke, the royal dignity had been compromised, leading to concubine Lan's decree of hierarchical distinction that stripped Jiang of her right to enter the palace freely. Ironically, it was Xie who had initially encouraged her to visit the palace more often for companionship. In essence, she was a spoiled, irresponsible little brat. Situated near the palace gates, far removed from Xie's residence, it was implausible that she had merely wandered here after a hearty breakfast. Clearly, she had been nursing ill intentions, waiting deliberately for Jiang Shiyuan. Your Highness, it has been a while since we last met. You shine even more brilliantly, Jiang Shiyuan said, kneeling in reverence, selecting phrases that Xie adored. Of course, Xie raised her chin, adjusting the colorful jeweled hairpin that her father had bestowed upon her for her birthday the previous month. Just as she was about to boast, she realized that Jiang Shiyuan had not even glanced her way. The audacity of this woman. To make matters worse, Jiang Shiyuan kept her head bowed, her inky hair cascading like clouds, obscuring her features, revealing only her delicate neck and the glistening pearl drops adorning her ears, embodying an unspoken grace despite doing nothing. Xie's cheeks puffed in indignation. Having heard of Jiang Shiyuan's return to the palace the previous night, she had been restless, trying on outfit after outfit, jewelry piece after jewelry piece, intent on encountering Jiang Shiyuan the next day, looking resplendent enough to make Jiang feel inferior. Yet, as she paraded past Jiang Shiyuan multiple times in her most exquisite attire, adorned with her most striking hairpin, it was as if Jiang were blind to her presence, forcing her to intercept her instead. Infuriated, why must Jiang Shiyuan be so enchanting? How she longed to tear her face apart. Jiang Shiyuan, with her head lowered, was preparing to listen attentively to Xie's bragging, but after a prolonged silence, she looked up in confusion, only to find Xie glaring at her like a bull. Their eyes locked, both astonished. Xie, the princess, regained her composure, her cheeks deflating, and said, Jiang Shiyuan, the Duchess of Wenhe visited my mother yesterday. Can you guess what she said? Xie intentionally teased, but after a prolonged pause, Jiang Shiyuan offered no response. This Jiang Shiyuan was truly growing increasingly oblivious. With no choice but to continue herself, Xie declared, Jiang Shiyuan, you are out of the running. Wen and Princess Wen spoke, revealing that the Wen Yuan Marquisate had already arranged a marriage with the Minister of Rights family, and that it had been decided the following spring. Shen Luchu would marry Su Lilu. It was almost an open secret that Jiang Shiyuan had affections for Shen Luchu. Upon hearing that he would wed another, her heart undoubtedly felt as if it were being cleaved in two, pierced with profound sorrow. After finishing her statement, Xie gazed at Jiang Shiyuan with a sense of triumph, eagerly anticipating her display of heartbreak. Yet, to her surprise, Jiang Shiyuan remained impassive. Oh, was all she managed to utter. Is that simply a no? Where is your sorrow? Where is your heartbreak? Where is your fury at being humiliated? Why was Jiang Shiyuan so composed? Xie yearned to witness her weeping uncontrollably, in utter disarray. Hey, Jiang Shiyuan, have you lost your mind? I just told you Shen Luchu is marrying someone else. Your chances are gone. Aren't you upset? Xie reiterated. Jiang Shiyuan looked up at her, feeling a twinge of pity. It seemed quite the effort for her to rise so early and prepare just to convey a handful of words. She recalled how Sierra adored sleeping in. Often impossible to rouse in the mornings, and even when she was awakened, she would be met with a torrent of morning irritability, truly a princess's temperament. Jiang Shiyuan shook her head. I am not upset. Rather than sorrow, I am concerned about other matters. Yesterday, Princess Wen specifically visited concubine Lan, and she would not have mentioned Shen Luchu's marriage without reason. Does this imply that the Shen family is seeking to ally with concubine Lan and the fifth prince? Furthermore, if Shen Luchu marries Su Lilu, would the Ministry of Revenue not also pledge allegiance to the fifth prince? With concubine Lan's family holding military power and now having the support of the Wen Yuan Marquisate and the Minister of Revenue, would that not be akin to adding wings to a tiger? Is my cousin, Pei Taifu, enough to contend with such might? Jiang Shiyuan could not help but furrow her brow slightly. Seeing her frown, Sierra finally seized upon a thread of evidence, smiling as she exclaimed, Stop pretending. Who doesn't know you are fond of Shen Luchu? You have clung to him for so many years. And now he is to be wed to another. How could you not be heartbroken? Humph, that was hardly anyone else's fault. Who told her to overestimate her own worth? Shen Shixi's status is unparalleled. How dare you even entertain such thoughts? Truly self-deprecating. Sierra mocked. Jiang Shiyuan found her words grating and interjected. What does the princess wish to hear? Do you desire me to confess my sorrow, to hear me weep? There is none. I genuinely am not upset. Jiang Shiyuan wished to clarify, yet felt no need to explain herself to an outsider. However, fearing that Sierra would persist, she swiftly changed her course of conversation to silence her. I no longer have feelings for Shen Luchu. I have turned my affections to someone else. I do not believe you. Sierra not only disbelieved her, but perceived Jiang Shiyuan's words as a desperate attempt to save face. The more Jiang Shiyuan insisted, the more Sierra felt compelled to expose her. With arms crossed, Sierra pressed further. Then tell me, who is it that you fancy? I see you are merely being stubborn. Jiang Shiyuan wished to disregard her, but Sierra barred her path, taunting, You cannot say it, can you? Admit it, Jiang Shiyuan. You have lost. How pitiful you are, pining for someone who does not return your affections. Jiang Shiyuan found her incessant chattering unbearable. I do not like Shen Luchu anymore. I currently have feelings for Pei Ziye. Is that sufficient? What? Upon the utterance of the name Pei Ziye, Sierra was initially taken aback, her mouth agape. A look of utter disbelief etched across her features. How audacious of you. Jiang Shiyuan, observing her expression, felt a surge of irritation. Is there a problem? The person I, Jiang Shiyuan, admire must surely be the most resplendent man in this world. Pei Taifu, with his elegance and noble demeanor, is the one I cherish. Do you truly believe Pei Taifu pales in comparison to Shen Luchu? Sierra, her mouth wide open in shock, nodded in astonishment, her eyes suddenly gleaming with mischief. Well, naturally, he is comparable. However, Jiang Shiyuan, you are finished. Confused, Jiang Shiyuan watched as Sierra cupped her hands around her mouth, forming a trumpet shape, and shouted loudly in the direction behind her, Pei Taifu. Jiang Shiyuan says she likes you. Chapter 20. Jiang Shiyuan, the Pei Taifu you admire is approaching you. Jiang Shiyuan turned towards the sound, and not far off, on the stone path, she saw a group of officials clad in ceremonial robes. At the center stood the illustrious figure of Pei Ziye, the very man she had just spoken of. It was too late to cover her mouth. All she wished for was to find a hole to hide in. Yet, Sierra, that mischievous rascal, firmly grasped her hand, preventing her escape. In a flurry of panic, Jiang Shiyuan resorted to brute strength, dragging Sierra into the nearby thicket. No one can see us. No one can see us. Jiang Shiyuan crouched among the bushes, burying her head in her knees, fervently praying. Heavens! How can one continue to embarrass oneself in such a manner? I can no longer bear this. Perhaps it was the panic that heightened her senses, for even from a distance, she could still hear the laughter emanating from the crowd. Or perhaps it was simply the sheer number of people present. At that moment, it was the time when the morning court had adjourned. And this was the obligatory path leading out of the Golden Luan Hall. In other words, she had just, before the eyes of the entire court, brazenly flirted with the esteemed Taifu. What decent girl would dare to speak so recklessly? Sierra was right. She was doomed. Jiang Shiyuan, on the verge of tears, buried her head even lower, lacking the courage to even glance up, fervently wishing that Pei Ziye would overlook her and hasten his departure. Meanwhile, Sierra was filled with glee, holding tightly onto Jiang Shiyuan to prevent her from escaping in her mortification, while eagerly watching Pei Zie's direction. Pei Taifu, known for his ascetic nature and disinterest in worldly affairs, was well known throughout the palace. He detested women who sought to entangle themselves without cause, and even a slight approach would invite disdain and dismissal. It was no wonder that, after all these years, there was not a hint of female companionship around him, let alone any talk of marriage. Only Jiang Shiyuan, with her audacity, dared to utter such irreverent words about Pei Taifu. How would he respond to her insolence? Humph. Sierra perked up her ears, her eyes filled with anticipation as she watched the officials erupt in laughter, at which point Pei Ziye said something to them. Though too far to hear, Sierra could see the officials' astonished expressions as they stared wide-eyed, their shock surpassing even that of when she had heard Jiang Shiyuan declare her affection for Pei Taifu. Immediately, the ministers bowed respectfully to the esteemed Minister Pei, and a few words floated through the air. Sierra discerned their congratulations, but she was bewildered. Congratulations? For what? Was Minister Pei to be promoted once more? He was already a minister. Where else could he ascend? As Sierra momentarily lost her thoughts and turned back, she noticed the crowd of officials dispersing, and Minister Pei was approaching their direction. Without hesitation, Sierra leaned close to Jiang Shiyuan's ear and whispered, "He is coming. He is coming. The minister you admire is here to see you." Jiang Shiyuan buried her head, wishing she could silence Sierra's incessant chatter. She regretted saving her from that fall from the tree. Perhaps it would have been better if she had remained mute. As Minister Pei drew nearer, Sierra showed no signs of relenting, excitedly nudging Jiang Shiyuan with her elbow. "Aren't you fond of the minister? He is right here. Why not say it to his face?" Jiang Shiyuan, feeling utterly cowardly, merely wished to escape the presence of this daunting woman. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Shiyuan realized that Minister Pei had approached. Yet she only saw a few palace maids and not the esteemed figure himself. When Minister Pei came to a halt, a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. "Minister, Jiang Shiyuan is here," Sierra announced, pointing toward Jiang Shiyuan, who was crouching nearby. "Minister, did you hear that? This is Miss Jiang, the daughter of the general of the state and niece of the favored consort. She is your former student, Jiang Shiyuan," Sierra elaborated in great detail, hoping to jog Minister Pei's memory. "She has admired your noble character for quite some time." Repeating herself loudly, Sierra finally pushed Jiang Shiyuan to her limits, who sprang up to cover Sierra's mouth. "Sierra, you are overstepping," Jiang Shiyuan scolded. At that moment, her anger was far beyond mere reprimand. She felt a murderous intent brewing within her. Clenching her teeth, she threatened, "The officials have not yet departed. Do you believe I won't reveal your childhood mishaps to the world, shattering your reputation?" That woman was utterly ruthless. The 9th princess was exasperated. Yet she found solace in the presence of Minister Pei, who would surely protect her from all the ill-intentioned women in the realm. Sierra fell silent, gazing expectantly at Minister Pei. "Minister, chastise her, just as you would a prince or princess in the study." Minister Pei observed the two before him, their hairpins askew and expressions in disarray. One looked at him with eager anticipation, while the other appeared as if she had seen a ghost. Her previously pale face now flushed crimson, as if she might bolt at any moment. "Are we departing the palace to return home?" Minister Pei inquired gently, as though nothing had transpired. Sierra was utterly disheartened. Why was he so amiable? Not even a cold glance. Was he still the aloof minister who furrowed his brow at the slightest touch? Her disappointment was profound, yet the next scene left her utterly astonished. Because Pei Ziye not only refrained from reprimanding Jiang Shiyuan, but also took the initiative to invite her, saying, "I will escort you." Sierra looked incredulously at Master Pei, who appeared composed and amiable, showing no trace of displeasure, let alone disdain. Turning her gaze back to Jiang Shiyuan, she noted the latter's face was flushed, as if it might ignite. Jiang Shiyuan merely nodded and uttered a soft "What is going on?" Not only did Master Pei propose to escort Jiang Shiyuan out of the palace, but she also accepted? When did Jiang Shiyuan become so audacious? Sierra stood there, dumbfounded, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Jiang Shiyuan had initially intended to decline. Her face was not only burning, but her blood seemed to boil, and she dared not even glance at Pei Ziye, let alone walk alongside him. However, just as the words of refusal were about to escape her lips, a fragment of memory she had desperately tried to bury surged forth from the depths of her mind. The last time, Pei Ziye had also offered to escort her, and did she dare to refuse? No, she did not. She was dreadfully timid. Come here. Pei Ziye extended a hand towards Jiang Shiyuan, palm facing upward. Meanwhile, the ministers who had just been in Pei Ziye's company had reached the palace gates. As if awakening from a stupor, an elderly official, belatedly realizing, inquired if he had truly heard correctly. What had Master Pei just said? A consort? Another individual nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains, saying, Indeed. Master Pei spoke of a consort. One person, with a hand raised, chest out, and lips curved in a slight smile, mimicked Pei Ziye's tone and demeanor, repeating, My consort is being foolish. I hope you all forgive her. As he imitated, he remarked in astonishment, I have worked alongside the master for many years and have never witnessed him display such emotion. The others chimed in agreement, declaring that they too had never seen it. And even during the master's illustrious academic achievements, he had never shown such visible joy. Who would have thought that a marriage could bring him down to earth? Truly remarkable. Chapter 21. Good friends, yet clumsy allies. Jiang Shiyuan gazed at the hand before her, broad and long-fingered, and her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Thank you. She did not dare place her hand directly in his palm, but instead rested it upon his wrist, through the fabric of his official robe. With Pei Ziye's assistance, she navigated out of the thicket, only to retract her hands swiftly as if burned. Observing her retreat, Pei Ziye's expression turned contemplative. Shall we return to Zhuexiao Palace for you to freshen up? Jiang Shiyuan, taken aback, shook her head and turned away, adjusting her attire. No need. Just a quick tidy will suffice. Two palace maids approached to assist, while Pei Ziye patiently waited at the side. Xie Ruo, hidden among the bushes, rubbed her eyes vigorously. What was happening? Why was Master Pei so gentle with Jiang Shiyuan? Why? She could not help but murmur to herself. Does the princess not know? Yesterday, the matriarch of the Pei family and Madame Pei visited the palace to propose a match for the two. The Empress Dowager was delighted and even rewarded the servants of Zhuexiao Palace with 3 months' wages. A palace maid remarked enviously, I wonder if the 9th princess's engagement will earn us rewards as well. It is unlikely, as she is not the biological child of concubine Lan. What did you say? Xie Ruo exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Shiyuan is engaged to Master Pei? Did she mishear? Xie Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief. By heavens, Jiang Shiyuan was indeed speaking the truth. She no longer harbored feelings for Shen Luchu. Her affections were directed towards Master Pei. Wasn't that self-evident? Who would prefer a mere marquis heir when one could marry Master Pei? Thinking of this, Xie Ruo felt a surge of indignation. The couple was already betrothed. So what did her earlier shouting and fussing amount to? Meanwhile, Jiang Shiyuan quickly arranged her hair and makeup, turning to walk towards Pei Ziye. I am ready. Though her attire was in order, the blush on her cheeks remained, reminiscent of a ripe peach in the summer sun. Pei Ziye nodded and gently said, Then let us go? Just as Jiang Shiyuan was about to step forward, she suddenly turned to glance back at Xie Ruo, who stood by the bushes, head bowed, tugging at the leaves with a look of vexation. Jiang Shiyuan recalled something and turned to Pei Ziye. Master, those East pearls were gifted to me. May I dispose of them as I wish? Pei Ziye, somewhat puzzled, nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiyuan took the ornate box containing the East pearls from the maid and rushed over to Xie Ruo. Xie Ruo, over the years, I have made few friends outside the palace, so you remain my dearest companion. We promised to share good things as children. Here, I have recently acquired a box of East pearls. I shall give you half. Crouching down, Jiang Shiyuan produced a handkerchief and counted out 18 gleaming pearls from the box, wrapping them up before handing them to Xie Ruo. It was just like the times of their childhood, sharing pastries, candies, and glass beads. 36 pearls in total. 18 for you, neither less nor more. Xie Ruo gazed at her in astonishment, then at the radiant pearls, and suddenly, with a quiver of her lips, she burst into tears. Jiang Shiyuan, how can you be so inept? Unable to find even a single friend. Xie Ruo reached into her sleeve and produced a multicolored hairpin, identical to the one adorning Jiang Shiyuan's hair. She would not confess that she had deliberately come to wait for her, nor would she admit her irritation for not being visited after hearing of Zhang's entry into the palace. Her earlier words had been intentionally provoking. Seeing the hairpin in Xie Ruo's hand made Jiang Shiyuan's heart ache, and she stepped forward to embrace her. You are no different. Being a princess yet allowing several county princesses to look down upon you. Coward. Although Xie Ruo was a spoiled and somewhat irresponsible girl, her charm and generosity were undeniable. She always thought of sharing her treasures before indulging herself. Taking the blame was merely a reflection of her upbringing, having grown up without protection. Even the maids daring to trip her up. Xiaoruo did not intend any harm. She simply did not foresee that such a trivial matter would prevent Jiang Shiyuan from entering the palace again. They had often made similar small mistakes in the past. Humph. I can't be bothered to hold a grudge against them. If they truly provoke me, my princess's wrath is not to be taken lightly. Xiaoruo sniffled, then raised her hand to insert the hairpin into Jiang Shiyuan's hairstyle, transforming the originally gentle and elegant woman into an even more dazzling vision, more striking than before. Xiaoruo's eyes still glimmered with unshed tears when, all of a sudden, her expression twisted into one of fury. Damn it! How on earth do you manage to look so splendid no matter what you wear? Such was Xiaoruo, her tongue often betraying her thoughts. Pei Fu remained nearby, waiting patiently, while Jiang Shiyuan handed the East Pearl wrapped in her handkerchief to Xiaoruo. Take care. I must be on my way. Xiaoruo, ungracious as ever, accepted the East Pearl, suppressing her nasal tone, and lifted her chin towards Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan, I take back what I said earlier. It's not that you are unworthy of Shen Luchu. Rather, it is he who is utterly unworthy of you. Recalling the disdainful look in the eyes of Princess when she mentioned Jiang Shiyuan the previous day, Xiaoruo felt a surge of indignation. Jiang Shiyuan's parents had died heroically in battle for their country, their noble spirits now reduced in the eyes of some to mere barbarism and worthlessness. What kind of good could possibly come from such an ignorant and shallow mother? The more Xiaoruo pondered, the more enraged she became. How could her best friend possess such poor judgment? It was utterly embarrassing. Jiang Shiyuan, how could you fall for such a man? I've heard you would risk your life for him. In the dead of winter, you ventured through heavy snow just to exchange a few words with him, nearly freezing to death in the mountains. As Jiang Shiyuan felt her mind, which had just settled, explode once more. She attempted to silence the indiscreet Xiaoruo while discreetly assessing Pei Fu, a few paces away. Even if their union was merely one of convenience and devoid of affection, no man would wish to hear his fiancée professing her undying love for another. Yet Xiaoruo, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, brushed aside Jiang Shiyuan's hand and continued her tirade. Why are you covering my mouth? Am I speaking falsehoods? This is not the first instance. You have done everything imaginable for Shen Luchu. What you should and shouldn't do. You've done it all. Admit it, Jiang Shiyuan. The thought of Princess when he using Jiang Shiyuan as a punchline, a stepping stone to highlight Shen Luchu's excellence, made Xiaoruo's teeth grind in anger. Enough. Jiang Shiyuan, on the verge of tears, regretted her choices. Was it too late to sever their friendship? Give me back the East Pearl. Jiang Shiyuan was exasperated. Xiaoruo clutched the East Pearl protectively when her peripheral vision caught a solemn figure not far off. Why should I return it to you? The voice faltered, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Despite the sunny day, cold sweat trickled down Xiaoruo's forehead. She glanced again. The familiar figure of Pei Fu had transformed back into the austere man she recognized, his expression icy and forbidding, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Feeling a wave of trepidation, she cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Shiyuan, forcing a smile. Dear sister, you and Lord Fu are truly a match made in heaven. I wish you both eternal happiness and a blessed family. With that, Xiaoruo tucked the East Pearl securely and dashed away. Though Xiaoruo had fled, the chaos she left behind remained. Jiang Shiyuan turned to face Pei Fu, who remained impassive. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before he turned away. Come, I shall escort you out of the palace. Chapter 22. Surely, Master Pei must disdain me. Jiang Shiyuan trailed silently 2 steps behind Pei Che, avoiding the sight of the man ahead, her gaze fixed on his shadow cast upon the blue stone pavement as they made their way to the palace gates. Their figures, moving in tandem, resembled a scene from a decade past at Looming Academy, where Pei Che had once taken her to face punishment for her misdeeds. Pei Che, a man of quietude and strict decorum, found himself perpetually vexed by her rebellious spirit, for she could not fathom why he would confiscate her cat or presume to teach her, despite being merely 16, the same age as her cousin. Thus, during Pei Che's 6-month tenure at Looming Academy, she had been engaged in a continuous battle of wills with him. In his eyes, she was a troublesome and unruly child, undoubtedly loathsome. How else could one explain why her token of gratitude from a decade ago had ended up in another's possession? As memories flooded her mind, Jiang Shiyuan felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. It was undeniable that she had pursued Shen Luchu, yet now she felt compelled to extend an apology to Master Pei. Master, the ninth princess and I were merely frolicking. Should I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. Pei Ziye slowed his pace as she caught up. Yet he took a step away from her, maintaining an unbridgeable distance between them. With a barely perceptible sigh, he softly replied, "Yes, I know, that is a falsehood. You have someone you favor." A falsehood? After being labeled as mischievous, it seemed she had now earned a reputation for fabricating tales in Pei Ziye's eyes. Jiang Shiyuan lowered her head, pressing her lips together in silence, the ache in her chest becoming increasingly palpable. They soon arrived at the palace gates, and a small sigh of relief escaped her. Regardless of the discomfort of the day, it would soon come to an end. "Master, I shall return to the residence now. Thank you for your escort," Jiang Shiyuan said with politeness and respect. Pei Ziye looked around, inquiring, "Has the carriage arrived?" Jiang Shiyuan glanced about, but saw no sign of Hongdo. The time for their departure had been communicated to the matron yesterday. The carriage should have been waiting at the gate. It should be arriving soon. "Master, your duties are pressing. Please proceed with your work. I can wait here," Jiang Shiyuan suggested. No sooner had she spoken than Hongdo appeared, breathless, exclaiming, "Miss, the carriage has broken down on the way." Jiang Shiyuan fell silent, dismayed by the stroke of misfortune. Where exactly did it break down? Is it far? What part is faulty? Isn't Uncle Li able to fix the carriage? She bombarded Hongdo with questions. Under normal circumstances, a broken carriage would not have been a significant issue. They could wait or simply walk a few steps to hail another. However, today, she desperately wished to avoid further interaction with Master Pei. Hongdo, sweating from the intensity of the questions, hesitated before replying. The carriage isn't broken. The horse ran away." "The horse ran away?" Jiang Shiyuan regarded Hongdo with skepticism. With Hongdo present, how could the horse have fled? Hongdo nodded vigorously, "Miss. You know how mischievous Chilean can be." Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as a sleek chestnut steed sauntered into view before the palace gates, trailed by an elderly man with short legs. The horse ambled along as if intentionally teasing those around it, leisurely walking while frequently glancing back. As it noticed the person behind drawing nearer, it would gallop forward, only to come to a slow halt once they had fallen behind, casually inspecting its surroundings. When the spirited steed passed the palace gate, it even turned its head to let out a loud snort at Jiang Shiyuan. Watching the mischievous horse that seemed to delight in wandering about, Jiang Shiyuan felt at a loss for words. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. Would Pei Ziye think that everyone in the general's residence was quite mad? "My lady, look at its arrogance. I shall go and discipline it right away," Hongdo exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves in indignation. As she prepared to confront the horse, she turned to Pei Ziye and asked, "Sir Pei, might I trouble you to escort my lady back to the residence?" "Unnecessary," came Pei Ziye's curt reply, almost simultaneously with Jiang Shiyuan's affirmative. As she uttered her refusal, she caught a glimpse of Pei Ziye's somber gaze upon her, which left her feeling uncertain. Was it merely her imagination, or was there a hint of displeasure in his expression? Was it due to her dismissal, or her behavior today? "I shall escort you," Pei Ziye insisted, leaving no room for argument. The coachman from the Grand Tutor's residence was swift to respond. As the carriage promptly arrived and came to a steady stop before Jiang Shiyuan, with no other choice, she climbed aboard Pei Ziye's carriage. Seeing her mistress settle into the carriage of her betrothed, Hongdo's expression brightened as she retracted her gaze. "My lady, why do you still feel shy? What is there to be embarrassed about? Sir Pei is your fiancé. Soon you shall share a bed. Riding together in the same carriage is hardly an issue." In the Zhou dynasty, customs were quite liberal. It was common for women to choose their suitors, and remarriage was not unusual. Even the esteemed founding empress of our Zhou established girls' schools and women's military units, having been remarried herself. Should anyone dare to gossip, she would not hesitate to knock their teeth out. As she watched Pei Ziye's carriage depart, Hongdo did not rush to pursue it. Instead, she placed her finger to her lips and let out a sharp whistle. The sound resonated, followed by the rhythmic clatter of hooves, as a chestnut stallion obediently galloped towards her. "Good horse, well done," Hongdo praised, stroking the steed's head. "Once my lady becomes the Grand Tutor's wife, you shall be rewarded with 10 splendid little mares." Pei Ziye's carriage was spacious. Once Jiang Shiyuan settled inside, she obediently leaned against the door. As the carriage moved slowly, Pei Ziye observed the distance between them, then turned and produced a box of osmanthus cake from seemingly nowhere. offering it to her. Would you like some? Jiang Shiyuan glanced up, recognizing it as the osmanthus cake from Shengtingchun. Instantly, memories flooded her mind of that day when Pei Ziye entered, backlit by the sun, just as she was savoring a piece of the sweet delicacy. She recalled that the route from the Grand Tutor's residence to the palace gate did not pass by Shengtingchun. Had Pei Ziye gone there specifically for her? No, Jiang Shiyuan, what are you imagining? It is merely an alliance. You are being overly sentimental. Pei Ziye had no way of knowing he would encounter her today. With the early morning court session, this snack was likely something he had set aside for himself to stave off hunger. Pei Ziye held the delicacies aloft, while Jiang Shiyuan shifted her position slightly, reaching out to take a piece before resuming her seat at the door. Thank you, she said, bearing an air of wanting to keep her distance from him. Pei Ziye, holding the box of treats, furrowed his brow slightly, his thin lips pressed into a sharp line. Shall I open a window? Jiang Shiyuan, observing his knitted brow, felt a tinge of embarrassment. I did not anticipate encountering Lord Pei today. I may have overindulged in fragrance. Last night, her aunt had bestowed upon her a variety of fresh spices from the palace, and her curiosity had led her to try them all. I apologize for the discomfort it may have caused you. Chapter 23. Is it too late to regret the engagement? Pei Ziye glanced once more at the distance between them, his furrowed brow relaxing to its usual state. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating his eyes and casting a gentle glow upon her fair and lovely face. Since they had boarded the carriage, the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Jiang Shiyuan pressed her lips together, her gaze lowered, thick lashes casting a delicate shadow upon her face, as if deep in thought. Pei Ziye asked bluntly, "Are you willing to forsake your passion for perfumery for me?" The question caught her off guard, yet Jiang Shiyuan was not surprised. She had contemplated this very matter the previous day. Knowing Pei Ziye's aversion to fragrances, she had pondered whether to abandon her hobby to stabilize their union. After all, no matter how skilled she became, it would merely remain a pastime. To run a perfumery, one must inevitably engage with various scents daily, and the lingering aromas on her person would be unavoidable. Moreover, the meager earnings from the perfumery paled in comparison to the well-being of the esteemed Grand Tutor. Shen Luchu was aware of her talent for blending scents. Upon her casual mention of her desire to open a shop, he had laughed derisively. He stated that a true lady of a distinguished family would never demean herself for such trivial profits, sullied by the scent of copper. Furthermore, most men prefer their women to remain unobtrusive. Jiang Shiyuan understood that winning Pei Ziye's favor and securing the marriage was her foremost duty. Yet, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. She raised her gaze, earnestly studying the man before her. Did not Master Pei say that one must possess a skill to sustain oneself in times of hardship and cultivate one's character in times of prosperity? My uncle also mentioned that passion knows no class. Finding joy in one's pursuits is a rare and precious gift. Perfumery is not only my craft, but also a sanctuary for my spirit. Shaking her head, Jiang Shiyuan candidly replied, Lord Pei, I do not wish to relinquish it. After she spoke, she braced herself for his rebuttal, perhaps disdain or even contempt, yet instead, she was met with laughter. You seem to remember my words quite well, Pei Ziye remarked. The titles she used for him, Master Pei, Uncle Pei, Lord Pei, were a colorful array. Jiang Shiyuan lifted her gaze once more. Witnessing the corners of his lips curl upwards, his face radiating unmasked joy that reached his very eyes. The ice had melted away, revealing a dazzling brilliance. Jiang Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time she had seen Pei Ziye so openly express his delight. Is it merely because she remembers a few of his words? In truth, there are many. She recalls everything he has ever said to her. Although she may lack courage, she holds deep respect for her mentors, and the teachings of Master Pei are forever etched in her heart. The guidance of the esteemed Pei Taifu is revered as a guiding principle. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Shiyuan began to relax, engaging in playful banter and offering a compliment. Then do not give up. If I cannot perceive the fragrance, that is my own issue. I will overcome it without requiring you to change. Be yourself. Without altering for anyone, Pei Ziye advised. His voice, akin to fragments of precious jade, resonated through Jiang Shiyuan's ears. She had never anticipated that the dilemma plaguing her the previous night would be effortlessly resolved by Pei Ziye's light-hearted remark. Astonished, she gazed at the corners of his smiling lips and the slight upturn of his eyes, embodying the phrase. With a subtle lift at the corners of the eyes and a gentle curve of the lips, there exists a hint of charm amidst the indifference. Not entirely false, Jiang Shiyuan remarked suddenly. Pei Ziye, puzzled, lifted his deep-set eyes to meet hers. Clear winds and bright moons, elegant and noble. Pei Taifu is indeed the most resplendent man in the world. This is the truth. Jiang Shiyuan spoke earnestly, nodding emphatically at the end, as if to affirm something. Her demeanor remarkably docile. Pei Ziye chuckled softly, his eyebrows arching playfully. As he gestured to a nearby seat. Might the most exceptional gentleman in the world invite the lady who cherishes truth to sit closer? It seems Master Pei can also jest. Jiang Shiyuan's eyes widened in surprise, her heartstrings plucked by a sudden thrill. Instead of moving closer, in a moment of boldness, she invited, Pei Taifu, are you free tomorrow? A new restaurant in the southern part of the city serves exquisite Sichuan cuisine. Pei Ziye regarded her with an inscrutable expression, a flicker of emotion passing through his profound gaze. Do you enjoy Sichuan dishes? The cuisine is of little consequence, Jiang Shiyuan replied, tilting her head slightly as she regarded him. Did you not say, Pei Duren, that I must overcome my challenges? How can I do so without contact? She countered, her initial shyness dissipating, her gaze ardent, reminiscent of a decade past. Mischievousness intertwined with a unique innocence. Pei Ziye momentarily lost his focus, observing his silence. Jiang Shiyuan's exhilaration waned, replaced by a tinge of anxiety and regret. Had she been too forward? How many young women would so boldly invite someone for a private meeting after so few encounters? As she withdrew her gaze, preparing to excuse herself, a voice interrupted her. Pei Ziye spoke, thank you. Jiang Shiyuan hesitated him. Pei Ziye raised an eyebrow. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for granting me the opportunity to confront my challenges and test myself. Just like that, the weight of her earlier thoughts was effortlessly lifted, and she found her lips curving into a smile, though she could not recall when it had occurred. Today's Pei Taifu seemed somewhat different, a departure from the Pei Taifu of her past, whether in the academy or in her dreams. As their conversation unfolded, the carriage arrived at the general's residence. Having arranged to meet the following day, Jiang Shiyuan rose to take her leave, watching as Pei Ziye's carriage turned to depart. As Pei Ziye's carriage departed, the lively Hong Do cheerfully approached from the opposite end of the alley, driving none other than the recently walked Red Serpent. Before Jiang Shiyuan could inquire, Hong Do leaped from the carriage and, in a rather hasty manner, took the initiative to confess. It was the matron's orders. She instructed me to be vigilant and, despite any constraints, create opportunities for the young lady to spend time with Lord Pei. The matron believes that once feelings develop between the young lady and Lord Pei, their bond will endure, and we shall soon be cradling a little miss of our own. With a grin, Hong Do added, I, too, wish to hold the little miss soon. Jiang Shiyuan replied, do refrain from such antics in the future. Lord Taifu does not appreciate them. Hong Do, perplexed, countered, how does the young lady know that Lord Pei disapproves? She seems to perceive Lord Taifu as rather agreeable. When the young lady wished to decline, Lord Pei's countenance darkened. Regardless, it is inappropriate. Pei Ziye, as the esteemed Taifu, carries a dignified bearing. Since I am to wed him, I must not act recklessly and tarnish his reputation, Jiang Shiyuan stated earnestly. She then recalled another matter. By the way, have you managed to inquire about the family rules of the Pei household? We have only a month, and there are fundamental matters I ought to familiarize myself with, such as the family dynamics and prohibitions. Yes, I have gathered some information, Hong Do replied, pulling out a scroll from her bosom and, with a swift motion, unfurling it. The scroll slipped from her hands and rolled several meters away. Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed, is it still possible to call off the engagement at this point? Chapter 24. The family rules of the Pei clan under the luminous full moon. The entire capital was enveloped in a rich tapestry of night, serene yet profound, with the distant sound of the watchman's bell echoing closer and then fading away. In the stillness of the third watch, Shen Luchu tossed and turned in bed, finding sleep elusive. Not only was he restless, but he also felt as if his head were being pierced by needles, his heart agitated and troubled. Suddenly, he sat up in frustration and called out, come here. Mou, who had just closed his eyes outside, immediately awakened at the sound and entered the room, asking, what is your command, young master? Shen Luchu, seated at the edge of the bed, wore a stern expression and commanded sharply, bring me everyone from the doorroom. Mou hesitated now? At this late hour? Shen Luchu's eyes were bloodshot, his face betraying evident irritation. Yes, now? Bring that bunch of useless servants here. They are all sycophants. Why have none of them entered yet? His breath became labored, his chest heaving violently as he raged. I want to question those dogs about their incompetence. Mou was taken aback. Are you serious, young master? A man as astute as you cannot possibly be unaware that it is not the doorroom refusing entry, but rather that Jiang Shiyuan has not even arrived. This was not a game of cat and mouse, nor a ploy of manipulation. It appeared that Jiang Shiyuan was entirely resolute this time. Mou observed Shen Luchu's weary and gloomy demeanor, contemplating whether the young master's agitation stemmed from his awareness of Jiang Shiyuan's lack of any inclination to plead for mercy. Mou dared not dwell on this thought, feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Would the young master once again find himself unable to sleep this night? Ever since returning from the palace, he had spent the entire night tossing and turning without rest. This evening, the heir's insomnia, long alleviated under Jiang Shiyuan's care, seemed to resurface. Shen Luchu, suddenly recalling something, inquired coldly, "What about the sachet?" Mou immediately understood and hurriedly searched, retrieving the sachet that Jiang Shiyuan had gifted from a nearby desk and presenting it to Shen Luchu. A waft of delicate fragrance filled the air, and Shen Luchu's expression softened, the tension in his mind gradually easing. Mou discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feigning indifference as he remarked, "Surely the heir is unaware, but everything Miss Jiang has given you, the bookmarks in the study, the ink and paper, the book box, the incense burner and ornaments in your bedroom, and even the sachet you carry, all have been infused with her carefully crafted fragrance, specifically designed to soothe and calm." "I know. Her skills are rather limited," Shen Luchu retorted dismissively, though his mood had noticeably lightened. Mou, sensing the tactic was effective, continued, "It is much more than mere skill. Miss Jiang has poured all her efforts into you. This art of perfumery, I suspect, she has learned expressly for your sake." Shen Luchu recalled how Jiang Shiyuan often shared her concoctions with him and even inquired about his preferences. 3 years prior, she had even whimsically entertained the idea of opening a perfumery in the capital. Such trifles, meant to pass the time, could hardly win a man's heart, let alone establish her standing in the bustling capital, a dream as fanciful as it was unrealistic. What noble matron would consort with the sordidness of commerce daily? Such aspirations would surely invite ridicule. In contrast to these frivolous pursuits, what mattered more was her attitude. Shen Luchu's emotions had stabilized, and his patience was wearing thin. If she failed to come and apologize tomorrow, she would never have the chance to return to his side again. Should she choose to humble herself and seek forgiveness, he would be willing to grant her another opportunity. He would even allow her to pursue her perfumery dream. "Rest assured, my lord, she will come tomorrow," Mou said, reassuringly, as if calming a child, fully aware of the underlying truth, yet feigning agreement. He silently hoped that Jiang Shiyuan's marriage would be delayed, ideally set for 3 months hence, as long as the heir completed his examinations. Then, the burdens of the world would no longer concern him. If Mou were to inquire further into the Jiang family, he might discover that the impending storm loomed closer than imagined, perhaps even within a day. For on the following morning, Zhou Jingshan arrived. The esteemed young master extended a cordial invitation to Shen Luchu to join him in the southern part of the city to sample the offerings of a newly opened restaurant, reputed for its authentic Sichuan cuisine. Similarly, another pair, or rather, another party, arrived punctually at the Jiang residence with a carriage bearing the crest of the Pei family, precisely at the appointed hour. Despite the prior arrangement, Pei Ziye instructed the driver to disembark and deliver a visiting card. The card was presented to Jiang Shiyuan, who was frantically attempting to dress herself. Why did this happen every time? She had been the one to extend the invitation, yet she had overslept. "Am I ready? Am I ready? Hair. Oh dear, where has the other earring gone? Over here with the blush." A few maids busily flitted about, and at last, within a quarter of an hour, the transformation was complete. Jiang Shiyuan lifted her skirt and hurried out the door. Outside, Pei Ziye stood by the carriage with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a long black robe that bore no embellishments. His hair merely tied back with a ribbon of the same hue, he exuded a simplicity that was striking. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Shiyuan's heart skipped a beat at the sight of him. Pei Taifu, tall and graceful, commanded attention merely by standing there. As if sensing her gaze, the man turned to face her, and unexpectedly, their eyes met. Caught off guard, Jiang Shiyuan instinctively averted her gaze. She hurried forward, about to step down the stairs. when a voice echoed in her mind. Pei Family Rule 26. One must not run while walking, nor leap while stepping. When ascending or descending stairs, take one step at a time. Violators shall face severe punishment. In an instant, Jiang Shiyuan stood at attention, retracting the foot she had almost set down. Pei Ziye, watching her from beside the carriage, appeared hesitant, as if grappling with something of great significance. It was the left foot. Finally recalling, Jiang Shiyuan stepped forward with her left foot, descended the stairs slowly, and approached Pei Ziye, performing a deep bow. Greetings, uncle. Pei Family Rule 33. When addressing elders, one must speak clearly, bend forward, and align the head with the torso. Pei Ziye, Chapter 25. The unspoken truths that bring laughter. This overly formal bow left even the esteemed Taifu momentarily taken aback. Did you not sleep well last night? He inquired. The sudden concern caught Jiang Shiyuan off guard. She quickly regained her composure, straightened up, and touched her eyes. How sharp were Pei Taifu's eyes, able to discern even the faintest dark circles. Oh, I stayed up late reading a book, she replied. It must have been rather dull, Pei Ziye remarked. Jiang Shiyuan chuckled awkwardly, internally lamenting. It was not just dull. It was sheer torture. She understood that the rules of noble families were stringent, but she had not anticipated their severity. 1,000 rules, precisely 1,000 family regulations, covered every detail from dining to sleeping, from walking to bathing, all meticulously outlined, far more detailed and stringent than ancient laws. The rigor made Jiang Shiyuan question whether this was truly a family code or a divine decree. How burdensome it was to be a member of the Pei family. She could scarcely fathom how the children of the Pei family were raised. Could anyone genuinely adhere to 1,000 family rules? Jiang Shiyuan was skeptical. Yet as she glanced up, she found herself face to face with a living embodiment of those very rules. No, she must not disgrace the Taifu. If she could not meet 1,000, she at least needed to uphold 100. Lost in thought, Jiang Shiyuan boarded the carriage with Pei Ziye. He sat at the innermost part, while she took the seat by the door, hands folded neatly before her, sitting upright and silent. Article 77 of the Pei Family Regulations states, when traveling with elders, maintain a distance of 2 arms length. Unless invited, do not move. Article 78 further advises, when traveling with elders, refrain from speaking unless asked. The wheels of the carriage rolled on, and after a prolonged silence, it was Pei Ziye who finally broke the stillness within the carriage. Have you had breakfast? He inquired, producing a box of pastries seemingly out of nowhere. This time, it was not from the famed Manting Chun, but rather from Bai Wei Fong, as previously mentioned by Jiang Shiyuan. The 9-layered cake, a signature dish of Bai Wei Fong and Jiang Shiyuan's favorite, emanated a tantalizing aroma from the freshly baked pastries. Though her stomach began to churn with longing, Jiang Shiyuan opened her mouth to refuse. I am not hungry, thank you. 4. As Article 79 of the Pei Family Regulations states, when traveling with elders, unless one is on the brink of starvation, do not eat. Jiang Shiyuan swallowed hard. Such an inhumane rule, perhaps she could adhere to 100 of them. But sustaining it for a month was utterly impossible. Master, might we consider postponing our wedding date? Jiang Shiyuan tentatively asked. A sudden silence enveloped the carriage. Pei Ziye glanced at the pastries in his hand, his gaze darkening as it swept over Jiang Shiyuan. Postpone. Explain your reasoning. His tone was flat, yet carried an unspoken chill. Jiang Shiyuan met his gaze, instinctively recoiling slightly. She certainly could not confess that it was due to her own lax nature that she found it challenging to adhere to the Pei family's principles. Because of my cousin, I have few relatives, and my aunt cannot attend to see me married off. I thought, if my cousin were present, it would alleviate some of the shortcomings of my wedding. Jiang Shiyuan spoke softly. The man's gaze fell upon her head, his voice softening by a fraction. The Southwest conflict has subsided, and the third prince is already on his way back to the capital. There is no need to postpone. We will be ready in time. Really? Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed, her eyes brightening. This was no trivial piece of news. It suggested that Pei Ziye had indeed been in contact with her cousin. Yes, quite comfortably. Pei Ziye replied, lifting his eyelids with a look of certainty. A thought flashed through Jiang Shiyuan's mind. Was Pei Ziye so confident because he had already factored her cousin's schedule into the wedding planning before proposing the date? She was momentarily taken aback by this notion. How could that be? Jiang Shiyuan dared not ponder further, fearing that her thoughts might lead her to unwarranted conclusions. The reality, however, left no room for contemplation, for at that moment, her stomach audibly rumbled. A resounding growl echoed throughout the carriage. Jiang Shiyuan froze in place, her peripheral vision instinctively darting toward Pei Ziye. Surely, he had heard that. Pei Ziye turned his gaze toward her. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked. Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. The air hung still for a few moments. Pei Ziye pressed his lips together and asked, "So, you do not wish to travel with me?" Was it merely her imagination? Or did she detect a hint of hesitation and insecurity in his low voice during those silent moments? How could he think she did not want to accompany him? She had been the one to extend the invitation. How could she not want to? Did the master not realize that? Jiang Shiyuan boldly met his gaze. "I did not bring incense today," she slowly explained, her voice barely above a whisper, her heart racing. "Because I am traveling with you." A soft voice resonated within the carriage as the ice and snow began to melt, albeit for just a fleeting moment. Pei Ziye pressed his lips together, yet the corners of his eyes involuntarily lifted in a smile. Then why sit so far apart? Jiang Shiyuan, feeling somewhat aggrieved, did not hide her feelings. Isn't that a rule of the Pei family? When in the company of elders, maintain a distance of 2 arms length, refrain from speaking, and do not eat. Pei Ziye paused in surprise before bursting into laughter, looking at her with a mixture of helplessness and affection. "Is this how you acquired those dark circles? Reciting family rules all night? And those of the Pei family, no less." Jiang Shiyuan nodded in affirmation. Pei Ziye chuckled again, pondering when she had become so obedient to the rules, given her penchant for defiance in the past. "Just burn them when we return. There's no need to memorize them." "Burn them?" Jiang Shiyuan's face lit with delight, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Pei Ziye. "The Grand Tutor has such authority in the Pei family that he can simply dictate the rules be burned?" Pei Ziye smiled and nodded, feeling particularly cheerful. "That is not a family rule. It is merely a decree from Pei Ziye alone." However, Pei Ziye paused, observing the astonished expression on her face, and held back the words that nearly escaped his lips. "What do you mean?" Jiang Shiyuan was momentarily stunned before comprehending. So all these rules were directed at Pei Ziye alone? How unfortunate for him. Just as she began to feel sympathy for Pei Ziye, another pressing question crossed her mind. Wait. If this is not a Pei family rule, but merely a set of arbitrary edicts aimed at Pei Ziye, what does that make of the 100 taels I spent and the suffering I endured last night? Was it all for naught? Who was the scoundrel that sold such a deceptive item? And that Wansong bookstore, how could they, being the largest in the capital, sacrifice a century of reputation for a mere 100 taels? Jiang Shiyuan's thoughts were vividly displayed on her face, and Pei Ziye saw right through her. It was Pei Ziye? What? There was no need to feel sorry for Pei Ziye. He had deliberately put it up for sale. Truly despicable Pei Ziye. How utterly heartless. His notorious reputation and inability to marry are all for good reason. 100 taels. How much incense must she produce to earn that sum? Who would compensate her for the torment of this journey? Heaven knew, she had only slept for an hour last night, spending the entire time memorizing that scroll of family rules. Jiang Shiyuan's expression was one of indignation and heartache. Pei Ziye observed her and said with a smile, "How much did you spend? The Grand Tutor will compensate you." With a gentle voice laced with affection, Pei Ziye's words carried a hint of tenderness that Jiang Shiyuan could not miss. As the thought crossed her mind, she quickly shook her head internally. "What are you thinking, Jiang Shiyuan? The Grand Tutor is merely acting as an elder, trying to mediate for Pei Ziye." She wanted to refuse, yet felt a twinge of guilt for repeatedly rejecting the Grand Tutor's kindness. Just then, their carriage rolled into the bustling market, where the sounds of commotion and vendors filled the air. Today marked the annual temple fair in the southern part of the city. Jiang Shiyuan gazed out the window, contemplating her desires. The fault did not lie with the Grand Tutor. He should not be made to compensate her. However, if he insisted on offering reparation, a sweet cake would suffice, for her stomach was grumbling. Very well, Pei Ziye acquiesced, halting the carriage. Jiang Shiyuan disembarked alongside Pei Ziye and soon discovered a stall selling sweet cakes. She requested 2, while Pei Ziye reached for his purse to pay. "Miss, your sweet cakes are ready," the vendor swiftly announced, handing over 2 freshly made delicacies. Just as Jiang Shiyuan extended her hand to receive them, a hand intruded, snatching the cakes away. "I shall take these sweet cakes, and I will pay double," a brazen voice declared, unmistakably belonging to Su Lila. Without a glance, Jiang Shiyuan chose to ignore her and asked for another 2. "Vendor, may I have 2 more?" Jiang Shiyuan's request was interrupted as Su Lila interjected, "Not just those 2, but the entire pot." "No, I shall take your entire stall. both the ready and the yet-to-be-made. With arms crossed and chin held high, she proclaimed, her demeanor suggesting that she was purchasing an entire street. The vendor, taken aback by the prospect of selling out his entire stock, confirmed with excitement, "Really? You want them all, miss?" Su Lila, with a haughty wave of her hand, replied without hesitation, "Indeed, all of it." Jiang Shiyuan turned to face Su Lila, unable to suppress a smile at the absurdity of the situation. Was it truly necessary for Su Lila to compete over a mere sweet cake? Noticing Jiang Shiyuan's frown, Su Lila sensed an opportunity. Though it was just a sweet cake, the prospect of outshining Jiang Shiyuan delighted her. "Oh, Jiang sister, what a coincidence. You also enjoy sweet cakes? Unfortunately, I have claimed them all for today, leaving none for you." As Su Lila basked in her triumph, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the imposing figure beside Jiang Shiyuan. She froze, her expression stiffening. Grand Tutor Pei? What was he doing here? All of Su Lila's attention had been focused on Jiang Shiyuan, neglecting the presence of the esteemed Grand Tutor, renowned for his aloofness and preference for tranquility. What could have drawn him to this bustling marketplace? She thought she might have been mistaken, but the commanding aura could belong to no other than the Grand Tutor himself. "Lord Pei," Su Lila stammered, calling out once more. Pei Che turned, casting a fleeting glance at her. The encounter felt like a prick of needles to her, prompting an instinctive reaction as she thrust the 2 sweet cakes she had pilfered back into Jiang Shiyuan's hands. "I no longer want these," she declared, swiftly retreating. Only the vendor remained, forlornly calling after her, "Miss, please don't leave. Your sweet cakes are ready." Jiang Shiyuan gazed at the retreating figure of Su Lila, perplexed. Had the sun risen from the west today? In the past, Su Lila would have entangled her for half the day, flaunting her superiority with scornful remarks. Yet today she had departed without a word, merely because she had cast a glance at Pei Che. Although the esteemed Grand Tutor possessed an imposing presence, it was hardly terrifying. Jiang Shiyuan pressed her lips together and discreetly observed the handsome Pei Che beside her. When their eyes met once more, she felt as if she had been caught in the act of spying, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, Pei Che seemed oblivious to her embarrassment and instead inquired about Su Lila's behavior. "Has she always treated you this way? Even a trivial snack must be a contest for her. What about other matters?" Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback that Pei Che's focus had shifted to her. A warmth blossomed in her heart, quickly followed by a pang of bitterness. How could the disparity between people be so vast? She felt indifferent to Su Lila's childish antics. What truly troubled her was Shen Luchu's unwavering bias towards Su Lila, never once granting her impartiality over the years. Jiang Shiyuan raised her gaze to the man beside her, the autumn sun casting a warm glow upon Pei Che, whose attention remained fixed on her. He awaited her response, as if it were of utmost importance. Jiang Shiyuan smiled slightly and replied, "My Lord Pei, do you believe me? In truth, Su Lila is my greatest patron. I eagerly anticipate her attempts to outshine me every day." Pei Che, though perplexed, noticed the fervor in Jiang Shiyuan's eyes and the smile upon her lips, which bore no hint of submission. "Grand Tutor, is the compensation you mentioned still valid?" Jiang Shiyuan suddenly asked. Pei Che nodded. "What else do you desire?" "The sweet cakes are delightful. One is not enough. I wish for more and more." Having said this, Jiang Shiyuan unapologetically stepped forward, reaching into Pei Che's money pouch to retrieve a piece of silver, turning to hand it to the sweet cake vendor. "Sir, the young lady you just saw is my friend. She was merely jesting with me. Today, I shall cover the cost of these sweet cakes. Here is the money. And please deliver the cakes to the nearby charity hall. Just say," Jiang Shiyuan paused, glancing at Pei Che, her eyes sparkling like stars, "say that the current Grand Tutor, Lord Pei, is to be wed, and kindly treat all the children at the charity hall to sweet cakes." Beside her, Pei Che's lips had curved into a smile, and he casually tossed a hefty pouch of coins to the vendor. "No need to set up your stall for the next month. You shall only make sweet cakes for the charity hall. Just say that the future Grand Tutor's lady is soon to be married, and let everyone at the charity hall rejoice." Jiang Shiyuan held 2 sweet cakes, her heart racing at the mention of Grand Tutor's lady, her cheeks burning under the sun's warmth. It seemed that Pei Che was no longer as averse to her as he once had been. Su Lila had not strayed far. Upon blending into the crowd, she anxiously glanced back. Upon seeing Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Che vanish from her sight, she finally halted, letting out a long sigh of relief. "That scared me to death," Su Lila exclaimed, patting her chest, her ample bosom rising and falling with her rapid breaths. Jichuan hurriedly handed a handkerchief to Su Li Luo to wipe away the cold sweat on her forehead. Perplexed, she asked, "Miss, why are you sweating so profusely?" Su Li Luo, placing her hand on her chest, replied, "If you had been confined by Pei Ziye in your youth, you would be frightened as well." Jichuan, having only served Su Li Luo in recent years, was unaware of past events and curiously inquired, "The esteemed Lord Pei confined you, miss? Though he holds a high position. You are the daughter of the minister's residence, and even your father would not dare to punish you. How could Lord Pei have confined you?" Su Li Luo's memory drifted back a decade, to a time when she had opposed Jiang Shiyuan, snatching away a friend from her. This incident eventually came to the attention of Pei Ziye, who had been invited to teach temporarily. Su Li Luo was uncertain how Pei Ziye discovered it, but she distinctly remembered that day when the previously unacquainted Pei Ziye unexpectedly visited the minister's residence. Her father was overjoyed, treating Pei Ziye as an esteemed guest, even presenting his cherished Da Hong Pao tea. Little did they know, Pei Ziye had come to lodge a complaint. Without any veil of discretion, Pei Ziye recounted her misdeeds to her father. Initially, her father merely intended to scold her lightly, attributing the matter to childish antics. However, Pei Ziye was utterly unyielding. Despite being merely in his teens, he bore the demeanor of a stern scholar, compelling her father to concede. Wen Yuan was my first student, and I do not wish to convey to her that her teacher's words lack integrity, merely engaging in empty discourse, unable to uphold the most basic notions of fairness and justice. Pei Ziye spoke plainly, and her father, unwilling to offend him, promptly confined her for half a month. 5 days were due to Jiang Shiyuan, and an additional 10 days for her squandering her father's precious Da Hong Pao. This punishment marked the most severe reprimand Su Li Luo had ever endured. Consequently, the somber visage of Pei Ziye became an indelible shadow of her childhood. Thereafter, she became more restrained, yet her father deemed it insufficient, insisting on sending her away to her maternal family, 1,000 miles distant. It was not until 3 years ago, upon her coming of age, that she was brought back. Since then, her disdain for Jiang Shiyuan had only intensified. She loathed Jiang Shiyuan, and whenever she set her sights on something, she would go to great lengths to reclaim it, no matter the cost. When Jiang Shiyuan fancied the incense from the Chunxiang workshop, she would bribe the shopkeeper, intercepting her every visit, ensuring Jiang Shiyuan returned empty-handed each time. Even the men whom Jiang Shiyuan admired, she would manage to acquire, regardless of her own feelings. Reflecting on this, Su Li Luo recalled the matter at hand. Had she yet to ascertain the whereabouts of Pei Ziye? Today, she had come specifically for Pei Ziye, having heard he would attend the temple fair, prompting her visit. Jichuan, somewhat perplexed, ventured, "Miss, do you not find it strange? In such a public setting, accompanying Jiang Shiyuan should be Pei Ziye, not Pei Taifu." Pei Taifu, being of high status, did not appear to be the type to leisurely accompany a young lady on aimless excursions. Suddenly, Jichuan had an epiphany, exclaiming, "Miss, could it be that Jiang Shiyuan is not to wed the grandson of the Pei family, but rather Pei Taifu?" At this, Su Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly waved her hand dismissively. How could that be possible? With so many noble ladies in the capital, how could Pei Taifu possibly take an interest in Jiang Shiyuan? Ji Chun whispered softly, "But just now, I observed that when Miss Jiang stood beside Master Pei, they appeared remarkably well matched." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with astonishment, and a peculiar smile, reminiscent of an ant's knowing grin, danced at the corners of her mouth. Su Li Luo reflected on that moment. One exuded a radiant elegance, while the other was as captivating as a blooming peach blossom. Indeed, they were quite a striking pair. However, Su Li Luo's expression quickly soured, for she had contemplated all the noble ladies in the capital, and in terms of beauty, none surpassed the enchanting Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan's visage was the sole aspect that left Su Li Luo feeling at a disadvantage. While it was true that Jiang Shiyuan and Master Pei were a fitting match, Su Li Luo remained convinced that a union between them was improbable. Master Pei had shown interest in Jiang Shiyuan a decade ago. Could he still be waiting? She believed that Jiang Shiyuan was merely attempting to curry favor with Pei Ziye's elders after failing to win him over. When she had harbored feelings for Shen Luchu, had she not first endeared herself to Lord Shen? Jiang Shiyuan was merely employing the same tactics. Su Li Luo was resolute in her conviction. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, 2 familiar figures approached. "Miss Su, what a coincidence. Are you here to enjoy the temple fair as well?" Zhou Jingshun greeted her warmly upon seeing Su Li Luo. She glanced at Zhou Jingshun and then at Shen Luchu, who appeared sullen and did not even offer a greeting. The previously lively Su Li Luo now seemed disinterested, creating an awkward atmosphere. Only Zhou Jingshun continued with polite inquiries. Miss Su, what have you been busy with lately? I did not see you at yesterday's poetry gathering. Recent family matters have kept me preoccupied, Su Li Luo replied dismissively. Why would she attend Shen Luchu's poetry gathering now that Jiang Shiyuan had disregarded him? She abhorred pointless lamentations. Even the most oblivious could sense Su Li Luo's lack of enthusiasm. Zhou Jingshun began to wonder what was amiss. Why had the two individuals, who once adored surrounding Shen Luchu, suddenly changed? Su Li Luo's indifference was one thing, but Jiang Shiyuan had inexplicably vanished for several days. That was precisely why he had urged Shen Luchu to join him today, to distract him from his worries. Su Li Luo, however, paid no heed to Zhou Jingshun's confusion. Her focus was solely on Pei Ziye. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she stated, preparing to depart. Just as she turned to walk away, Shen Luchu, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly asked, Su Li Luo, have you seen Jiang Shiyuan? Chapter 27. You can't possibly have developed feelings for Jiang Shiyuan, can you? Su Li Luo halted in her tracks, astonished as she turned back to look at Shen Luchu. Had she misheard? Was Shen Luchu inquiring about Jiang Shiyuan? Did he not realize that she and Jiang Shiyuan were rivals? Was Shen Luchu dismissing her entirely, or was he simply overestimating his own significance? Su Li Luo scrutinized him once more, noting his dark circles and dejected demeanor. What? Has Jiang Shiyuan not sought you out? She retorted. Shen Luchu was deeply immersed in his own thoughts, completely oblivious to Su Lila's sarcastic remarks. Even if he had noticed, he would not have perceived her jabs as directed at him. Instead, he would have assumed she was merely expressing jealousy over Jiang Shiyuan. Shen Luchu opened his mouth to speak, but his pride and noble status compelled him to swallow his words. He was reluctant to acknowledge his concern for Jiang Shiyuan. If she were to discover it, she would only become more audacious and willful. Though silent, Shen Luchu's friend, Zhou Jingshun, was far more outspoken. It's been ages since Jiang Shiyuan last sought him out. Luchu has been harboring a great deal of frustration over this matter, Zhou Jingshun interjected. Some things are difficult for Shen Luchu to articulate, but as his friend, I can convey this. Miss Su, should you encounter Jiang Shiyuan, kindly urge her to act sensibly and come over to apologize sooner rather than later. Luchu's patience and indulgence have their limits. If she continues her reckless antics, she should not expect him to show her any leniency or offer her a chance for reconciliation. Zhou Jingshun spoke with righteous fervor. Su Lila, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes at Zhou Jingshun. If you have so much to say, why not go to the Jiang residence yourself and speak to Jiang Shiyuan? Are you afraid, or do you fear someone will slap you for your harsh words? You foolish buffoon. Typically, Su Lila presented herself as gracious and understanding in front of Shen Luchu and Zhou Jingshun, but never had she been so sharp-tongued and brash. Zhou Jingshun was taken aback, covering his mouth with both hands and shrinking his neck, standing quietly to the side. Meanwhile, Shen Luchu, as if possessed, relentlessly pressed on. Just tell me, have you seen her? Seeing Shen Luchu in such a state, Su Lila felt a sudden urge to laugh. This outing had proven worthwhile. Anyone with eyes could see that Shen Luchu was indeed concerned for Jiang Shiyuan. No, it was more than concern. It was infatuation. After 10 years of caring and inquiring, others would have cherished Jiang Shiyuan as a treasure. Yet here was Shen Luchu, oblivious and ungrateful, still yearning for what he could not have. Now, it seemed that while Shen Luchu had finally developed feelings, Jiang Shiyuan had already moved on. How amusing this was, far more entertaining than any play upon the stage. Su Lila suppressed her laughter, glancing at the sweet stall where she had just encountered Jiang Shiyuan, before shaking her head. No, I haven't seen Jiang Mimi in quite some time either. Could it be that she is truly preparing for marriage? Shen Yi, after knowing Jiang Mimi for so many years, surely you will bestow her a grand gift at her wedding? Observing Shen Luchu's rigid and pale countenance, Su Lila smiled slyly and departed. As she walked a few meters away, Ji Chun could no longer hold back and asked, why didn't you inform Shen Yi that Jiang Mimi is here at the temple fair? Su Lila scoffed coldly. I am not his servant, compelled to answer every question. If he wishes to find someone, he can simply visit the Jiang residence. There is no need for him to feign concern here. What else with that pretentious demeanor and foul temper on display for whom? Su Li Luo felt a surge of annoyance when the topic arose, but just then, another maid parted the crowd and approached her, reporting, "Miss, I have gathered information. Young Master Pei Ziye is currently at the Wansong bookstore." "Really?" Su Li Luo's eyes brightened as she turned on her heel and hurried back to the carriage. "Let us go to the Wansong bookstore." Meanwhile, Su Li Luo had already distanced herself, leaving Shen Luchu standing in place. His demeanor transformed from despondency to exuberance. "Jingsheng, did you hear that?" It seems Su Li Luo has not seen Jiang Shiyuan in quite some time. Zhou Jingsheng had yet to recover from Su Li Luo's earlier remarks and struggled to keep pace with Shen Luchu. Perplexed as to why Su Li Luo's lack of encounter with Jiang Shiyuan warranted such excitement. Su Li Luo and Jiang Shiyuan had always been rivals. Wherever Jiang Shiyuan was, Su Li Luo would undoubtedly strive to outshine her. However, Su Li Luo claimed she had not seen Jiang Shiyuan, which implied that Jiang Shiyuan had not made an appearance lately. Shen Luchu enthusiastically explained. Zhou Jingsheng regarded him with confusion. "So what?" Shen Luchu replied. "Do you not understand? It is not that Jiang Shiyuan has chosen not to see me these days. Rather, she must be unable to go out at all. She must be ill. It must be so. She is sick and fears passing her illness to me, hence her absence." Zhou Jingsheng stared at him as if he were a fool. Was Shen Luchu truly planning to participate in the imperial examination with such a flimsy, illogical rationale? How could he concoct such a clumsy excuse? Wait. Zhou Jingsheng's mind sparked with an astonishing realization. He halted abruptly, studying Shen Luchu's expression, and recalled the peculiar behavior Shen Luchu had exhibited over the past few days. This moment felt less like Shen Luchu crafting an excuse for Jiang Shiyuan and more like him grappling with her absence, desperately seeking flawed justifications to convince himself. "My goodness," Zhou Jingsheng exclaimed. "Luchu, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for Jiang Shiyuan." Shen Luchu's expression froze momentarily before he scoffed dismissively. "How could that be? I merely feel pity for her." As he spoke, Shen Luchu's demeanor returned to its usual composure. "Where is the tavern you mentioned?" Zhou Jingsheng could not help but glance at Shen Luchu once more, but the latter's expression revealed no sign of anomaly. Even Zhou Jingsheng, though not the brightest, understood that this line of inquiry should not be pursued further. Without uttering another word, they soon arrived at the newly opened tavern, Tianxiangju. The establishment was elegantly decorated, exuding a distinct Sichuan charm, making it quite unique. Zhou Jingsheng had previously arranged for a private room, and upon mentioning their names, a servant promptly guided them. "Your private room is on the second floor. Please follow me." Zhou Jingsheng nodded and ascended the staircase behind the servant. Suddenly, as they turned a corner, a slender figure caught his eye. "Jiang Shiyuan," Zhou Jingsheng exclaimed, startled. However, when he looked up again, the figure had vanished around the corner, heading towards the third floor. "What is it?" Shen Luchu noticed Zhou Jingsheng had abruptly stopped and turned to inquire. Zhou Jingsheng cast a glance at Shen Luchu, whose face, despite his efforts to maintain composure, could not conceal his despondency, and shook his head. "No, nothing." Shen Luchu did not press further. He followed the young servant through the long corridor and into the reserved private room. The servant was exceedingly cordial, pouring tea and water for Shen Luchu and Zhou Jingsheng, while introducing the various signature dishes of the restaurant. Zhou Jingsheng absorbed none of it, his mind preoccupied with the fleeting figure he had just glimpsed. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Shiyuan. He had distinctly seen the pouch that person carried, a bluish-green base embroidered with a sprig of osmanthus fruit. The only individual in the capital he knew who adorned a pouch with osmanthus was Jiang Shiyuan. "Luchu, you order the dishes first. I must step out for a moment." Absolutely not. He was determined to verify whether that person was indeed Jiang Shiyuan. Driven by curiosity, Zhou Jingsheng rose, striding out of the room towards the staircase leading to the third floor. Chapter 28. "Uncle, why are you alone? Where is Pei Ziye?" Upon exiting the room, Zhou Jingsheng made a beeline for the staircase. However, as he ascended to the third floor, two guards suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "The Grand Tutor and his wife are dining here. No unauthorized persons may approach." Zhou Jingsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who is it? Whose wife? The Grand Tutor's wife? How peculiar." The name of Pei Taifu was renowned throughout the capital. He was well aware of it. Yet he was baffled by the term Grand Tutor's wife. When had Pei Taifu married, and why was he unaware? In that instant, Zhou Jingshun completely forgot his initial purpose for coming upstairs, his mind swirling with thoughts of the Grand Tutor's wife. Unable to resist, he craned his neck to peer into the private room on the third floor, only to find it shrouded in silence, evidently reserved exclusively by Pei Taifu himself. Zhou Jingshun, astounded, no longer harbored doubts. No one in the capital would dare impersonate Pei Taifu. The person dining within was undoubtedly Pei Che himself. As if he had uncovered a monumental secret, he hurriedly descended the stairs. Luchu, do you know? A sensational piece of news. Grand Tutor Pei Che has gotten married. In the private room, the dishes Shen Luchu had ordered had yet to arrive, yet he had already poured himself a drink and was drinking alone. He and his wife are dining upstairs. Isn't that a coincidence? Zhou Jingshun excitedly shared, eagerly awaiting Shen Luchu's response, expecting him to be equally astonished. However, Shen Luchu continued to drink in silence, showing no reaction whatsoever. Yes, I know, Shen Luchu replied lethargically. To be precise, the wedding has yet to take place. It is scheduled for next month. What? You knew? When did you find out? Zhou Jingshun exclaimed, a hint of discontent in his gaze towards Shen Luchu for not sharing such astonishing news. A few days ago, during my visit to the palace, I stumbled upon it in the Imperial Garden. Zhou Jingshun leaned in with curiosity. Did you see the Grand Tutor's wife? What does she look like? I did not see her, Shen Luchu replied, taking a sip of his drink, reminiscing about that day, but judging by Pei Che's expression, she must be quite to his liking. Zhou Jingshun's face fell with disappointment, yet all his curiosity was piqued to the utmost. Are you suggesting that the young lady has yet to cross the threshold, yet Master Pei is already impatiently addressing her as his wife? Zhou Jingshun pondered the image, suddenly breaking into a grin, resembling someone who has just stumbled upon a delightful secret. Who is this young lady, after all? How is it that not a whisper of her existence has reached us? Master Pei has concealed this matter with utmost discretion. To bring such a venerable figure down from his pedestal, the woman must be extraordinary. My curiosity has only deepened. Yet I wonder when we might catch a glimpse of her beauty to satiate our intrigue. Zhou Jingshun rambled on endlessly, while Shen Luchu paid him no heed, choosing instead to drink in silence. Then a thought struck Zhou Jingshun. Why wait for a more opportune moment? After all, Master Pei and his betrothed were situated just on the third floor. If he were to linger here, he might soon encounter the lady in question. Meanwhile, in an elegant chamber on the third floor, the esteemed Master Pei Che sat composed, while his betrothed, or rather, his future wife, appeared somewhat bashful. It was indeed I who invited the master, yet it seems he has gone to great lengths on my behalf. He even reserved an entire floor, thought Jiang Shiyuan. Astonished, Master Pei appeared unfazed, his lips parting slightly as he remarked, "It matters not. The expense shall be deducted from Pei Ziye's account, for it is he who must bear the consequence." Jiang Shiyuan instantly understood, a secret sweetness enveloping her heart. She felt a desire to laugh, but also sensed an inkling of disloyalty, yet the corners of her lips could not be restrained. It was merely 100 taels, a sum that had already been compensated by the master. The previous amount was reparative, while this one compensated for his aunt's sleepless night. Pei Ziye dared not refuse. Master Pei gazed into Jiang Shiyuan's eyes, slowly articulating his words with an air of undeniable certainty. His assertion that Pei Ziye dared not, rather than could not, conveyed an indulgent and affectionate tone that caused her heart to race even more than when she had previously heard the title of master's wife uttered in the candy shop. Jiang Shiyuan felt her cheeks flush and instinctively reached for a nearby wine cup, downing its contents in one swift motion. The cool, fruity concoction slid down her throat, alleviating some of the heat in her face, its sweet flavor quite delightful, prompting her to pour herself another glass. Master Pei observed her cup, hesitating to speak. "Would you care for some fish?" he inquired. Jiang Shiyuan nodded, just as the most succulent piece of fish had landed in her bowl. Feeling it was only proper to reciprocate, she picked up a piece of the boiled beef from her plate and offered it to Master Pei. However, as she did so, she realized that she had inadvertently picked up a slice of ginger instead. Jiang Shiyuan froze momentarily. She could have chosen to set it back down. Yet she stubbornly declared, "Ginger dispels cold, warms the lungs, and promotes circulation. It is an excellent remedy for the autumn and winter months." Master Pei did not object. Instead, he extended his hand to take the bowl, even expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Today, the master was exceptionally agreeable. Jiang Shiyuan pressed her lips together, suddenly feeling playful, her mind swirling with a new thought. Is it true that whatever I offer today, the master will not refuse? Pei Ziye paused in his task of removing fish bones, raising his gaze to meet hers, and nodded. Indeed, for today, I too am part of the compensation. Jiang Shiyuan's heart raced as she heard the pounding of her pulse. Uncertain whether it was the intensity of the gaze from across the table or the softness of the voice that enveloped her, Jiang Shiyuan felt the warmth that had just begun to fade from her cheeks surge back, even more fervent than before. Bowing her head, she took another sip. No longer engaging in conversation, she found herself too preoccupied as Pei Ziye attentively catered to her, continuously replenishing her bowl. Jiang Shiyuan accepted his offerings with open arms. Yet the heat on her face remained unabated, intensifying with every passing moment. As she maintained her silence, Pei Ziye assumed Jiang Shiyuan had a fondness for Sichuan cuisine until he noticed her treating the fruit brew beside her as though it were water. In less than a quarter of an hour, the jug of fruit brew was nearly empty. Slow down, Pei Ziye began to speak. But the person opposite him abruptly lifted her head, her starry eyes wide with confusion, a peculiar flush already adorning her once pale visage. Oh, uncle, is it really you? Have you come to dine as well? She giggled foolishly, glancing around in bewilderment before her gaze returned to Pei Ziye. Uncle, why are you here alone? Where's Pei Ziye? Chapter 29. Is uncle here to play matchmaker for us? Pei Ziye furrowed his brow and replied softly, You're drunk. Jiang Shiyuan straightened up immediately, shaking her head vigorously as if to dispel the notion. No, I haven't had any alcohol. Today is such an important occasion for both families. How could I drink? She felt her response lacked the dignity she wished to convey, so she quickly folded her hands in front of her, insisting, No, really, I never touch alcohol. Pei Ziye observed her unsteady posture and found himself amused. Today, there is no Pei Ziye, only me. Just you, uncle? Jiang Shiyuan pondered for a moment before it dawned on her. Oh, uncle, you've come to be our matchmaker, haven't you? Pei Ziye's temples throbbed at her realization, yet at that very moment, the instigator remained blissfully unaware, staggering over to his side and tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful plea. Master. Pei Ziye's breath hitched as he looked down at the sleeve she had grasped. A hint of clarity returning to his expression. She called him master. How intoxicated must she be? It was partly his fault for not keeping a closer watch. He sighed. What is it? With his response, Jiang Shiyuan immediately clung to his arm like a cat, her little face drawing near as she whispered conspiratorially, Master. After I marry Pei Ziye, if he bullies me, will you protect me? Pei Ziye's expression darkened as he coldly replied with two words squeezed through clenched teeth. I cannot. Jiang Shiyuan froze, rejected? Just moments ago, he had gazed at her with such kindness. Why? Did he still harbor disdain for her? Lowering her head, tears welled in her eyes. Because it is I who will marry you. Pei Ziye articulated each word with extraordinary clarity. The moment the words reached her ears, it was as if lightning had struck. The tears in Jiang Shiyuan's eyes halted, her expression frozen, while the flush on her cheeks spread like wildfire, reaching her ears. Have you remembered now? Pei Ziye inquired. Jiang Shiyuan lowered her head, withdrawing her hand and clambering down from Pei Ziye, hesitantly nodding. The impact was overwhelming, and her initially muddled mind regained a semblance of clarity, only to be swiftly consumed by an endless wave of embarrassment and indignation. She dared not look at Pei Ziye, wishing she could vanish into a crevice of the earth, her hand instinctively reaching for the wine cup once more. She was intoxicated, oblivious to everything. It was not her doing, and it had nothing to do with her. However, just as she extended her hand, Pei Ziye seized it in that very moment. The wine jug was empty, devoid of any alcohol. Pei Ziye's tone bore unmistakable displeasure, so apparent that even in her inebriated stupor, Jiang Shiyuan could sense it. A burning sensation enveloped her abdomen, reminiscent of a wayward child. She whispered, It's too spicy. Only then did Pei Ziye notice her cradling her stomach. Her lips, unusually vivid, were not merely the hue of a maiden's cosmetics. Pei Ziye sighed softly, turning to brew tea. If you cannot handle spicy food, why come here? You seem to welcome it indiscriminately. I spoke thoughtlessly, only recalling this at the moment. Jiang Shiyuan gazed at Pei Ziye's back, a hint of regret escaping her lips. I was too nervous. For reasons unknown. She felt a flutter of anxiety upon seeing the scholar. Her voice was barely a whisper, laced with a touch of grievance. The hand preparing the tea suddenly paused. Pei Ziye, observing the swirling tea leaves in the cup, casually inquired, Is it the same with others? Jiang Shiyuan vigorously shook her head, eager to clarify, almost raising her hand in an oath. No, only with you. Is that so? Pei Ziye chuckled lightly, his back to her. The haze of intoxication and the heat in her stomach rendered Jiang Shiyuan unable to focus. She was unaware of her actions, responding to his questions as if in a classroom, as she once did when Pei, the scholar, posed inquiries. Regret washed over her. She wished to be a diligent student, believing that this way, Pei, the young master, would not harbor such disdain towards her. She noticed that as soon as her words left her mouth, Pei, the scholar, laughed. What was he laughing at? Was it her lie? Indeed, she had once again spoken untruths. Jiang Shiyuan reached out again, grasping Pei Ziye's arm, leaning against him. Though there was no incense, the unique fragrance of youth wafted into his nostrils. Pei Ziye lowered his gaze, and she lifted hers to meet his. In truth, her words were not entirely unfounded. The Grand Tutor's first official post was indeed in Shu. I believe the Grand Tutor would appreciate this place. Jiang Shiyuan gazed at him intently, her eyes brimming with unmasked anticipation. Would the Grand Tutor truly like it? At the second floor of the Tianxiang Pavilion. Luchu, if you see anyone, be sure to inform me. Lady Zhou unexpectedly suffered an injury, prompting an urgent summons for Zhou Jingshan to return. With thoughts of the Grand Tutor's wife lingering in his mind, he still reminded Shen Luchu to wait and watch. Shen Luchu felt speechless, not taking it to heart at all. The room fell silent. He stared at the table laden with delicacies, devoid of appetite. His thoughts consumed by the image of Jiang Shiyuan. What was she doing now? Would she enjoy the dishes here? Shen Luchu was suddenly startled by his own thoughts. It was the first time he felt such intense curiosity regarding Jiang Shiyuan's preferences. She would surely delight in them. She has always exhibited a profound interest in everything he cherishes, even those fleeting mentions he makes. She yearns to weave herself into the fabric of his life. If he were to bring her here, she would undoubtedly burst into tears of joy. He resolved that once Jiang Shiyuan's illness subsided, he would take her out to dine here. With a decisive thud, Shen Luchu set down his cup, excitement propelling him to rise and stride towards the exit. As he reached the stairwell, just about to descend, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed above him. He looked up to see a man descending from the third floor, cradling someone in his arms. It was none other than Pei Taifu. Shen Luchu paused, his gaze sweeping over Pei Ziye's embrace. Yet the figure wrapped tightly in a cloak offered no glimpse of even a stray strand of hair, much less a proper view of their face. Was this indeed Pei Ziye's wife? So tightly guarded, forsaking her usual poise? How amusing. Shen Luchu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. To be precise, he found Pei Ziye quite laughable. He could not fathom why he felt such animosity towards Pei Ziye. After all, Pei Ziye had been his instructor, albeit for only half a year, a decade ago, at Looming Academy. Yet, each encounter with Pei Ziye ignited a fierce desire within him to surpass and dominate. When did this sentiment first take root? Shen Luchu pondered, tracing it back to 3 years prior, at a plum blossom banquet hosted at his residence. He had invited the most promising youths of the capital, including Pei Ziye. Not only did Pei Ziye arrive fashionably late, but he also had the audacity to critique him. Shen Luchu recalled Pei Ziye's inexplicable reproach that day. Her affection for you is a privilege, not a commodity for your reckless exploitation. Pei Ziye may have held a position of great esteem, yet his personal life was hardly within the realm of his judgment. Daily, he maintained an air of superiority. Yet when faced with matters of the heart, he faltered just like anyone else. Wasn't he that rather comical? Just as Shen Luchu was lost in his derision, Pei Ziye had approached him, still cradling the figure in his arms. At that moment, a thud resonated as a pouch embroidered with branches of goyu fell from Pei Ziye's hold, rolling to rest at Shen Luchu's feet. Chapter 30. This pouch looks strangely familiar. The gazes of the two men converged almost simultaneously upon the pouch. Shen Luchu's attention momentarily faltered. This pouch, he examined its design. Unlike the common floral patterns, this one depicted a branch laden with red berries, its stitching rather clumsy and haphazard. Though he could not identify the branch's embellishment, it struck him as peculiarly familiar. As he continued to contemplate, Pei Ziye's voice broke through. "Excuse me, my wife's pouch has fallen." He held the person in his arms firmly, showing no intention of setting them down. Wife? How utterly hopeless Pei Ziye was. Shen Luchu wrinkled his lips, returning to the present as he bent to retrieve the pouch from the ground, handing it back to Pei Ziye. Pei Ziye accepted the pouch, his gaze shifting from the item back to Shen Luchu. "Thank you." It was merely a matter of retrieving an item, Yet Shen Luchu found Pei Zie's tone excessively solemn, and the gaze directed at him seemed laden with unspoken significance. As Shen Luchu contemplated further, Pei Ziye had already turned and descended the stairs, cradling the person in his arms. An inexplicable sense of annoyance welled up within Shen Luchu, prompting a silent scoff. Why such a tightly wrapped bundle? Was it to conceal something, or to prevent others from snatching it away? After a few moments of inward grumbling, he chose not to linger any longer. More pressing matters awaited him. He needed to seek out Jiang Shiyuan. With this thought in mind, Shen Luchu quickened his pace, descending the stairs and exiting the Tingxiang residence. Pei Ziye placed Jiang Shiyuan into the carriage, settling her on his lap before unwrapping the outer robe. However, just as a corner of the robe was pulled down, revealing half of her face, it was swiftly drawn back up again. Jiang Shiyuan, having spent the previous night memorizing family rules and now under the influence of alcohol, was deep in slumber. The sudden brightness startled her, and she instinctively tugged the blanket back over her. Pei Ziye chuckled softly, concerned that she might suffocate, and gently pulled at the fabric once more. This time, Jiang Shiyuan did not resist. Instead, she nestled closer into his embrace. "Red Bean, what fragrance are you wearing today?" "It's delightful," she murmured with her eyes closed, rubbing her small face against Pei Ziye's chest. The scent was reminiscent of citrus, akin to the aroma that lingered on Pei Ziye himself. Jiang Shiyuan paused for a moment, then broke into a silly smile, like the fragrance on Pei Ziye. After a prolonged silence, Pei Ziye turned his head, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle arc. Although he did not require incense, his study was perpetually adorned with some bergamot. Perhaps due to her intoxication, Jiang Shiyuan slept soundly, her breathing deep and rhythmic. Pei Ziye turned his gaze back to the person in his arms. Her inky black hair framed her face, her brows resembling delicate spring willows, and her tender red lips exuded an aura of grace and charm. The only discordant note was a slight bruise marring her fair complexion, which stood out in stark contrast. Pei Ziye lifted his hand, drawing her closer, and turned to the outside, instructing, "Summon Pei Ziye to see me." Meanwhile, in the Wansong bookstore, Pei Ziye lounged with one leg crossed, enjoying a fragrant pear while perusing the account ledger, when he was suddenly seized by a powerful sneeze. "What is going on? Why am I sneezing so much today? Is someone cursing me?" He rubbed his nose and redirected his attention to the ledger before him. "Surely this cannot be right. Is this the entirety of our earnings for the month? The best-selling item remains my family's rules." Pei Ziye gazed incredulously at the figures, a mix of anger and amusement bubbling within him. What a cold world we live in. Have the young masters of the capital ceased their studies? They are outperformed by the young ladies, who strive so diligently for a prosperous marriage. 1,000 family rules, memorized without hesitation. There is no ambiguity in their efforts. These idle wastrels ought to be thankful that the court does not permit women to hold official positions. Were the examinations open to them, what would become of the men? The money manager, splattered with pear pulp, bore a silent grievance and forced a smile, saying, "It's not that no one is studying. Rather, it's that the prices you set are exorbitant. With a mere few coins in costs, you demand 100 taels. Is it any wonder the profits are substantial?" "What do you mean? Are you calling me a profiteer?" Pei Ziye retorted sharply. The money manager craned his neck, asking, "What do you mean?" "Because I am benevolent." Pei Ziye scoffed. Pei Ziye bit into a large pear with a crisp crunch, speaking with an air of righteousness, utterly devoid of any merchant's cunning. Manager Qian was rendered speechless. From a certain perspective, the master did not deceive the poor, indeed a commendable virtue. Moreover, those eager to marry into the Pei family, who sought to inquire about the family rules, were mostly noble young ladies from prominent families in the capital. If the offer was too low, they would doubt its sincerity. The master was not only virtuous, but also quite shrewd. After flipping through the account books, Pei Ziye casually tossed them aside. "By the way, have you found that storyteller I asked you to inquire about?" Manager Qian, with a furrowed brow, stepped forward and replied, "I have learned that he is from the Qinshan bookstore across the street. I do not know where they unearthed such a treasure. Every story they write becomes a sensation, and their books are flying off the shelves. The young ladies in the capital are enamored with the tales of that noodle vendor. Just from this, Qinshan bookstore has taken away a significant portion of our business." "What did they say?" Pei Ziye inquired. Manager Qian shook his head. Qinshan bookstore did not agree. Pei Ziye grew anxious. "Did you not convey that I merely wished to meet him, not to poach him or undermine their business?" Manager Qian replied, "I did." I pressed the matter repeatedly with Manager Liu of Qinshan Bookstore, but he remained obstinately silent. Did he not provide you with a price? Pei Ziye set aside the fruit. His expression grave. This was the first task entrusted to him by his aunt. He must see it through with utmost finesse. It was fortunate that his aunt had invited his uncle out today. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to breathe outside. Winning over his aunt meant securing his uncle's favor. Clearly, his aunt was more amenable. Manager Qian shook his head. No price was offered. It is peculiar for someone as avaricious as Liu to refuse, even to quote a price. Pei Ziye's interest was piqued, casting aside the fruit. He strode purposefully toward the exit. With his hands on his hips, he marched to the door, only to suddenly recall something. He turned to Manager Qian and said, "By the way, old Qian, put away the Pei family rules. We shall no longer sell them." Manager Qian, holding half a pear, looked bewildered. "But this is a lucrative business. Why cease selling?" Pei Ziye replied, "What else can be done? Sales have dwindled. Currently, there are only 2 unmarried adult men in the Pei family, myself and my uncle. The noble young ladies in the capital have their sights set on the esteemed grand tutor of our family. Now that my uncle is about to wed, what purpose does it serve to keep this?" As Pei Ziye grumbled internally and turned to exit, a graceful figure dashed in from outside, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Pei Ziye, I like you." Chapter 31. Men are easily deceived. Pei Ziye stood frozen in place. His hands instinctively raised high as he gazed down in bewilderment at the young lady who had suddenly rushed into his embrace. This young lady? The girl slowly lifted her head, revealing eyes like sparkling glass, a complexion as fair as snow, and lips that curved into a playful smile. Her ruby-red lips gently grazed. Calling out his name. "Brother Pei, do you still remember the little fish by the banks of Xiaoming Lake?" Pei Ziye's breath caught in his throat as a distant and hazy memory flickered in his mind. He gazed at her face, uncertainty lacing his tone. "Is that you, little fish? Brother Pei, do you remember me?" It's me. After 10 years, we finally meet again." Su Lirua nodded vigorously, her face radiant with the joy and excitement of a long-awaited reunion. As she spoke, she leaned in closer, causing Pei Ziye to feel the pressure of her embrace around his waist, nearly rendering him breathless. Moreover, the contours of her figure were far too striking for his previous experience. Instinctively, he leaned back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Calm down, Pei Ziye stammered, his hands awkwardly unsure of where to rest. Realizing her impertinence, Su Lirua quickly withdrew her hands and stepped back, her face turning as red as a boiled shrimp. "I'm sorry, Brother Pei. After a decade apart, little fish has been praying to the heavens for the chance to meet you again, and I never expected my wish to come true today. I apologize for my momentary lapse in decorum. Please forgive me," she said, her head bowed, fingers twisting her sleeves, feeling a mix of embarrassment and the innocent shyness characteristic of a young girl. Behind her, Jiqing observed the scene with admiration, thinking to herself, "Wow, the girl's acting skills have become increasingly refined." This time, Su Lirua had resolved to take bold action. Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye had already begun their courtship, and time was of the essence. She needed to decisively win over Pei Ziye and disrupt Jiang Shiyuan's engagement. She had meticulously researched Pei Ziye's background and discovered that 10 years prior, during a spring outing, he had inadvertently rescued a drowning girl, none other than her, little fish. Their youthful acquaintance, the debt of gratitude, and this serendipitous reunion. It was as if destiny had crafted this scenario just for her. Oh, what a splendid opportunity. Men are easily deceived, and Pei Ziye appeared no exception. Upon seeing her, his eyes widened with astonishment. Finally catching his breath, Pei Ziye cleared his throat and scrutinized the person before him more carefully. The girl standing there was a far cry from the frail girl who had nearly drowned a decade ago. Back then, she had unruly hair and a body as thin as a twig, unlike the confident and alluring figure before him now. His gaze inadvertently lingered on her form before he quickly averted his eyes, his face growing even hotter. "Are you truly little fish?" he asked, turning his head away. Seemingly sensing his doubts, Su Lirua took the initiative to explain, "Brother Pei, you may not know, but I was born into a wealthy family. However, my mother passed away early, and when my father remarried, my stepmother favored her own children. My father, disdaining my femininity, treated me harshly, which is why I found myself in such dire straits 10 years ago." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and her expression turned sorrowful, a hint of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Indeed, Pei Ziye scratched his head, opting not to press further. Instead, changing the subject. Little fish, where have you been these past 10 years? I searched for you several times, but could not find you. Seeing that Pei Ziye no longer questioned her, and even called her little fish, Su Luo felt a surge of delight within. She was right. Men are easily deceived. A hint of adoration, a touch of initiative, and just a sprinkle of tears will surely yield results. Jiang Shiyuan, watch closely. This time, I am determined to triumph over you. Has Brother Pei come to seek me out? Su Lila exclaimed joyfully, fully immersed in her new role. Her heart now solely filled with admiration for Pei Ziye. Any shred of care from Pei Ziye would elicit her multiplied response. 10 years ago, I erred and was sent to my maternal grandparents' home, returning to the capital only 3 years ago. One moment she delighted in Pei Ziye mentioning her. The next she was filled with regret for having missed him. Her entire demeanor was deeply entranced by Pei Ziye. Yet, her face soon transformed into a radiant smile. Fortunately, we have reunited. Brother Pei, are you happy to see me? Su Lila stepped forward, entwining her arm with Pei Ziye's, eagerly inquiring. Pei Ziye had entirely forgotten his initial purpose. Glancing down at the arm he found entwined with his own, and sluggishly nodded, happy. Jiang Shiyuan enjoyed a sweet slumber, hazily opening her eyes to a dim environment. Red bean, light the lamp, she commanded without hesitation. A faint glow illuminated the space, revealing the striking profile of a handsome figure. With superior bone structure and a prominent nose, in the soft light, he appeared almost ethereal. Jiang Shiyuan's heart felt as if tickled by a caterpillar's antenna, igniting a restless yearning within her as she reached out to caress that face. Pei Ziye, who was rolling up the curtain, paused and turned to look. What began as a gentle touch turned into her palm fully pressing against his face. Indeed, it was a dream. The man in her dream was so handsome and so proactive. More importantly, there were no strings attached to this touch. Jiang Shiyuan couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Hee. Hearing her silly laughter, Pei Ziye couldn't suppress a smile and lowered his head to ask, are you still drunk? His handsome face suddenly loomed large before her, his deep voice resonating in her ears, jolting her awake. She abruptly opened her eyes and finally recognized whose face she was cradling in her palm. Simultaneously, fragmented memories surged forth like a storm. Oh, uncle. You came to dinner personally? Uncle, why are you alone? Where's Pei Ziye? Oh, you must be here to act as our matchmaker. Jiang Shiyuan froze in place, forgetting to withdraw her hand, her temples throbbing, a sign of her mind racing. Perhaps after losing face too many times in just a few days. She thought this incident was trivial. After all, it was merely a touch to the face. They were husband and wife. Was it a crime to touch each other's faces? Among the 1,000 rules of the Pei family, none seem to prohibit the touching of one's husband's face beforehand, right? What is not forbidden is permissible. Look, being beside the esteemed Pei Taifu has indeed expedited my growth. Jiang Shiyuan attempted to console herself in various ways, but how could she find solace? Boo-hoo. She still felt utterly embarrassed. Just as she was at a loss, Pei Ziye's voice resonated above her, bringing a teacup to her lips. Open your mouth. Jiang Shiyuan looked up in confusion. Drink the medicine to avoid a headache. Pei Ziye said nothing, merely administering the medicine. Jiang Shiyuan felt an immense relief as she opened her mouth to swallow the bitter concoction, the astringent liquid sliding down her throat, fully awakening her senses. It was only then that she realized she was seated in Pei Ziye's carriage, draped in his outer robe. Where are we? In Jishui Lane. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. The Jiang residence was indeed in Jishui Lane. This meant she was right at her doorstep, yet Pei Ziye had not taken her home. As if perceiving her confusion, Pei Ziye spoke. I awaited your awakening to discuss something with you. Jiang Shiyuan immediately sat up straight, placing her hands before her in a posture of solemn respect, and said, please speak, Grand Tutor. Pei Ziye chuckled softly before raising his gaze, asking gently, have you thought it through? Jiang Shiyuan was puzzled. Pei Ziye continued, our marriage has not yet been fully announced. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Chapter 32, Proposals to be made tomorrow. Was Pei Ziye merely sitting here for half the day to ask this question? Did her drunken antics lead to a misunderstanding on his part? Jiang Shiyuan looked up at Pei Ziye's expression, trying to discern any signs of anger, but his demeanor remained as calm as ever, leaving her unable to read anything from his countenance. She could only answer from her heart, I do not regret it. Her tone was resolute. If the Grand Tutor did not believe her, she could swear to the heavens. Just as she raised her hand to swear, it was suddenly grasped by a warm, large hand. Pei Ziye pressed her hand down, holding it firmly in his palm. The Pei family had never entertained the notion of divorce. If you marry me, it means that regardless of life or death, we shall face it together. Do you agree? Jiang Shiyuan's attention was entirely captivated by his distinct hand rather than the gravity of his words. He held her hand so naturally. The warmth radiating from him felt as if it could melt her very being. Her heart raced, and a whimsical thought crossed her mind. Perhaps the Grand Tutor also believed that an early encounter was not a crime. Jiang Shiyuan regretted not seizing the chance to touch the other side of Pei Ziye's face. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had slipped away, lost in her thoughts. She barely heard Pei Ziye's final question. Do you agree? How could she not? Fearing that a verbal affirmation might not suffice, Jiang Shiyuan reached out, her fingers intertwining with Pei Ziye's. What was once merely held became intertwined fingers. Grand Tutor, I am willing. Pei Ziye was momentarily taken aback, gazing at their clasped hands before looking at Jiang Shiyuan's earnest expression, a sudden smile breaking forth. His gentle laughter was like the melting of spring waters, and his voice unconsciously softened. Do not wonder about tomorrow. I shall invite the esteemed lady of Ningde Marquis to propose on my behalf. All proper rituals will be meticulously observed. The lady of Ningde Marquis was highly respected, having shared a lifetime of love with the old Marquis. Every marriage she facilitated was harmonious and prosperous. Pei Ziye instructed, his tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Jiang Shiyuan felt her ears flush with warmth, a blush lingering until she disembarked from the carriage. She suddenly recalled everything. At the establishment of Tianxiangju, a comical misunderstanding unfolded, leading her to confide in him her innermost thoughts. She inquired whether he liked the restaurant she had chosen. Pei Ziye replied affirmatively, Indeed, my lady. But what of your pouch? As Jiang Shiyuan disembarked, Hongdo immediately rushed out, her eyes quickly alighting on the absence of the pouch that usually adorned Jiang Shiyuan's waist. It was the very first pouch crafted by her own hands. Although its craftsmanship was rather rudimentary, she held it in great esteem, having purposely donned it the previous evening. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiyuan's expression shifted abruptly. She glanced down and, to her dismay, found her waist devoid of the cherished item. She distinctly recalled having it during their meal. Had it fallen at Tianxiangju, or perhaps in Pei Ziye's carriage? The thought eluded her, and she could scarcely remember how she had exited Tianxiangju, let alone the whereabouts of the diminutive pouch. Just as she was about to send Hongdo back to inquire at Tianxiangju, Hongdo speculated. Could it be that it was picked up by Master Pei? Impossible. Jiang Shiyuan quickly refuted, her tone resolute. Hongdo, perplexed, questioned, How can you be so certain, my lady? Jiang Shiyuan offered a wry smile. After all, this very pouch had been returned to her by Pei Ziye years ago. How could he possibly keep it now? She was at a loss as to why she had even thought to wear this relic to their meeting. Surely, she must have been bewitched. If it's lost, then so be it. It's of no great importance, Jiang Shiyuan declared. Yet, Hongdo noticed that the lady's previously joyous demeanor had dimmed significantly. How could she claim indifference towards something she clearly cherished? Just as Hongdo was about to urge her further, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the staircase, calling out, Miss Jiang. Jiang Shiyuan turned to see Mou, the personal attendant of Shen Luchu, rushing towards her, panting heavily and gazing at her earnestly. What brings you here again? Hongdo remarked, her irritation palpable. Mou felt a flush of embarrassment. It was typically they who carried themselves with arrogance while accompanying Shen Luchu, and it was a novel experience to be looked down upon. Miss Jiang, my master, the young master, has sent me to inquire if you are unwell. Mou stammered awkwardly. Ah, could it be that Shen Luchu actually cares? Hongdo mused, recalling how previously, Shen Luchu had remained indifferent even when she suffered injuries, admonishing her not to feign distress. Was this truly the same aloof young Master Shen? Hongdo's heart brimmed with disdain. Men are fickle. They act brazenly when in your favor. Yet once they depart, they seek to curry favor. Alas, it is too late. Open your eyes and see, my lady is quite well. Should you dare utter another curse, I shall make you regret it. Hongdo declared fiercely, her spirit unyielding. Mou felt increasingly uncomfortable, standing before Jiang Shiyuan, who appeared perfectly healthy. It was evident to him, without needing to look closely, that she was not ill. Yet, this inquiry was at the behest of his master, and he dared not refrain from asking. Mou was now entirely convinced that the young master harbored feelings for Miss Jiang, and he would not hold her past transgressions against her. He merely wished for Jiang Shiyuan to humble herself and make amends. Should she choose to meet with the young master, he would surely overlook past grievances and grant her another chance. Then, this servant would no longer need to serve with such trepidation. He was filled with trepidation, fearing that Jiang Shiyuan's actions might hinder the young master's studies. He dreaded the thought that should the young master face misfortune, the madam might resort to violence against him. If the young lady were to fall ill, it mattered not. The young master would not mind. Furthermore, Mo disregarded Hong Dou's words, engrossed in her own thoughts, as she retrieved a rectangular brocade box from her bosom and presented it with both hands. This was a birthday gift from the young master to the young lady. Once she accepted the gift, she ought to cease her grievances against him. Jiang Shiyuan, gazing at the familiar brocade box, could not help but sneer. Is this your sentiment? Or that of your young master? Shen Luchu, even now, deigns to demean her. The same hairpin he offered to another, who rejected it, is now being presented to her. Did she truly appear so cheap and unworthy in his eyes? Jiang Shiyuan, cold as ice, noted Hong Dou's clenched fists upon sighting the brocade box. If all men were scoundrels, then Shen Luchu was the scoundrel among scoundrels. Mo, drenched in cold sweat, recoiled, sensing the impending doom. Returning to inform your young master that I am well and do not wish to meet him is because there is no longer any necessity for our encounters. As for this item, he may bestow it upon whomever he pleases. It holds no value for me, Jiang Shiyuan declared, turning to enter the door when Mo, suddenly anxious, hastened after her, unable to fathom the consequences of failing to deliver the hairpin. For him to deliver a gift was already a significant concession from the young master, and should it be rejected, he could only dread the young master's furious wrath. Miss Jiang, do you not hold affection for our young master? It is a rare occasion for him to offer you a gift. Do not be so difficult. Accept it promptly. Should you truly wish to refuse, then return it to the young master yourself. Do not impose upon us, the servants. Mo thrust the item into Hong Dou's hands and fled without looking back. He could no longer concern himself. As a mere servant, he ought not to fret over such matters. His duty was to deliver the item, and whatever Jiang Shiyuan chose to do with it was her affair with the young master. Stop right there. Who covets your family's belongings? Hong Dou, incensed, rolled up her sleeves to pursue him, but Mo had already vanished. Turning back, she opened the brocade box, discovering it contained the same gilded hairpin adorned with jade that had been previously given to Su Lila. Rolling her eyes, she forcefully closed the box. Miss, how shall we proceed? Jiang Shiyuan, naturally, had no intention of meeting Shen Luchu. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved that if Shen Luchu sought to belittle her, she too could return the favor. Since Su Lila held an affection for him, let her be the recipient of the gift. It would serve as a congratulatory gesture for their impending union. Hong Dou's eyes brightened, and she dashed out. Understood, miss. I will deliver it to the minister's residence at once. Chapter 33. Would Shen Luchu not be driven mad upon learning that Jiang Shiyuan was to be wed? At the Ministry of Revenue, Su Lila, well versed in the intricacies of the male psyche, understood the importance of moderation in all things. Upon reuniting with Brother Pei and confirming their identities, she did not linger unnecessarily, excusing herself not to interrupt his important affairs. Just as she returned from outside, the doorkeeper announced that a gift had been sent from the Duke of the States General's residence. A gift? What occasion necessitated such a present? Su Lila was left in a state of confusion. Wait, who did you say sent it? The Duke of the States General's residence? Jiang Shiyuan? A jest. Would Jiang Shiyuan send her a gift? Su Lila hurriedly instructed someone to bring it in. The servant complied and promptly presented a long, rectangular brocade box. As Su Lila gazed at the box, her lips twitched in irritation. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find a familiar hairpin inside. Ji Chun exclaimed, "Isn't this the hairpin you returned to young Master Shen? How did it end up in Miss Jiang's possession?" Su Lila's countenance darkened as she forced out a phrase through clenched teeth. That foolish Shen Luchu. What else could it be? Without a doubt, it was Shen Luchu, that dimwit, who had sent the hairpin back to Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan was ridiculing Shen Luchu while simultaneously slapping her in the face. It infuriated her. The pleasant mood she had just garnered from Pei Ziye evaporated in an instant, replaced by a burning rage. She had never encountered someone as haughty and brainless as Shen Luchu. Apart from reading a few books, his mind was as empty as a dung heap. Who did he think he was? Jiang Shiyuan, with all her sincerity, gifted him a sachet, and without hesitation, he passed it to another woman. Only to return something belonging to her to Jiang Shiyuan? No one could commit such an audacious act. The more Su Lila pondered, the more enraged she became. She was furious with Jiang Shiyuan, exceedingly so. Was Jiang Shiyuan blind? How could she possibly be enamored with Shen Luchu, dragging her into this mess? She had managed to pull back from the brink and aligned herself with the Pei family, while she, Su Lila, nearly fell into a cesspit. With a huff, Su Lila commanded, "Go gather everything Shen Luchu sent me and return it all to the Yuan Marquis' residence." "Miss, are you serious or merely playing hard to get?" Ji Chun inquired, perplexed. Su Lila shot her a glare. "What game? Does Shen Luchu merit my interest? What is he, a discarded trinket of Jiang Shiyuan's? Naturally I, Su Lila, have no use for him either." At the Yuan Marquis' residence, Mou delivered the items and hesitated to return, unsure how to report back. He feared upsetting the young master with the truth, yet he also dreaded the consequences of concealing it. As Mou stood indecisively at the entrance, a voice inquired, "You're back? Did you deliver the items?" Startled, he looked up to see Shen Luchu approaching from the corridor of the gatehouse. "Is the young master going out?" Mou asked habitually. Shen Luchu's face flushed. "No, I was just taking a stroll." A thought suddenly crossed Mou's mind. Could it be that the young master had been waiting for news all this time, from the study to the front door? He recalled how, earlier in the day, Shen Luchu had returned with excitement, heading straight to the storeroom to rummage through health supplements and antiques, ultimately selecting the hairpin that Miss Jiang favored and urging him to hasten its delivery to the general's residence. Mou's uncertainty grew more pronounced. "Why are you not responding? Did you deliver the items?" Shen Luchu inquired with displeasure. Having served him for many years, Mou was usually swift in his actions, but of late, he had become increasingly vague, each task less satisfactory than the last. In response to the young master, "The items have been delivered," Mou replied through gritted teeth. The items were indeed delivered, and he had not lied. Mou consoled himself, reasoning that the prince would not pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, Shen Luchu's brows, which had been furrowed for days, instantly relaxed, a smile gracing his lips as he chose not to inquire further. Was there any need for further questioning? That hairpin was something Jiang Shiyuan had chosen at first glance. She must cherish it dearly. He understood that Jiang Shiyuan's sulking was due to not receiving a birthday gift, not because of those few words. Such statements were universally acknowledged. He was not the only one to express them. If Jiang Shiyuan were to hold a grudge, she would need to contend with the entire capital. She was not a person given to such pettiness. "Have you told her that it shall not happen again? If she throws another tantrum, I shall no longer indulge her," Shen Luchu inquired. In truth, Shen Luchu felt a lingering irritation. He had made numerous concessions this time, not only taking the initiative to seek her out repeatedly, but also humbling himself time and again. He feared that Jiang Shiyuan would take advantage of his leniency, thinking that once would lead to a second time, a dangerous precedent. Mou appeared troubled, hesitating as he replied, "Prince, you did not say?" Shen Luchu's expression darkened, on the verge of reprimanding him, when a mocking laugh suddenly erupted from behind. "What nonsense are you thinking?" Shen Luchu turned to see Su Lilu, the most dignified and virtuous daughter of the minister's household, speaking so coarsely. Furrowing his brow, Shen Luchu scrutinized the woman before him. Initially, he believed Su Lilu's sharp retort to Zhou Jingshun that morning was merely a fluke. He had not anticipated that this was indeed her true nature. "It is I," Su Lilu declared, tilting her chin arrogantly as she approached, no longer bothering to feign decorum. Shen Luchu's brow tightened, as though he had encountered something highly displeasing. "What do you want?" I have come to return something to Jiang Shiyuan," Su Lilu replied, extending a rectangular brocade box towards him. Upon seeing the box, Shen Luchu's gaze faltered. "How did it come to be in your possession? How could it be in my hands?" Su Lilu scoffed. "I would like to ask you, Shen Luchu, what were you thinking? Why would you send Jiang Shiyuan's chosen item to me? And how could you possibly think of returning my rejected items to Jiang Shiyuan? Is the Yuan Marquis so impoverished that you cannot afford to refuse, or has your mind simply gone awry?" Each of Su Lilu's inquiries dripped with disdain. Yet Shen Luchu remained oblivious, his focus fixated on the box as he urgently demanded, "Tell me, how did it come to be in your hands? What else could it be? Jiang Shiyuan no longer wanted it and discarded it to me. That is impossible." Shen Luchu interrupted, his voice rising. "You lie? How could Jiang Shiyuan give my belongings to you? She has always valued me, even if I merely sketched a paper figure for her. She would frame it and treasure it dearly." Shen Luchu's vehement rebuttal seemed to invite further irony, for as soon as his words fell, a young servant, breathless, arrived at the gates of the Wenyuan Marquise, holding a small box. "Shen Luchu, this is something our young lady has returned to you. Please take a look," the servant said, promptly opening the box in his hands. The box contained a hodgepodge of trinkets, a clay figurine casually purchased by Shen Luchu, a discarded wooden carving, and the remnants of manuscripts that Shen no longer desired. Atop this disarray was a small framed painting, starkly conspicuous. It depicted a little figure that Shun had whimsically sketched, claiming it bore a resemblance to Jiang Shiyuan, who subsequently took it and had it framed. After a decade of acquaintance, this meager box held little value and few items. Shen Luchu's expression darkened. What was the meaning of this? The servant, merely delivering the items, placed them down without uttering a word and departed upon seeing the principal. However, Su Lila could not help but let out a derisive laugh. What else could it mean? This pile of rubbish was clearly unwanted. Shen Luchu's face fell, his eyes fixed on the box as if his soul had been wrenched from him. Observing Shun's despondency, Su Lila found it amusing. Her earlier gloom dissipated. If returning an item could infuriate him so, how would he react if she informed him that Jiang Shiyuan was already betrothed to the Pei family? The thought brought a glimmer to her eyes. Chapter 34. Jiang Shiyuan no longer wants you. As Su Lila pondered this, Shen Luchu suddenly turned to her with wild intensity. "Su Lila, are you up to your old tricks again?" "Oh." Su Lila crossed her arms, feigning surprise as though she had uncovered an immense jest. "So, the heir is not blind after all and is aware that I have been playing tricks? Then why do you continue to favor me? What is your intention, heir? Do you wish to indulge in both the dish and the pot?" Shen Luchu, aflame with indignation, felt as though someone had seized his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. He harbored no genuine feelings for Su Lila. His interactions with her were merely a strategy to appease his mother, the Princess Wenha, who had set her sights on the minister's residence, and Su Lila, using her to undermine Jiang Shiyuan. Aware that Su Lila was consistently a thorn in Jiang Shiyuan's side, he still chose to believe her, not for any particular reason, but simply to ensure Jiang would remain compliant. He preferred the obedient, docile Jiang Shiyuan, rather than the stubborn version. Struck dumb, was he not? Su Lila regarded Shen Luchu with disdain, her mind made up. She would not divulge to him that Jiang Shiyuan was already engaged. The slow torment was far more entertaining. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether Jiang Shiyuan would marry Pei Ziye. "Shen Luchu, this is the consequence of your greed. The one who adored you most in the capital, Jiang Shiyuan, no longer desires you." With a playful tone, Su Lila enunciated each word deliberately to Shen Luchu. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his face paling instantly. "Ha! How delightful!" Su Lila laughed triumphantly, leaving the items behind as she strode away. Even after walking a considerable distance, her laughter did not cease. She had thought that only defeating Jiang Shiyuan would bring her joy, but she found equal satisfaction in puncturing Shen Luchu's inflated pride. Perhaps it was simply that she could not abide his pompous demeanor. Su Lila's smile was radiant, yet Ji Chun, filled with concern, inquired, "Miss, what are you doing? Surely you haven't forgotten that the Wenyuan Marquise is negotiating a marriage with our minister's residence. Offending young Master Shen now will only lead to your own misfortune." Unfazed, Su Lila retorted, "With a lineage like that of the Wenyuan Marquise, do you truly believe my stepmother and those sisters of mine would allow me to wed? They are merely using me as bait. When the time comes, they will cast the blame upon me and have my sister take my place." Did not Su Li employ this very tactic to usurp her own sister's engagement, becoming my father's second wife? I am well aware of their schemes. Moreover, I have no interest in Shen Luchu. If my sister wishes to marry, let her do so. Ji Chun felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this. If only the madam were still here. Had she been, the miss would not have been sent to such a remote place, forced into this state. Observing the pity etched on Ji Chun's face, Su Lila waved her hand dismissively. "Have you discovered what Pei Ziye intends to do tomorrow? I am furious. Today, Jiang Shiyuan bested me in a game. I must reclaim my victory." She planned to fortuitously encounter Pei Ziye once more the following day. Ji Chun, puzzled, gazed at her mistress. "Why does the miss harbor such disdain for Miss Jiang? For years, you have been in competition with her, openly and covertly. Anything that Jiang Shiyuan desires, whether person or possession, you feel compelled to seize. Must there be a reason for dislike?" "I simply find her irksome and yearn to triumph over her," Su Lila replied, gritting her teeth. Ji Chun smirked, unable to suppress her thoughts. "Yet, I have not seen you succeed against her very often." Jiang Shiyuan took up music, and you poached her instructor, only for her to master it independently and receive resounding applause. Jiang Shiyuan adores cats, while you raised a large dog, which ended up being ridden by her cat. Jiang Shiyuan excels in perfumery, and you opened a fragrance shop, yet you lose money annually, unable to even pay your staff. Ji Chun, what expression is that? You believe I cannot defeat Jiang Shiyuan, do you? Su Lila narrowed her eyes, ready to unleash her anger. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a bright rose-colored figure. Such a flamboyant hue could only belong to Pei Ziye. It appeared that Pei Ziye too had spotted her, turning to leave. But Su Lila called out from a distance, "Brother Pei?" The way she pronounced brother was enchanting, rendering him unable to move. Pei Ziye stood rooted, scratching his head, wondering what to do. What is happening? It seems this woman is indeed calling for me. Meanwhile, Su Lila had vanished from sight, yet Shen Luchu remained, frozen in place. He felt his blood run cold, his senses dulled, with only one phrase echoing in his mind. Jiang Shiyuan no longer wants you. MOU, observing his strange demeanor, felt her heart leap to her throat. How could the young master exhibit such a mournful expression? Young master? She called softly. Shen Luchu, upon hearing her voice, felt a tremor in his chest, struggling to swallow, and finally regained a semblance of breath. His gaze fell upon a pile of trinkets scattered on the ground. His expression dark and foreboding, was at a loss regarding how to respond, yet compelled by years of camaraderie, he could not help but utter a heartfelt remark. Your Highness, it seems Miss Jiang is genuinely upset this time. If you are willing to personally visit her and speak a few kind words, it might help. Who gave her the audacity? Shen Luchu scoffed, interrupting his words. In their dynamic, Jiang Shiyuan was merely a shadow, a subordinate accessory. Even if an ending was to be reached, it was he who would dictate the terms, not her, Jiang Shiyuan. If she does not wish to see me, then I shall insist on her presence. And she will come to me, begging to do so. Shen Luchu clenched his jaw tightly, his jawline taut and sharp, sensing an ominous premonition. Pondered, what was the prince planning? However, Shen Luchu did not respond. Instead, he strode out of the Wenyuan Marquis's residence with determination. Jiang Shiyuan, who grants you such reckless freedom? Without me, you would have no one to converse with in the capital. You will regret this. Would Jiang Shiyuan regret it? No, she would not. Ever since that nauseating moment, she had no desire to encounter Shen Luchu again or to entangle herself with him in any manner. The hairpin from today served as a reminder of something. Jiang Shiyuan gathered everything related to Shen Luchu. After a decade of acquaintance, Shen Luchu had gifted her little, while his father, Lord Shen, had bestowed upon her numerous precious items. Writing tools, jade, and jewels, all exquisite, for as long as she could remember. Lord Shen had prepared a gift for her every new year, alongside those for his son. It seemed that ever since a particular incident, Lord Shen had regarded her with newfound favor. She could sense that Lord Shen held genuine affection for her, a warmth akin to that of a benevolent elder toward a younger counterpart. Jiang Shiyuan reciprocated this fondness. Lord Shen, with his gentle smile, reminded her of her father, kind and cultured. He admired her mother greatly, respecting her pioneering spirit, and had meticulously collected stories of her deeds, transcribing them for Jiang Shiyuan. She organized Shen Luchu's belongings and those from Lord Shen separately, ultimately pausing at an old manuscript. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to place the manuscript into a box and instructed her servants to deliver them to both the Wenyuan Marquis's residence and Lord Shen's estate. She had her own means of cherishing her parents' memory without relying on others. Just as Jiang Shiyuan concluded her organization of belongings, Hong Do rushed in, excitement radiating from her as she held a scroll. Miss, you must see this. With a flourish, Hong Do unfurled the scroll, which slipped from her grasp and rolled several meters across the floor. Jiang Shiyuan felt a shiver of dread. The terror instilled by the Pei family last night was vivid in her mind. What is this? Chapter 35. Jiang Shiyuan would deceive anyone but Prince Shen. The news regarding the Pei family's proposal reached Jiang Shiyuan not only in advance, but was also communicated to imperial concubine Jiang and the entire Jiang household. With her parents gone, Granny Qin shouldered all responsibilities, ensuring the general's residence was thoroughly cleaned and decorated, preparing an array of teas, fruits, and pastries for the occasion. The venerable Lady Wendy holds a prestigious reputation. It is worth noting that our esteemed consort, along with the former sovereign, were initially brought together through the matchmaking efforts of Lady Wendy. The fact that Minister Pei was able to invite her is truly commendable. When Granny Qin spoke of this union, Her delight was palpable. Not only Lady Wendy, but the list of betrothal gifts sent by the Pei family is also a testament to their sincerity. Shops, estates, fabrics, gold, silver, jewels, and antiques. The list is indeed extensive. Hong Do nudged the nearby Jiang Shiyuan, implying, "It is longer than the family rules. My lady, fortune is surely smiling upon you." Jiang Shiyuan laughed at this. Though the lavish gifts filled her with joy, they also instilled a sense of burden due to the inability to reciprocate appropriately. Minister Pei had bestowed upon her far too much. She worried about her capacity to fulfill the role of the minister's wife, even if it were merely a nominal union. All right, the hour is drawing near. Hong Do, please watch by the door. Qing Lu, keep an eye on the tea room. And someone must check the kitchen to see if the pastries are ready. Granny Qin reiterated with earnestness. Today is the ladies' grand day. We must not allow any mishaps. Should anyone err, do not blame me for my harshness. Yes, Granny, rest assured, there shall be no mistakes. The attendants responded in unison. Everyone busied themselves, while Jiang Shiyuan remained in her chamber, feeling somewhat aimless and uncertain about what to do. Her heart was anxious, tinged with nervousness and a sense of disorientation. The past few days felt dreamlike, shrouded in an air of unreality. As she was lost in thought, a servant's voice broke through from outside. "My lady, the heir of the Wenyuan Marquis has sent a letter." A festive procession made its way down the bustling street, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Pei Ziye kicked his horse to catch up with the carriage ahead, his eyes ringed with dark circles, pitifully calling out, "Little uncle." The carriage curtain remained undisturbed, and a cool voice emerged from within. "Have all been retrieved?" Pei Ziye pulled out a stack of talismans from his robe, nearly in tears. "Not quite. Just yesterday." While he was reminiscing with acquaintances and preparing for a leisurely outing, his little uncle had summoned him back abruptly. It was unclear who had informed his uncle of his dealings, exposing the fact that he had been selling his uncle's calligraphy as talismans, which had kept him awake all night and sent him scurrying across the city to reclaim each piece. Not only had he lost his investment, but he was nearly exhausted from the endeavor. The crux of the matter was that with so many sold, how could he possibly retrieve every single one? "Uncle, I scrutinized each piece. They consist solely of inconsequential poetry, and I had divided them into countless fragments. My intention was never to profit, but rather to assist those who admire you. You cannot fathom their reverence. Scholars regard you as their paragon, and they see your words as their guiding light." Pei Ziye implored. "Can you heartlessly extinguish the beacon of hope for those striving to succeed?" He begged. Having run all night, he was close to collapse, and he wished for an end to the relentless pursuit. Yet, regardless of his pleading, the occupants of the carriage remained unresponsive, until he mumbled casually, "I promised to help my aunt find someone, but when do I have the time for that?" The occupants of the carriage finally chimed in. Pei Ziye's eyes lit up as he chuckled softly, leaning against the carriage window. "Did Miss Jiang not mention it to my uncle? She is quite fond of the storybook he gifted her and wishes to meet the author. She asked me to assist in finding him. Have you found him?" Pei Ziye was astonished to see his uncle taking such an interest in mundane matters, his eyes widening in surprise. "Yes, I found him, but he refuses to cooperate, even to meet." The voice from within the carriage paused thoughtfully before adding, "Have Yuliang assist you with this matter?" Pei Ziye was taken aback once more. Yuliang is uncle's most capable subordinate. Despite having requested his assistance numerous times in the past without success, his uncle now unhesitatingly offered him for his use. Indeed, as grandmother said, "My uncle is truly a treasure." Then, should we not retrieve those talismans? Pei Ziye seized the opportunity to inquire. "First, let us attend to the main task." Understood. Pei Ziye felt an immense sense of relief, as if he had been revitalized. He thought to himself, having placated his aunt, he need not worry about his uncle. As they spoke, the procession arrived at the entrance of Jishui Alley. Just then, the sound of urgent hooves echoed in the air. Pei Ziye looked up to see. Not far off, a chestnut steed galloping, its rider, a young lady, holding a whip in one hand, her crimson attire billowing in the wind. Even for someone accustomed to riding like Pei Ziye, the sight was breathtaking. Who is this striking maiden? No sooner had he spoken than the gallant figure approached. And Pei Ziye exclaimed in realization, "Is that not my aunt?" The carriage curtains had risen unnoticed, revealing a figure with profound eyes, who regarded the rider as she sped past, vanishing from sight without a moment's pause. Jiang Shiyuan rode briskly towards the city gate, and upon exiting, she continued eastward, reaching a villa an hour later. The once serene retreat now resonated with laughter and the melodies of string instruments. Shen Luchu, on a whim, organized a Tsushui Liushang event at the villa, inviting all his friends from the capital along with the most renowned singing troupe. Is this truly the famed talisman? A young gentleman held a yellow paper talisman, scoffing. It appears no different from an ordinary charm. Has Lord Shen been deceived? Another man laughed, snatching it away. Do you not realize who presented this talisman? It was Jiang Shiyuan, who humbly ascended the grand steps to petition for it from our Lord Shen. She would never deceive him, would she? She wouldn't dare, would she, Lord Shen? At this, the crowd turned their gazes toward Shen Luchu, who held his wine cup with an air of nonchalance, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes as he replied, she wouldn't dare. His smile conveyed both the delight of being adored and the confidence of having everything under control. Nearby, Zhou Jingshan frowned. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, Luchu, do not go too far. Jiang Shiyuan is earnest in her intentions. It is only due to her sincere intentions that she has received such a response. Otherwise, this worthless trinket would be scorned even by the servants. Shen Luchu, indifferent to the situation, casually tossed aside the now empty sachet, as if discarding something filthy. Just as Jiang Shiyuan entered, holding a whip, she witnessed this scene. The talisman she had gifted Shen Luchu was torn in two by others, and the handmade sachet was disdainfully discarded by Shen Luchu himself. Chapter 36. Young Master Shen. Whom you marry is of no concern to me. Jiang Shiyuan's sudden appearance brought about a momentary silence. All eyes turned to her. Someone jested, why has Miss Jiang come? Did the servants not inform you? Today, only men are invited, women are not allowed. The men scrutinized Jiang Shiyuan, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. She remained unperturbed, directing her gaze solely at Shen Luchu. Did you write me this letter? Shen Luchu, seemingly oblivious, lowered his head to sip his drink and retorted, what letter? Jiang Shiyuan's expression hardened, and she raised the letter in her hand, articulating each word. I ask you, did you write this? With a languid lift of his head, Shen Luchu appeared to revel in an unearned triumph, entirely dismissive of the anguish permeating the atmosphere. So what if I did? Did you not say you wished to avoid me? Yet, at the slightest beckoning, you come rushing here. Jiang Shiyuan, where is your pride? Those around them, witnessing Shen Luchu's disregard for Jiang Shiyuan, could not suppress their laughter, mocking her relentless pursuit of the young master, questioning her dignity. Not only was she devoid of pride, but her very existence seemed as base as that of a dog, with a father who was a mere warrior and a mother a bandit. What noble qualities could arise from such lineage? The insults echoed in his ears, and Shen Luchu found them grating. He was about to intervene when a sharp crack resonated through the air. Jiang Shiyuan had already swung her whip towards the two insolent men with a resounding snap. Everyone stood in stunned silence as the two men clutched their stinging mouths, ready to retaliate, only to be met with a terrifying glare. My father is a celebrated general, and my mother is the Emperor's appointed foremost female general. Should you dare utter another disrespectful word, you shall not leave this place today. Jiang Shiyuan gripped the whip, her eyes fierce, as if she had transformed into a different person. No one had ever witnessed Jiang Shiyuan exude such commanding presence, not even Shen Luchu. In Shen Luchu's eyes, Jiang Shiyuan was gentle, considerate, and always accommodating. The Jiang Shiyuan before him now was a stranger, so unfamiliar that it invoked an inexplicable sense of unease within him. A panic that something was slipping beyond his control. The entire estate was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. As Jiang Shiyuan took 2 steps forward, her foot landed squarely on the discarded sachet. Shen Luchu, I once believed you had merely regretted your past promises to me. I understood that you did not harbor feelings for me, and I did not press the matter. But I never anticipated that you would use the whereabouts of my parents' remains to mock me, claiming to possess news of my father and mother. Her words faltered as she clutched the letter, her nails digging almost painfully into her flesh. Shen Luchu harbored no affection for her. He trampled upon her sincere emotions. Yet she bore no resentment. However, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to see him suffer 1,000-fold. He was acutely aware that the loss of her parents was an everlasting wound in her heart, and he understood that her lifelong wish was merely to gaze upon her parents once more, even if only the remnants of their bones. Nonetheless, in a bid to subjugate her, he fabricated a falsehood to lure her out. Jiang Shiyuan's expression turned grave, her gaze directed at Shen Luchu like a blade poised to strike, instilling a profound trepidation. Zhou Jingshan looked at Shen Luchu in disbelief. Had Shen Luchu lost his senses? How could he dare to jest about such matters? Jiang Shiyuan's parents had perished while protecting the citizens during a retreat. The couple had lured the enemy away from the camp, leading to their tragic end, leaving behind nothing but bones. The sacrifice of Jiang Shiyuan's parents had saved thousands of lives, a noble act few could equal in this world. The more Zhou Jingshan pondered, the more he felt Shen Luchu had crossed an insufferable line, to the point where even he, as a friend, found himself at a loss for words. He had no ground to stand upon, having often ridiculed Jiang Shiyuan's background in the past. Not only Zhou Jingshan, but those around them exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of guilt that rendered them mute. Only Shen Luchu sat there in a daze, as though struck by a bolt from the blue, his expression vacant. He recollected the events of 3 years prior during the Double Ninth Festival when Jiang Shiyuan had suddenly approached him, stating that she could no longer accompany him. She had declared that she was to be wed, her family having arranged a marriage for her, and that she bore responsibilities of her own. He had panicked, though he could not fathom why. Perhaps it was because he had grown accustomed to her presence, to the sight of her trailing behind him like a devoted shadow. He was aware that she held some affection for him, so he grasped her hand and promised, "Jiang Shiyuan, grant me 3 years. Once I graduate high school, I will persuade my mother to allow me to marry you." He recalled it all. How could he have forgotten? Shen Luchu gazed at Jiang Shiyuan, bewildered. "Jiang Shiyuan, I forgot. Why did you not remind me?" Jiang Shiyuan smiled, a silent, incredulous smile. It was not regret that plagued him, it was forgetfulness. How had he managed to utter that word so nonchalantly? Remind? How could she possibly remind him when she had been a constant presence in his life for the past 3 years? Jiang Shiyuan had never felt such profound loathing for anyone, a loathing so intense that it made her wish to erase her own memories. Shen Luchu's inadequacies made her feel that her earlier infatuation was utterly foolish, rendering her years of pursuit worthless. With no words left to say, she turned to leave, believing that by now, the lines of right and wrong had been clearly drawn. Yet, to her astonishment, Shen Luchu pursued her. As she turned away, Shen Luchu, clutching a wine jug, hastened to block her path, reminiscent of 3 years ago at this very villa when he had stopped her. However, the words he spoke now were worlds apart. "Jiang Shiyuan, did I permit you to leave? You shall not depart. Is all this commotion merely because I forgot the promise made years ago? Jiang Shiyuan, the spring examination has not yet arrived. I have not misspoken. And today I shall reiterate before all, when I finish high school, I will marry you. Are you satisfied now?" Shen Luchu tilted his head, pouring a sip of wine into his mouth, his tone still lofty and condescending. Jiang Shiyuan found herself once again at a loss for words. She could not believe that Shen Luchu was unaware of her desires, which were quite simple. She sought not merely a high school graduation, but rather respect, admiration, the same astonished gleam in his eyes that shone when he first beheld her a decade ago. That was all. Shen Luchu was exceedingly intelligent. He merely feigned ignorance. He took advantage of her affections, confident that she would forever revolve around him, unwavering. How utterly laughable. Jiang Shiyuan scoffed. "Young Master Shen, whom you choose to marry is of no concern to me. I wish you happiness." With that, she turned and strode past him, heading toward the exit. "Jiang Shiyuan, if you step through that door, you shall never return to my side." Shen Luchu, enraged by her attitude, let out a low growl behind her. Jiang Shiyuan did not even glance back. She hastened out of the estate, mounted her horse, and galloped away. Shen Luchu stood frozen, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Jiang Shiyuan had truly left, unwilling even to cast a final glance. A surge of unnameable fury erupted within him, and he raised his hand, smashing the wine jug upon the ground. The exquisite roux porcelain shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. "Very well, Jiang Shiyuan, do not regret this." Jiang Shiyuan rode back to the city without pause. Upon her return to the Jiang residence, the sky inexplicably darkened, the low-hanging clouds threatening to crush all beneath them. Before the horse had even come to a halt, she leaped down and hurried inside. Red Bean, waiting at the door, nearly wept upon seeing her. "Miss, where have you been?" Jiang Shiyuan had no time for explanations and asked urgently, "Where is Pei Ziye?" Red Bean, relieved to see Jiang Shiyuan unharmed, replied, "Do not worry. Mississippi, the Grand Tutor is fine. The Emperor summoned him unexpectedly, and he has gone to the palace, notifying us that the betrothal date has been postponed." Chapter 37. This marriage proposal is serious, and I hope Miss Jiang takes it seriously as well. Postponed. Jiang Shiyuan's heart sank. an ominous premonition creeping in. She grasped Red Bean and asked frantically, "What about the letter I left? Was it delivered to the Grand Tutor?" In her letter, she had expressed her reasons, hoping that the Grand Tutor would understand and forgive her impulsive behavior today. Red Bean pulled a piece of stationery from her sleeve, shaking her head. "The Grand Tutor never came to the door, and then he informed us of the change in date, so—" Seeing the grave expression on Jiang Shiyuan's face, Red Bean suddenly realized she might have made a significant error. "Miss, have I made a mistake? I shall go deliver the message to the Grand Tutor immediately." Red Bean was on the verge of tears. This was a rare match for Jiang Shiyuan, and it could not be allowed to slip away due to her oversight. It's all right. You did nothing wrong. Give me the letter. I will explain to the Grand Tutor myself." Jiang Shiyuan understood that Red Bean's concern had led to her momentary lapse, and indeed, today had been her own folly. Shen Luchu's father held a position in the Ministry of War, and Duke Shen had once promised to keep an eye on the developments in the northwest. Thus, when Shen Luchu's letter arrived, she harbored no suspicion. She had never imagined that Shen Luchu would put her in such an embarrassing position. A bitter pang filled Jiang Shiyuan's heart as she first comforted Hong Do, then mounted her horse once more, urging it towards the Grand Tutor's residence. Born to a family of warriors, she could ride and shoot arrows by the age of 6, but due to the disapproval of others, she had repressed her true nature and forsaken her passions. The outcome of her relationship with Shen Luchu had been foreshadowed from the very beginning. She had been too enamored with that initial flutter of emotion. Casting aside her thoughts, Jiang Shiyuan pressed on, hastening to the Grand Tutor's estate. Upon arrival, she did not encounter Grand Tutor Pei, but instead met Pei Ziye. "My uncle has gone to the palace. He asked me to deliver this to you." Pei Ziye seemed to have been waiting for her, presenting a small pouch adorned with red cornelian berries, its craftsmanship rather rudimentary and the stitches coarse. Jiang Shiyuan's expression stiffened as she gazed at the familiar pouch, dormant memories flooding her mind like a burst dam. "Pei Xiaofu only shows you a modicum of kindness out of pity for your orphan state, and yet you, at such a tender age, entertain romantic notions. How shameless. Just admit it. Your antics are merely a ploy to attract Pei Xiaofu's attention. How disgraceful. If you wish to entice someone, at least offer something worthwhile. What use is this shabby pouch?" The harsh taunts and mocking laughter echoed in her ears and filled her mind. 10 years prior, she had given a similar pouch to Pei Che, and for reasons unknown, it had found its way into the hands of others. They obstructed her path, flinging the pouch at her, ridiculing her for harboring base thoughts and disrespecting her mentor. She leapt up, shouting at them, insisting that her intentions had never been so impure. She simply wished to express her gratitude to Pei Che for sheltering her and her cat when she had no desire to return to the desolate general's residence. Her intention was purely one of thanks, and the embroidery was not of yearning red beans, but of cornelian berries, symbols of longevity and reverence. She held Pei Che in the highest esteem and had never entertained any disrespectful thoughts toward him. Yet, no matter how loudly she protested, they refused to listen, intent on maligning and isolating her. Why was it so? Was it merely because she lacked a father and mother? Must everyone slander her? Then why did their parents not go to battle? Why, in a world at peace, must she suffer the loss of her parents? Was that fair? Jiang Shiyuan accepted the worn and crude pouch, feeling as though she were confronting her 8-year-old self, her chest tightening with a wave of nostalgia, emotions threatening to overwhelm her breath. Perhaps they were right. Pei Che was simply pitying her. Otherwise, why would he have given her token of thanks to someone else? Why would he turn and leave for Shuzhou without uttering a single word to her, even after she had obediently complied with all his expectations and achieved excellent grades? It seemed to matter little. "Thank you," Jiang Shiyuan managed to choke out, holding back her tears as she clutched the pouch. Her head bowed as she made her way back. Pei Ziye gazed at Jiang Shiyuan's tearful expression and her slender figure, unable to bear the sight. He felt compelled to speak further. "Miss Jiang, are you aware? The matriarch of the Windy Marquis intended to retire to her hometown, and she had already departed the city. On the day you were together in the Garden of Blossoming Spring, your uncle hastily rode out, having concluded his meeting with you, to personally bring the matriarch back." Jiang Shiyuan looked up in astonishment. This engagement was serious. Her uncle wished her to take it equally seriously. Pei Ziye rarely adopted such a grave tone. The message was unmistakably clear, and Jiang Shiyuan could not feign ignorance. Clearly, Pei Che had discovered her abandonment of him to seek out Shen Luchu. However, he did not wish to embarrass her, Hence he postponed the proposal, taking the blame upon himself. Jiang Shiyuan stared at the purse that had been returned to her for the second time, her thoughts in disarray, struggling to comprehend Pei Zie's true intentions towards her. Was it merely to uphold the dignity of their union, or was it yet another act of pity? Since returning from the Grand Tutor's residence, Jiang Shiyuan had longed to speak with him, but some unknown disturbance within the palace had kept Grand Tutor Pei from leaving her without a single word from him. It seemed she had truly managed to anger him this time. She poked at the dried tangerine peel in her hand and sighed. Opposite her, Hong Do seemed hesitant, her face marred with guilt. Jiang Shiyuan glanced at her and said, "This matter does not concern you. It is my own fault." Hong Do bit her lip, unable to contain her anger. How can that man, Shen, be so outrageous? Does he even possess a shred of humanity? Back at the Shen family villa, if it weren't for you braving the snow to find him, he would have perished. Has he forgotten? She continued. How can he be so destructive, causing you years of delay and ruining your prospects? Such a person has no heart. The past should remain in the past. Jiang Shiyuan wished to avoid it, to not speak of it. Her feelings for Shen Luchu had been clarified long ago on her 18th birthday. She had been naive and misled. Lingering in confusion for 3 years, this was all acknowledged. She felt no inner turmoil. What mattered most now was how to earn the Grand Tutor's forgiveness. Pei Ziye's words served as a reminder. This betrothal was one she had consented to with her own lips, even though it was a union for political purposes. From the moment she agreed, Pei Ziye had regarded her as his wife, offering sincerity and dignity, while she had remained ensnared in inexplicable sentiments, failing to regard him seriously. This was unfair to the Grand Tutor. She needed to reassess her position. Pei Ziye was neither a mere teacher from Looming Academy nor just anyone's uncle. He was her future husband. If all went according to plan, they were destined to spend their lives together. As Jiang Shiyuan pondered this, resolving that if the Grand Tutor did not emerge from the palace soon, she would seek assistance from CRO, a sudden announcement echoed from outside. Miss. Young Master Pei has come to pay his respects. Who? Young Master Pei? Jiang Shiyuan lifted her skirts and hurried to the reception hall without a second thought. In the hall stood a figure clad in white, resembling fresh snow, with flowing ebony hair bound by a jade crown. His sword-like brows framing a smile as he turned to greet her. Pei Ziye. Jiang Shiyuan's footsteps abruptly halted. Dressed in men's attire, Pei Ziye smiled slyly. Why the rush? Aunt, do you think I am your little uncle? Or perhaps my inept brother Pei Ziye? In chapter 38, Pei Ziye didn't even spare Jiang Shiyuan a glance. Oh, the haunting memories of the past have revived, striking her with a powerful blow right before her eyes. This would not be the first time, nor the last. Jiang Shiyuan sensed that the blunder of choosing the wrong partner would accompany her throughout her unfortunate life. With a bitter smile, she presented a pleading expression to Pei Ziye. However, Pei Ziye showed no intent of letting her off the hook, exclaiming with surprise, "Really? How could you think you were to marry Pei Ziye? With your beauty? How could someone like him ever be worthy of you? Did the Empress not mention it to you? 3 years ago, although the Emperor casually suggested a match, your uncle readily accepted." Jiang Shiyuan's heart fluttered slightly. How could the Emperor have thought to arrange a marriage for me with the Grand Tutor? To this day, she remained unaware of how her aunt had beseeched the Emperor for such a union, and how she had managed to pair her with the Grand Tutor. Her aunt had known the Emperor since their youth and had once been splendidly welcomed into the royal household, having shared many years of affection with him. However, ever since her parents had perished in battle, her aunt's demeanor had grown cold. Pei Ziye shook her head. I don't know the specifics. And neither do the elders in our family. I only remember that day when your uncle, who had long been absent from the old residence, suddenly returned. Our grandmother was particularly delighted and arranged for the entire family to have a reunion dinner. Then, at the dinner table, your uncle suddenly announced, "I am getting married." Recalling the scene, Pei Ziye couldn't help but laugh. You have no idea. The entire family was taken aback. The head of the Pei family dropped his chopsticks. My father nearly choked on his soup, and Pei Ziye spat out his food all over the head of the Pei family, who had bent down to pick up the chopsticks. Consequently, the head of the Pei family established a family rule. What was it called again? Jiang Shiyuan maintained a stoic expression. The 731st rule of the Pei family states that when dining with elders, one must lower their head and remain silent when an elder speaks. How do you know this, aunt? Pei Ziye exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it seemed that Jiang Shiyuan was truly a chosen member of the Pei family. Jiang Shiyuan clicked her tongue. realizing that behind that absurd family rule lay an equally outrageous story. Regardless, when the news broke, everyone was astonished, yet grandmother was overjoyed. That very evening, she opened her storeroom and brought out a box of treasured East pearls as a meeting gift. However, just a few days later, her uncle sent someone to announce the cancellation of the marriage, and grandmother's East pearls were returned to their place of storage. The engagement came like a gust of wind, swift to arrive and swift to depart. Yet, in this fleeting affair, although you, dear aunt, never made an appearance, nor even revealed your name, you have already become a legend in our Pei family. To dare reject the current grand tutor is truly remarkable. Pei Ziye gave Jiang Shiyuan a thumbs up. Feeling a wave of unease, Jiang Shiyuan sheepishly replied, I also never anticipated that I was rejecting the grand tutor. Does this mean you misunderstood back then, aunt? Pei Ziye suddenly inquired. If you hadn't misinterpreted, would you still have rejected your uncle? Pei Ziye harbors no malice. Rather, upon grasping the circumstances, she feels a tinge of regret. In her eyes, Sister Jiang possesses an exquisite beauty, and her gentle demeanor is interspersed with a captivating vitality. Standing beside her uncle, she seems to be a match made in heaven. She cannot conceive of anyone more suitable than Jiang Shiyuan to be her aunt. Had Sister Jiang married her uncle 3 years prior, they would already be a family, and the harmony with her uncle would have been immeasurable. Jiang Shiyuan found herself at a loss when asked if she would have accepted Shen Luchu's plea for her hand had she known that the marriage would involve Pei Taifu 3 years ago. Perhaps. Jiang Shiyuan is uncertain. Her feelings towards Pei Che have grown increasingly complex. Initially rooted in gratitude and reverence, her recent interactions have seemingly fostered other sentiments. Last night, she dreamt once more. In her dream, she was wed. On the night of their nuptials, she was veiled, and the veil was gently lifted. It was Pei Taifu who unveiled her, but this time, he did not use a ruler. Instead, he delicately lifted the veil with a golden balance, doing so with such care that it could almost be described as tender. Jiang Shiyuan had never experienced a dream so vivid and detailed. She even beheld his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the scale. Her heart fluttered in response. Realizing she had veered into somber territory, Pei Ziye hastily redirected the conversation. Didn't my aunt say she would send an invitation for me and my cousin to join her? After waiting for so many days without news, I had to come myself. Without allowing Jiang Shiyuan to decline, Pei Ziye tossed her a bundle and urged her to change. The bundle contained a deep purple brocade robe adorned with dark bamboo patterns, accompanied by a matching belt, hair ribbon, and crown. Everything was complete. It looked somewhat familiar. Unable to refuse, and having previously accepted the invitation, Jiang Shiyuan complied and donned the male attire. Though slightly loose, the length was just right, and cinching it with the belt posed no issue. Pei Ziye skillfully redefined her brows, growing increasingly pleased, her smile radiating satisfaction. What a handsome young gentleman. Someone will surely be unable to take their eyes off you. Once dressed, the two strode out confidently. Pei Ziye clearly had experience in such disguises. Upon stepping outside, her poise and voice were indistinguishable, blurring the lines of gender. They strolled through the streets, enjoyed tea, and watched a play. Eventually, feeling hungry, Pei Ziye pulled Jiang Shiyuan into the renowned Wangxian Tower in the capital. Order whatever you wish. I've got plenty of money, she declared boldly. As Jiang Shiyuan contemplated her meal, she suddenly heard Pei Ziye exclaim, Uncle. Looking up, despite the throngs of people, she immediately spotted Pei Che among the crowd. He stood tall, his expression indifferent. Even from afar, his imposing presence was palpable. Hearing Pei Ziye's voice, Pei Che glanced in their direction, then ascended the stairs without a backward glance, not even bestowing a single glance upon Jiang Shiyuan. Chapter 39. I plan to amuse the Taifu. Slight revision. Pei Che ascended the staircase, his gaze unwavering, disappearing from view. Jiang Shiyuan withdrew her gaze, pressed her lips together, and lowered her eyes in silence. Pei Ziye, however, appeared quite astonished. Why was her uncle not reacting? Today, she had deliberately let slip a detail. Turning to Jiang Shiyuan, she no longer concealed the truth, saying, Today, grandmother instructed me to take you out for a change of scenery. She continued with an apologetic tone. Please do not take offense. My uncle is simply like this. When he becomes busy, he disregards everything else. I heard that he postponed the engagement due to state affairs, which greatly angered grandmother. She worried you might overthink things, so she specifically sent me to accompany you today. Jiang Shiyuan felt a bit embarrassed and interrupted her, saying, "The delay in the engagement is not the Grand Tutor's fault. It is due to me." She disclosed the matter of her missed appointment with Shen Luchu to Pei Ziye, confessing, "I was the one who angered the Grand Tutor." "Oh," Pei Ziye exclaimed in realization. "I wondered why my uncle seemed so melancholic. It turns out it was for this reason." With an air of mischief, Pei Ziye teased, "So, what do you plan to do, dear aunt?" Jiang Shiyuan lifted her head and articulated her thoughts that she had pondered for quite some time. "Well, I intend to appease the Grand Tutor. However, I am uncertain how easy it will be to placate him." Doubt lingered in her heart. In the private chamber on the second floor, during today's morning assembly, General Lu once again broached the subject of the Crown Prince. The Emperor, contrary to his previous stance, did not suppress the discussion but instead encouraged them to voice their opinions, seemingly serious about establishing a successor. Among the current princes, the fifth prince, supported by General Lu, his maternal uncle, and the scheming consort Lan, appeared most formidable. However, in terms of capability and merit, the third prince, who fought bravely in battles, was undoubtedly superior. Yet, it remained uncertain whom the emperor favored. One individual remarked, unable to resist casting a glance at the esteemed Pei Taifu seated at the head of the table. Though all present were high-ranking officials, none could rival Pei Taifu in terms of the emperor's favor and affection. It was common knowledge among the court that the young Pei Che and the powerful Pei clan he represented were being prepared by the emperor for the next crown prince. It would not be an exaggeration to say, he who gains the Pei clan, gains the world. A slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. The selection of the crown prince was critical to their futures. Should they manage to gain even a hint of insight, it could ensure their safety, if not propel them to greatness. Thus, when the emperor mentioned the establishment of a successor, the officials invited Pei Taifu to Wangxian Tower to gauge his sentiments. However, since entering, the Taifu had remained silent, and his countenance suggested displeasure. Had their discussions about state affairs displeased him? As the crowd grew anxious, a knock sounded at the door of the chamber. After a brief announcement, a young servant entered, bowing as he approached Pei Che, presenting a palm-sized brocade box with both hands. "Sir, someone instructed me to deliver this to you." Pei Che glanced at him and inquired, "Who sent this?" The servant replied, "He claims to be your future Grand Tutor's wife." A hush fell over the assembly as Pei Che scoffed lightly and opened the brocade box. Inside lay a familiar purse embroidered with red cornel. The lady had left a message. Upon receiving a gift, even if it is unwelcome, it should be returned in person. To send it back through another is simply unacceptable. As the servant relayed this, he broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the generous remuneration offered by the other party, he would have never dared to utter such blasphemous words in the presence of Lord Pei. Not only did the young servant feel a sense of trepidation, but the other guests at the table were equally on edge. They had heard whispers of the esteemed Grand Scholar Pei intending to take a wife, yet they had never laid eyes on her until today. The audacity of his betrothed was indeed remarkable. How could one so bold dare to speak so disrespectfully to the Grand Scholar? Surely, he would be displeased. As the guests silently exchanged glances, they were acutely aware of Pei's growing irritation. Convey to her that if gifts are to be presented in person, they must be reciprocated in kind. To do otherwise, through the hands of another, is a sign of insincerity, Pei Che instructed the young servant in a cold tone. Indeed, the Grand Scholar was angered. The servant felt a chill run down his spine as he prepared to take his leave with the items in hand, only to have a hand reach out silently to reclaim the pouch, which was then tucked away discreetly into Pei's chest pocket. The servant stared at the now empty brocade box, lost in contemplation. "Huh? Dear aunt, is this what you meant by appeasement? Are you certain you aren't merely insulting him?" Upon exiting the tavern after their meal, Pei Ziye could hardly contain her laughter. To placate him, one must first ensure he sees me, no? Jiang Shiyuan asserted confidently. When she finally encountered him, she would proceed in such a manner, and then in that manner, and so forth. Jiang Shiyuan observed the returned empty box, momentarily resisting the urge to concede defeat, before admitting her lack of clever strategies. "All right, I confess, I did not anticipate this predicament either. Jiang, what does the Grand Scholar mean by this?" Jiang Shiyuan raised the empty box in her hand, perplexed. Was it forgiveness or the opposite? Pei Ziye mirrored her confusion. He accepted the gift, which should indicate forgiveness, yet his words clearly suggest otherwise. They had assumed that the heart of a woman was unfathomable. Yet the Grand Scholar's intentions proved equally enigmatic. This is most challenging. Jiang Shiyuan could not help but frown. Observing her distress, Pei Ziye gently patted her shoulder and remarked, I believe, dear aunt, that you may require a few strategists. Come, let me find someone to assist you. Without delay, Pei Ziye led Jiang Shiyuan to a carriage and directed it towards a place called Qinshan Bookstore. With familiarity, Pei Ziye entered, and Jiang Shiyuan was astonished to discover that everyone present, from the shopkeeper to the serving staff, and even the patrons, were all women. The bookstore offered more than just books. It featured tea sets, musical instruments, and needlework supplies, resembling not merely a bookstore, but rather a tranquil gathering place for women. Pei Ziye appeared to be well acquainted with the individuals there, as she entered with a loud proclamation, Sisters, we have a young lady here who has vexed her betrothed and urgently requires some strategies to remedy the situation. Suddenly, the bookstore fell silent, and all eyes turned toward them. Initially taken aback by their appearance, the patrons quickly regained composure. My dear, you have come to the right place. While we may lack the 4 books and 5 classics, we possess an abundance of manuals tailored to women's needs, ranging from household management to needlework. A round-faced woman chimed in, clearly irregular. Another lady joined in eagerly. Dear girl, pray tell how you have incited your husband's ire. Let us sisters assist you with some advice. A crowd gathered around, their expressions warm and concerned, akin to elder sisters or sisters-in-law in a family. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback, unaware that such a place existed in the capital. On the day my husband came to propose, I went to meet another man. And he discovered it, Jiang Shiyuan succinctly stated. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh my, though you seem delicate, you possess considerable courage, a heroine among women, daring to provoke a man's vulnerabilities. What, is he calling off the engagement? Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, no? He said he had matters to attend to and postponed the date. And that isn't a cancellation? He even covered for you? Exclaimed the round-faced lady, clapping her hands. He must truly care for you. Others concurred, asserting that a man who could be so magnanimous must indeed harbor deep affection, an extraordinary kind of love. Even Pei Ziye joined in the teasing, I think so too. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback and repeatedly waved her hands. He doesn't like me. We are merely engaged due to certain reasons between our families. How could Pei Ziye possibly harbor feelings for her? Aside from their half-year acquaintance a decade ago, they had since had no further interaction. What basis was there for affection? His actions seemed more a matter of marital responsibility, a gesture to preserve her dignity. He had always been a man of great refinement. What tremendous benefit could compel a man to willingly swallow such pride? Was he unattractive? A toad aspiring to a swan's beauty? Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, the visage of Master Pei emerging in her mind, and replied honestly, he is handsome, unparalleled in charm. Then is he destitute and downcast? Jiang Shiyuan shook her head again. How could Master Pei be poor? He had gifted her 36 East pearls, the dowry worth millions. East pearls? Millions? A gasp rippled through the bookshop, and the previously harmonious atmosphere turned tense. The crowd's gazes shifted from gentle to reproachful, as if scolding a wayward sister. Sister, how could you be so foolish? On the day your fiancé proposes, you commit such a blunder, and you say he doesn't like you? Every word you utter reveals his deep affection. The round-faced lady insisted, clinging to her initial assessment. He's easily appeased. Just beckon him, and he will surely relent. Try it and see. Chapter 40. He seems unaware of his genius, slightly revised. Is it true? Pei Ziye likes her. The sister's unwavering certainty almost swayed her belief. Although no substantial advice was offered, Jiang Shiyuan relished the atmosphere, feeling as though she had stepped into a warm, familial embrace. This place was truly special. Pei Ziye remarked. I knew you would love it here. This is the Women's Benevolent Hall run by Manager Lu. It was originally a bookstore. A legacy left to her by her late husband. Pei Ziye gestured toward the round-faced lady, who had been exceptionally warm, and continued to support her younger brother. Manager Lu was sold by her biological father to a broker during her childhood, enduring a life of hardship until she met her husband at the age of 15. The shopkeeper Lu's husband rescued her from the clutches of a villain and taught her arithmetic and literacy. At that moment, Jiang Shiyuan's heartstrings were stirred. In a sense, Pei Ziye had also instructed her in mathematics and reading. A decade ago, Pei Ziye confiscated her cat, prompting her to scale the wall in search of it. In her haste, she accidentally knocked over a lamp in his study, igniting a fire that consumed half of his room. She did not retrieve her cat, and, in her desperation, offered herself as a servant to become his assistant. Pei Ziye, however, was dismissive. She vividly recalled his displeased expression as he surveyed the soot-blackened study, silent and scowling, as he expelled both her and the cat. Yet, Jiang Shiyuan despised being in debt. She was determined to repay him, even at the cost of her life. When Pei Ziye refused her repayment, she made a scene, bringing her cat to his classroom, interjecting with comments as he spoke, and slipping the handkerchiefs of the girls who admired him into his sleeves and books. While others dared not act, she resolutely did. Pei Ziye, unable to tolerate her antics any longer, confiscated her cat once more and accepted her plan for restitution. She remembered that day vividly. Pei Ziye, with a dark scowl, held her cat in one hand and her collar in the other, leading them both back to his residence. From that day forth, Jiang Shiyuan became a diligent little worker, serving him tea, sweeping, dusting, watering plants, and weeding after school. She was unafraid of hard work or being commanded, but she dreaded her homework. For every assignment, Pei Ziye would mercilessly critique her. On good days, he would grant her a single word, foolish. On bad days, he would offer two, rotten wood. Sometimes, in his exasperation, he would seize her hand and write for her. Jiang Shiyuan had never encountered anyone as impatient as Pei Ziye. He seemed oblivious to the fact that he was a genius, while she, a mere ordinary child of 8, was struggling. Who else could discern answers with a glance or memorize a text after a single reading? Did he not realize that his role as a teacher at Looming Academy was rather poor? Everyone merely flattered him because he was a top scholar. The voice of Pei Ziye continued, and Jiang Shiyuan pulled her thoughts back. At 18, shopkeeper Lu was already capable of managing on her own. When her husband asked if she wished to venture out alone or remain by his side to experience the mundanity of life, she chose to stay. However, good times were fleeting. Pei Ziye sighed. They had been married for only 6 years when her husband passed away. Shopkeeper Lu languidly managed the bookshop for a time. But eventually, she sought to do something meaningful, establishing a charity within the shop to shelter homeless girls, just as her husband had once taken her in. Thus, it became clear. After listening, Jiang Shiyuan gazed at shopkeeper Lu with a twinge of emotion. Lu's husband must have been an exceptionally gentle man. The image of Pei Ziye involuntarily flickered in Jiang Shiyuan's mind. Although Pei Ziye was strict and impatient, he would build snowmen for her on snowy days, one resembling a father, another a mother, and a tiny one for her, cradling a small cat. Jiang Shiyuan cherished this place. It bestowed a sense of tranquility. Zhan Shui, how did you come across this place? And how are you so familiar with the story of Manager Lu? As Pei Ziye shook her head, about to respond, the door of the bookstore was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, and a group of armed officials stormed in with an imposing air. At Wangxian Tower, in the elegant room on the second floor, the probing continued around the table. However, after several rounds of wine, no one managed to extract even a hint of useful information from the esteemed Pei Taifu. They had long grown accustomed to this. If Pei Ziye lacked such composure, he would not have become a close minister to the emperor. The gathering eventually subsided, and the vice minister of rights raised his cup, turning to toast Pei Ziye. Esteemed Taifu, I raise this glass in your honor. Hearing of your impending marriage, I wish to extend my congratulations. He was merely being polite, not expecting Pei Taifu to take it to heart. To his surprise, Pei Ziye, who had not touched a single cup throughout the evening, raised his glass in return. Thank you, Minister Zhang. Minister Zhang was taken aback and quickly inquired, might I ask which esteemed family's daughter is to be wed to you, Taifu? As his words settled, curiosity filled the air around the table. Although they could not discern the emperor's intentions from Pei Taifu, learning about his personal matters would certainly pique their interest. Who among them did not know that this eminent figure was renowned for his ascetic lifestyle, with not even a single maid of honor in his residence? They were all eager to know which young lady possessed such prowess to draw Pei Taifu down from his lofty pedestal. As they pondered, Pei Ziye's voice, steady and clear as gold, resonated, the daughter of the general of the state. An abrupt hush fell over the gathering. Those with quicker wits had already begun to connect the dots, their eyes widening in astonishment. The general of the state? Was that not the maternal family of the favored Lady Jiang? If Pei Taifu were to marry a Jiang, it would unmistakably suggest that the Pei family was aligning with the third prince. Excitement surged as they looked towards Pei Ziye, perceiving not merely a suggestion but an overt indication. Pei Ziye surveyed the assembly, placed his cup down, and with calm deliberation remarked, "Thank you for your hospitality. But I must take my leave today. When my wedding occurs next month, I shall bring my beloved wife to host you all." With that, Pei Ziye rose and exited the private room. As he stepped out of the tavern and prepared to board his carriage, suddenly, Pei Ziye, dressed in men's attire, came running from a distance, exclaiming tearfully, "Uncle, something terrible has happened and has been captured by the officials." Chapter 41. What fault lies with Su Li? She merely loves me too dearly. Brother Pei. As Pei Ziye disembarked from the carriage, he heard this winding call. Looking up, he saw a remarkably bright young lady at the entrance of Wansong bookstore, her face alight with a smile as she rushed towards him. The 16th encounter. In just a few short days, they had crossed paths 16 times. Each occasion, she appeared in unexpected ways, whether around a corner or looking back, and he could spot her at a glance. Moreover, every time he saw her, she donned a different ensemble. On the first day, a pink gauze dress with peach blossom makeup. The next, a deep red robe paired with peony adornments, meticulously styled, each day presenting a fresh look. Was he truly so charming that she held such affection for him? A smile involuntarily curved Pei Ziye's lips as he chuckled softly. Brother Pei. Pei Ziye was grinning foolishly when Su Lilu approached him, her eyes crescent-shaped from her smile, brimming with uncontainable joy at the mere sight of him. Brother Pei, I had a hunch I would encounter you here today, so I waited for you, she said in a deliberately high-pitched voice, stifling her disgust. Apologies. She had performed too many times before Shen Luchu, and now the thought of acting again made her slightly nauseous. Fortunately, Pei Ziye, despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, possessed a remarkably innocent heart. The moment she called him Brother Pei, his face flushed like a ripe peach. It was evident that the rumors circulating in society could not be taken at face value. Everyone claimed Pei Ziye was a notorious rake, yet she found him to be remarkably pure. Besides, society also gossiped that she was the beloved daughter of the minister's residence, cherished like a precious gem by her father. Nonsense. Little fish, did you seek me for something? Pei Ziye inquired. Lost in her own musings, Su Lilu was momentarily taken aback before realizing Pei Ziye was calling her Su Little Fish, the name she had crafted for herself. Indeed, she had not disclosed her true name to Pei Ziye. Instead, she had woven an elaborate tale of being the daughter of a wealthy merchant, as her intention was merely to irritate Jiang Shiyuan, not to entangle herself. Pei Ziye had no prior connection with her, and she had meticulously prepared, ensuring her story was seamless, leaving Pei Ziye unsuspecting. Regaining her focus, she looked up at Pei Ziye and spoke of her intentions for the day. Brother Pei, I have prepared a surprise for you. Half an hour later, Su Lilu led Pei Ziye to the Ministry of Revenue's prison. Pei Ziye pointed at the dark, foreboding cell, his expression one of confusion. Are you certain there's a surprise here? I hope it's not something frightening. Su Lilu nodded, no longer teasing him. I heard from Manager Qian that you are searching for a scholar who writes scripts. Am I correct? Pei Ziye exclaimed. You found him? That truly is a surprise. He had made numerous attempts to negotiate at Qinshan bookstore, but the normally avaricious manager Lu had resolutely refused to let anyone meet him. He was eager to find this individual and present him to his uncle in hopes of receiving a reward. My father knows some people who helped me locate him, Su Lilu said vaguely, omitting the fact that she had directly apprehended a few individuals from her father's ministry to raid Qinshan bookstore and seize the scholar. Where is he? Where is he? Let me see him quickly, Pei Ziye urged, his excitement unrestrained. Su Lilu raised her chin and replied, Ah, he is right inside. With that, she pulled Pei Ziye into the prison, where in the dimly lit cell, a slender figure sat quietly atop a pile of straw. Upon hearing their footsteps, the person looked up. Their eyes met, three faces equally bewildered. Pei Ziye, Su Lilu, Jiang Shiyuan in the cell. The three of them were utterly shocked, yet collectively chose to remain silent. Pei Ziye did not speak, as he was deep in thought. His mind raced faster than it ever had in his life, but he wished it would move even more swiftly. At first, he thought he must have misread the situation, blinking in disbelief. Although the person was clad in male attire, that visage could only belong to Jiang Shiyuan. Pei Ziye was astonished. The noodle scholar was actually his aunt? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. If his aunt was indeed that noodle scholar, then why was she searching for someone else? Thus, only one possibility remained. Su Xiaoyu had apprehended the wrong individual. Su Xiaoyu had mistakenly imprisoned his aunt, the future madam of the Grand Tutor, in a dungeon. Would his uncle let him off the hook? Moreover, he sensed that his uncle would soon arrive, perhaps already en route. He felt as though death was imminent. What to do? What to do? Ah, his mind was racing. Su Lilu remained silent, for speaking would unveil her identity. All the efforts she had invested in concocting her story the new attire she had purchased days prior, and the peach blossom makeup she had adorned for her chance encounters with Pei Ziye would all be in vain. She shot a resentful glare at Jiang Shiyuan, cursing inwardly. How could it be Jiang Shiyuan? When did she begin writing scripts? How was she unaware of it? No, she must reclaim the situation. With her indomitable spirit, Su Lulu lifted her hand to entwine it with Pei Ziye's arm, casting a defiant glance at Jiang Shiyuan. See, Jiang Shiyuan, your fiancé is in my grasp. In the cell, Jiang Shiyuan had intended to speak, but upon witnessing the two suddenly entwined, her mouth fell agape in shock, unable to utter a single word. What? When had Su Lulu and Pei Ziye grown so intimate? Could this be the reason Pei Ziye had remained unmarried for so many years? He liked Su Lulu. Jiang Shiyuan blinked in a daze. The day's revelations were overwhelming. First, the noodle scholar was, wait. This was not the street. This was a prison. And she had been captured by officials. Why were Pei Ziye and Su Lulu present? Could it be? A thought flashed through Jiang Shiyuan's mind, and she gazed incredulously at Pei Ziye. Pei Ziye, what is happening? Before she could finish her question, Pei Ziye seized Su Lulu's hand and fled as if for their lives. In that unfamiliar prison, Jiang Shiyuan, who had finally encountered a familiar face, could only watch as Pei Ziye dashed away without a backward glance, leaving her dumbfounded. Pei Ziye and Su Lulu sprinted 3 miles from the Ministry of Revenue's prison to the bustling streets. Pei Ziye halted, bending over as he gasped for breath like a weary hound. Su Lulu was hardly in a better state. She was parched and nearly out of breath. Why are you running, Pei Ziye? She had wished to savor the sight of Su Lulu's flustered expression. Surely, Pei Ziye was not attempting to preserve Jiang Shiyuan's dignity. She had heard that the noodle scholar wrote despicable, crude tales, and perhaps it was for the best that she was detained, to prevent her from corrupting young maidens. Although Su Lulu had once stayed up late engrossed in the hairpin flower, it did not prevent her from seizing the opportunity to disparage Jiang Shiyuan. Pei Ziye turned, casting her a rueful glance. She remained oblivious to the extent of the trouble they had stirred. It was fortunate that her uncle was not enraged. Had he been, the consequences could have been dire. Yet, what fault lay with Su Xiaoyu? Her only transgression was her profound affection for herself. We have apprehended the wrong individual. As for today's events, speak of them no more. You know nothing, and it is I who acted. Do you comprehend? Pei Ziye admonished. Su Lila was perplexed. Why? Pei Ziye chuckled softly. What reason could there be? The prison is so filthy, it is not a place for you. I fear your embroidered shoes may become sullied. Su Lila was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at the man before her. Pei Ziye surveyed the surroundings, dashed outside, and returned with a fire-glazed persimmon in hand. I shall take care of the matter. You should return home first. I will not accompany you. Pei Ziye pressed the persimmon into Su Lila's hands. Here. Quench your thirst on the way. The fruit was coated with a delicate layer of sugar, promising a delightful taste. Chapter 42. Minister, rescue me. She could only watch in helpless astonishment as Pei Ziye vanished like a gust of wind and resigned herself back to the haystack, idly gazing at the spiderwebs on the window. Hardly had she settled when a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside the cell. It was not one but a throng of individuals, trembling in fear, trailing behind a man. Pei Che had arrived, accompanied by the pale-faced Pei Ziye. Upon seeing Jiang Shiyuan, Pei Ziye hastened to the cell and whispered, Sister Jiang. Jiang Shiyuan stood, grasped her hand, and smiled reassuringly. I am well. The prison's filth had evidently disturbed the esteemed minister, prompting his personal visit. The jailer, in a state of trepidation, stepped forward to greet him. Pei Che approached the cell, and Jiang Shiyuan looked up. Their gazes met through the circular gaps of the wooden bars, intersecting in the air. Jiang Shiyuan appeared disheveled, with strands of hay clinging to her, a scene devoid of poetic elegance and rather comical. After witnessing Pei Ziye's hasty retreat, Jiang Shiyuan feared that Pei Che might similarly abandon her, just as he had at Wangxian Tower, where he had acknowledged her presence yet offered not a single glance. Casting aside any thoughts of absurdity, she clung to the bars and called out to Pei Che, Minister, rescue me. Her face contorted with desperation. Pei Che, whose countenance had been as stoic as still water, glanced at her, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes, before turning to the jailer, opened the door. The jailer, glancing at Jiang Shiyuan, appeared hesitant. This was the daughter of the Minister of Works, a person to be captured, not one to be released at mere whim. Yet, with the minister's command, the jailer dared not disobey. However, this individual had behaved inappropriately, seeking ill-gotten gains by audaciously authoring and disseminating indecent literature, causing significant repercussions. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Shiyuan, leaning against the bars, interjected loudly. What indecent literature? Everything I write is lawful and has been duly registered with the Hanlon Academy. Do not belittle me simply because I write tales. Humans possess emotions and desires. The 4 books and 5 classics nurture character, while tales and dramas also provide joy and entertainment. Beside them, Pei Ziye listened intently, clutching Jiang Shiyuan's hand tightly, her eyes swirling with emotion and reverence. After Jiang Shiyuan finished speaking, she raised her head proudly and turned to Pei Ziye for support, asking, Master Taifu, am I not correct? Her demeanor suggested she awaited his commendation. Pei Ziye let out a light scoff, offering no definitive response, but then turned to the prison officer, asserting, She is under my protection. Any matters shall be conveyed directly to you, my lord. Is she your wife? The officer inquired instinctively, seeking clarity for his own accountability. My wife, Pei Ziye replied succinctly, surveying the damp and dim confines of the prison, unwilling to squander further time. Ignoring the officer, who sat there in shock, he waved his hand dismissively. His attendant stepped forward promptly, retrieving the keys from the officer and unlocking the cell door. An hour later, in the study of the Taifu's residence, Pei Ziye sat regally at the head of the table, a stack of books before him, their covers inscribed with many suggestive phrases, quite explicit in nature. Not far away stood 3 individuals, Jiang Shiyuan, Pei Ziye, and Pei Ziye, who had been escorted back mid-journey. All 3 bowed their heads, though Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye stood, while Pei Ziye knelt on the ground. On the way back, Pei Ziye had already confessed everything in detail. An invisible pressure hung in the air of the study, and after a long silence, Pei Ziye finally spoke. Tell me, when did you learn to write such stories? Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye exchanged a glance, and just as Pei Ziye was about to speak, Jiang Shiyuan pressed her hand down and quietly replied, a few years ago. Out of boredom, I wrote them casually. I never expected them to become a sensation after reaching the bookshop. Pei Ziye snorted coldly, casting a glance at Jiang Shiyuan. Such talent. Are you planning to make a living from this? Jiang Shiyuan pondered for a moment and was about to respond when Pei Ziye interjected, I wasn't asking you. His gaze shifted to Pei Ziye, and the displeasure in his calm eyes was evident. Jiang Shiyuan fell silent, her head lowered in guilt. She should have anticipated that nothing could be concealed from the Taifu. Pei Ziye suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, Uncle, please do not blame Aunt. This has nothing to do with her. Those crude and lowly tales were all written by me. When the officials came to arrest us today, I panicked. Aunt recognized my identity and, fearing that I would lose my reputation before marriage, took my place. As her words fell, Pei Ziye gasped, What? It was you? He realized the gravity of the situation. Initially thinking they had mistakenly apprehended Aunt, he had unwittingly uncovered a shocking scandal. This not only provoked Uncle, but also directly implicated their family. He had merely been idle outside, yet faced constant reprimands at home. He could not bear to imagine the expressions of the old-fashioned relatives if they discovered their beloved Jewel was writing such content. As the one who had instigated this debacle, would he still have a bright future? Pei Ziye felt a wave of despair wash over him. What to do now? Was it too late to reveal Su Xiaoyu? Pei Ziye shot him a glare. If it weren't for his meddling, they wouldn't be in this predicament. The Pei family valued scholarly traditions, and his father was the strictest of them all. This is also why she has remained anonymous. Upon hearing that the officials were coming to apprehend her today, she was thrown into a state of panic. My behavior was improper, nearly inviting disaster and bringing shame to my family and the Pei clan. So I humbly request my uncle to impose punishment. Pei Ziye took the initiative to admit her fault. Pei Ziye maintained a calm demeanor, showing little surprise, yet spoke with earnest gravity. The Pei family has stood for a century. If we were to lose our dignity over a few careless tales of yours, then this name would hold no value. Your interests are your own, and they bear no relation to the family. However, you must be aware that the world holds women to exceedingly high standards. Your uniqueness is destined to be misunderstood and misinterpreted. Are you prepared to bear these consequences? His voice was steady, unhurried. Jiang Shiyuan recalled the year Pei Ziye had built her a snowman. Despite catching a cold, he had still found joy in her satisfaction. Simply because she had mentioned that every year during heavy snowfall, her father and mother would build her a snowman. Jiang Shiyuan stole a glance at Pei Ziye. Pei Ziye listened intently, contemplating deeply before nodding. Uncle, I find great joy in breathing life into fictional characters. I revel in how the monotony of life in the courtyard transforms into a vivid tapestry through my imagination. Uncle, I wish to give it a try. Pei Ziye listened earnestly, then suddenly spoke coldly. The Pei family is a prestigious household, and we cannot afford your recklessness. Should you persist in your delusions, then only the family rules will apply. Henceforth, you shall remain confined in the Grand Tutor's residence for a month, copying the female regulations 10 times. Wait. Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed, taken aback. Things had seemed fine just a moment ago, and now punishment was being levied. Although Pei Ziye's stories were adorned with alluring embellishments, their essence was not vulgar. If they truly were crude, how could the authorities permit their publication? Pei Ziye was well aware of this. Yet he still imposed a harsh penalty, which seemed excessively harsh. Jiang Shiyuan felt indignant and was about to plead on Pei Ziye's behalf when she was abruptly pulled back by Pei Ziye. There was no trace of distress on Pei Ziye's face. Instead, she gleefully said, "Thank you for your guidance, uncle. I shall accept my punishment and go reflect in solitude." Standing up, Pei Ziye leaned towards Jiang Shiyuan and whispered, "If uncle punishes me, my father will not punish me further, and while I am in the Grand Tutor's residence, who will know if I am truly confined? As for the female regulations, uncle despises them. I dare say, even if I submit a pile of blank paper, uncle would not cast a glance." With that, Pei Ziye cheerfully set off to reflect in solitude. Pei Ziye looked on, filled with hope, gazing eagerly at Pei Ziye. Before he could speak, Pei Ziye preemptively declared, "You shall receive 20 lashes yourself." He spared no mercy. "Uncle, how biased you are." Pei Ziye whimpered. His face contorted in despair as he left the study. The vast study was soon left with only Pei Ziye and Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan stood alone, looking up at Pei Ziye. "What about me? I was wrong too. What punishment do I deserve?" Chapter 43. To take a step back. Was the Grand Tutor truly at fault? Pei Ziye raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on her downcast face, which bore a semblance of timidity and guilt. And he found it amusing. "Did you err? Just moments ago, you were so bold, thinking yourself valiant, even impersonating someone else." Jiang Shiyuan gazed at him and nodded. "I was wrong. I made a grave mistake. I should not have gone to meet someone else while the Grand Tutor was proposing to me." Pei Taifu fell silent. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Shiyuan quietly observed Pei Ziye's expression, awaiting his judgment. She was uncertain of his thoughts. And after a few moments, Pei Ziye lifted his gaze to her and simply asked, "Is everything resolved?" Clearly, he was inquiring about her relationship with Shen Luchu. Given the convoluted events of the day, Pei Taifu had grasped everything in just a short hour. Naturally, her entanglement with Shen Luchu did not escape his keen eyes. "Yes, everything is resolved," Jiang Shiyuan affirmed, meeting his gaze and nodding. "Then there is no issue," Pei Ziye remarked, returning to pour himself a cup of tea. Jiang Shiyuan studied Pei Ziye's demeanor, uncertain if he was still upset. "Grand Tutor, perhaps you should punish me?" Pei Ziye chuckled lightly, indulging her. "Very well. What punishment do you desire? Copying texts, or perhaps a beating?" Just then, a wail from outside interrupted them. "It's a real beating." Jiang Shiyuan quickly stepped forward, seizing the teapot from Pei Ziye's hands, and swiftly poured a cup of tea, presenting it before him. "Let me serve as your attendant, Grand Tutor. I will bring you tea and water, and tidy up in penance." The familiar words echoed in his ears, reminding Pei Ziye of the cherished glass lamp and the clay inkstone he had loved a decade ago, which now lay shattered in a corner of the storeroom. Pei Taifu reached out to grasp the roux-ware lotus cup in Jiang Shiyuan's hands, refusing. "There is no need." Jiang Shiyuan persisted. "Let us consider this from another angle. Was the Grand Tutor without fault today? Pei Ziye went to capture people because of me, and it was your book that inspired me to seek acquaintance." Leaning forward, Jiang Shiyuan cradled the teacup in her hands and offered it to Pei Ziye's lips, her gaze intense. "Do the elders of the Pei clan know how unorthodox their Grand Tutor is? He actually sent such scandalous and explicit literature to his future wife." Her gentle voice, mingled with the fragrance of tea, reached his ears, causing Pei Ziye to momentarily pause, his gaze drifting from the cup to her lips as they moved. She was almost leaning in close, and he could even discern the fine hairs on her fair skin. Jiang Shiyuan was still clad in that male attire, a round-collared robe of dusky purple, cinched at the waist, accentuating her delicate figure. That was his old garment. Pei Ziye swallowed hard, lowering his head to sip the tea she had offered. "How much silver do you require this time?" "A decade ago, She had spoken of selling herself to repay a debt, yet she had thrown a tantrum, claiming she needed to settle the monthly payments first, and that they would reconcile the accounts once she had gathered the funds. He had indeed paid for half a year, yet she never appeared. Hearing this, Jiang Shiyuan's eyes sparkled. Did this mean he had consented, or that he was no longer angry? Her eyes curved with delight. As an apology, how could I accept monthly payments? Not only will I not accept them, but I also have a gift for the Grand Tutor. With that, Jiang Shiyuan produced a grasshopper crafted from straw found in the jail. Grand Tutor, this is for you, she proclaimed, presenting it eagerly. Pei Ziye looked at it with disdain, pinching the crooked, unrecognizable object between his fingers. What is this? A memento from the jail? A mouth poisoned with venom. Jiang Shiyuan, however, remained unfazed, pointing at the twisted object in her hand, which she herself could hardly identify. This is a grasshopper. I am aware that the Grand Tutor's residence boasts treasures such as golden turtles and jade cicadas, but, dear Tutor, do you possess a hand-woven grasshopper made of hay? I think not. If I am to present a gift, it must be something truly unique, something you do not already have. Without a special offering, how could the Grand Tutor ever remember me? This logic, Jiang Shiyuan grasped even at the tender age of 8. Moreover, I am delivering it in person. She gazed at Pei Ziye, attempting to appear endearing. What nonsense! One can hardly embellish a mere straw. Pei Ziye expressed his disdain, yet his wrist turned slightly. The grasshopper, which had been pinched between his fingers, now rested in his palm. Pei Ziye turned his attention back to the documents on the desk, no longer regarding her. I have an audience with the Emperor tomorrow and do not know when I shall leave the palace. If you wish to see me, wait for me at the Grand Tutor's residence. Jiang Shiyuan, looking at the unsightly grasshopper he accepted, smiled gently, an ineffable joy enveloping her. It was now certain that Grand Tutor Pei bore no ill will towards her. In fact, the Grand Tutor was rather easy to appease. Very well. I shall return to seek you out tomorrow. Jiang Shiyuan rose to bid farewell and exited the study. Once her footsteps faded into silence, Pei Ziye finally lifted his gaze. He looked at the hideous grasshopper on the table, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. What uniqueness! She had forgotten that on the 7th day of the 10th month in the 21st year of the Kongjing era, during the Southern City Temple Fair, she had purchased the most magnificent grasshopper of the entire fair, charging it to his name and deferring payment. Pei Ziye scoffed, casually tossing the item into a concealed compartment beside him. With a soft thud, next to the already yellowed and damaged grasshopper lay another grotesquely ugly straw grasshopper. Upon leaving the study, Jiang Shiyuan turned to seek out Pei Ziye. When she arrived, she found Pei Ziye kneeling on a mat, a look of earnest contrition on her face. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. Didn't you say it was merely for show? Why are you truly kneeling? Pei Ziye replied, I am in a state of repentance, feeling guilty for having written my uncle to death. He was so kind. How could I do such a thing? Jiang Shiyuan coughed lightly, realizing that the villain in the tale, who was tormented for unrequited love, was indeed her uncle. Pei Ziye nodded, explaining at that time, my uncle was excessively strict with us, declaring my writings to be utter nonsense. In a fit of anger, I included him in the story. Jiang Shiyuan nodded in understanding, recalling that she too had harbored similar thoughts in her past. Jiang Shiyuan, why must you call him the Noodle Scholar? It is quite comical. Had you not chosen that name, I would not have been curious, and this predicament would not have arisen, Jiang Shiyuan inquired with curiosity. Pei Ziye waved her hand and sighed. I had no choice. I entered the profession too late. All the names like Jade-Faced Scholar and Iron-Faced Scholar were already taken. I had to hastily come up with Noodle Scholar, as I happened to adore noodles. Jiang Shiyuan chuckled and explained her purpose. She sought to borrow several sets of male attire from Pei Ziye, as she would need them the following day, and there was no time to have them made. Pei Ziye narrowed her eyes. I have plenty, more than enough. I shall have someone deliver them to you shortly. Aunt. She excels in all matters, rendering any military strategist unnecessary. After conversing for a while longer, Jiang Shiyuan rose to bid farewell. As she exited, she happened to pass through the backyard, where Pei Ziye lay sprawled upon a bench, whimpering. He had barely endured a few strikes. Yet the executioner's eardrums were already perforated with countless holes. Upon spotting Jiang Shiyuan, Pei Ziye's face lit up with desperation, as if he had seen a lifeline. He cried out, Aunt, save me. What have I done wrong? I merely wished to please you and bring you joy. Jiang Shiyuan approached him, crouching down to meet his gaze. Pei Ziye, I know it wasn't you who orchestrated this, nor was it you who captured me. It was her, wasn't it? She refrained from naming names, as there were others present. Pei Ziye's expression stiffened, terror gleaming in his eyes as he looked at her. How does she know? In that moment, Jiang Shiyuan understood completely. It was indeed Su Lulu who had conjured this mischief. After all, the Ministry of Revenue's prison was involved, and her father was the Minister of Revenue. Who else could it be? Moreover, she had but one arch-rival in the capital, Su Lulu, who possessed remarkable skills in tracking her every move. Jiang Shiyuan glanced at Pei Ziye, realizing that although the trouble originated from Su Lulu, he bore the burden alone. Clearly, her suspicions were correct. Pei Ziye was indeed infatuated with Su Lulu, and it was no ordinary affection. Wait a moment, Jiang Shiyuan pondered a troubling thought. If they were to unite, wouldn't Tishi and Su Lulu become family? The imagery was unsettling, prompting her to dismiss it from her mind. However, another thought surfaced. If they were to wed, Su Lulu would forever be beneath her, compelled to address her respectfully as aunt every time they met. Was that not more heart-wrenching than murder? Shaking off her musings, Jiang Shiyuan addressed Pei Ziye. Pei Ziye, that young lady is both beautiful and graceful. You must treat her well and not let her genuine feelings go unappreciated. Pei Ziye, still in shock, found himself momentarily bewildered by her earnest words. Unable to process the implications. They weren't even wed yet Aunt's tone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a doting uncle. Jiang Shiyuan paid no heed to his expression. Since Pei Ziye was willing to sacrifice for love, she would not interfere. True feelings are revealed in adversity, and those 20 strikes bore witness to their bond. May it flourish. With that, she clapped her hands and departed. Aunt. Pei Ziye lay on the bench, watching Jiang Shiyuan walk further away, her back turned without a glance back. He couldn't shake the suspicion that this was a deliberate act of retribution against him. Gritting his teeth, he thought, indeed, one cannot expect two distinct individuals to emerge from the same bed. The same vengeful spirit persists. As Jiang Shiyuan exited the gates of the Grand Tutor's residence, a carriage approached. A black-clad guard stepped forward respectfully, stating, "The Grand Tutor has commanded us to escort you home." The title "Madam" made Jiang Shiyuan blush profusely, leaving her momentarily dazed. Not far away, a carriage passed by, and a voice exclaimed, "Is that truly the Grand Tutor's wife?" Zhou Jingshan leaned against the carriage window, obscuring his face with the curtain, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the Grand Tutor's residence. Chapter 44. I merely forgot. I did not misspeak, so why must I apologize? The last time at Tianxiang residence, Zhou Jingshan was unexpectedly called away and missed the chance to see Master Pei descend the stairs. He had repeatedly urged Shen Luchu to catch a glimpse, but Shen Luchu paid him no heed. Today, while attending to errands, Zhou Jingshan happened to pass by the residence of the Grand Master, and his curiosity was piqued once more. Instinctively, he cast a few lingering glances towards the Grand Master's abode. To his astonishment, he truly encountered someone. Zhou Jingshan heard a faint call of Madam at the entrance, and his ears perked up immediately. He crouched behind the carriage window, fearful of being discovered, using the curtain to shield his face, peering curiously through a small gap. He saw a carriage halted at the entrance, and a slender figure climbed aboard with deliberate grace. Though at a distance, he could only discern a profile. The male attire of the individual was unmistakable. Ah, how thrilling. It was a man. Zhou Jingshan let the curtain fall with a huff, sulking back into the carriage. Yet, this did not perturb him. It was merely a fleeting curiosity. Master Pei had no association with him, and who he wed held no significance for Zhou Jingshan. His thoughts turned to Shen Luchu, and a sudden pang of pain struck his mind. He had never known that 3 years prior, Shen Luchu had made such a promise to Jiang Shiyuan. Yet, astonishingly, Shen Luchu had forgotten it. How could someone forget such an important matter? Even Zhou Jingshan found it perplexing. Over these years, Jiang Shiyuan had not been shamelessly pursuing him. Rather, she had been deceived by Shen Luchu. What was Shen Luchu playing at, toying with hearts? Now that Jiang Shiyuan had ceased her advances, he should have let it rest. Why then did he incite such irrational behavior? On that fateful day, Jiang Shiyuan had not struck him with her whip, granting him a measure of dignity. Zhou Jingshan was uncertain of Shen Luchu's thoughts and was beginning to dread encountering him. Yet, as fate would have it, upon his return home, Mou, Shen Luchu's attendant, hurried towards him, saying, "Master Zhou, please persuade our young master." Mou's face was long, resembling a pickled cucumber aged for a decade, filled with distress. What was amiss? Mou lamented. Ever since returning from the villa, the young master has locked himself in the study, engrossed in his studies. Isn't that a good thing? Zhou Jingshan inquired. Mou shook his head. If it were merely studying, I would not be troubled, but the young master has not closed his eyes for several days. Concerned for his friend, Zhou Jingshan could not turn a blind eye and promptly made his way to the residence of the Marquis of Wenyuan. The Marquis's abode was eerily quiet. Princess Wenhe was out socializing, and the Marquis himself was perpetually occupied, spending nearly every day of the year within the confines of his estate. The discord between Princess Wenhe and the Marquis was no longer mere gossip. As Zhou Jingshan pulled himself from his thoughts and stepped into Shen Luchu's study, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The study was in utter disarray, strewn with books and crumpled papers. Shen Luchu sat at the writing desk, absorbed in his writing, still clad in the attire from the gathering at the villa, looking quite disheveled. Luchu, Zhou Jingshan called out softly. Shen Luchu did not lift his head, declaring, I have no time. The imperial examination is approaching, and I must concentrate on my studies. His voice was hoarse, reminiscent of the creaking wheels of an ancient carriage rattling along a mountain path. This time, the title of the top scholar must be mine. I am determined to achieve the highest honors and prove to Jiang Shiyuan that I have not spoken in vain. Shen Luchu muttered to himself, as if addressing another while also attempting to hypnotize his own thoughts. He rubbed his tense forehead and advised, if you wish to marry Jiang Shiyuan, then you must sincerely apologize to her. She has waited for you all these years. A few heartfelt words from you will surely grant you another chance. Suddenly, Shen Luchu raised his head defiantly, asserting, I merely forgot. I have not spoken in vain. Why should I apologize? Zhou Jingshan gazed at Shen Luchu's bloodshot eyes and haggard face, feeling a surge of frustration. What was Shen Luchu being obstinate about? When one errs, one must amend. When one loves, one must pursue. There are always opportunities. Luchu, you truly went too far that day. Jiang Shiyuan is genuinely upset. I understand that you care for her deeply, which is why you lost your composure. No one cares for her, Shen Luchu retorted, interrupting Zhou Jingshan before he could continue his attempts at comfort. There are many who admire me. Should I concern myself with each of them? Shen Luchu countered, a look of disdain in his eyes. Why was everyone urging him to bow to Jiang Shiyuan? Mou and Zhou Jingshan alike seemed to think his world would crumble without her. No, he is perfectly fine. Without Jiang Shiyuan, he will still thrive and secure the title of the top scholar. Shen Luchu's haughty declaration struck Zhou Jingshan like a thunderclap, leaving his mind swirling. Once, he had admired Shen Luchu's intelligence, but now he could only think of 4 words, beyond saving. Shen Luchu was irredeemable. At this point, could he not discern his own heart? Since he could not be awakened, Zhou Jingshan decided to relinquish his concerns and stormed away. With the ally gone, Mou felt despondent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His mind raced with thoughts. The lady did not favor Miss Jiang. The young lord must be contemplating achieving the top scholar title to appease his mother and bring Miss Jiang into their household. But Miss Jiang was to be wed soon and could not wait for the young lord to excel in the examination. Should he inform the young lord that Miss Jiang was promised to another, perhaps he would come to his senses? After a moment of hesitation, Mou resolved to act. He re-entered the study, just as he was about to speak. Leave. From now on, do not relay any news about Jiang Shiyuan to me. I do not wish to hear it. Chapter 45, Sweet and Tender. First kiss. A day as ascribed for Master Pei the following day, in the early morning. Stars still twinkled in the sky, and mist enveloped the surroundings as lights flickered to life in the residence of the grand scholar. Pei Ziye, donned in a purple robe with a jade belt adorned with golden hooks, strode out of the gates, ready to board his carriage, when suddenly, a small head peeked out from behind the curtain. To see you off, esteemed grand scholar, for your morning audience. Jiang Shiyuan knelt inside the carriage, lifting the curtain to call out to him. Pei Ziye halted, taking a moment to appraise her from head to toe. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Shiyuan lowered her head to inspect herself. Today, she donned the male attire gifted by Pei Ziye, a light green tunic adorned with bamboo patterns, its elegant hue accentuating her youthful grace. When she changed this morning, several maidservants had blushed at the sight. Is it unseemly? Jiang Shiyuan inquired. Pei Ziye offered a faint smile and nodded, saying, the attire is quite attractive. What is this? Jiang Shiyuan mused nostalgically about the previous Pei Taifu, who had complimented her beauty rather than her clothing. As Pei Ziye settled into the carriage, Jiang Shiyuan, mindful of her role today, promptly stepped forward to present the breakfast she had prepared in advance. Honorable Taifu, I have prepared osmanthus cake, cloud cake, walnut crisps, and 8 treasure oil cake for you. These treats were based on the osmanthus and 9-layer cakes she had observed on previous occasions in Pei Ziye's carriage. Please enjoy, she said, extending the well-stocked food box. However, Pei Taifu did not accept it, but instead asked, "Are you truly intending to serve as my book boy?" "Of course, did we not agree upon it yesterday?" Jiang Shiyuan replied. Pei Taifu chuckled, "What if I find your service lacking?" Jiang Shiyuan tilted her head upwards. "How could it be lacking? Just look into my eyes. I am most diligent." Pei Taifu gazed into her eyes, yet remained silent. Jiang Shiyuan found it odd. Previously, even a distant glance had revealed the dark circles beneath her eyes, yet now, so close, he appeared oblivious. "To serve the Taifu, I scarcely slept last night. I arose before the rooster crowed, fearing I would delay your morning audience," she murmured. "A child who cries receives milk. Of course, one must make their efforts known, lest one expects a heartless master to exhibit compassion," she added, recalling her own wisdom from the age of 8. Realizing she had echoed a familiar phrase, Jiang Shiyuan paused and glanced at Pei Ziye. He chuckled softly, recalling her proclivity for vocalizing her accomplishments since childhood. "Master, I have swept the floor. And what a grand pile it was. Am I not impressive? Master, I have watered the flowers, though the bucket was quite heavy, leaving my hands sore. Master, I filled the ant nest in the backyard. How audacious they were to bite your books. A most unforgivable transgression." Indeed, Jiang Shiyuan was industrious. The leaves she swept became her trampoline. The flowers she watered perished, and only the eradication of the ant nest could be deemed a legitimate task. A mere diversion from her homework. This time was no different. Pei Ziye plucked a piece of osmanthus cake, stating, "Rising early serves no purpose. Your Taifu does not relish sweet foods." Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. Pei Ziye did not indulge in sweets. What of the cakes from the previous occasions? Had they been prepared specifically for her? She pursed her lips, discreetly observing Pei Ziye across from her. Although he professed a dislike for sweets, he slowly savored the entire piece he held. Upon reaching the palace gates, Jiang Shiyuan remained in a daze until Pei Ziye's voice broke the silence. "Will you accompany me into the palace, or shall you rest in the carriage?" Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, fearing misinterpretation. In her commitment to duty, she clarified, "It is not idleness. I merely wish to avoid being seen, as many within the palace are acquainted with me." "Very well," Pei Ziye smiled, rising to exit the carriage. Honorable Taifu. As dawn approached, numerous officials had gathered at the palace gates. As they disembarked from their carriages, they saluted Pei Ziye, who greeted them with a smile and a nod, saying, "Good morning, esteemed lords." The crowd paused, exchanging glances, and whispered among themselves. "Do you notice something different about the Grand Tutor today? He seems unusually approachable. Is that so? Does that mean I can present my allocation request to the Grand Tutor for approval today?" Jiang Shiyuan crouched behind the carriage window, peering at Pei Ziye's retreating figure until he disappeared into the palace. The memory of his smile lingered, causing her ears to flush slightly. It seemed that Grand Tutor Pei preferred this version of herself. No need to be overly dignified or quiet, just as before. Jiang Shiyuan felt as if she had come to a realization, yet she was also perplexed. The weight of sleepiness soon overcame her, and she stifled a yawn before reclining in the spacious and comfortable carriage. The carriage was draped with the finest light-blocking silk, and the cushions were plush and soft. Although Pei Ziye appeared to lead a life of simplicity, the items he used were far from modest. 10 years ago, at a tender age, he enjoyed drinks from exquisite crystal cups, used refined inkstones, donned luxurious silks, and eschewed perfumes, filling his study with fresh citrus fruits throughout the year. Pei's instructor likely remained unaware that Jiang Shiyuan had secretly sampled each fruit on the table, with the small mandarins being her favorite, delightfully tangy and sweet. At the Golden Luan Hall, the most contentious topic during the morning assembly was the issue of succession. Each prince had his supporters, but the loudest acclaim belonged to the 5th prince, Jiang. An official enumerated his merits: disaster relief efforts 2 years prior, overseeing dam constructions last year, and advocating for tax reductions this year. Praises for the 5th prince occupied a full hour, while the 3rd prince, engaged in military campaigns, had few endorsements. The emperor, appearing weary, simply remarked, "The 3rd prince is also a trusted minister. We shall discuss the matter of succession further upon his return to the capital." The 5th prince's faction then realized that the 3rd prince had been summoned back, casting anxious looks at one another. After deliberating for another half-hour, the assembly finally concluded. Pei Ziye stepped out of the palace, where his guards brought the carriage. It felt both familiar and distinctly different. Pausing before the carriage, he gently lifted the curtain, only to find the interior empty. A sense of hollowness enveloped him. As he stood there, his fingers idly playing with the curtain, a cheerful voice called out from behind. Pei Ziye. He turned to see Jiang Shiyuan, breathless and carrying a large food box, running towards him from across the street. Grand Tutor, I bought salty porridge, sour noodles, spicy snacks, and freshly made bitter vegetable buns. Surely there is something you'll like. Jiang Shiyuan followed Pei Ziye to the government office. The Grand Tutor enjoyed the Emperor's utmost trust. Matters that the 6 ministries could not resolve required his review before being presented to the Dragon Throne. Consequently, the Grand Tutor's official desk was notably large, piled high with documents and memorials. However, Jiang Shiyuan had never seen anyone as fond of working as Pei Ziye. Upon entering the office and surveying the memorials, a smile never left his lips. Was this the allure of power? Jiang Shiyuan stifled a long yawn. The matters of the court were not within her purview. Behind a delicate screen, Master Pei reveled in his official duties, while Jiang Shiyuan nestled beneath a light quilt. Blissfully closing her eyes, exhausted, she fell into a profound slumber, unaware of the passage of time. Suddenly, through her drowsiness, she heard a familiar name, Riolu. Startled, she opened her eyes wide. The renowned braised lion's head at Riolu was irresistible. She felt a pang of hunger. Sir Pei, I have made arrangements for a banquet at Riolu today, extending a heartfelt invitation to all esteemed officials. Might the esteemed Master Pei find some leisure time to join us? Inquired Li Qing, the Minister of Works, as he approached Pei Ziye with utmost respect. Li Qing's invitation was merely a formality. Master Pei, with his noble stature and dignity, had never deigned to partake in such gatherings, particularly those organized by a lowly official like himself. His primary motivation lay in gratitude, for today, by a stroke of fortune, Master Pei had shown benevolence. After revising the funding proposal 8 times, it had finally been approved. Pei Ziye, aware that Li Qing's invitation stemmed from courtesy, was about to politely decline, as was his custom, when an unexpected rustle emanated from behind the screen. He turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse. Very well. I shall join you shortly. No need, no need. The master is undoubtedly busy with affairs of state. It is quite understandable if you cannot attend, Li Qing prattled on, only to suddenly realize what he had just heard, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he regarded Pei Ziye. Pei Ziye maintained his composure. You may proceed. Sir Li, I shall accompany my attendant and arrive shortly. Oh, yes, indeed. Li Qing hastily masked his surprise and retreated. Indeed, as Lord Sun remarked, today's Master Pei was quite different from his usual self. Once Li Qing departed, Pei Ziye turned to the screen behind him. Jiang Shiyuan had already sat up, having tidied herself, and was in the midst of putting on her shoes. You did not awaken despite my numerous calls, yet the mention of Riolu roused you instantly? Jiang Shiyuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could he discern everything? It was as though she were overly greedy, failing to consider that she had not eaten all day. The few morsels of breakfast had long since vanished in her quest for flavor. Though Riolu's reputation paled in comparison to Wang Xianle and Taixiangju, its culinary offerings were exquisite. Master, do indulge in the dishes, especially the braised lion's head, she urged. While you are the guest, do not keep others waiting. Let us hasten. Jiang Shiyuan's insistence was not a mere urgency, but a matter of etiquette. Pei Ziye chose not to expose this and led her out of the government office. Outside, dusk had settled, and Riolu was bustling with patrons. The two ascended to the private room Li Qing had reserved, upon Pei Ziye's entrance. The previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Jiang Shiyuan stood behind Pei Ziye, observing the once boisterous officials now rendered wide-eyed and uneasy, their expressions comically startled. Master, you appear rather unpopular, she whispered. Did you not resemble them previously? Pei Ziye replied. Jiang Shiyuan paused, realizing he referred to her earlier encounters with him, when she too had exhibited similar folly. The humor dissipated in an instant. Despite the other's discomfort, Pei Ziye remained unperturbed, taking his seat as if returning to his own home, to his personal study, in a setting where respect and hierarchy are paramount. The distinguished guests took their seats in the inner chamber, while Jiang Shiyuan preferred to sit in the modest outer room near the door alongside the other attendants. The outer room was also furnished with food and drink, albeit of a simpler fare, lacking the lavishness of the inner chamber. "Young man, you appear quite unfamiliar. Are you a newcomer from the Grand Tutor's residence?" "I have never seen you before," one of the guests remarked. As soon as Jiang Shiyuan settled in, he garnered the attention of others, not only due to his unfamiliarity, but also because of his strikingly handsome appearance. However, they held no ulterior motives. For even the most insignificant individuals from the Grand Tutor's household were not to be trifled with, let alone those who served closely by his side. Their curiosity was piqued. Could it be that even a mere servant from the Grand Tutor's estate possessed such exceptional poise? Jiang Shiyuan, while savoring his meal, nodded in acknowledgement. Although there were no braised lion's head meatballs, his hunger was undeniable. "I just arrived at the Grand Tutor's residence yesterday, and today is my first day on duty," he explained. "No wonder," someone commented. "I have heard that it is quite difficult to gain entry into the Grand Tutor's household. He is known for his stringent requirements and discerning nature, making it a challenging environment to serve." Indeed, while Pei Ziye was somewhat particular, demanding silence and footsteps, forbidding loud exclamations, refraining from singing, and not allowing his name to be called directly, Jiang Shiyuan interjected, "Such tales are mere rumors. They are unfounded. The Grand Tutor is remarkably benevolent. He is just and upright in the court for the sake of the country and its people, and in private, he is exceedingly generous." With that, he extended his hand to demonstrate. "Do you know how much silver he provides me each month?" "How much?" they inquired eagerly. 5 taels, punctual every month, never delayed," he replied. The others cast envious glances at Jiang Shiyuan. Had they known that 5 taels were the monthly allowance he received at the tender age of 8, they would have surely wept with envy. Pei Ziye was indeed generous. When he found Jiang Shiyuan's chatter bothersome, he silenced him with silver. Meanwhile, in the inner chamber, Pei Ziye suddenly scoffed. Startled, the host, Li Qing, trembled and quickly inquired, "Does the Grand Tutor require anything?" Pei Ziye lifted his eyelids. "Add a plate of braised lion's head meatballs. Also, prepare an additional table of dishes to be sent to the outer room. Let it all be charged to my account." Li Qing, both astonished and fearful, complied without understanding the full context. Soon, a lavish banquet was delivered to the table in the outer room. Upon seeing the coveted braised lion's head meatballs, Jiang Shiyuan's lips curled into a smile. "See, is not my Grand Tutor exceptionally generous?" The group nodded in agreement. Their gazes toward Jiang Shiyuan filled with even more admiration. The attendants in the outer room relished their meal, and the atmosphere in the inner chamber grew warmer. Buoyed by Pei Ziye's declaration of "let it be charged to my account," the guests felt a newfound closeness to their Grand Tutor, and many attempted to toast in his honor, all of which Pei Ziye graciously accepted, elevating the ambience to its zenith. With tears welling in his eyes, Li Qing placed his hand on Pei Ziye's shoulder, who did not shy away. "Grand Tutor, I am exceedingly joyful today, so pleased that you could join us." "Grand Tutor, did you know? My wife has given birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. They are the epitome of cuteness." Only then did Pei Ziye realize that Li Qing was hosting this gathering in celebration of his newfound offspring. He raised a cup and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations." Hearing Pei Ziye's well wishes and witnessing the Grand Tutor raise his cup in salute, Li Qing was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. "My esteemed lord, I have heard the news of your impending nuptials. Here." Li Qing reached into her bosom and produced a folded, square talisman, offering it forth. "This is the child-conceiving charm I sought at the Guanyin Temple. It is said to be quite effective. I wish for you and the future lady to be blessed with a child soon, if you would be so kind. You cannot fathom the delight children bring. Surely, your offspring with the future lady will be the most enchanting of all." Pei Ziye accepted the talisman from Li Qing's hand, casting a glance towards the outside. He was well aware that his and Jiang Shiyuan's child would undoubtedly be the most adorable in the world, if only she would agree. Jiang Shiyuan, having finished her meal, sat outside engaging in light conversation, though her gaze would occasionally drift inward. It was her first time witnessing Pei Ziye in such a warm demeanor, even casually resting his shoulder against another. He had always been so proper and composed. Such behavior was unprecedented. As the gathering drew to a close and the two returned to the carriage, Pei Ziye leaned against the carriage wall, lost in thought, and Jiang Shiyuan realized he was likely inebriated. Fortunately, she had come prepared. "My lord, I have brought a remedy for inebriation." Having anticipated his social engagements when she spotted him at Wangxian Tower, Jiang Shiyuan had made the necessary preparations in advance. She moved closer. retrieving a remedy and bringing it to his lips, not forgetting to take credit. Now, do tell, have I fulfilled my duty? Pei Ziye chuckled at her words, his gaze roving over her face. Her features were like a painting, her skin as smooth as cream, even without makeup and dressed in male attire. She could not conceal her radiant beauty, as brilliant as spring blossoms and as luminous as the autumn moon. Jiang Shiyuan looked up, only to find herself ensnared in his gaze. Their eyes met, and she was momentarily taken aback, a ripple of emotion stirring within her tranquil heart, causing her fingers to tremble as they brushed against his lips. Startled, Jiang Shiyuan instinctively recoiled. Jiang Shiyuan? Just then, a familiar voice called her name from outside the carriage, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, she turned to lift the curtain but was suddenly enveloped in darkness as warm lips pressed against hers, a potent and piercing breath filling her lungs. Chapter 46. Jiang Shiyuan, I know you are in there. I saw you. Without warning, a hand encircled her waist, pulling her back into a broad embrace. Pei Ziye's left hand clasped her waist while his right hand threaded through her hair, lifting her chin. Jiang Shiyuan was compelled to tilt her head back, confronted by the overwhelming tide of his emotions. Their lips met, breaths intertwined. Time seemed to stand still. Jiang Shiyuan remained frozen, her heart pounding like a drum, drowning out the voice calling from outside once more. Jiang Shiyuan, I know you are in there. I saw you. Shen Luchu stood outside the carriage, gazing intently at the window, having just witnessed a figure emerge from Rui Tower and board this very carriage. A figure remarkably resembling Jiang Shiyuan. Almost instinctively, he pursued the figure of Jiang Shiyuan as soon as he caught sight of her. They were right. Jiang Shiyuan cherished him deeply, and with just a few kind words, she would surely return to his side. Moreover, even if he were to relinquish hope, she would not easily give up. She had always been a fiercely determined individual, unwavering in her pursuits. Take, for example, her aspirations to become a perfumer and to open her own fragrance shop. She immersed herself in various scents day and night, nearly sacrificing her sense of smell, yet refusing to relent. There was also that time when heavy snow blocked the mountains, and Jiang Shiyuan trudged through the snow to find him. She fell from her horse, losing sensation in her leg. Yet she persevered and arrived at the villa to seek him out. They had endured so much together. How could Jiang Shiyuan possibly give up so easily? Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Shen Luchu decided that rather than prolonging an uncomfortable stalemate, it would be wiser to speak candidly. Jiang Shiyuan, my promise still stands. I will study diligently, and after the spring examination next year, I shall persuade my mother to accept our union. So please, let us cease this discord, shall we? I am willing to apologize for the matters at the villa. As Shen Luchu was speaking, a corner of the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a face both noble and mischievous. Shen Luchu froze, staring at the visage as if it were unfamiliar. How could it be Pei Ziye? Was this his carriage? Pei Ziye's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes glinting with mischief, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Young Master Shen, you are blocking the way. Snapped back to reality, Shen Luchu glanced around, finally allowing his gaze to linger doubtfully behind the carriage curtain. He had distinctly seen Jiang Shiyuan's figure. He could not have mistaken it. Oh, is young Master Shen searching for someone? Pei Ziye, seemingly perceiving his confusion, lifted the curtain further. It was then that Shen Luchu noticed another figure in Pei Ziye's embrace, a petite form, her face hidden against him, revealing only a single ear, crimson as if stained with blood. Although she wore men's clothing, it was evident she was a woman. After their previous public display of affection, what charade was this? Was Pei Ziye truly indulging in such frivolities? He appeared to be quite entertained by the spectacle. This was the so-called paragon of virtue. How absurd. At a loss for words, Shen Luchu took a long moment to gather his thoughts. So he had misjudged. The individual who had just entered the carriage was indeed Pei Ziye's wife. Shen Luchu had no reason to doubt his eyesight. Yet the scene within the carriage left him momentarily shaken. Perhaps it was due to his lack of rest recently, compounded by the darkness of night, that had led to his momentary confusion. What other explanation could there be? Surely, the woman who repeatedly embarrassed Pei Taifu in public could not possibly be Jiang Shiyuan. How absurd. Shen Luchu struggled to envision a scenario where Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye could coexist, but the thought was utterly inconceivable. He relinquished the notion, taking a step back. My apologies, I must have mistaken you. As he uttered these words, he noticed a fleeting expression of disinterest cross Pei Ziye's face. A glimmer of disappointment directed at him. Pei Ziye indeed lost interest, retracting his gaze with a hint of a cold smile. Young Master Shun, some events will occur regardless of your fear, and some individuals will not remain eternally in waiting simply because you presume they will. Upon finishing his remarks, Pei Ziye lowered the carriage curtain, and the wheels rolled away, vanishing into the night. Shen Luchu, however, stood rooted in place, his expression particularly grim. Once again, he was met with a tone that was both preachy and mocking. Pei Ziye's disdain was unmistakable in his gaze. A surge of nameless fury ignited within Shen Luchu, his desire to surpass Pei Ziye reaching a pinnacle in that moment. Whether it was to fulfill his promise to Jiang Shiyuan or for his own sake, he had to emerge victorious in this spring examination. Young Master Shun, my lord has been waiting upstairs for quite some time. A guard interjected as Shen Luchu remained in a daze. It was only then that he snapped back to reality. Following the guard into the Rui building and ascending to the innermost elegant room on the second floor. Cousin Luchu, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you. The fifth prince, Jiang greeted warmly as he approached. Shen Luchu's demeanor was indifferent as he stepped forward to bow respectfully. I pay my respects to the fifth prince. Although they shared a distant kinship, their aspirations diverged, leading to a lack of intimacy. The fifth prince's ambition was glaringly apparent. Had it not been for his status, he would never have accepted the invitation to meet Jiang today. Shen Luchu's cold attitude did not dissuade Jiang, who became even more enthusiastic. Coincidentally, while waiting upstairs, he had witnessed the confrontation between Shen Luchu and Pei Taifu below. The nature of women is such that even when one does not desire them, they can easily find solace in another's embrace, provoking discontent in any man. Moreover, Shen Luchu had personally observed the closeness between Pei Taifu and Jiang Shiyuan today, which was perfectly understandable as a source of irritation for him. This was precisely why he had insisted on inviting Shen Luchu out. It seems my cousin still harbors lingering feelings for Jiang Shiyuan, Jiang jested. Shen Luchu was taken aback by Jiang's sudden mention of Jiang Shiyuan, feeling a sense of discomfort at the invasion of his private sentiments. I have known her since childhood. Our bond is naturally different from that of others. We get along well. So there is no need for the fifth prince to concern himself, Shen Luchu replied. Jiang was momentarily stunned. Jiang Shiyuan was already engaged. Yet Shen Luchu still clung to old affections. He could not discern whether Shen Luchu's words were born of magnanimity or a desperate attempt at self-preservation. Regardless, it was irrelevant to him. His aim was to dismantle the alliance between Pei Ziye and the Jiang family, as the Pei clan could not become a support for Jiang. Clearly, Shen Luchu was his most advantageous ally. If the young master is fond of Jiang Shiyuan, this prince could lend a helping hand to assist you in winning her affection. What say you? Jiang straightforwardly proposed his bait. This time, Shen Luchu reacted swiftly, almost immediately responding, there is no need. Shen Luchu unhesitatingly declined, his tone resolute and unyielding. If the fifth prince has no further matters, I shall take my leave. The examinations are imminent, and I must return to my studies. Farewell. With that, Shen Luchu turned and exited the chamber. The fifth prince remained seated, furiously shattering his wine cup. What did Shen Luchu mean by if you do not drink to toast, you shall drink as punishment? Stepping out of the chamber, Shen Luchu happened to overhear this exclamation, letting out a cold laugh. What did it signify? Jiang merely sought to gain some trifling benefits while attempting to win over the Yuanho residents. Who did he take for a fool? Moreover, did Shen Luchu require anyone's assistance to obtain Jiang Shiyuan? A farce. Without any lingering attachment, Shen Luchu swiftly exited the Rui building. Meanwhile, the fifth prince's ire had yet to subside. Recently, nothing had gone his way. His father had secretly summoned the third prince back, and the Jiang family had used Jiang Shiyuan to entangle with the esteemed Pei Taifu. Now, even Shen Luchu dared to show him disdain. He was but a step away from the Eastern Palace and would not allow any missteps. The union of Jiang and Pei must be dismantled. If not, it must be destroyed. If Shen Luchu would not cooperate, he would devise another means. There were countless ways to ruin a woman. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang's eyes as he summoned his subordinates. Have all arrangements been made? A guard stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Everything is prepared. His Majesty has already informed Pei Taifu to leave the capital for inspection. Chapter 47. Little Tangerine. Her favorite treat, the carriage traversed the night, leisurely making its way to the general's residence. Inside, two individuals occupied opposite corners, one situated at the innermost part and the other at the outermost. Jiang Shiyuan leaned against the back of the carriage, her head bowed, remaining silent throughout. The earlier flirtation and allure had long evaporated in the silence, leaving no trace behind. Pei Ziye, having regained some clarity from his inebriation, found the initial delight and pride he felt dissipating like a fleeting illusion, replaced by a profound sense of regret. He had never committed such a foolish mistake before. He had embarrassed her. Raising his gaze to Jiang Shiyuan's lowered head, he opened his mouth. I apologize. Jiang Shiyuan kept her head lowered, her tone icy as she directly interrupted him. I do not accept. Pei Ziye felt a pang in his heart. The usually composed and unflappable individual suddenly found himself inexplicably at a loss. He paused momentarily, his voice laden with uncertainty. Then what do you wish to do? At that moment, Jiang Shiyuan lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice filled with grievance. My lip is injured. She had pushed him away, yet he had only pressed himself closer. How was she to face the world tomorrow? Pei Ziye was taken aback, gazing at her crimson lips, both astonished and delighted. Is it merely because of this? Jiang Shiyuan averted her gaze, suppressing her racing heart, which began to stir once more. She admitted to feeling frightened. Yet she also sensed a strange lack of resistance. It was not entirely unpleasant. If only her lip were unscathed, it would have been even better. The Taifu should indulge in wine less often. Once intoxicated, he loses his lofty demeanor, which is rather embarrassing. Jiang Shiyuan shifted the subject. Though she spoke thus, a secret thrill surged within her. For Pei Ziye, too, could become inebriated and make a fool of himself. This was her first encounter with Pei Ziye's loss of composure. He seemed less distant, and they even shared a commonality. For reasons unknown, this small revelation brought an inexplicable joy to Jiang Shiyuan. It is indeed peculiar that she would be stirred by Pei Ziye's imperfections. Perhaps his flaws are so rare, now solely witnessed by her, that this exclusivity has given birth to a flurry of musings. Upon hearing her teasing, Pei Ziye felt as though a great weight had been lifted from him, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. I shall venture out of the city to Yu Province tomorrow. What would you like me to bring back for you? What business do you have in Yu Province? There have been some issues with the grain depot there. The emperor is concerned and has requested that I make the trip, which will likely take about 5 days. Pei Ziye elaborated, as though he were reporting something significant. Is there anything you desire? He inquired again, filled with an earnest desire to make amends. Jiang Shiyuan found herself momentarily at a loss for what she wanted, but his words reminded her of something. I don't wish for anything. Rather, I have something to give to the Grand Tutor. Wait until he returns, and I shall show it to you. What is it? You will know when the Grand Tutor returns, Jiang Shiyuan teased. Pei Ziye chuckled softly. The peculiar gifts she intended to offer were more memorable than the items themselves. She wished to uproot wildflowers by the roadside and present them to him, for they reminded her of the warm sunlight in winter, akin to his classroom, which often lulled one into a stupor. From the night market, she wanted him to pay for a mask used in the Nuo opera before gifting it to him, as it bore a striking resemblance to his stern demeanor when wielding a ruler. She approached him with the unsolvable 9-linked rings and the impassable Huarong road, presenting them with a playful challenge. Let me test your skills. Very well, Pei Ziye replied, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. As the carriage arrived at the general's residence, it came to a steady halt. Pei Ziye was the first to disembark, standing beside the carriage to lift the curtain for her, reminiscent of the way his father had once done for his mother. In the past, his father would always tend to his mother, holding the reins. Even though she was exceptionally skilled in horsemanship, Jiang Shiyuan leaned down to exit the carriage, and once again, that distinctly bony hand reached out, palm facing upwards. She glanced at Pei Ziye and placed her hand in his. He looked back at her, gently grasping her fingertips and guiding her down from the carriage. The warmth of his palm traveled from her fingertips, coursing up her arm, steadily ascending to the depths of her heart. Jiang Shiyuan felt a flutter of excitement, unable to resist pondering. Is the Grand Tutor's kissing skill as lacking as his patience as an instructor? Might it be because it was his first time as well? After safely escorting Jiang Shiyuan back, Pei Ziye turned and returned to the Grand Tutor's residence, summoning Pei Ziye to his side. I shall be leaving the capital for a few days. I have left you some provisions. Before he could finish, Pei Ziye, disregarding the pain in his rear, excitedly stammered. Really? Can I use them freely? Pei Ziye cast him a sidelong glance. What do you think? Realizing the implication, Pei Ziye quickly responded, understood. With my uncle away, I shall take good care of my aunt. Pei Ziye turned and retrieved a document from the bookshelf behind him, tossing it to Pei Ziye. "The horse farm in the eastern part of the city is yours." Pei Ziye accepted it, puffing out his chest in delight, eager to express his gratitude to Pei Che. This was the reason he, despite being looked down upon, still clung to his uncle with unwavering persistence. The illustrious and formidable grand tutor, though severe in punishment, was even more generous in rewards. "Thank you, dear uncle. I assure you that I will protect Auntie with utmost diligence, ensuring she experiences not a single moment of displeasure. Nor will there be any unforeseen incidents." Pei Ziye patted his chest, his smile exceedingly obsequious. Pei Che, seemingly indifferent, continued, "It is not solely for the sake of your wishes. Since you have someone you hold dear, you should also contemplate matters of family." Pei Ziye was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head out of habit. "Uncle, you already know? Well, given your concern for Auntie, it is only natural that you would investigate thoroughly after such a significant event. How could I possibly deceive you with mere words? While the family can provide you with ample resources for a lifetime of indulgence, the girl you marry will share her life with you. The sense of security she desires cannot be provided by the family, but must be earned by you." Pei Che spoke slowly. Pei Ziye remained silent, seemingly in contemplation. "Uncle, I understand." After addressing Pei Ziye, Pei Che proceeded to the bedroom to change. The servants were in the process of replacing the fruits on the table. Pei Che glanced over and inquired, "Have the sweet oranges come into season?" The servant paused, momentarily caught off guard. As Pei Che stood before the copper mirror, unfastening his official robe, he instructed, "From now on, each room in the residence should be adorned with sweet oranges." Pei Che regained his focus and noticed the reflection in the mirror, where his eyes sparkled with laughter and radiated an unspoken joy. "Now, this resembles a proper person," he murmured while gazing at his reflection. "My lord, the horses are prepared. Shall we depart at once?" A guard's voice came from outside. "Let us set off immediately." Pei Che turned, donning a black cloak, and swiftly exited. What would she enjoy? Does Yujo have any East pearls? Pei Che pondered as he walked. Chapter 48. This mischievous boy, do not play with him. As the official was away on duty, Jiang Shiyuan, the young servant, had the luxury of a well-deserved rest. Upon waking, Jiang Shiyuan's first instinct was to approach the mirror. Hongdo brought her the water for washing her face, expressing concern. "Miss, you must have been quite hungry yesterday to have bitten your lip so deeply. Be sure to eat slowly next time." Jiang Shiyuan blushed, mumbling a response, and barefoot, made her way to the adjoining fragrance room. It had been several days since she had indulged in her treasures, and her hands were itching to explore, while her nose tingled with anticipation. Standing before the shelf filled with spices, she took a deep breath. "What fragrance shall I use today?" Jiang Shiyuan took turns inhaling each one, every scent a cherished favorite, making it difficult to choose. "Hongdo, I cannot decide. Please assist me in making a selection." As Hongdo entered with Jiang Shiyuan's shoes, she remarked with a smile, "Miss, you seem to have grown happier." What Hongdo meant was not merely that Jiang Shiyuan appeared cheerful. Rather, she had transformed into a more vibrant version of herself. "Was I not happy before?" Jiang Shiyuan retorted. After a moment of thought, Hongdo replied, "It is difficult to articulate. Previously, your happiness was quiet, but now, it radiates so vividly that even your hair seems to dance. This feeling only occasionally appeared when you galloped outside the city." "Miss, is it because of Pei Taifu?" Hongdo inquired curiously, leaning in. Is this what the nursemaid meant when she said that being around good people causes one to shine? Jiang Shiyuan was uncertain whether she had changed, yet the words spoken by her grandmother were undoubtedly true. Pei Taifu was akin to the sun, even from a distance. His radiance could illuminate one's very essence. This was true in the past, and it remains so in the present. The young lady ought to have distanced herself from Shen Luchu, for he was nothing but a source of misfortune. Hongdo could no longer contain her frustration and voiced her disdain. It was then that Jiang Shiyuan suddenly recalled Shen Luchu's appearance at Rui Building the previous night, where he had called her name from outside the carriage. He seemed to have uttered something, but under those circumstances, she heard nothing. What had he said? Jiang Shiyuan pondered, but decided it was of no consequence. After all, he was not a person of significance. Surely, he had seen her with Pei Che last night, and there would be no further entanglements between them. After much deliberation, Jiang Shiyuan finally selected the fragrance powder she would use today. Once she was dressed and had breakfast, she took a carriage to Chengxiangfang. The carriage halted at the back entrance, and Jiang Shiyuan disembarked, pushing the door open to enter. The bustling workers in the courtyard of Chengxiangfang immediately set aside their tasks, and came forward in unison, calling out master. Jiang Shiyuan nodded slightly and spoke with a measured tone. I am pressed for time today. Please prioritize the important matters. Hearing this, several craftsmen, as if seeing their guiding light, promptly brought forth their items. Master, a lady has ordered a batch of Shuangjing Qinyuan, but no matter how I adjust it, there's always a hint of missing fragrance. Jiang Shiyuan cleansed her hands, took the mixture, inhaled deeply, and pinched it between her fingers, stating, the materials are sound, but the drying process is flawed. It requires soaking in dragon brain fragrance solution for an hour and a half, followed by. The craftsman, visibly relieved, responded, very well. I shall rework it immediately. Another individual presented a box of incense, and Jiang Shiyuan examined it with unwavering focus and composure. In the blink of an eye, the morning had slipped away. Issues that had caused the staff considerable distress were swiftly resolved under Jiang Shiyuan's adept guidance. She was increasingly embodying the role of a master of the workshop. Queen Yang, the female manager of Qingxiangfang, approached with tea in hand. Jiang Shiyuan, feeling parched, accepted the tea and took a hearty sip. What one loves, one must pursue to perfection, Jiang Shiyuan remarked with a smile. Queen Yang nodded, affirming that her young master indeed embodied this ethos. With a relentless pursuit of excellence and an extraordinary sense of smell, she had, within a mere 3 years, innovated numerous novel and audacious fragrance powders, securing her place in the capital. Recently, many incense shops had begun to imitate their Lingxi fragrance, replicating its scent but pricing it at merely a tenth of theirs, causing a decline in Qingxiangfang's business. Queen Yang, addressing the pressing matter, expressed her concerns. Is it happening again? Hong Do exclaimed indignantly. Why is it that every time we release something, they follow like shadowy pests, as if we are merely their model? No matter, Jiang Shiyuan replied nonchalantly, appearing to savor the competition. Their imitation only signifies that we are advancing faster and standing taller than they are. This wisdom had been imparted to her by Pei Ziye. What should she recount to begin? Jiang Shiyuan's thoughts drifted back to a time long past, before Su Lilu's emergence, when there was another who had always relished competing with her. That is the young master Jiang Xingzhua from the Chengxianbo's residence. Her father is well acquainted with the Chengxianbo, which is why they have known each other since childhood. Later, they found themselves as rivals, attending the looming academy together. From the moment she began to form memories, Jiang Xingzhua delighted in opposing her. Whenever she recited 3 passages, he would immediately raise his hand to recite 3.5. If she managed to write 20 characters in a quarter of an hour, he would boast of having written 21. Even in simple games like skipping stones, he would ensure he outdid her by at least half a circle. This was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate slight, intended to humiliate her, even more so than the current Su Lila. Later, when her parents encountered misfortune, she found herself unable to care about such trivialities. Yet, Jiang Xingzhua continued to pursue her, competing and boasting daily, even following her to Pei Ziye's villa, where Pei Ziye became aware of the situation. With a look of disdain, Pei Ziye remarked that being pursued was a compliment to the strong, suggesting that her feelings of humiliation stemmed from her own inadequacies. If she were truly formidable, neither Jiang Xingzhua nor anyone else could hold sway over her. Perhaps feeling his words too harsh, the next day, Pei Ziye gently advised her to focus on her studies and refrain from engaging with Jiang Xingzhua. That day, Pei Ziye's tone was surprisingly gentle. At this hour, she wondered where Pei Ziye had wandered off to. Had he ventured to Yuzhou? Realizing her thoughts had drifted, Jiang Shiyuan quickly refocused her mind on the matters at hand. There was no need to concern herself with others. As long as they ran swiftly enough and stood high enough, they would always remain out of reach. With that thought, Jiang Shiyuan produced a delicate inlaid incense box and handed it to Huanyang. The Lingxi incense had been on sale for some time. It was time for a new blend. Had the master concocted a new fragrance? What scent was it this time? Huanyang's eyes brightened as she accepted the box and took a whiff. Ah, a sweet citrus aroma, accompanied by the freshness of green tea. Quite delightful. Huanyang praised. What is the name of this fragrance? Jiang Shiyuan smiled. It's called Joy. What a lovely name. Huanyang responded admiringly. Jiang Shiyuan presented the formula to Huanyang. As usual, I will personally deliver the first batch to Lady Ru, while the others can be prepared by the workshop staff. Lady Ru was the first patron of the Qinxiang workshop, in the bustling capital filled with fragrant shops. She was relatively unknown, yet within 3 short years, she had risen to prominence, largely thanks to Lady Ru's support. It was Lady Ru who had purchased Jiang Shiyuan's first box of incense powder and recommended it to other noblewomen, thus preventing the workshop from closing 3 years ago. Grateful for this, Jiang Shiyuan always ensured that her latest creations were sent to Lady Ru first. With the issue of new products resolved, it was time to address the unsold items. The Xinjiang workshop used quality materials, and each unsold box represented a waste of genuine gold and silver. Has there been a significant amount of unsold stock this month? Jiang Shiyuan inquired. Huanyang replied, not much, approximately worth around 300 taels in total. Jiang Shiyuan raised her gaze to Huanyang, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Then let us resort to our usual method. Invite Miss Su from the minister's residence. Chapter 49. When others bully me, what use is anger? It is time to strike back. After a brief wait, Su Lila arrived. Jiang Shiyuan picked up an item and pretended to inquire. I really like this. How much silver does it cost? Before she could finish her words, her hands were empty. The fragrance box already in Su Lirua's possession. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Lirua turned to the shopkeeper, Huanyang, and inquired, what has she chosen? Wrap it all for me. Huanyang exchanged a discreet glance with Jiang Shiyuan, her expression tinged with concern. But, Miss Su, these were all selected by Miss Jiang first. Humph. You are in the business for profit, are you not? I will pay double. Su Liru suddenly grew weary of this transactional manner of life. Leaning against the counter, she urged, I am in a hurry, package it. Huanyang had no choice but to comply, meticulously preparing the items, and respectfully stated, Miss Su, you are our most valued customer at the Xinjiang studio. We shall certainly prioritize your needs. There is no need for double payment. Whatever you desire, it shall be yours. The total comes to 300 taels. Only 300? Su Lirua glanced at Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan, when did you become so frugal? Did you not claim that you never used less than 100 taels for incense powder? Jiang Shiyuan couldn't help but chuckle. When it came to stubbornness, Su Lirua was equally matched. Seeing her smile, Su Lirua shot her a glare. How can you still laugh? Aren't you upset that I am with Pei Ziye? He even invited me to ride in the eastern part of the city today. Jiang Shiyuan was bewildered. Why should I be upset that you are with Pei Ziye? You haven't even stepped into the Pei household to become Pei Chei's wife. Even if you were to become Pei Ziye's aunt, his matrimonial affairs are not for you to interfere with. She still retained this measure of composure. Su Lirua fell silent, pondering. When she had attempted to woo Shen Luchu, Jiang Shiyuan had shown little reaction. The last time she had angered her was due to a careless remark about her family. Suddenly, Su Lirua grasped a significant realization. Why are you not the least bit upset that I am taking your things? Because what can be taken away was never truly mine, Jiang Shiyuan replied. Su Lirua felt an unexpected surge of anger at this statement, her expression darkening. You feign magnanimity. You are merely fortunate, having never lost something you hold dear. Should the day come when your most cherished possession is snatched away, would you still be able to speak so calmly? Jiang Shiyuan gazed at Su Lirua, whose demeanor had abruptly sharpened, and could not suppress her curiosity any longer. Su Lirua, why do you enjoy competing with me so much? This question had been buried deep within her heart for a long time. She distinctly remembered their first encounter at the age of 7. When the minister's residence hosted a banquet, inviting the ladies of the city to admire the blossoms, and her mother had taken her along. On that day, a child had maliciously remarked that her mother was a bandit and had insulted her as a little bandit, even throwing mud at her. As the host, Su Lirua had reprimanded the child fiercely and brought her to her room to change into a new outfit. Though Su Lirua was merely a year older, she had radiated the warmth of an elder sister, gentle as the spring breeze. Yet for reasons unknown, upon their next meeting, Su Lirua had ceased to acknowledge her, even becoming antagonistic. Jiang Shiyuan thought it might be her own unlikability that had caused this rift. What have I done to make you dislike me? Jiang Shiyuan inquired directly, a question that had troubled her for quite some time. Su Lirua gazed at her with a look of utter bewilderment, biting her lip. Beside her, the maid Jichuan exclaimed indignantly, It is because of Miss Jiang that my lady has been exiled from the capital for 10 years. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback, her eyes brimming with confusion. She only knew that 10 years prior, Su Lirua had abruptly left the capital to recuperate. Yet she had believed Su Lirua was in fine health. What had necessitated such a sudden retreat? What does this have to do with me? Were you not supposed to be recuperating? Jichuan, ever outspoken, retorted, It was because Master Pei sought retribution for you, lodging a complaint at the Ministry of Personnel. My master confined my lady for half a month. After her release, She fell gravely ill and was sent to the countryside overnight, nearly losing her life. Mind your tongue. Su Leroy shot a glare at Jichuan. Jiang Shiyuan was once again taken aback. Pei Ziye had stood up for her? How could he possibly intervene on her behalf? It had merely been a trivial matter between her and Su Leroy, and Pei Ziye hardly seemed like the type to concern himself with such mundane affairs. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that Su Leroy had been dispatched to the countryside for 10 long years. Jiang Shiyuan's emotions became tumultuous. Was this the reason you have harbored animosity towards me? I was unaware. No, Su Leroy interrupted, her voice cold and distant as though a different person altogether. My animosity towards you does not stem from this. I was sent to the countryside because I brought this upon myself, rejected by my father, lacking support, and living under the roof of others for a decade. This is my just punishment. My grievances against you arise from. She hesitated, realizing that after so many years, she had long forgotten the specifics, and the evidence of her past was likely lost to time. With this thought, a wave of despondency washed over Su Leroy. She cast a glance at Jiang Shiyuan before turning on her heel and striding away from the Qingxiangfang. Jichuan hurried after the carriage. While Su Leroy leaned against the carriage wall, her expression one of melancholy. Jichuan quietly asked, Miss, shall we head to the east side horse track? Su Leroy shook her head. No, let us not go. A sudden disinterest in the day's activities enveloped her. It all felt like an unreciprocated farce. No one cared. Sensing Su Leroy's unusual demeanor, Jichuan cautiously inquired, Where would you like to go, then? Just wander aimlessly, as long as we do not return to the manor. Su Leroy replied, turning her gaze to the retreating street scenery, falling silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiyuan was still processing Su Leroy's earlier words. Hongdo, please help me reflect. Have I offended Su Leroy in some way? She felt that Su Leroy's words carried deeper meaning, yet after leaving Qingxiangfang, she could not decipher their significance. Hongdo, unable to assist, remarked, By the time I came to serve the young lady, Su Leroy had already departed the capital. I have no knowledge of the past. Observing Jiang Shiyuan's turmoil, Hongdo queried, Did Miss not feel anger over how Su Leroy bullied you in the past? What use is anger when others mistreat me? I must retaliate. If not openly, then through more subtle means. The success of Qingxiangfang today, aside from the support of Madame, could largely be attributed to Su Leroy. Not only did she help clear the unsold inventory, but she also deliberately informed Su Leroy of her own newly established perfumery, encouraging her to join the market, leading to Su Leroy's rapid closure due to her unfamiliarity with the fragrances. Consequently, all the stockpiled perfumes ended up in Jiang Shiyuan's possession, alleviating her financial troubles considerably. Upon reflection, Hongdo realized that in the past 3 years, Su Luo had contributed no less than several tens of thousands of taels to Qinxiangfang. If Su Luo were to discover that the proprietor behind Qinxiangfang was the young lady, she would likely be incensed to the point of vomiting blood. Considering this, it seems that Su Luo's situation is quite lamentable. Furthermore, I must ascertain the reasons, should I find that I too bear some culpability. I shall first rectify my own errors before deliberating on the rights and wrongs of these past 3 years. As the sage said, to correct others, one must first correct oneself. One should not demand perfection from others. Jiang Shiyuan's thoughts then turned to Pei Ziye. 10 years ago, had Pei Ziye secretly stood up for her? Yet, she had never mentioned the academy to him, apart from the visits from Jiang Shiyuan. Since this matter also involves Pei Ziye, Jiang Shiyuan felt it prudent to wait until Pei Ziye returned to inform him. He likely remained unaware of the reasons behind Su Luo's departure from the capital. Before Jiang Shiyuan could ponder further, dusk enveloped the surroundings as the carriage arrived at the general's residence. Upon entering, she was presented with a floral invitation by Granny Qin. The 5th prince had recently acquired a piece of exquisite jade and was hosting a banquet tomorrow at the hour of the dog, inviting talented individuals and beauties from the capital to admire the jade. Invitations had been dispatched to various residences in the capital. Jiang Shiyuan received one, as did Su Luo, Zhou Jingshun, and naturally, Shen Luchu. Chapter 50. When the sky falls, the Grand Tutor supports it. Shall we attend? Jiang Shiyuan, Hongdo, and Granny Qin gathered around the table, their 6 eyes fixated on the invitation. Even if Jiang Shiyuan was unaware of the current state of the court, she was not naive. An evening gathering to appreciate jade, and Xie Jingxiu was clearly not pretending to be courteous. It was highly likely that the news of her engagement to the Grand Tutor had spread, and the 5th prince, disinclined to see this union, sought to create trouble for her. Jiang Shiyuan had always been rather transparent in his intentions, preferring to target those he deemed vulnerable. Was Jiang Shiyuan truly a soft target? Alas, she indeed was. It was evident not only to Jiang Shiyuan, but also to Hong Do that there were no benevolent intentions behind this invitation. What good could the fifth prince possibly harbor? Shortly after the general and his wife's untimely demise, the Liu family had spread rumors, belittling their legacy, while concubine Lan had consistently targeted their lady within the palace. We cannot go, Granny Qin concurred. It is wisely said that a visible blade is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is difficult to guard against. Caution is the key to longevity. With no one at home, they had all grown accustomed to being prudent. In this precarious moment, they could not afford a single misstep. But how shall we decline? Jiang Shiyuan lamented. The higher the official rank, the heavier the pressure. Jiang Shiyuan, being a prince, carries a status that few dare to defy. Last year, Miss Sun from the Duke's residence feigned illness to refuse his invitation, only for the fifth prince, under the guise of concern, to send a physician to force her to drink a bitter potion. The year before, a daughter of the Minister of Rights, after failing to drink the toast offered by Jiang Shiyuan at a banquet, inexplicably fell into a lake, nearly losing her life after inhaling a mouthful of water. Jiang Shiyuan is a petty man, vengeful and intolerant of dissent. Just as Jiang Shiyuan was immersed in her worries, a sudden announcement interrupted from outside. Miss, the guard you from the Grand Tutor's residence requests an audience. Upon hearing the title of Grand Tutor, Jiang Shiyuan immediately exclaimed, Please, do come in. Shortly thereafter, a tall and slender young man entered, dressed in black attire, exuding an extraordinary aura. Jiang Shiyuan recognized him as Yu Liang, a confidant of Grand Tutor Pei, who had previously been tasked with escorting her home. Greetings, my lady. Yu Liang approached respectfully, bowing. Jiang Shiyuan felt a blush rise to her cheeks, straightened her posture, and adopted a dignified demeanor. There is no need for such formalities. You guard, has something urgent compelled you to visit at this late hour? Yu Liang rose and replied, The Grand Tutor has instructed me to convey a message to you. Intrigued, Jiang Shiyuan wondered what Pei Ziye had to say. What does the Grand Tutor wish to convey? Yu Liang spoke slowly. The Grand Tutor remarked that while you may poke at the ant's nest, the heavens of the capital are quite lofty, and even if you were to disturb it, he would be there to support you. Jiang Shiyuan bit her lip, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Had he anticipated that someone would harbor ill intentions? She couldn't deny the exhilarating feeling of having someone backing her. I shall attend the banquet tomorrow, she resolved, determined to transform from a soft target into a formidable presence. Time flew, and soon it was the evening of the following day. As the sunset cast a radiant glow, Jiang Shiyuan stepped out of the general's residence, where Pei Ziye promptly dismounted his horse, eagerly assisting her with the mounting stool. Although the Pei family had received an invitation, Pei Ziye was under house arrest, and Pei Ziye, who was not particularly fond of such gatherings, felt obligated to attend and safeguard her following his uncle's instructions. My dear aunt, I shall serve as your protector today, he declared, eliciting a laugh from Jiang Shiyuan. You can still ride. I assumed the 20 lashes were not so severe after all. Pei Ziye chuckled in return. One must be adaptable. Some lashes cannot be avoided, but others can. If all were to befall me, I would have long been reduced to a pulp. Once Jiang Shiyuan settled into the carriage, they enjoyed a smooth journey. Upon arriving at the fifth prince's residence, the streets were ablaze with lights, bustling with carriages and elegantly dressed individuals. Although the fifth prince already had 2 secondary consorts, the position of the primary consort remained unfilled, and the sudden banquet stirred speculation among the gathered noble ladies, who adorned themselves splendidly for the occasion. As the carriage halted, Jiang Shiyuan disembarked and unexpectedly encountered Princess Xiaoru, who was also alighting from her carriage, adjusting the hairpin atop her head, which was set with a dazzling eastern pearl. Xiaoru caught the eyes of onlookers, prompting flattery from admirers. Your pearl is truly exquisite. Was it a gift from the favored consort? Xiaoru lifted her chin, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Shiyuan. Not at all. It was presented to me by an admirer who insisted I accept it. I thought it a shame to refuse such heartfelt intent. Jiang Shiyuan stifled a laugh, sharing an unspoken understanding as she adjusted her own colorful gemstone hairpin. Noticing this, Xiaoru's lips curled into a slight smile. The imperial kitchen had prepared some novel pastries, and on this rare occasion of gathering, the princess brought a selection to share. personally distributing the delicacies. Sierra, though not particularly favored, enjoyed the advantages of her royal status and her association with concubine Lan, garnering enthusiastic praise from those around her even before they had tasted the treats. In the blink of an eye, only the last piece remained in the pastry box. Sierra cast a glance at Jiang Shiyuan, her tone haughty as she declared, "There is still one left. I bestow it upon you." With that, she held her head high and approached Jiang Shiyuan, offering her the final morsel. As Jiang Shiyuan reached out to accept it, a small note was concealed beneath the pastry. Slipping into her hand alongside it, Jiang Shiyuan quickly tucked it away, responding respectfully, "Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Highness. Your hairpin is truly exquisite, enhancing your beauty even further." "Yours is not lacking either," Sierra replied, satisfied, before turning on her heel and departing briskly with her entourage. Once they had moved away, Jiang Shiyuan finally unfolded the note in her hand. "Do not drink, do not eat anything unless it is given to you by your good friend." A smile graced Jiang Shiyuan's lips as she glanced at the pastry, a delightful white rabbit cake reminiscent of their childhood endeavors. "Let us enter as well," Jiang Shiyuan suggested to Pei Ziye. "Oh, very well," Pei Ziye responded, seemingly searching for someone, dismounting and scanning the surroundings before regaining his focus. It was curious. Why was Jiang Shiyuan walking with Pei Ziye? From a distance, Zhou Jingshan spotted Jiang Shiyuan alongside Pei Ziye. Notably, Jiang Shiyuan's striking beauty stood out even amidst a gathering of many, drawing his attention immediately. Shen Luchu, just disembarking from the carriage, also noticed her. "Luchu, when did Jiang Shiyuan become acquainted with Pei Ziye?" Given their familiarity, it was natural for Shen Luchu to be the closest to Jiang Shiyuan, Zhou Jingshan thought without hesitation. Shen Luchu pressed his lips together, his dark eyes fixed intently on the figures ahead. He was unaware of when Jiang Shiyuan had become acquainted with Pei Ziye. He could not recall when she had formed relationships with anyone beyond him and those in his circle. He felt a growing sense of unfamiliarity with Jiang Shiyuan, knowing little of her life beyond the fact that she enjoyed perfumery and horseback riding, both of which he had disapproved of. Jiang Shiyuan was to marry Pei Ziye. Su Lila's sudden appearance caught them off guard as she remarked coldly. Zhou Jingshan and Shen Luchu exchanged incredulous glances. Shen Luchu's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor inscrutable. "Miss Su must be jesting. How could Jiang Shiyuan possibly marry Pei Ziye? Pei Ziye is a scoundrel, nowhere near the caliber of Luchu. She would never consider him." "What is wrong with Pei Ziye?" Su Lila interrupted Zhou Jingshan, glancing mockingly at Shen Luchu's back. "At least Pei Ziye does not require his mother to follow him everywhere." Shen Luchu turned around, only to find an additional carriage had appeared behind him, from which the princess of Wenhe gracefully alighted. Chapter 51. Zhou Jingshan learns the truth. Shen Luchu's previously sullen expression was now marred by an unnameable fury. Even Zhou Jingshan felt a moment of breathlessness upon the princess's arrival. At times, he found himself sympathizing with Shen Luchu. If he had a mother as controlling, interfering even in his outings, he would likely have lost his sanity long ago. "Luchu, I shall go in first," Zhou Jingshan said resignedly, casting a glance at Shen Luchu before stepping away. His curiosity about Su Lila's remarks had now eclipsed Shen Luchu's discomfort. Is Jiang Shiyuan truly about to marry? Or is it Pei Ziye she is to wed? The Pei family, with both Pei Taifu and Pei Ziye, had long remained unwed, and now, all of a sudden, they are both rushing to the altar. This will not do. He must inquire further. Zhou Jingshan departed. Shen Luchu stood rooted in place, seemingly suppressing an ocean of rage, casting a dark gaze upon Princess Wenhe as she approached. Unperturbed by Shen Luchu's displeasure, Princess Wenhe smiled warmly and draped her cloak over his shoulders, exclaiming, "That wretched servant Mo forgot to provide you with a cloak on such a chilly day. Once you have partaken in the wine and are exposed to the wind, you shall surely catch a chill." Shen Luchu sidestepped, causing the cloak to fall abruptly to the ground at his feet. He lifted his eyes to regard his mother with an icy stare, as if seeking an answer from her. "It is merely a cloak. Why not have Mo bring it to me?" "Where is Mo?" Princess Wenhe glanced at the fallen cloak and, with a composed demeanor, remarked, "Mo has not been attentive enough. I shall arrange for a different servant for you." Shen Luchu's breath caught in his throat, akin to having his windpipe constricted, ensnared in a whirlpool of despair. The notion of replacing a servant, as articulated by his mother, was no ordinary matter. It signified harsh punishment and expulsion. This pattern repeated itself time and again. "I have already acquiesced to your invitation. What more do you desire from me?" What crime has Mo committed? It is because Mo informed me that you intend to marry Jiang Shiyuan. Princess Wenhe fixed her gaze upon her son, her disdain for Jiang Shiyuan glaringly evident. It was this very Jiang Shiyuan who had incited her son to stray from her heart. Before Jiang Shiyuan's arrival, her Luchu had been obedient and filial, never once exhibiting a hint of rebellion. Yet since Jiang Shiyuan entered the picture, Luchu's thoughts had become disordered, and now she even dares to deceive him, using her own future as leverage to secure his hand. This shall not be permitted. Had she not uncovered Mo's peculiar behavior amidst her routine interrogations today, she would have remained oblivious to Jiang Shiyuan's cunning. 3 years prior, Jiang Shiyuan had audaciously attempted to leverage her parents' achievements to coerce the emperor into compelling Luchu to marry her. When the overt approach failed, she resorted to underhanded schemes. Tell me, did Jiang Shiyuan force you? What tricks did she employ to compel you to promise her your hand? Princess Wenhe exclaimed sharply, disregarding the bustling passers-by around them. I have already informed you. I have arranged for the daughter of the Minister of Rights to be your match. The minister's family can bolster your prospects. She is the rightful match for you. Why do you persist in this folly? I am your mother, the one who loves you most dearly in this world. Would a mother ever seek to harm her child? No. At her words, Shen Luchu felt as though his head were being pierced by a nail. He interrupted Princess Wenhe's tirade with a fierce shout. She did not force me, nor did she employ any tricks. It was I who implored her. I begged her to wait for me for 3 years. I pleaded with her not to leave me. Is that satisfactory? Are you content now? Shen Luchu spoke the truth, recalling that promise vividly, remembering the exhilaration that surged within him when Jiang Shiyuan had nodded in agreement. He had finally found a purpose of his own, a sense of ambition he had never experienced before, dedicating his entire being to his studies. First, he excelled in the imperial examinations, then he achieved further distinction, gaining fame and admiration from all. Everyone celebrated him, lifting him to great heights, yet he seemed to have forgotten his original intentions. He had indeed forgotten. As Shen Luchu concluded his thoughts, the words of Su Lila echoed in his ears, and memories of Jiang Shiyuan's recent refusals flooded his mind, her returned invitations, her disdainful gaze directed at him. Did Jiang Shiyuan truly wish to sever ties with him? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Shen Luchu as he raised his gaze toward the banquet, intending to leave, when Princess Wenhe unexpectedly stepped forward, blocking his path. Shen Luchu, do you intend to oppose me like your father? Is it your wish for my demise? She revealed her wrist, marked by a scar. At that moment, Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye entered the grand hall of the 5th prince's residence for the banquet. Pei Ziye appeared distracted, glancing around. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Jiang Shiyuan also noticed Su Lila. Auntie, Pei Ziye called out, but before he could say more, Jiang Shiyuan nodded and replied. You go about your business. I have Hongdo with me. Yu Liang was lurking in the shadows, and if Auntie needed anything, she could call for him. Pei Ziye offered a brief word of caution before hastily moving towards Su Lila. Su Xiaoyu, you've come to the banquet? Pei Ziye called out cheerfully. Why didn't you come yesterday? I waited for you half the day, thinking something had happened. Su Lila lifted her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion as she glanced at him. Apologies, young sir. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Pei Ziye paused, confusion etched across his face. Without further words, Su Lila turned and walked away. On Jiang Shiyuan's side, just as Pei Ziye departed, Zhou Jingshan appeared from seemingly nowhere. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke. Jiang Shiyuan, regarding the matter with Zhuang, I owe you an apology. No need. It's already in the past, Jiang Shiyuan replied with a detached tone, as if addressing a stranger. This indifference extended toward Shen Luchu and his circle of friends. Having not seen Jiang Shiyuan for just a few days, Zhou Jingshan sensed a notable change in her demeanor, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. Overcome by curiosity, he finally asked, I heard you are to be married? Deep down, he found it hard to believe. It seemed more likely that Jiang Shiyuan was merely acting out of spite. Furthermore, such a significant event as marriage could not be so hastily arranged. On the 8th of next month, Zhou Jingshan was taken aback. What? Jiang Shiyuan met his gaze. I am to be wed. Zhou Jingshan's eyes widened in shock, and he stifled a dry laugh to mask his astonishment. Is that so? So soon? You never mentioned it before. Suddenly you're to marry Pei Ziye? This left Jiang Shiyuan momentarily speechless. Not Pei Ziye. I am to marry Pei Taifu, she clarified. Chapter 52. As long as I apologize to her, she will forgive me. With whom? With Pei Taifu? Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye? Zhou Jingshan gaped, unable to utter a sound for some time. Was Jiang Shiyuan jesting? He scrutinized her and, in a fleeting glance, noticed the fragrant sachet at her waist. Though its design differed slightly, the embroidered sprigs of dogwood were unmistakably familiar. A sudden realization surged through Zhou Jingshan's mind, akin to a flash of lightning. Indeed, on that day at Tianxiangju, he had not misjudged. The person ascending the staircase was none other than Jiang Shiyuan. The esteemed Lady Tai Fu, dining upstairs with Pei Ziye, was Jiang Shiyuan. Zhou Jingshan's mouth fell open in astonishment, his mind engulfed in sheer disbelief. Jiang Shiyuan had already departed, yet he remained rooted to the spot. How could Jiang Shiyuan possibly be entangled with Tai Fu Pei? They were two individuals who had never crossed paths before. No, it was evident that Jiang Shiyuan intended to marry Tai Fu Pei. What then of Shen Luchu? Shen Luchu, who toiled through the night, was still fervently contemplating a union with Jiang Shiyuan after the spring examination. With this thought, Zhou Jingshan hastily turned to seek out Shen Luchu. Shen Luchu stood outside the main entrance, draped in a black cloak, while Princess Wenhe had already taken her leave. Zhou Jingshan exhaled in relief, for he had feared that Princess Wenhe would accompany them into the banquet. Luchu, Jiang Shiyuan. Zhou Jingshan began, but as his gaze met Shen Luchu's, his words faltered, and he swallowed them back. The Shen Luchu before him appeared gaunt, his eyes devoid of luster, resembling a desolate night devoid of light. Having known each other since childhood, Zhou Jingshan had often witnessed Shen Luchu's spirited demeanor, brimming with vitality. He had never encountered him in such a state of despondency. Was it due to Jiang Shiyuan? Zhou Jingshan felt a surge of frustration. He wished to chastise himself for his insatiable curiosity. How he wished he could remain ignorant. What had transpired with Jiang Shiyuan? Shen Luchu, regaining his composure, looked up and inquired. Zhou Jingshan gazed at him, his mind a battleground of contemplation. To speak or remain silent. Suddenly, the ominous visage of Princess Wenhe materialized in his thoughts. Jingshan, unlike you, Luchu should not be distracted by anything other than his studies. Please do not lead him astray, for if he falters, Aunt Wen will be displeased. The warning from their youth echoed in his ears. Zhou Jingshan swallowed hard, his gaze wavering as he mumbled, "It's nothing. I merely wondered if Jiang Shiyuan truly intends to marry. With Pei Ziye? That is preposterous." Shen Luchu replied without a moment's hesitation. Zhou Jingshan felt himself on the brink of madness. Was Su Lila deliberately sowing confusion, disseminating falsehoods? While Pei Ziye seemed implausible, Pei Tai Fu was indeed a strong possibility. If he were a woman, he would unhesitatingly choose Pei Tai Fu over Shen Luchu. Yet, he could not voice this thought. Nor could he allow the news of Jiang Shiyuan's impending marriage to Pei Tai Fu to escape his lips. He remained uncertain of Shen Luchu's reaction. The latter had been behaving unusually of late, and any misstep on his part could incur the wrath of Princess Wenhe. The princess was notorious for her propensity to misplace her ire, with childhood companions gradually distanced due to her influence. The more Zhou Jingshan pondered, the heavier his heart grew. He resolved to disengage from this dilemma. Why should he concern himself with this troublesome affair? He regretted attending the banquet, wishing instead to remain blissfully unaware. Zhou Jingshan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Jiang Shiyuan is inside. If you have anything to ask or discuss, why not inquire directly? After all, she's right here. If Shen Luchu wishes to know, he can simply ask." Upon hearing this, Shen Luchu chose to remain silent, merely nodding in agreement. He indeed had questions to pose, particularly regarding whether she would grant him another opportunity. A sense of regret washed over him. "Let us proceed, swiftly," Zhou Jingshan urged, pulling Shen Luchu into the grand hall of the banquet, where he could see Jiang Shiyuan seated quietly in the distance. Shen Luchu, spotting her, was about to stride forward when the night air was filled with the voice of the fifth prince, Xie, who entered with a symbolic jade disc. Proclaiming his gratitude to the gathered talents and beauties for attending the feast and joining the prince in admiring this exquisite jade. "Ah, young Master Shen has also arrived? Such a rarity. You must indulge in a few more drinks later," remarked Xie, casting a teasing glance at Shen Luchu. Clearly still perturbed by Shen Luchu's rejection on that fateful day, the entire assembly rose in unison to pay their respects, compelling Shen Luchu to withdraw his gaze from Jiang Shiyuan and return a bow to Xie. Once the banquet concluded, he intended to seek out Jiang Shiyuan, resolved to offer her a heartfelt apology. If she heard his contrition, surely she would forgive him, for she had always been tender-hearted, perhaps emboldened by his newfound determination. Shen Luchu felt a sudden release of tension, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. He could apologize. Whether for the words spoken on the 9th of September or the deception at the other estate, he could express his remorse. They would return to the way things once were. As Shen Luchu bowed to the fifth prince, he mused over his thoughts. Jiang, noticing Shen Luchu's lowered head, patted his shoulder with satisfaction and whispered, "I shall present you with a splendid spectacle shortly." Shen Luchu's heart tightened, and he looked up at Jiang, only to be met with a sinister grin upon the latter's face. "Everyone, please take your seats. I can hardly wait to commence today's festivities," Jiang declared, striding forward to occupy the esteemed position at the head of the hall. In the hall, men and women were seated on opposite sides. To Jiang's left sat Princess Jiao, Xie, and to his right was Lu Yuanxi, the son of General Lu and Jiang's cousin. The other guests took their places according to rank, whether by design or coincidence. Jiang Shiyuan and Su Lila found themselves seated close together, separated only by a narrow aisle. Su Lila was unusually quiet that day. Pei Ziye, seated across from her, cast several glances in her direction. "Miss Yang, you ought to eat less. Just look at how you have plumped up. While men may favor women with a bit of fullness, they do not appreciate such a robust figure as yours." Jiang's derisive comment struck out of nowhere as Miss Yang was about to take a bite of a pastry. The hall fell into a hushed silence, and Miss Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, her lips tightly pressed together as she placed the pastry back down. Jiang Shiyuan observed, noting that Miss Yang's round visage was merely slightly more voluptuous than others. "Is she about to cry?" "I was merely jesting," Jiang remarked lightly. "Eat, eat. Bring 10 more plates of delicacies for Miss Yang-san, lest she weep and return home, claiming she has not been sufficiently fed. Your esteemed father, the censor, will surely report this to the prince," laughed Jiang. His words were met with a chorus of laughter. Miss Yang-san lowered her head, gritting her teeth to prevent the tears from falling. Jiang Shiyuan furrowed her brow. Jiang was incorrigible, having once poisoned everyone in the palace, from the esteemed Xie to the maidservants, with his sharp tongue. Why the silence? "Alas, it is my fault, for I speak too freely. Allow me to drink to my own punishment," Jiang declared as he raised his cup, a smile adorning his face. Although he claimed it was self-imposed, no one dared let him drink alone. They all lifted their cups in a flurry of flattery, even urging the oblivious Miss Yang-san to join them. With reddened eyes, she reluctantly grasped her cup with trembling hands. They all drank heartily, reveling in the moment, until someone noticed that Jiang Shiyuan had not touched her drink. "Miss Jiang, why do you not partake?" Jiang challenged, turning his attention to her. "Your Highness, she cannot drink." Both Shen Luchu and Pei Ziye stood in unison, speaking in unison. The hall fell abruptly silent, Shen Luchu casting a fierce glance at Pei Ziye, who appeared utterly perplexed. "Why does it concern you if I stand? Your uncle specifically instructed me to ensure that she remains untouched by alcohol, not even a drop, including fruit wines, fish cooked in wine, or glutinous rice balls in wine," he retorted, as all eyes turned toward the two. Jiang, intrigued, remarked, "Master Pei, it is well and good that you protect your kin, but what of you? Young Master Shen? Are you and Miss Jiang?" Before he could finish, a melodious voice interrupted, "Your Highness, why press the issue? She cannot drink. I shall take her cup." Before Jiang Shiyuan could comprehend, a hand swooped down and seized the cup, tilting it back in a single swift motion. "Don't drink." She was too late to intervene. Su Liru glanced at her. "This is the last time I do this for you." Jiang, observing that Su Liru not only interrupted his intended humiliation of Jiang Shiyuan, but also drank the wine meant for her, felt a surge of displeasure. "Oh, you wish to demonstrate your prowess? Very well, here is your chance. Miss Su, you possess remarkable tolerance for liquor. I have heard of your musical talent since childhood. Might I request a performance today?" Jiang redirected his focus towards Su Liru, deciding to address her before returning to Jiang Shiyuan later. With a cold smile, Su Liru set down her cup. "It would be my honor." At Jiang's command, servants swiftly brought forth a guqin. Under the gaze of the assembled guests, Su Liru rose and advanced. Her delicate fingers danced over the strings, producing enchanting melodies that lingered in the air. Su Liru's demeanor was one of solemnity and intense focus, her nimble fingertips coaxing forth a hauntingly beautiful sound. She plays remarkably well. Indeed, it was well known that Su Liru's mother had once captivated the entire capital with her exquisite music. Whispers arose around her, and Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback as memories flooded back. It was during a banquet at the minister's residence that year when the lady of the house inexplicably suggested a talent contest among the children present. She had participated in it. Just before the competition commenced, Su Lilu approached her, pleading for her to concede. Jiang Shiyuan declined, for she yearned to triumph and prove that her mother was far from the coarse and brash woman they spoke of. She possessed the true skills to defend their homeland. As the contest began, Su Lilu played the piano while she executed a series of whip techniques. During Su Lilu's performance, a string snapped on her instrument. Jiang Shiyuan's whip techniques prevailed, and ultimately, the lady of the minister's residence awarded her a beautiful tassel as a prize. That very tassel. Suddenly, Jiang Shiyuan seemed to comprehend the crux of the matter. She looked up in astonishment, just as the sharp sound of a broken string echoed, abruptly halting the music. Reminiscent of that year's contest, Su Lilu gazed down, staring blankly at the broken string, feeling dizzy and disoriented, unable to discern whether she was in reality or a dream. If you lose, you'll have to tell your father that you no longer wish to learn the piano. I have told you before, you are not cut out for this. You cannot even surpass that little bandit, Jiang Shiyuan. Why? It was merely a tassel. Why couldn't Jiang Shiyuan concede? Why did the string have to break at that moment when it had been perfectly fine? She had inspected it thoroughly. That was the instrument her mother had left her, which she examined diligently every day. Ha ha ha. Miss Su, your piano playing is hardly remarkable. I expected the daughter of a skilled musician to be exceptional. Yet it seems even the performers in the brothel surpass you, jeered Xie Jingxiu openly. Fifth prince, tread carefully, Pei Ziye remarked coldly, casting a glance at Su Lilu in the arena. Is lingering in brothels something to boast about? Xie Jingxiu's expression darkened. He had merely intended to protect Jiang Shiyuan. Yet he was taken aback that Pei Ziye would defend an unrelated Su Lilu. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His objective had been achieved. For Su Lilu was now utterly humiliated and fled the hall in disgrace. Xie Jingxiu immediately signaled to Lu Yuanxi, who understood and stealthily slipped away while everyone was distracted. However, before he could exit, another figure had already pursued after Su Lilu. Su Lilu's public retreat sparked a flurry of discussions within the hall. Jiang Shiyuan quickly glanced at Xie Ruo, who, sensing her gaze, exchanged a knowing look with her and nodded slightly. Ha ha. Xie Jingxiu seemed to find immense amusement in the situation, laughing heartily. Is there anyone else who wishes to showcase their talents? The night is long, and merely drinking is rather dull. All the young ladies bowed their heads, fearing they would be called upon by Xie Jingxiu. No one. How truly uninteresting. Just as Xie Jingxiu felt his enthusiasm waning, a crisp sound resonated through the hall. I will. Turning towards the voice. Xie Jingxiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon recognizing the speaker. Oh? What does Miss Jiang wish to perform? Jiang Shiyuan stood up, regarding his repugnant grin, and slowly declared. As someone who plays the piano and sings daily, I imagine the fifth prince has grown weary of such performances. Allow me to present something refreshingly different. It is merely a habit of mine. I shall not cease until I have performed sufficiently. The fifth prince will have to bear with it. Xie Jingxiu was eager for Jiang Shiyuan to make a fool of herself, reclining in her seat with a look of disdain, declaring, This prince awaits to be enlightened. Pray, proceed. Everyone's gaze converged on Jiang Shiyuan, including Shen Luchu's unwavering attention. What heroics could Jiang Shiyuan possibly display? That instrument had clearly been tampered with by the fifth prince, deliberately placing Su Li in an embarrassing position. Xie Jingxiu was indeed a petty man who bore grudges and employed unscrupulous means. One could either acquiesce to him or face relentless torment. When had Jiang Shiyuan become so oblivious, unable to discern such a trivial matter? What could she possibly perform? What skills did she possess? Shen Luchu felt a sense of unease, yet more so was displeased with Jiang Shiyuan's recklessness. Indeed, she was audacious. Rising to her feet, she strode boldly into the hall, lifted her leg, and overturned the qin table with a single kick, then drew forth a long whip from behind her. With a resounding crash, the sudden noise startled everyone. Those who had been drinking set down their cups, the conversants fell silent, and the spectators widened their eyes in anticipation of the spectacle. Without allowing time for anyone to react, Jiang Shiyuan flicked her wrist, and the whip crackled through the air like lightning. With another twist of her wrist, the whip danced in the air like a sinuous serpent. The sound of the whip was akin to a tempestuous storm, echoing powerfully. The dancer wielding the whip exuded a fierce energy, her presence resplendent. Shen Luchu had never witnessed such a Jiang Shiyuan. Before him stood a woman whose grace resembled that of a dragon, her gaze sharp, as if she had transformed entirely. He was momentarily entranced, and even the fifth prince was taken aback. Yet, the astonishment did not end there. As the whip continued to swirl in midair, it suddenly redirected and struck Xie Jingxiu's face with a resounding crack. Xie Jingxiu dropped his wine cup, momentarily stunned, and another whip lashed out. He instinctively ducked, rolling beneath the table. The whip cracked once more, striking the jade disc on the table, shattering it into two halves. Xie Jingxiu peered from beneath the table, infuriated, and shouted, "Jiang Shiyuan, how dare you commit such an affront?" Jiang Shiyuan remained unfazed, her whip flying forth once again. The whip techniques taught by her mother were not only for safeguarding the family, but also for punishing the wicked and upholding righteousness. Xie Jingxiu received another lash to his forehead, retreating in panic, shouting, someone, drag this madwoman away." As those around began to react, rushing to assist, Hongdo leaped onto the table, exclaiming, "You all listen well. My lady, the future wife of the Grand Tutor, the precious gem of the Grand Tutor, has been promised protection. The Grand Tutor has proclaimed that the skies of the capital are high. Even if she cannot reach them, he will support her. Let us see who dares to disturb the enjoyment of our future Grand Tutor's lady today. Bullying through authority, who cannot do that? Who does not have a backing, HM?" With hands on her hips, Hong Do's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the grand hall. Those who had intended to step forward to assist all halted in their tracks. Although the fifth prince held high status, he could not compete with the Grand Tutor's immense influence. Only the ninth princess called out, "Jiang Shiyuan, you are truly bold. I shall go fetch father," and hurriedly dashed out, lifting her skirts. In a moment of urgency, Shen Luchu, poised to intervene in Jiang Shiyuan's affairs, abruptly turned to Zhou Jingshan, questioning the circumstances. How did Jiang Shiyuan become the Grand Preceptor's wife? Chapter 54 reveals Shen Luchu's dismay upon discovering that Jiang Shiyuan is to be wed. Surely, he must have misheard. How could this be true? Yet, no one voiced any dissent. Shen Luchu gazed intently at Zhou Jingshan, his eyes brimming with confusion. Zhou Jingshan, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, acknowledged the truth. Jiang Shiyuan was indeed on the verge of marriage. Before he could finish his thought, Shen Luchu interrupted vehemently, "Impossible. This must be a fabrication." However, amidst the chaos in the grand hall, his protest went unnoticed. The turmoil extended beyond the hall. Shen Luchu's mind was equally in disarray. Was it not Pei Ziye? How had it changed to Pei Che? If true, why had Pei Che not come forward? Did he not know the nature of Xie Jingxiu? Was he unaware of the historical discord between Xie Jingxiu and the Jiang family? Did he forget that 10 years prior, Xie Jingxiu had bullied Jiang Shiyuan? "It was I," Shen Luchu murmured, grasping at a glimmer of hope. "Yes, it was I who shielded her from harm. She favored me. She has always favored me. And she even promised to marry me." But doubt lingered. Is this a ruse? "Jingshan, do you think she seeks revenge against me?" Zhou Jingshan discreetly observed Shen Luchu's expression, which bore a terrifying pallor, a tempest of anger, frustration, and anguish concealed beneath the surface. He was clearly convinced. "I shall seek her out for clarity," Shen Luchu declared, determined to rush toward Jiang Shiyuan. Zhou Jingshan seized him, exclaiming, "Is this not chaotic enough? Who do you wish to endanger?" Held back, Shen Luchu remained fixated on the tumult surrounding Jiang Shiyuan. Amidst the discord at the fifth prince's residence, Xie burst into the imperial study. The emperor, troubled by succession matters and inundated with commendations for the fifth prince, felt the weight of artifice in the praises. No human is without flaws, he pondered, furrowing his brow, when Xie intruded, exclaiming, Father, you must save my elder brother. He is about to be killed." Her urgency was palpable, her voice laden with desperation. The emperor, startled, demanded, "Who dares to assault a prince?" "It is Jiang Shiyuan," Xie replied. The emperor paused, recollecting a cherubic figure from his past. A little girl who would cling to his leg, sweetly calling him imperial uncle. She was the daughter of the Huai city couple, his niece from Wanping, who had visited the palace frequently in her youth, but had come less often in recent years. The emperor's brow furrowed deeper. Although the girl had been somewhat mischievous, she would not act so brazenly. "How could Jiang Shiyuan strike your elder brother? She is but a girl." Xie feigned urgency, insisting, "Father, it is true. Jiang Shiyuan is wielding a whip and pursuing my brother. That whip belonged to her mother, do you remember? when Jiang Shiyuan's parents perished. Their remains were never found. Only her mother's long whip was recovered. The emperor's expression darkened. Alas, he has wronged the couple from Huiqing. Why did Jiang Shiyuan strike your royal brother? The emperor was filled with suspicion. Sierra indignantly exclaimed. It is because the royal brother insisted on forcing Jiang Shiyuan to drink, which she was unwilling to do. How audacious of Jiang Shiyuan! A mere cup of wine. And yet, despite the fact that the granddaughter of the duke and the daughter of the minister of rights have been publicly humiliated by the royal brother, they dared not refuse. Yet Jiang Shiyuan brazenly turned against him in public. What? The emperor's expression darkened, shadows clouding his eyes as he gazed at the memorial praising the fifth prince. Well, what a noble and magnanimous heart. Does he think this emperor is blind? With such conduct from your royal brother, has no one offered counsel? Why has neither the duke's nor the minister's household ever lodged a complaint with me? Sierra, with an expression of pride for her royal brother, replied, how could they dare? The royal brother said that should they dare to lodge a complaint, their daughters would be taken into the household as concubines, subjected to all manner of torment. This is outrageous. The emperor slammed his palm onto the dragon table. Sierra jumped in fright, retracting her neck and feigning ignorance, continuing her complaint. Father, beyond Jiang Shiyuan, we must also hold Pei Taifu accountable. It is he who supports Jiang Shiyuan, enabling her audacity. With that, Sierra recounted Red Bean's words verbatim. Pei Taifu not only disregards the royal brother, but also shows disdain for you, father. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression lightened slightly, his brow relaxing as he scoffed. This rhetoric hardly resembles Pei Zie's style. However, this is not the first instance. 3 years ago, he had recklessly barged into the imperial study, behaving like a fool. It is well, human emotions are to be managed. Were it not for the emergence of Jiang Shiyuan, he would not have entrusted such power to him. Observing the emperor's demeanor, Sierra shifted her tone and quietly added, perhaps it is not solely about the wine. Jiang Shiyuan has long believed that it was your royal brother who spread rumors about her parents, and now she seeks to take revenge. The emperor's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed once more. In the residence of the fifth prince, chaos continued to ensue. Jiang Shiyuan was brandishing a whip in pursuit of Xie Jingxiu. Since she had chosen to step forward today, she was determined to make Xie Jingxiu remember this lesson profoundly. Her gifts were always meant to be unique. With new grievances compounded upon old ones, let it be known that even without Pei Zie's backing, she would create a significant uproar today. Ideally, it would escalate to the court, reaching the emperor's ears, so that all of the capital would know Xie Jingxiu as a despicable and immoral person. As for the position of crown prince, he could forget it. The fifth prince, while dodging, shouted, guards, protect his highness. Yet no one outside responded. This was due to the presence of Yu Liang, who stood silently outside, drawing his gleaming twin blades to ensure that the lady's enjoyment would not be disturbed. Inside the hall, should anyone approach Jiang Shiyuan, Red Bean, standing atop the table, would shout, "Oh my, how bold you are! You dare to approach the treasured darling of the esteemed Taifu? Do you not fear that I shall inform my honorable Taifu?" Due to the formidable reputation of the esteemed Minister Pei, the crowd dared not impede Jiang Shiyuan, and instead, they shielded the fifth prince. Jiang Shiyuan wielded her whip with urgency and ferocity, striking without hesitation. Today, the den of serpents and rats was to be thoroughly purged. Consequently, the fifth prince found himself fleeing in panic throughout the hall, eventually stumbling into the women's seating area, where Miss Yang stealthily extended her foot. With a resounding thud, the fifth prince fell, landing disgracefully. In the ensuing chaos, the daughter of the minister seized the opportunity, feigning distress as she splashed her wine across the fifth prince's face. Miss Son of the Duke's residence, equally startled, inadvertently stepped on the fifth prince's foot. The scene spiraled into pandemonium, transforming the grand hall into utter disarray. Rising from the floor, the fifth prince fled while hurling insults. Jiang Shiyuan, you mad woman, a so-called beloved, you are merely an instrument of marriage. Do not flatter yourself. How could Minister Pei ever care for you? If I were Minister Pei, I would, Jiang Shiyuan, her fury ignited, lashed out with her whip. Only in the eyes of a petty individual like you is anyone a mere tool. Do not compare yourself to the minister. You are unworthy. Not even comparable to a single hair on his head. My esteemed minister is a paragon of virtue, unparalleled in this world. Outside the hall, footsteps came to an abrupt halt, as if they awaited further developments, but within, Only a voice laden with provocation echoed. Jiang Shiyuan, if you truly hold significance in Minister Pei's heart, call out to him. Shout for your future husband, and see if he comes to your aid. Sneered Jiang. Minister Pei has been dispatched to Yuzhou. Unless he sprouts wings to return, you shall not leave this hall alive today. Huh, I have struck a nerve, Haven Ti. In the eyes of Minister Pei, you are not even a tool. Jiang smirked with satisfaction, yet before his smile could fully form, a powerful proclamation resonated from outside the hall. Minister Pei has arrived. The grand hall, once bustling with noise, fell into an instant hush as all eyes turned toward the entrance. There, accompanied by the sound of steady footsteps, a tall and distinguished figure approached. Clad in a purple gold robe and adorned with a white jade crown, his long, expressive eyes surveyed the room. The previously subdued atmosphere thickened with tension. As the assembly instinctively held their breath, his gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting upon the striking silhouette at the back. A flicker of warmth surfaced within his otherwise aloof and indifferent demeanor. Jiang Shiyuan, still catching her breath while gripping her whip, turned at the announcement and locked eyes with Pei Ziye. The confusion in her eyes transformed into surprise. It truly was Pei Ziye. He had returned earlier than expected. Overwhelmed with joy, she nearly rushed toward him but managed to restrain herself. This was not their childhood. Indeed, Pei Ziye had a tendency to return unexpectedly. She had learned to be perceptive, always sitting quietly to study, ensuring he found no fault. There were times she even dashed to his carriage, ready to leap out and startle him as he dismounted. What expression would the young scholar have worn then? Indeed, he stood there, momentarily paralyzed with fear, looking quite dazed. Even the esteemed Minister Pei has his moments of bewilderment. As Jiang Shiyuan found herself lost in thought, Pei Ziye approached her directly. Jiang remained undeterred, contemplating that Minister Pei, known for his self-restraint and adherence to propriety, would never permit anyone to act in his name in such a brazenly defiant manner, especially a woman yet to be wed. Minister Pei, Jiang Shiyuan openly disrespected imperial authority, publicly striking a prince. Jiang, with his face marred by whip marks, appeared as though he were about to claim a victory, had it not been for the fury in his tone. Pei Ziye raised his eyes. Have you seen enough? Do you require me to summon the physician for you? Jiang exclaimed. What is this attitude from Pei Ziye? The fifth prince, exhausted with rage, felt as if he had just received another slap, one far more painful than the previous lash from Jiang Shiyuan. What was the meaning of Minister Pei's indifference? Jiang Shiyuan's blatant disregard for rank and her disgrace of the royal family seemed to merit neither punishment nor reprimand from the minister, suggesting an unmistakable intention to shield her. Was it possible that all of Jiang Shiyuan's actions today were tacitly approved by the minister? The fifth prince could not tolerate such insolence and seized the opportunity to place a heavy blame upon Minister Pei. Pei Ziye took the whip from Jiang Shiyuan's hand, gently massaging her reddened palm. Hearing this, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang and spoke calmly. And what of it? His gaze bore down upon Jiang with an almost palpable weight, causing the latter to catch his breath and shiver with apprehension. For he sensed a murderous intent in Minister Pei's eyes. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Fifth Prince, His Majesty summons you urgently. Please follow us to the palace at once. The fifth prince hesitated, a feeling of foreboding washing over him. His father had summoned him alone. Neglecting to call upon the instigator, Jiang Shiyuan, everyone in the grand hall gasped, exchanging glances of confusion. Jiang Shiyuan appeared unscathed, and Minister Pei's evident favoritism towards her was unmistakable. The notion of her being a mere tool for political alliance, or an attempt to elevate her status, seemed wholly inadequate. The minister clearly held her in high regard. It was remarkable, as Minister Pei stood alongside the young lady from the Jiang family. One exuded a stability akin to a mountain, while the other radiated a fiery vitality, creating a strangely harmonious pair. Some could not help but commend their compatibility. What means had Jiang Shiyuan employed to ascend to Minister Pei's favor? Others whispered enviously. Hadn't it been said that she had been pursuing the heir of the one Yuan Marquis? How had she transformed into the future wife of the minister? There were those who reveled in the unfolding drama, quietly gossiping while casting furtive glances towards the corner of the hall. The favor Minister Pei showed towards Jiang Shiyuan did not escape anyone's notice, including Shen Luchu, who had been drawn to the corner by Zhou Jingshan. From the instant Pei Ziye entered, his gaze was fixated upon him. Watching Pei Ziye approach Jiang Shiyuan, a scene he had never envisioned suddenly materialized before him. striking and painfully vivid. He observed the warmth and barely contained joy in Jiang Shiyuan's eyes as she looked at Pei Ziye. This gaze was all too familiar to him. So familiar that he once believed it was exclusively his. Yet now, Jiang Shiyuan's gaze is filled with the presence of others, and he, from the moment he entered this grand hall, has not received a single glance from her. Even when he stood to shield her from the wine, she did not cast a glance in his direction. A dull ache surged in Shen Luchu's chest. Each recollection felt like a blunt blade slicing through his heart, slowly. Though not fatal, it accompanied each heartbeat, unrelenting. Zhou Jingshan observed Shen Luchu clutching his chest, staggering slightly, his face drained of color, and hurriedly extended a hand to support him. "Luchu, are you all right?" Shen Luchu shook his head, eyes fixed on Jiang Shiyuan in the distance, and, with determination, dashed forward. Too swiftly for Zhou Jingshan to stop him. "I must ask her." Xie Jingxiu was escorted away. Pei Ziye lowered his head to inquire of Jiang Shiyuan. "Are we still playing?" His tone resembled that of a parent arriving to collect their child from school. Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, unabashedly declaring, "I'm tired." For reasons unknown, with Pei Ziye present, her confidence surged, and she unconsciously reverted to her formerly haughty self. Pei Ziye smiled, holding the reins in one hand and taking her hand in the other, turning to leave. "Let us go home." It felt more fitting. Jiang Shiyuan did not refuse. After all, with Pei Ziye backing her, withdrawing her hand would be an affront to him. As they turned to exit the grand hall under the watchful eyes of all present, a figure suddenly rushed forward, blocking their path. Startled, Jiang Shiyuan instinctively moved closer to Pei Ziye. He opened his arms, shielding her within his embrace, his gaze icy as he regarded the newcomer. Shen Luchu observed their intimate interaction, particularly Jiang Shiyuan's instinctive retreat, and the dull pain within him abruptly transformed into a piercing agony, as if a sharp blade had pierced his heart. Over the years, she had never displayed such dependency on him. It had never been so. At most, she would express her gratitude, but she would never rely on someone so unguardedly. Amidst the excruciating pain that felt like a knife to the heart, Shen Luchu struggled to steady his breath, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the corner of a purse peeking from Pei Ziye's waist. It was a bag of dogwood, the dogwood of the 9th day of the 9th month. He recognized it as Jiang Shiyuan's purse. Thus, that day in the palace was not an illusion. The voice he heard was indeed Jiang Shiyuan's. He had not misidentified her beneath the Rui Pavilion. The one in the carriage was Jiang Shiyuan. It had always been Jiang Shiyuan with Pei Ziye. Shen Luchu recalled the mockery in Pei Ziye's eyes that day. Feeling as if struck by a heavy blow, and a fierce anger ignited within his chest. Is this the esteemed gentleman everyone praises? He could not believe that Pei Ziye was unaware of Jiang Shiyuan's feelings for him. The entire capital knew that Jiang Shiyuan loved Shen Luchu. 3 years ago, it was him Jiang Shiyuan promised to marry. Pei Ziye had toyed with him time and again. As if to prove something, Shen Luchu turned his gaze toward Jiang Shiyuan. Disregarding the multitude of eyes upon them and the potential consequences, he opened his mouth to inquire, "Jiang Shiyuan, 3 years ago," but just as he began to speak, Pei Ziye's voice suddenly interjected, drowning out his words. 3 years ago, it was I who petitioned the emperor for a decree to marry my beloved Yuan, which is how this union came to be." As if addressing everyone's doubts, a moment of silence fell over the hall, soon followed by a chorus of whispers. Was it not the case that the Grand Tutor and Miss Jiang had been betrothed for 3 years? No wonder their actions were so swift. Who was it that spread such rumors, claiming Miss Jiang had affections for another? Were they blind? With Grand Tutor Pei around, who would choose anyone else? Shen Luchu stood there, mouth agape, unnoticed by anyone. "You startled her," said Grand Tutor Pei with a glance, as he took Miss Jiang Shiyuan's hand and led her past Shen Luchu. Jiang Shiyuan obediently followed in Pei Ziye's footsteps, stealing a glance at him as they walked. Wasn't he her aunt who sought the emperor's approval for the engagement? How did it come to be with the Grand Tutor instead? Chapter 56, Jiang Shiyuan. Your general has returned. Perhaps it was to spare himself embarrassment that the Grand Tutor spoke thus. When Shen Luchu rushed over, the surrounding gazes were filled with ill intent. Jiang Shiyuan was uncertain why Shen Luchu had charged forth. She believed her stance was quite clear. Upon exiting the grand hall, seeing no one around, Jiang Shiyuan cautiously withdrew her hand and took a step back. "Grand Tutor, there is no one left. Surely, he must be feeling uncomfortable too." She could feel the sweat in his palm. She was not much better, her own hand clammy with perspiration. Moreover, she had not anticipated his return today and had applied fragrant powder. Pei Ziye slightly flexed his fingers, observing her retreating figure, and slowly said, "Have you changed your fragrance?" A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Shiyuan's eyes. Did the Grand Tutor notice? Pei Ziye continued, "It is citrus." Her heart skipped a beat, as if a secret longing had been unexpectedly glimpsed. Flustered, Jiang Shiyuan hastily changed the subject, playfully stepping back again. Hands behind her back. "The Grand Tutor's nose is quite discerning. I must stand further away to spare you any discomfort." "What? No opportunity for the Grand Tutor to conquer your heart today?" Pei Ziye halted, gazing down at her from 2 paces away, then extended his hand towards her. Jiang Shiyuan regarded that hand, noticing how he always seemed to present his palm to her, whether now or in the past. 10 years ago, there was that cat. The one that disrupted Pei Ziye's class, leading her into a debt of 100,000 over the charming calico that eventually ran away. It always had a penchant for escape. Otherwise, she would not have tried to take it to school. Then, on a dark night, it fled once more, out of the general's residence, and she searched everywhere, scouring several streets to no avail. Perhaps her tears had blurred her vision, for she soon found herself lost. Granny Qin sought help and found Pei Ziye, who then found her. He appeared suddenly, brow furrowed, an expression of anger etched upon his face. The once frail man's chest heaved intensely as he coldly called her name. Jiang Shiyuan. His fearsome demeanor was more intimidating than on the day he had struck her palm. He must have been displeased with her for causing trouble, disrupting his sleep, and disturbing his rigid routine of darkness at night and rising with the sun, much like a hermit. She had always been this way, intentionally or unintentionally stirring trouble for him, unable to shake free. After all, she was a lonely girl. Once entangled, it was impossible to break free. Thus, 10 years ago, once the matters at the academy concluded, he departed for Shu Prefecture, leaving not a word behind. After all, she was his student, having called him master a remarkable 999 times, was she not? "Do you still remember the general, Grand Tutor?" Jiang Shiyuan inquired. The general was the name bestowed upon a cat by her mother. Pei Ziye pondered for a moment, his expression clouded with confusion as he replied, "What general?" Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, deciding it was of no consequence. After all, it was merely a cat. That evening, despite his anger, he extended his hand towards her, ultimately bringing her back home. Jiang Shiyuan reached out, not placing her hand in his palm this time, but curling her fingers to grasp Pei Ziye's hand. "Come, Grand Tutor, let us return home." It mattered not that he had forgotten. She remembered. Suddenly, her fingertips were clasped, causing Pei Ziye to pause momentarily as Jiang Shiyuan darted ahead, now taking the lead. Pei Ziye, being led, looked down and smiled softly. Among his peers, he commanded respect and reverence. His relatives feared him. Only she dared to be audacious in his presence, concealed behind a wall or under a carriage. She would unexpectedly leap out to startle him, an act of childishness. Considering her youth, he occasionally indulged her, just as he was doing now. Jiang Shiyuan pulled Pei Ziye into the moonlit night, escaping the 5th prince's residence and boarding the carriage, only then remembering to ask, "Why did you return so early, Grand Tutor? Wasn't it supposed to take 5 days?" Pei Ziye, with a calm demeanor, replied, "I returned as soon as my business was concluded," omitting any mention of the grueling journey or the perilous state of his subordinates. He then extended his hand, as if holding something, offering it to Jiang Shiyuan. "Here, for you." Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. "What is this?" Pei Ziye replied, "A return gift." "A return gift?" Jiang Shiyuan paused. Then her lips curled into a smile as she suddenly comprehended. How can one offer a return gift before even receiving a present? Such extravagance from the illustrious Grand Tutor. What could it possibly be? Knowing Pei Ziye's generous nature, whatever he offered must surely be of great value. What lay within his fist? A luminous pearl? A ruby? Or perhaps a rare pearl? Jiang Shiyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she brought her hands together and reached forward. Pei Ziye relaxed his grip, allowing a dull stone to tumble out. Jiang Shiyuan cradled the stone in her hands, her eyes wide with disbelief. Caught in a moment of uncertainty over whether to question Pei Ziye or her own eyesight, the Grand Tutor had gifted her a mere stone, not even a smooth pebble, but a common rock found by the roadside. "This is a roadside stone," Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed. The Grand Tutor knew that the general's residence boasted exquisite rocks and precious jades. Yet such stones from the official roads of Yuzhou were certainly absent from the general's collection, just as you would expect a return gift. "It must also be something unique to this world, something you do not possess," Pei Ziye remarked, leaning against the carriage wall, observing her expression with a stoic demeanor. Jiang Shiyuan felt a flush of embarrassment. Oh dear, I overthought it. So it is a souvenir from the prison. Well, do you like it? Pei Ziye continued. In a show of compliance, Jiang Shiyuan pinched the stone and held it aloft, squinting to appraise it as one would a precious treasure. Indeed, it was one of a kind, a stone that the esteemed Grand Tutor had personally brought back from Yuzhou, unmatched anywhere in the capital. In the dim light of the carriage, the flickering candle cast gentle shadows as Pei Ziye gazed upon her innocent visage, his eyes drawn to her alluringly curved lips, soft and sweet. Memories of that drunken night flooded his mind, and his gaze unconsciously softened with a hint of lingering affection. I was merely jesting, he said, reaching out to seize the stone from her grasp and carelessly tossing it out the window. A token of reciprocity. Pei Ziye then turned slightly, retrieving a bamboo basket from behind the partition. The lid of the basket was nudged open, revealing a fuzzy little head peeking out. Its round eyes fixated on Jiang Shiyuan. Meow? Jiang Shiyuan, still lamenting the stone that had been discarded, turned to find a cat had suddenly appeared before her. It bore the same markings, the same captivating eyes, and even the tiny black dot on its nose was identical. She remembered. Everything was vividly etched in her mind. Jiang Shiyuan stared blankly at Pei Ziye, who regarded her with tenderness. Jiang Shiyuan, I have retrieved your general. At this, Jiang Shiyuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she leapt into Pei Ziye's embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. She had believed she was destined to lose everything, to grasp nothing. Yet now, someone had painstakingly brought everything back to her. Pei Ziye wrapped his arms around the crying figure, gently kissing the top of her head. Take your time, there's no need to frighten her. Chapter 57. Your study was not an accident. It was my deliberate act of arson in a secluded alley near the fifth prince's residence. Pei Ziye halted at the entrance, refraining from advancing further. His gaze fixed on a shadowy corner not far away. He had chased after Su Luo, who had fled, leading him to this hidden alley. Just as he intended to approach, a woman's voice from the shadows halted him. Su Luo sat on the ground, the night casting ambiguous shadows upon her. An inexplicable heat surged within her, and she chuckled bitterly, recognizing it as her retribution. Fortunately, she was clad in red today. As she laughed, she tightened her grip on the hairpin, which had already drawn blood, plunging deeper into her flesh as crimson flowed forth, staining her red dress, yet remaining inconspicuous. The pain dulled the effects of the drug coursing through her, and Su Luo leaned against the wall, looking up at the man at the alley's mouth. Despite the distance, she recognized him, a man who cared about her embroidered shoes. If he were to learn of her plight, he would undoubtedly do everything in his power to assist her. Yet, she did not wish for that. She was but a puddle of mud. Why should she dirty another's hands? He was one of the few who genuinely cared for her. Pei Ziye stood at the alley's entrance, torn between calling for help and fearing the fifth prince's men. He wanted to draw closer, but was repeatedly rebuffed by Su Luo's insistence that he stay away. Thus, he remained at the entrance, both of them silent throughout the night. Perhaps there had been a fleeting exchange of glances, but the night was thick, and who could say for certain? As dawn broke, Pei Ziye glanced at the figure in the corner. She appeared to have fallen asleep, her features serene. Miss. The maid by Su Luo's side called out. Pei Ziye withdrew his gaze, swiftly leaping onto the rooftop and departing hastily. Slowly, Su Luo opened her eyes, gazing blankly at the entrance of the alley. Miss, what troubles you? Upon seeing her, Ji Chun appeared at the alley's entrance, her face drained of color. Su Luo averted her gaze, carelessly discarding the bloodied hairpin, and lowered her head to tidy her clothes. Ji Chun rushed over, crying incoherently, Miss, are you all right? Su Luo leaned against the wall, managing to stand, and with lips devoid of color, forced a smile. I'm fine, Ji Chun. I finally won yesterday. Miss, does that even matter? I was terrified last night. What happened to your leg? It's nothing. Last night, Lu Yuan's CS dog chased me, and I twisted it while running too fast. Su Luo leaned on Ji Chun as she limped towards the carriage. Upon returning to the minister's residence, just as she alighted from the carriage, a powerful slap struck her face. Unsteady, Su Luo stumbled against the shaft of the cart. How dare you return? Why didn't you die outside? I always said you had no talent for the piano. With just a few lessons as a child, you shamelessly performed and offended the fifth prince. Her father, Su Yutang, berated her furiously, pointing an accusatory finger, indifferent to their surroundings at the entrance. Su Luo's stepmother, concubines, and younger siblings stood nearby, watching with cold indifference, as if accustomed to such scenes. Li Shi interjected, "Why strike her in the face? The princess Wenhao wrote last night, eager to finalize the marriage. That face still needs to be seen." Su Yutang retracted his hand, but remained seething with rage. "If you were not of some use, I would have long cast you back to the countryside to fend for yourself." Su Li Luo observed them, knowing her father had prospered through her mother's dowry, consuming her mother's legacy while leaving her without even a single instrument. She licked the blood from her lips, suddenly rising to deliver a resounding slap to Su Yutang's face. Ah, how delightful! Everyone was momentarily stunned. Su Yutang, realizing what had transpired, erupted in fury. Raising his hand again, "Wretched girl, you have defied the heavens." At that moment, a voice interrupted, "The Grand Tutor has arrived." Everyone was taken aback. Turning to see Pei Ziye, who had inexplicably appeared at the Su family's doorstep, having witnessed who knows how much. Su Yutang, unperturbed, believed parental discipline was well within his rights. He lowered his raised hand, sporting the imprint of the slap, and approached with a smile. "I was unaware of the Grand Tutor's arrival. Forgive my lack of courtesy." Pei Ziye ignored him, focusing instead on Su Li Luo. "I am looking for Miss Su." Su Yutang was taken aback and turned to Su Li Luo with confusion. Pei Ziye stepped closer, producing a faded tassel from his sleeve. Upon seeing the tassel, Su Li Luo froze momentarily in disbelief before tremblingly accepting it in her hands. The tears that had accumulated throughout the night suddenly overflowed. Pei Ziye turned to Su Yutang, intent on delivering a reprimand. When parents lack virtue, their children lose their way. If you are so unkind to your own, what compassion can you possibly show to the common folk? Hearing this, Su Yutang collapsed to his knees. Pei Ziye said nothing more and turned to leave. Su Yutang scrambled to his feet, pursuing Su Li Luo with questions. "How did the Grand Tutor come to be here? When did you become acquainted with him? Why would he give you a gift?" Su Lila gazed at the tassel in her hand, her heart filled with a chilling despondency. He had forgotten even this. She remained silent, merely lifting her gaze towards the direction in which Pei Ziye departed. Not far away, a carriage stood still. Inside, Jiang Shiyuan cradled the recently recovered general in her arms, her eyes slightly reddened from weeping and a sleepless night. Upon seeing Pei Ziye return, she looked up and inquired, "Did you return it to her?" "Yes," Pei Ziye nodded. "That's good," Jiang Shiyuan exhaled in relief. Pei Ziye regarded her with curiosity. "She has repeatedly opposed you. Do you not harbor resentment?" Jiang Shiyuan pondered earnestly before responding. "Upon understanding the crux of the matter, I can somewhat empathize with her. It is not out of weakness. Rather, it is because I, too, have walked this path a decade ago. 10 years ago, I often questioned why it was my parents who perished and not others. What right did they have to live in tranquility, their peace established upon my anguish of being orphaned? I once possessed everything, but in a single night, it all crumbled to dust. Even my cat seemed to wish to abandon me. I could not help but resent everyone. Even as I turned to Pei Ziye, I despised the Grand Tutor." Pei Ziye was taken aback, gazing into her eyes, as if transported back to the classroom of a decade prior. Lifting Jiang Shiyuan as she glared at him, her eyes ablaze with righteous fury. "The Grand Tutor struck me without inquiry, subjecting me to the ridicule of all, while pompously proclaiming that boys and girls should be treated equally, that women must strive for knowledge, cultivate virtue, and secure their livelihoods. How can they be the same? My mother won countless battles. Has she not proven herself enough? Yet, after her death, she was still condemned as unclean and inauspicious simply for being a woman, even bearing the unfounded blame of defeat. Pei Xiaofu, what do you know? You live in luxury and comfort, surrounded by praise, your path illuminated by accolades. The world you perceive is shrouded in clouds and mist, your experiences mere snippets from books. You have never tasted suffering, so what right do you have to stand there and lecture me?" Pei Ziye fell silent, his soul quaking. He had never realized the depth of Jiang Shiyuan's thoughts from a decade ago. And then, "I wish to avenge myself against you." Jiang Shiyuan looked at him, confronting him, and also confronting her former self. "You are adored and surrounded, admired by all, possessing everything, yet you continue to present an aloof facade, which made the tormented me feel a piercing resentment. Therefore, I desire for you to experience the taste of suffering. Your study was not an accident. It was I who deliberately set it ablaze, for I heard you cherish books above all." Jiang Shiyuan said slowly. Pei Ziye was once again struck dumb. If it was intentional, then why did she later demand repayment? Jiang Shiyuan's gaze flickered, Because the Grand Tutor rushed into the study, first saving me before he went to salvage the books. Chapter 58. Jiang Shiyuan is merely Jiang Shiyuan, without the need to become anyone else. The carriage fell into silence. Pei Ziye pressed his lips together, fixedly observing the person before him, despite the passage of 10 years. The pain and struggle in her eyes remained vividly apparent as she recounted the past. He had always believed that during those times, Jiang Shiyuan was solely preoccupied with causing chaos in his villa, thinking only of how to feign innocence to compel him to complete her assignments. It turns out that a child's thoughts can be sensitive to such an extent. Perhaps it is not that she is overly sensitive, but rather that he is too self-righteous, taking pride in his literary knowledge and wisdom, and thus feels compelled to impart his lessons everywhere. Fortunately, in that moment of crisis, he made the right choice. Jiang Shiyuan found herself wishing for Pei Ziye's silence. The ease of self-reflection suddenly transformed into a flicker of unease. Previously, before him, she always felt constrained and timid. She believed that the lingering fear in her heart stemmed from Pei Ziye's past severity and his public reprimands. Was Pei Ziye severe? Indeed, he was, yet after each admonition, he would helplessly cater to her needs, building a snowman while unwell, offering her a grasshopper on credit, and mending a broken glass lamp. He was merely a 16-year-old youth. A stranger, yet time and again he would kneel down to guide her. How could she possibly fear him, when it was she who clung to Pei Ziye? It was merely her inability to confront her own self. All along, her fear was of her own darkness, which one day might be unveiled, leading to his disdain. Pei Ziye's silence gradually caused Jiang Shiyuan's heart to sink. Just as panic threatened to surface, a hand reached out and playfully brushed her nose. "Well done," Pei Ziye remarked. His deep gaze filled with the warmest smile. Jiang Shiyuan stared at him, her nose tingling, realizing that this was perhaps the greatest distinction between her and Su Li. She was fortunate to have encountered Pei Ziye early on. Not just anyone, but Pei Ziye. The Grand Tutor had taught her much, and later, in facing various situations, she would inevitably wonder how the Grand Tutor would respond. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of sorrow crept into Jiang Shiyuan's voice. Pei Ziye seemed to recall something, a flicker of guilt appearing in his eyes. "Do not regard me as exceptional." The Grand Tutor also erred and possessed unfulfilled aspirations. Pei Ziye reached out, gently stroking her head. "The Grand Tutor does not wish for you to become as dull as I am." Jiang Shiyuan was simply herself. She did not need to become anyone else. The tender words resonated, and ultimately, the tears she had held back began to fall. Jiang Shiyuan lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips as her cheek pressed against his palm, tears streaming down as she laughed. "The Grand Tutor is not dull. It is most amusing when he frowns in frustration, helping me with my homework." Pei Ziye's hand was large and warm, and at that moment, she understood. Jiang Shiyuan found herself somewhat fond of being the Grand Tutor's wife. As his wife, she could comfortably bask in his care and enjoy his favoritism. Closing her eyes, she leaned into his embrace. "Pei Ziye, I am tired." "Yes, sleep," he replied, lowering his gaze upon the one who had drawn near. His eyes tracing the contours of her face, his arms gradually enveloping her until she was completely encircled. As dawn broke, Zhou Jingqian finally returned Shen Luchu to the Wenyuan Marquis' residence. The banquet at the fifth prince's manor dispersed in a flurry after the fifth prince was summoned away by the emperor. Logically, they should have returned to their respective homes long ago, but Shen Luchu, in a fit of madness, stood dazed in the grand hall for half a day, then wandered aimlessly for an entire night, unable to be moved. Zhou Jingqian, fearing potential trouble, reluctantly accompanied Shen Luchu throughout the night. He repeatedly muttered for them to disregard the situation, yet he found himself enduring immense hardship. As he lifted his gaze to the plaque of the Wenyuan Marquis' residence, he abandoned thoughts of his aching legs and prepared to retreat. "Luchu, are you all right?" Zhou Jingqian halted at the entrance, having safely delivered his companion home. He could bear no more. Shen Luchu appeared lost, his eyes vacant. Days of insomnia compounded by a night of turmoil rendered him as fragile as a tattered cloth. Devoid of color and vitality, wrinkled and lifeless. Without uttering a word, Shen Luchu lowered his head and ascended the steps before the door. "I shall take my leave now. Make sure to rest well. What has passed is behind us. One must look ahead, don't you agree?" Zhou Jingqian dared not inquire further. Offering a few words of comfort, he attempted to withdraw. Just as he turned, Shen Luchu unexpectedly faltered, tumbling down the staircase. Your Highness! Your Highness!" The steward of the Shen household rushed forward, calling out, while Princess Wenhe, who had been anxiously waiting all night without news, emerged in a flurry. Zhou Jingshan found himself unable to leave. Upon witnessing Shen Luchu's disheveled state, Princess Wenhe was incensed. Zhou Jingshan, where have you taken Luchu for the entire night? I have warned you repeatedly. He is not like you young masters. Do not ruin him. Zhou Jingshan, overwhelmed, protested. What does this have to do with me? It was Jiang Shiyuan again. Jiang Shiyuan. Before he could finish, Princess Wenhe furrowed her brow and retorted sharply. Is she harassing Luchu again? How can such a despicable person exist, shamelessly following others about every day? Enduring years of disdain from Princess Wenhe may have contributed to Zhou Jingshan's growing resentment. Or perhaps it was the unjust scolding he had just received that finally provoked him to rebel. What are you saying? Jiang Shiyuan is not pursuing your son. She is set to marry the Grand Tutor Pei and become his wife. How could she possibly have time to chase after your son? It is your precious son who is desperately clinging to her. Zhou Jingshan expressed his grievances. What? Princess Wenhe was taken aback. In recent days, her focus had been on currying favor with the Empress Lan and seeking an alliance with the Su family, leaving her oblivious to this development. Jiang Shiyuan intends to marry the Grand Tutor Pei? How could this be? Was she not relentlessly pursuing Luchu? The disbelief was evident on Princess Wenhe's face. For reasons unknown, Zhou Jingshan felt a sudden sense of satisfaction at her expression, even if it was built on the suffering of a dear friend. He decided to relish this moment before considering the consequences. Had he not suffered enough for Shen Luchu? Be cautious with your words in the future, or you may invite disaster. The Grand Tutor has already spoken. 3 years ago, the Emperor arranged a marriage for them, and they are indeed betrothed. It has nothing to do with your son, Zhou Jingshan warned, his tone mirroring that of Princess when she had previously cornered him, cautioning him against leading Shen Luchu astray. Princess when he paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Oh what? The Grand Tutor would dare to lie publicly? 3 years ago, the Emperor clearly intended to match Jiang Shiyuan with Luchu. What did you just say? Beside her, Shen Luchu, who had been in a state of dullness, suddenly appeared invigorated as if imbued with a potent elixir of life. Chapter 59. The Emperor. Have you punished your wife? Pei Taifu. I cannot bear to. Mother, what did you just say? Shen Luchu suddenly dashed forward, grasping the hand of Princess Wenhe, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Although Jiang Shiyuan wished to marry Pei Taifu, Princess Wenhe still harbored disdain for her, which conveniently eliminated a distraction and effectively severed Luchu's affections. 3 years ago, His Majesty summoned me to the palace and inquired whether I would consider allowing Jiang Shiyuan to become your legitimate wife. I declined, Princess Wenhe stated. You refused? A pang of anguish surged through Shen Luchu once more. Why did you refuse? Did you even seek my opinion? Why did you not inquire about my wishes? Mother, you must go to the palace at once and inform the Emperor that you were mistaken. I consent. I wish to marry Jiang Shiyuan. I am willing to marry her. Shen Luchu exclaimed, as if in a frenzy, pulling at Princess Wenhe. Enough. Princess Wenhe shook off his grasp, gazing at him with profound disappointment over his childish behavior. Of course I had to refuse. Jiang Shiyuan, a solitary girl of humble origins, dares to leverage the favor she thinks she gained by saving you at the villa to coerce a marriage with you. Do you not see? She is calculating. Her intentions in approaching you are ulterior. Just as now, when she cannot possess you, she swiftly seeks to climb another tree. You are the flesh of my flesh, born after 10 months of carrying you. Would I ever wish you harm? Princess Wenhe spoke with bitterness. Furthermore, that year at the villa, you merely suffered from a cold and high fever. It was hardly a grave matter. The notion of a life-saving grace is merely Jiang Shiyuan's inflated self-importance. Has she not been using this incident to manipulate you? 3 years ago, when her advances to the Emperor failed, did she not leverage this incident to extract a promise from you to marry her? As she spoke, Princess Wenhe advanced toward Shen Luchu, step by step, as if determined to extract a definitive answer. She had always been thus. She sought not only her son's obedience, but also the answer she desired from his lips. Yet this time, Shen Luchu did not comply with her wishes. He gazed at his mother as she approached, deliberately exposing her wrist, revealing the raw scars that resembled ropes tightening around his neck, constricting him further and further, suffocating him. Shen Luchu retreated step by step, shaking his head, a grotesque smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Only you perceive that as a mere cold. Only you deem it a simple fever. It was Jiang Shiyuan who saved me. Without her, I would have perished at the villa. With fury, Shen Luchu cast a glance at Princess Wenhe and swiftly turned to stride out. Zhou Jingshan observed his retreating figure, heedless of his surroundings, then glanced down at his trembling legs, cursing silently. What folly is this? The hatred in Shen Luchu's eyes struck like a dagger into Princess Wenhe's heart, causing her to feel a profound ache as she beheld his resolute silhouette, feeling as though 1,000 arrows pierced her heart. Yet, she felt no remorse. The love of parents for their children is often rooted in long-term considerations. She acted rightly, regardless of Shen He's neglect as a mother. She must take responsibility for her child's future. Summon a messenger to convey my message to the minister's residence. In 2 days, the Marquis of Wenyuan will send a matchmaker to propose a union. Shen Luchu arrived at the Shen family's villa. Upon entering, she made her way directly to a frigid pond in the rear courtyard, standing at its edge, fixated on the still, dark green waters. Zhou Jingshan, still catching his breath, felt a chill run down his spine. Luchu? Don't do anything rash. Shen Luchu could not hear Zhou Jingshan's words. Her gaze remained locked on the seemingly bottomless surface, with only one question swirling in her mind. That icy abyss, if she were to jump in, it would be an act of despair. What had Jiang Shiyuan intended when she leapt in years ago? It must have been because she cared deeply for him, right? If her feelings weren't profoundly intense, why would she have acted so recklessly? Pei Ziye had lied. Zhou Jingshan, racking his brain to console Shen Luchu, anticipated Jiang Shiyuan's influence on her, but never imagined it would be so profound that she would contemplate giving up on life. As he searched for the right words, he was startled by her sudden exclamation. What did you say? Zhou Jingshan furrowed his brow, gazing at Shen Luchu in confusion. Shen Luchu's expression regained some semblance of rationality, or at least it appeared so. Pei Ziye lied. If the emperor truly arranged a marriage for us 3 years ago, why would Jiang Shiyuan continue to seek me out? She would never engage in such an outrageous act. Thus, Pei Ziye must have fabricated the story. We are not betrothed, she asserted confidently. Seeing that she was not in a suicidal mindset, Zhou Jingshan exhaled in relief and plopped down onto the ground. After a moment's contemplation, he too recognized numerous inconsistencies. Logically, a figure like Pei Ziye, if involved in such a significant matter as a betrothal, would not have remained silent for 3 years. It was entirely plausible that he had indeed lied last night. The chaos of the previous evening, with everyone focused on Jiang Shiyuan, and Pei Taifu nearly leaving with his entourage. What was Shen Luchu thinking, rushing out like that? Zhou Jingshan cast a glance at Shen Luchu. He had been worried for her throughout the night. Not only had she risked inciting Jiang Shiyuan's ire, but she had also provoked Pei Taifu. Did she truly believe the esteemed position of the Taifu was merely ceremonial? It was conceivable that Pei Taifu, in protecting his fiancée's dignity, would resort to a lie. Though Zhou Jingshan had braved the cold winds all night, he was not lacking in discernment. He harbored doubts, but refrained from voicing them. To him, the outcome seemed clear. Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye were as good as engaged. Jiang Shiyuan appeared resolute, showing no lingering affection for Shen Luchu. Even if she were willing to grant Shen Luchu another chance, would Pei Taifu allow it? After finally stepping down from his pedestal, would he permit Shen Luchu to act out? Luchu, let go. Jiang Shiyuan is no longer connected to you. No, Jiang Shiyuan loves me. Her relationship with Pei Ziye is merely a political alliance. She does not care for him. Shen Luchu interjected, her rationality evaporating. I must expose Pei Ziye's deceit. He has deceived her. Zhou Jingshan found her reasoning incomprehensible. How do you intend to reveal it? Jiang Shiyuan wished to avoid seeing him altogether, unwilling to utter a single word in his presence. It mattered not that she refrained from conversing with me. The truth would eventually reach her through others. Since this was a bestowed marriage, I would seek an audience with the emperor to ascertain the veracity of the matter. Shen Luchu ground his teeth in frustration. Pei Ziye escorted the slumbering Jiang Shiyuan back to the general's residence. Upon leaving, he was soon approached with news. The emperor, in a fit of righteous indignation, had suspended the 5th prince, Xie Jingxiu, from his duties for 3 months as a warning against further transgressions. Pei Ziye hurried into the palace, making his way directly to the imperial study, where he knelt to confess his wrongdoing. I am guilty, your majesty, please impose your punishment. The emperor glanced at him, a cold scoff escaping his lips. And what exactly is your crime? I have indulged my wife excessively, Pei Ziye admitted. The emperor set down his documents, intrigued. Oh, so you are aware of your indulgence and the excessiveness of it? Have you imposed any punishment upon yourself? Pei Ziye shook his head. I could not bear to do so. The emperor chuckled in exasperation. Then why do you come here to confess? Pei Ziye remained unperturbed. It is entirely due to my faults that I seek a 6-month suspension and a year's salary forfeiture. I request your majesty's grace to grant this. That's quite enough, the emperor replied impatiently, slamming the documents onto the table. The pittance of salary was hardly sufficient for a single meal for the Pei family. Since last year's war against the coastal bandits in the east, the treasury owed the Pei family a substantial sum exceeding 1 million taels of silver. The Pei family was never in want of money. As for the suspension, the emperor was well aware of Pei Ziye's intentions, and there was no need for such convoluted reasoning. Casting a sidelong glance at Pei Ziye, who had not once relaxed his furrowed brow since entering the hall, the emperor waved dismissively. Go. You are granted 3 months of leave. I cannot bear to see your foolish face here any longer. Thank you for your magnanimity. Pei Ziye expressed as he rose to take his leave, his steps light and buoyant, entirely unreflective of the previous night's arduous journey back to the capital from Yuzhou. Chapter 60. Well done, the tutor takes pride in you. After several days of relentless toil and travel, Pei Ziye first returned to the government office to attend to official matters before heading back to the tutor's residence to manage some affairs. Before darkness fell, he retired early to bed, falling into a deep slumber that lasted until the following morning. At 1/4 the hour of the rabbit, a series of 3 knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a bright voice from outside. Master Tutor, Jiang Shiyuan is here. Though still in bed with eyes yet to open, a smile crept onto his lips. Jiang Shiyuan stood at the door, beaming, her chest adorned with a cloth bundle containing a curious little cat peering out and surveying its surroundings. Dressed in male attire, she wore a light blue round-collared robe cinched at the waist with a black and gold belt, her face free of makeup, rendering her gender indiscernible. Not receiving a response, a look of confusion crossed her features. Did I remember incorrectly? She wondered, recalling that Pei Ziye was always up by 1/4 the hour of the rabbit, unwavering in his routine regardless of weather conditions. By this time, he should have already risen to practice his calligraphy, dedicating an hour to it before breakfast. Pei Ziye was indeed stringent with himself, adhering to his principles as if they were inscribed in the very tenets of the Pei family. However, the servants had informed her that Pei Ziye had not yet left his chamber. Just as she contemplated this, a steady voice resonated from within the room. Enter. Jiang Shiyuan pushed open the door, cradling the cat, and strode inside. Upon clearly observing the scene within the room, her steps halted abruptly. Pei Ziye seemed to have just risen, emerging from the inner chamber, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in a loose-fitting white nightgown, the fabric draping casually, revealing the contours of his chest. Jiang Shiyuan's gaze involuntarily traveled from the man's striking visage, tracing along his prominent nose, delicate lips, and sharply defined Adam's apple, eventually descending to the subtle hints of his form. No. Realizing what she was staring at, Jiang Shiyuan hurriedly turned her face away, covering the eyes of the general cat with her hand. It's not suitable for a young cat. Not suitable at all. Taifu. I didn't know you were still in bed. Am I disturbing you? She said, her back turned in a fluster. A soft scoff echoed from behind her, followed by footsteps moving towards the changing room. In good spirits? Pei Ziye's voice came from behind the screen. Jiang Shiyuan turned around, stepping out from behind the screen, and replied with a smile, Yesterday, I awoke to find numerous invitations arriving at the manor, young ladies from various families inviting me to admire flowers and partake in tea. And then? Pei Ziye inquired, not interrupting her as he responded from behind the screen. Jiang Shiyuan continued her animated chatter. That is not the main point. The crux is that Miss Yang from the inspector's family, Miss Bai from the vice minister's household, and Miss Sun from the duke's residence all sent me 3 sets of embellishments, along with letters expressing their gratitude, filled with praises that nearly elevated me to the heavens. Jiang Shiyuan cast a glance towards the screen. Taifu, do you know what happens when a decayed log receives compliments? What becomes of it? Pei Ziye feigned ignorance of her teasing, wholeheartedly engaging with her. It turns into a somewhat proud decayed log. Jiang Shiyuan's voice brimmed with exuberance, and her joy seemed infectious, prompting the man behind the screen to smile as well. Hearing laughter from behind the screen only deepened her delight. Once again, the Taifu had affixed her name to the honor roll. 10 years ago, it was the modest looming academy. Now, it spanned the entirety of the capital. Yet, I believe, the credit for that night primarily belongs to the Taifu. Without his support, I would not have had the courage. Therefore, to express my gratitude, today your diligent little scribe, along with the valiant General Cat, shall attend to your needs, Taifu. Are you heading to the government office today? Jiang Shiyuan lifted the cat in her arms above her head, peering over the screen. The cat, ever timely, let out a valiant roar, meow. Pei Ziye, amused once more by the display, then declined. No need. But why not? Jiang Shiyuan insisted. There's no need for you to be polite. The man behind the screen paused before responding, because I have been suspended. Suspended? The joy on Jiang Shiyuan's face instantly froze. Her previous pride transformed into guilt. Was it because of her? Pei Ziye, known for his integrity and uprightness, had never faltered in his service until now, receiving accolades from all quarters. Yet he faced such a severe penalty as suspension because of her. She should have anticipated this. In her eagerness to express her emotions, she had neglected the repercussions on Pei Ziye. It is entirely her fault. She has once again brought trouble upon him, and only moments ago, she was still reveling in her own delight. Jiang Shiyuan bit her lip, unable to lift her head in shame. At that moment, a voice resonated above her. Jiang Shiyuan. Pei Ziye had emerged from behind the screen, adorned in a moonlight blue round-collared robe, a black belt woven with gold, embodying a figure of elegance and grace. I was merely jesting. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. Could Pei Ziye also engage in such playful tricks? Was he seeking retribution for her earlier teasing? As she raised her gaze to meet his, she noticed the similarity in the color and style of his attire. A wave of realization washed over her. She had indeed found the garments sent by Pei Ziye somewhat familiar. Could it be that she was clad in Pei Ziye's old clothes? Was that why he had been staring at her that day? An inexplicable sense of shame enveloped her, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Goodness! Pei Ziye had ensnared her. Still in a daze, Jiang Shiyuan hurriedly followed Pei Ziye as he prepared to head to the study after finishing his morning routine. In the heavy autumn mist, with the morning light barely breaking through, Pei Ziye exited his chamber, traversing a lengthy corridor, where he soon spotted several large crates positioned at the entrance of the study. Before he could inquire, Jiang Shiyuan swiftly approached and opened the boxes. Inside, an array of ancient tomes and literature were meticulously arranged, filling the crates to the brim. Pei Ziye paused in astonishment. Is this what you mentioned you were going to give me? Jiang Shiyuan nodded. He gazed at the volumes, each one a familiar title, once cherished on his own shelves. How long did it take to collect these? He was acutely aware of the vastness of his collection. Due to the challenges of gathering them, and having read them thoroughly, he had only noted a few titles after their destruction and hadn't requested further collection. I just recently managed to gather them all, Jiang Shiyuan replied. Although the Grand Tutor did not blame me in the past, one must amend their mistakes. As the Grand Tutor once said, it is never too late to mend a fence after a sheep has strayed. She lifted her head to look at Pei Ziye, the words she had harbored for a decade finally ready to be spoken. Grand Tutor, I have returned the books that were burned. Can he forgive my youthful ignorance and recklessness? Pei Ziye regarded her, a tender softness blooming in his heart. She was neither ignorant nor reckless. Rather, she was fearless and brave. Jiang Shiyuan, do you desire the Grand Tutor's praise? Jiang Shiyuan nodded earnestly. I do. No sooner had the words left her lips than warmth brushed against them, a gentle touch akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. More like a butterfly tracing its wings across her heart. Well done, the Grand Tutor is proud of you. Chapter 61. Discontent with the scholar's role at 1:15 dawn, the breakfast hour at the Grand Tutor's residence commenced. Pei Ziye sat at the head of the table, glancing at her silent uncle across from her, who was solely focused on serving others, and then at Jiang Shiyuan, who sat beside her, quietly sipping her porridge. Aunt, are you unwell? Your face is quite red. Coughing violently, Jiang Shiyuan suddenly choked, and a hand reached over to pat her back. Take it easy. Pei Ziye instinctively picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Jiang Shiyuan turned her head and met the man's gaze. Her eyes unwittingly drawn to his thin lips, her cheeks flushed with a lingering warmth. Is Aunt really all right? Pei Ziye felt a wave of concern, her ears nearly burning with embarrassment. Pei Ziye set down his handkerchief and cast a glance at Pei Ziye, inquiring about her progress with her writing. Pei Ziye was taken aback, alarm bells ringing in her mind. What? With Pei Ziye absent, had she suddenly become the target? Had she misdirected her concern? Observing Jiang Shiyuan's quail-like demeanor, Pei Ziye finally realized her error. How foolish of her to speak out. It was evident that something had transpired between her uncle and aunt, leaving her aunt flustered. Although her aunt was bashful, she did not leave, suggesting that the situation was not dire but certainly impactful. Holding hands seemed trivial, and an embrace lacked sufficient intensity. Thus, the only possibility remaining was a kiss. This meant that her uncle had kissed her aunt. Indeed, a significant revelation. Pei Ziye found it astonishing even to contemplate. She had assumed her uncle would remain restrained until their wedding night. Who claimed her uncle was devoid of romantic sentiment and destined for solitude. I shall begin my writing now. Pei Ziye, understanding the moment, set down her utensils, rose, and excused herself, allowing the remaining two at the table their privacy. Jiang Shiyuan covertly glanced at Pei Ziye, only to find him gazing back. She averted her eyes, continuing to sip her porridge in silence. Despite this not being her first encounter, she felt her cheeks warm and her heart race merely at the thought of it. She felt pathetically vulnerable, unlike Pei Ziye, who remained unflappable in all circumstances. Beside her, the composed Pei Taifu swallowed hard, realizing he had mistakenly ingested the mouthwash tea. Sir, the headmaster of Looming Academy, Elder Meng, requests an audience, a servant announced from outside. Elder Meng? Upon hearing the familiar name, Jiang Shiyuan instinctively perked up. A decade ago, Pei Ziye had risen to prominence, renowned across the land, prompting various academies to seek his guidance. Among them, he chose Looming Academy, which led Elder Meng to boast for quite some time. After Pei Ziye departed Looming Academy for Suzhou, Elder Meng had shown her considerable kindness. Reflecting on this, she realized it had been quite a while since she had last seen Elder Meng. Noticing Jiang Shiyuan's interest, Pei Ziye set down his mouthwash tea and inquired, "Would you like to join me?" Jiang Shiyuan paused before comprehending that Pei Ziye was inviting her to accompany him to the front hall to greet their guest. "Is it appropriate for me to go? Am I suitably dressed?" she questioned, glancing at her attire, uncertain. "It matters not, Mr. Meng is not one to be particular about formalities," Pei Ziye assured her with a smile. With Pei Ziye's encouragement, Jiang Shiyuan felt a wave of relief. Setting down her bowl and following him to the front hall. "I will merely greet Elder Meng and shall not intrude upon your serious discussions," Jiang Shiyuan stated. This early visit, though not urgent, was likely of importance. As they conversed, they arrived at the front hall. An elderly man with white hair, hearing their footsteps, promptly set down his teacup and rose to greet them. As Jiang Shiyuan stepped forward to introduce herself, Mr. Meng instantly recognized her. As if he were not at all surprised. Stroking his goatee, he chuckled. "Ah, little Jiang is here too. Perfect, perfect, here is a wedding gift for you." Mr. Meng turned and retrieved a brocade box from the tea table behind him, placing it into Jiang Shiyuan's hands. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. Mr. Meng still remembers me? How could he forget? The top female student on the honor roll, the esteemed disciple of Master Pei. Mr. Meng snorted, casting a meaningful glance at Pei Ziye. He might forget anyone else, but he would never forget those two. Jiang Shiyuan also looked at Pei Ziye, realizing it was indeed due to his influence. Setting the box aside, she poured a cup of tea for Mr. Meng, respectfully offering it. "In my youth, I was foolish and mischievous at the academy. I hope Mr. Meng can forgive me, and I am grateful for your kind guidance and care." Of course, it is what an old man ought to do, Mr. Meng replied with a smile, accepting the tea, though his gaze drifted towards Pei Ziye. What did he teach? Nothing at all. In fact, he had once contemplated persuading the troublesome Jiang Shiyuan to withdraw from the academy. He had never encountered such a mischievous child, especially a girl, who seemed to thrive on creating chaos, as if she could not bear to see anyone else at peace. It was Pei Ziye who had set her on the right path. He had never anticipated that Pei Ziye, who looked down upon the world and held little regard for the esteemed families of the capital, would demonstrate such patience with Jiang Shiyuan. He recalled how, a decade ago, he had visited Pei Ziye thrice, ultimately persuading him to emerge from seclusion only due to the prestige of Master Cui. 10 years ago, Pei Ziye had been young, impetuous, and fiercely independent, far more aloof than the current Master Pei. Who could have imagined that the bonds between individuals could be so intricate? After sipping his tea, Mr. Meng addressed the main matter at hand. His unexpected visit today was primarily to request that Master Pei offer guidance to the students of the academy, as he had done a decade prior, especially with the upcoming spring examinations. When mentioning the students, Mr. Meng's demeanor turned particularly earnest. Pei Ziye was seen as a beacon by many students, if they could receive even a single word of advice from him. It would not only enlighten them, but also help them avoid missteps. Jiang Shiyuan assumed that Pei Ziye would acquiesce, especially since he had once done so 10 years ago and would surely have more wisdom to share now. However, to her surprise, Pei Ziye declined. Mr. Meng was taken aback and implored, "Is Master Pei too busy? It won't take much of your time, just a few days. Even if you only attend to answer a few questions, it would greatly encourage the students." Pei Ziye, usually so composed, was resolute in his refusal. "I'm sorry, but I cannot." Mr. Meng, feeling helpless, turned to Jiang Shiyuan, hoping she might assist in persuading him. Jiang Shiyuan looked at Pei Ziye, although she was puzzled. She understood that his refusal must come from a place of reason. "Mr. Meng, please forgive me. Master Pei now holds a significant position, and every word and action is scrutinized by many. The students are the future pillars of the nation. Too close an association with Master Pei may not be beneficial." Jiang Shiyuan sought to mediate with this rationale. Meng pondered for a moment and conceded that Jiang Shiyuan's words held a modicum of truth. The court was rife with intrigue. Should someone indeed conspire against him, attributing the fault to factionalism, the Grand Tutor might extricate himself unscathed. But those diligent scholars who had toiled for years would likely find their futures jeopardized. It appeared I had misjudged the situation, he thought. Meng clasped his hands in a gesture of apology. Noticing that Pei Ziye had made up his mind, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Meng rose to take his leave. Pei Ziye personally escorted him to the door, expressing his regrets. As Meng turned, he patted Pei Ziye's shoulder, reminiscent of how he had comforted that young lad a decade prior. What teacher? He had never imparted a single lesson to him. All he had done during Pei Ziye's 3 years in Suzhou was pen a monthly letter. He recalled how, 10 years ago, the proud youth had bowed his head before him, beseeching him to look after that child. The old man realized it was his own misjudgment that had prompted the visit. He stopped Pei Ziye's words, indicating his understanding. However, the student had an unspoken request. Pei Ziye glanced back at the courtyard, where the sounds of a cat's meow and playful banter could be heard. He asked the teacher to keep the past a secret. Meng opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, ultimately sighing and nodding in assent. After watching Meng board his carriage and depart, Pei Ziye lingered for a while before returning inside. Upon entering, he found Jiang Shiyuan approaching him, concern etched across her face. "Can you tell me why you declined?" Pei Ziye regarded her, the sunlight casting a glow upon her, yet his eyes remained clouded. Should he confide in her? The truth was, he was not fond of the title of teacher. Chapter 62. It's all right, no one likes it, but I do. Pei Ziye remained silent, standing there as if lost in contemplation, wavering between thoughts. Was this truly such a challenging question? Jiang Shiyuan stood before him, compelled to tilt her head upwards due to their height disparity. The autumn sun shone brilliantly, illuminating him, yet offering no warmth. This visage was one she had witnessed a decade ago. 10 years prior, she had spent a winter and a spring alongside Pei Ziye. She felt fortunate that on her first New Year's Eve, devoid of parental company, Pei Ziye had been there, generous as ever. He gifted her a large red envelope filled with golden coins. Overjoyed, she twirled around him, loudly declaring her New Year's wish to become Pei Zhao's eternal student. After that night, however, Pei Ziye had not uttered another word. Even amidst the dazzling fireworks, which lit up the sky, they failed to illuminate his eyes. Just as they did now, Jiang Shiyuan realized she had misspoken. Perhaps Pei Ziye did not harbor fondness for Looming Academy, or maybe he simply did not like her. No, she corrected her thoughts. Pei Ziye might have found her bothersome back then, yet now, it was evident he held some affection for her. Otherwise, why would he have kissed her? Not just once. Jiang Shiyuan gazed at Pei Ziye and suddenly smiled. Is it because the Grand Tutor knows he teaches poorly that he refuses? Pei Ziye, pulled from his tangled thoughts, responded. Do I teach poorly? Jiang Shiyuan nodded, expressing her discontent. The atmosphere was dreadful, convoluted, and exceedingly dull. The young ladies in the academy remarked that had it not been for the allure of the Grand Tutor's visage, they would have succumbed to slumber long ago. Pei Ziye was momentarily taken aback. This was a criticism he had never encountered before. He had assumed they were rapt with attention, their eyes alight with a thirst for knowledge, as if receiving profound enlightenment. However, it mattered not. Though they were disinterested, his fondness remained unwavering. Jiang Shiyuan stepped forward, her arms outstretched, enveloping Pei Ziye in a warm embrace. Well done, she thought, feeling a swell of pride for the Grand Tutor. The sudden embrace caught Pei Ziye off guard. She was always like this, sensitive yet endearingly soft. Allowing her to hold him, he leaned down and inquired, "Is there something you desire? Is there not a box of luminous pearls left in the storeroom?" Jiang Shiyuan tilted her head back to gaze at him, catching sight of the smile that danced upon his lips. Was that all it took to placate her? She shook her head, responding, "There is nothing I wish for." Pei Ziye furrowed his brow. "What about the East Pearl? Do you not want it?" Jiang Shiyuan smiled sweetly. Who would refuse a gift and still insist on receiving it? She proposed, "Let us forego the gift. Instead, how about the Grand Tutor graciously accompanies me, a mere scholar, for a ride?" Riding was her second greatest passion after perfumery. As the daughter of a warrior, it would be a jest if she could not ride well. Pei Ziye acquiesced. Very well. Jiang Shiyuan wished to invite Pei Ziye and Pei Ziye along, yet Pei Ziye had not returned to the Grand Tutor's residence for several days, and his whereabouts were a mystery. Pei Ziye, displaying considerable discernment, politely declined Jiang Shiyuan's kind offer to step out for some fresh air. Ultimately, only Pei Ziye and Jiang Shiyuan set forth. After a brief preparation, Jiang Shiyuan grasped the riding crop, while Pei Ziye held the cat general in one hand and her hand in the other. A thrill coursed through Jiang Shiyuan. It was her first time riding with Pei Ziye, and she could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Shall we head to the eastern stable? The horses there are well trained, and the grounds are expansive." "Indeed," Pei Ziye replied. "Grand Tutor, may I perform a hanging hook trick for you later?" Jiang Shiyuan's eagerness bubbled forth. Her equestrian skills were a legacy from her mother. Pei Ziye chuckled softly, recalling the last time she had made such a declaration, when she had just begun to master music and insisted on performing a bamboo flute piece for him, which he had no desire to hear. In retaliation, she had seized the opportunity to blow the flute directly into his ear while he napped, leaving him with a ringing in his ears for the remainder of the day. "I have no interest in that," Pei Ziye firmly declined, prompting Jiang Shiyuan to turn back, visibly displeased. "You must watch." Pei Ziye's lips curved into a smile as he gently grasped her wrist, helping her onto the carriage with steady hands. As Jiang Shiyuan settled into the carriage, she turned back to hold up the curtain for him. "Lord Pei, do hurry and join me." Just as they were about to board, a figure emerged from around the corner not far away. Shen Luchu appeared haggard, his expression one of despair, dark circles under his eyes betraying his sleepless nights. Only the exquisitely crafted brocade robe he wore offered a semblance of dignity. He was tormented by his conscience, realizing his mistakes, and yearned to apologize to Jiang Shiyuan. He had first gone to the general's residence, only to be informed that she had already made her way to the Grand Tutor's abode early that morning. He arrived at the Grand Tutor's residence, and at first glance, he saw her hand in hand with Pei Ziye, her smile radiating an unprecedented brightness, seemingly reveling in the atmosphere with him. How could this be? How long had she known Pei Ziye? How many days had they spent together? How could she expose such an unguarded smile to a stranger? Surely, Pei Ziye had deceived her with some underhanded means. He must unveil Pei Ziye's deceit. Anger surged within him as Shen Luchu raised his leg, ready to rush out. But a hand suddenly appeared behind him, gripping him firmly. Zhou Jingshan, having hurried over, lunged at him as if facing a formidable enemy, pulling Shen Luchu back. Had he perhaps disturbed Shen Luchu's grave in a past life, leaving him indebted in this one? Damn it! He had merely closed his eyes for a moment due to exhaustion, and upon reopening them, Shen Luchu was nowhere to be found. After a relentless chase, he had finally caught up to this madman. Shen Luchu had truly lost his mind. He was utterly deranged. Causing a scene at the banquet was no longer sufficient. Now he was dancing at the gates of the Grand Tutor's residence, as if he were tired of living. Pei Ziye, the Grand Tutor, did not attain his position merely by virtue of being a top scholar. He was a man of both literary and martial prowess. Having quelled 3,000 bandits and faced bloodshed in his first year of service in Shu, Zhou Jingshan pulled Shen Luchu back around the corner, just as Pei Ziye's carriage passed them by, allowing Zhou Jingshan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Shen Luchu, what on earth do you intend to do? Please do not endanger me. Can you just return home? I haven't slept in 2 days. I can no longer follow you." Zhou Jingshan cried out, lamenting his entanglement with this troublesome burden. "I cannot control it. Whenever I close my eyes, I see Jiang Shiyuan, and I cannot resist the urge to see her." Shen Luchu spoke, equally tormented. This confession only served to infuriate Zhou Jingshan further. "Why did you not act sooner? Was what you witnessed just now comforting?" Shen Luchu's already pale face grew even more ashen. "It is merely a political marriage. The 1 yuan marquisate is not lacking. If I persuade my mother to propose to the Jiang family, it might well succeed. Merely a political marriage? Zhou Jingshan doubted that. Had Shen Luchu not just seen? The Grand Tutor was offering gifts to Jiang Shiyuan, dressing her in matching attire, thoroughly enjoying himself. That was no ordinary man. That was Pei Ziye, the Grand Tutor, second only to the Emperor. What kind of political alliance involves financial and authoritative exchanges while indulging in frivolity? Please do not involve yourself further. They have the Emperor's decree of marriage. That is a falsehood. I have inquired, and no such edict has been issued from the palace. Pei Ziye is lying. At the mention of the decree, it was as if Zhou Jingshan had stepped on Shen Luchu's tail, causing Shen Luchu to glare, vehemently rebutting. Zhou Jingshan relented. Exhausted and exasperated, he no longer wished to think of anything but returning Shen Luchu to the Yuan Marquis and handing him over to his mother. Fine, fine, fine. Do not concern yourself with Jiang Shiyuan. Focus on yourself first. Your mother intends to arrange a marriage for you. You must first put a stop to that. Hatred flickered in Shen Luchu's eyes as he turned and hurried towards the Yuan Marquis. Chapter 63. I will marry no one but Jiang Shiyuan. Shen Luchu remained silent throughout the journey, his previously despondent expression now shrouded in a heavy gloom, reminiscent of the stillness that precedes a tempest. The carriage halted before the gates of the Yuan Marquis residence. Zhou Jingshan disembarked him hastily, not daring to linger, and promptly urged the coachman to turn around. Disappearing in a cloud of dust, he was truly frightened. The young master had returned? A servant from the door greeted him, and with a cold countenance. Shen Luchu stepped into the Marquis estate. The courtyard was abuzz with activity. Princess Wenhe had instructed preparations for tomorrow's proposal to the Su family, and the servants were busy arranging the items and gifts for the occasion. The appearance of Shen Luchu was sudden and his aura inexplicably intimidating, causing the servants to instinctively pause, their gazes fixed upon him in a mixture of fear and pity. They were pitying him, even the servants. Without uttering a word, Shen Luchu traversed the vibrant silks and stepped into the chamber of Princess Wenhe. She was in earnest discussion with matchmakers regarding the proposal. Given their noble status and royal lineage, the occasion could not afford to be lackluster. The most renowned matchmakers from the capital had been summoned. The eldest daughter of the Su family, whom the elder had the fortune to meet, was undeniably beautiful and comported herself with grace. A perfect match for the young master, a union of equal standing, a splendid fate. However, one of the matchmakers hesitated and inquired, "Why is Lord Shen absent?" Lord Shen and the minister Su were colleagues. His presence would undoubtedly lend weight to the proposal. Princess Wenhe's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "The Lord is on official business and is not in the capital. I have already informed the Su family. Tomorrow, the matchmakers and the formal documents will suffice, and they will not mind." The matchmaker chuckled awkwardly. "Your Highness indeed possesses remarkable foresight and blessed fortune. Your son is so outstanding, and his prospective in-laws are so understanding." Just as the matchmaker was about to continue her flattery, a cold voice suddenly pierced through the air, "Bring Mou back." Princess Wenhe was taken aback, her gaze shifting to the figure at the threshold. Perhaps it was the terrifying countenance of Shen Luchu at that moment, or the fury radiating from his eyes. The mother and son locked gazes for a fleeting moment, and for the first time, Princess Wenhe yielded. Reluctantly, she commanded, "Return Mou to the young master's courtyard." Shen Luchu stepped forward a few paces, declaring, "Furthermore, aside from Jiang Shiyuan, I shall not marry anyone else." At the mere mention of Jiang Shiyuan's name, the suppressed ire within Princess Wenhe erupted. "This matter is not yours to dictate. I have already reached an agreement with the minister's household. We shall proceed with the proposal tomorrow to settle matters promptly. Once settled, Jiang Shiyuan will cease her antics, and Luchu should resign himself to this fate." Meeting Princess Wenhe's gaze, Shen Luchu advanced, the words of Jiang Shiyuan echoing in his ears. "Though the cold pond is deep, if you are determined to resist, there will come a day when fish leap from the abyss, and the kite soars into the sky." Jiang Shiyuan wished to save him. She was the only one who sought to pull him from the mire. Back then, she was willing to rescue him. Now, she no longer cared for him. She no longer wanted him. Shen Luchu's chest was pierced by the anguish of the heart. "I shall reiterate, I will marry no one but Jiang Shiyuan." "Shen Luchu, your folly must have its limits. Look at yourself. What have you become because of that woman? You have neglected your studies for days. Do you not care for your future?" The Princess Wenhe felt a surge of indignation, rising abruptly to declare, "There is no need to wait until tomorrow. We shall proceed to the minister's residence to propose at once." The matchmakers exchanged bewildered glances as Princess Wenhe stood, issuing orders. Did you not comprehend? We shall go to the minister's residence immediately. Gather the people, bring drums and music. Let us make a grand spectacle. Princess Wenhe was determined to stir the situation. She could not believe Shen Luchu would dare to humiliate her in front of all the capital, nor disgrace the Wen family. She knew her son all too well. Luchu had always been filial and sensible. What are you still hesitating for? Go now, Princess Wenhe urged. The servants of the Wen family had long feared her authority and had always obeyed her commands without question. With her repeated insistence, they dared not delay, swiftly gathering their belongings to head out. The three matchmakers, taken aback by the princess's fervor, hurriedly followed suit. Once the procession departed as desired, a semblance of tranquility returned to Princess Wenhe's face, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips. Luchu, do not hold it against your mother for being decisive today. I have traversed more bridges than you have walked roads, and I will not harm you. Mother, you must be quite pleased with yourself. Shen Luchu retorted with a cold laugh. Princess Wenhe was taken aback. What did you say? Shen Luchu shook his head, but this time, I refuse to be manipulated by you. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his sleeve and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own chest. Luchu, Princess Wenhe gasped, rushing forward, but it was too late. Blood poured from Shen Luchu's wound. Young master? Young master? Quickly, fetch a doctor. The Wen family was thrown into chaos. Just as the Marquis of Wen returned, weary from his travels, he stumbled upon this grim scene. He hurried forward, snatching Shen Luchu from the princess's grasp, staunching the blood flow while glaring at her, seething, "Thank you, Princess Wenhe. Are you satisfied now?" Meanwhile, Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye's carriage smoothly made its way to the racetrack in the eastern part of the city. As Jiang Shiyuan alighted from the carriage, poised to enter the racetrack, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Clad in a veiled hat, the person stood outside the entrance. Though the features remained concealed, Jiang Shiyuan recognized her instantly. It was Su Lila, the faded tassel of her chain hanging at her waist. Was she here to ride as well? Hadn't she always detested such jolting pursuits? This was the only activity over which Su Lila had never competed with her. Seemingly aware of Jiang Shiyuan's gaze, Su Lila turned her head, glancing at her through the delicate veil. Jiang Shiyuan sensed her intent to speak, yet ultimately, no words were exchanged. Without uttering a sound, Su Lila, her steps slightly unsteady, turned back to her carriage. A strange emptiness enveloped Jiang Shiyuan's heart. What are you looking at? Pei Ziye approached, inquiring gently. Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, pondering whether she ought to express her gratitude to Su Lila for shielding her from a drink. Initially, she harbored a sense of pride, thinking that if Su Lila were to apologize first, she would reciprocate with a thank you. Perhaps Su Lila had long since regretted her actions. Yet her pride remained her sole dignity, preventing her from openly uttering those three words. Instead, she transformed her apology into action, offering that cup of wine as her contrition. Similarly, one's understanding and gratitude need not be vocalized. The act of playing the qin would convey all that was necessary. Pei Ziye observed her and spoke slowly. Jiang Shiyuan suddenly felt a wave of emotion. On the verge of tears, she remained silent, yet Pei Ziye understood her, always managing to articulate her innermost feelings with just a few words. Conversely, the Grand Tutor felt compelled to make amends for his impulsive meddling a decade prior. Pei Ziye continued, noting that although Su Lila had been forced to leave the capital, he was not the primary instigator, yet he had become an accomplice. At that time, Su Lila had been but a child, no older than Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan's thoughts shifted, and she curiously inquired why the Grand Tutor had felt the need to report to the minister's residence back then. It seemed rather uncouth. Pei Ziye took note of her disdainful expression and replied with irritation, "Because your classmates' parents came to me to lodge complaints about you. It happened frequently, sometimes multiple times in a single day." He had mistakenly thought that parents ought to behave in such a manner. He couldn't fathom his own foolishness during that time. Jiang Shiyuan's expression faltered, as if caught by the scruff of her neck, leaving her momentarily speechless. Was that the reason? Yet she had never mentioned Su Lila. How did Pei Ziye know? Chapter 64. Pei Taifu's jealousy is no different from that of ordinary people. As for the past, I deem it unnecessary to revisit. Let us go ride horses instead. Jiang Shiyuan laughed it off and gleefully dashed towards the stables to select a steed. Pei Ziye watched her retreating figure and inquired of Yu Liang, "What has Pei Ziye been up to these past few days?" Yu Liang stepped forward to respond. The young master has been at the Wansong bookstore. Pei Ziye remained silent for a moment before whispering a few words to Yu Liang. By the time he finished giving his instructions, Jiang Shiyuan was already mounted on a magnificent white horse, charging towards him with exuberance. She expertly maneuvered her horse, deliberately circling Pei Ziye. I frequent this stable. This is my favorite horse, named Songgao. Don't be deceived by its current docility. It was quite fierce the first time I rode it, she shared animatedly. Pei Ziye cherished her lively chatter and her meticulous sharing of experiences. Akin to the wildflowers of March, though abundant across the hills, each one was essential to heralding spring. And then, did you fall? How did you know? Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. I fell quite hard, nearly breaking a bone. And feeling defiant, once I healed, I returned for a second try. Taifu. Guess what happened next? Pei Ziye chuckled and shook his head. I cannot guess. Jiang Shiyuan continued. It became gentle and is very affectionate towards me. No one else is allowed to ride it. Isn't that remarkable? I long to buy it and take it home, but alas, the stable owner refuses to sell. Thus, I can only make time to visit it once a month, she lamented. Would you like it? The grand tutor will gift it to you, Pei Ziye immediately offered. As Jiang Shiyuan was about to politely decline, she noticed that at some point, Pei Ziye had extended his hand, and the cake delivery, usually affectionate towards her, had nuzzled against his palm. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, yet before she could grasp it, a voice suddenly called from behind. Jiang Shiyuan. Turning around, she beheld a youth clad in dark robes, riding a magnificent steed, who approached with a flourish of his whip. Jiang Shiyuan, is that truly you? I thought I had made a mistake. The young man came closer, flashing a grin that revealed two sharp canine teeth. Upon seeing those teeth, a name surfaced in her mind. Jiang Xingjue? Recognized. Jiang Xingjue beamed with joy, his smile illuminating his face, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. It is I. Is it really you? When did you return to the capital? Have Uncle Jiang and the others come back as well? Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed with excitement. A decade prior, when Lu Feng had consolidated power, he had exiled the Jiang family to the distant Bingzhou, and Jiang Xingjue had accompanied them, leading Jiang Shiyuan to believe they would never meet again in this lifetime. Jiang Xingjue replied, I am the only one who has returned. My father and the others remain in Bingzhou. I only arrived in the capital yesterday. Ignoring Pei Ziye, who stood nearby, Jiang Xingjue raised an eyebrow at Jiang Shiyuan. What do you say to a little competition? Let me see if the legendary general's equestrian skills have diminished. At those words, particularly with Jiang Xingjue's challenging gaze, Jiang Shiyuan's competitive spirit was ignited. Let us compete, she declared, only then realizing she had forgotten about Pei Ziye. She quickly turned back to seek his approval with her eyes. Is His Excellency the Grand Tutor present? I beg your pardon for my rudeness, Jiang Xingjue said, finally acknowledging Pei Ziye with a slight bow, deliberately emphasizing the term junior. I hope the Grand Tutor won't mind. I'll just race around with A Yuan and return shortly. Jiang Xingjue looked at Pei Ziye with an audacious confidence. Pei Ziye remained impassive, his gaze drifting past Jiang Xingjue. Addressing Jiang Shiyuan, go ahead, but be careful. Jiang Xingjue immediately urged, A Yuan, let us go. Let us see who runs faster. The loser treats the winner to a meal. The two of them spurred their horses and swiftly galloped away. Pei Ziye stood still, observing the two figures racing across the field, a cold huff escaping his lips. Yu Liang had never seen his master display such a jealous expression, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of one's status, when one is enamored, they are no different from the common folk. Jiang Shiyuan, you have lost. Jiang Xingjue had leaped over the barrier first, snatching the flag at the finish line and claiming victory. Just a fraction short. Jiang Shiyuan felt a pang of frustration. Noticing her dejection, Jiang Xingjue raised the flag in his hand and asked, shall we have another round? This time, I shall let you win. I will not compete again. I cannot match you. After 10 years apart, Jiang Xingjue now stood tall and robust, having reportedly immersed himself in military affairs and acquired exceptional skills. There was no way she could compare. Jiang Shiyuan conceded and instinctively turned to look for Pei Ziye, only to find his figure had vanished. Jiang Shiyuan felt an inexplicable emptiness within her, and her enthusiasm vanished in an instant. She turned her horse around and headed back. Jiang Xingjue caught up with her, questioning, what's wrong? Are you displeased after losing just once? You were never this petty before. I'm not upset. In fact, I'm quite happy to see you, Jiang Shiyuan replied sincerely. The memories of youth are particularly precious, and even the smallest scrap of paper can evoke countless recollections, let alone a living person. However, today I requested the tutor to accompany me for some leisure, so I must return. Jiang Shiyuan's eyes flickered with confusion as he inquired, but the tutor does not ride. He holds himself in high regard and cannot gallop like we do. What enjoyment can he offer you? How dull. This was a question he had pondered for a decade. Despite being of the same age and having known each other since childhood, why did she so resolutely chase after that formidable Master Pei? Jiang Shiyuan turned to glance at him, saying, though the tutor does not enjoy riding, he is willing to accompany me. Does that not signify his regard for me? As if fearing Jiang Shiyuan might not comprehend, she took a few steps before looking back to add, the tutor and I are soon to be wed. He will accompany me in riding, and I will join him in reading and writing. Even if it seems tedious, we shall respect one another. After stating this, Jiang Shiyuan galloped back to her original spot. Although Pei Ziye was not there, he had left someone to await Jiang Shiyuan. The adults arranged lunch in the guest room, and if the young lady felt hungry, she could proceed there directly. Approaching noon, having run a lap, Jiang Shiyuan indeed felt famished. After handing her horse to a servant, she hurried to the guest room. Upon pushing open the door, she found Pei Ziye seated at the table, reviewing official documents. Although the emperor had granted him a day of rest, he was not permitted to be idle. Matters needing attention still required addressing, albeit in a different setting. Finished your run? Pei Ziye inquired, his tone flat as he gazed at the documents in hand. Jiang Shiyuan discreetly assessed him, sensing an odd discontent emanating from him. She approached and sat closely beside his chair, somewhat glumly confessing, I finished, but I lost again. Leaning closer to Pei Ziye's ear, she whispered conspiratorially, Tutor, may I ask, if I were to mix a pinch of croton seeds into the horse's feed, just a tiny bit, to make its legs weak, would that be illegal? Unbeknownst to her, her breath brushed against his ear. Pei Ziye slowly raised his head. Though his reprimand was gentle, it was still a scolding. Nonsense. Losing is just losing. It is not a matter of great importance. Jiang Shiyuan glanced at Pei Ziye's earlobe, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. It was quite red. Is the tutor feeling shy? She fixated on his earlobe, feigning ignorance. Is even a tiny bit not permissible? Absolutely not, he replied. Otherwise, others would complain, claiming he indulges you too much. Are you hungry? Let us eat first. Pei Ziye set down the documents, his voice brightening as he summoned for lunch to be brought in. Jiang Shiyuan immediately composed herself, grasping her chopsticks. Just then, a gust of wind swept through the doorway as Jiang Shiyuan rushed in, plopping down beside Jiang Shiyuan with a playful grin. Did you not say that losing means treating? You cannot back out now. Beside them, Pei Ziye unconsciously clenched his teeth. Was Yu Liang truly dead? Chapter 65. Do not make it seem as if they are conspiring to bully others. That is quite unprincipled. Jiang Shiyuan watched helplessly as the expression on the face of the recently pacified Master Pei visibly darkened. She seemed to grasp the reason for his discontent. Was it because of Jiang Shiyuan? When had Jiang Shiyuan offended him? Or perhaps Jiang Shiyuan pondered seriously. Could it be due to her own actions? Specifically her horseback riding with Jiang Shiyuan, which displeased Master Pei. As this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. How could that possibly be? Master Pei did not strike her as the type to harbor jealousy. Moreover, was she being overly sentimental in her assumptions? Must it happen today? Could it not wait for another day? Jiang Shiyuan withdrew her thoughts, turning to face the suddenly intruding Jiang Shiyuan. Seizing the day seemed preferable. Her stay in the capital would not be prolonged, and it was quite possible she would depart on the morrow. As Jiang Shiyuan hesitated, Jiang Shiyuan audaciously settled himself down. Only after the stool had warmed did he recall to tilt his head and ask Master Pei, You do not mind, do you, esteemed tutor? Indeed, it is rare for General Jiang to return to the capital. Shiyuan ought to entertain him, Master Pei replied, his demeanor unruffled, his tone devoid of any discernible anomaly. Jiang Shiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, she had overthought this matter, and it was merely the weight of official duties that had clouded his mood. Then I shall take a seat, Jiang Shiyuan declared with a grin, as if he had not just been standing. The two men exchanged glances. Master Pei maintaining his composure, while Jiang Shiyuan wore a beaming smile, yet both remained silent. Jiang Shiyuan found herself sandwiched between the two, and the atmosphere at the table grew inexplicably awkward. Contemplating that Jiang Shiyuan was the guest while she and Master Pei were the hosts, she felt it prudent not to neglect him, so she initiated some pleasantries. How are Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jing? As soon as she spoke, Jiang Shiyuan responded readily. My father remains as he always is, while my mother has grown even more formidable. She can chase me 10 miles with a stick. Jiang Shiyuan chuckled, recalling her childhood memories of Jiang Shiyuan being chased by Madame Jiang, who, while huffing and puffing, would still be met with his retreating figure as he would turn back to lend her a hand. To assist was filial, but to flee was instinctual. After offering assistance, with the stick raised, he would dash away once more. I remember that whenever my mother punished me, your mother would not intervene. Instead, she would serve tea and water to my mother, allowing her to rest before continuing with the punishment. Jiang Shiyuan was unperturbed by his own self-deprecation. Your father, too. Not only did he enjoy the spectacle, but he also feared that you might miss it, lifting you onto the wall so that your entire family could witness my misfortune. Jiang Shiyuan reminisced fondly, her face aglow with smiles as she recounted many tales of their childhood, for few could share such stories of their parents. Where are you residing now? How long do you intend to stay this time? She casually inquired. I am at the old Jiang residence, right next to your home. Suddenly, a round pea bounced onto the table, ricocheted slightly, and then rolled off. Jiang Shiyuan turned to look at Master Pei, while Jiang Shiyuan smirked, watching Master Pei's chopsticks fall short. The duration of my stay remains uncertain. It may be swift or prolonged. Upon my return to the capital, my parents have entrusted me with some items for you. When do you intend to return? I shall deliver them then. No need for that. I shall simply come by to collect them shortly. Feeling the warmth of elder care, she hesitated to impose further. Very well, I shall await your arrival at home. As their conversation thrived, Pei Ziye remained silent, his lips pressed together, diligently placing the deboned fish into Jiang Shiyuan's bowl. Yet, as soon as he did so, a pair of chopsticks reached out, swiftly displacing the fish he had just prepared. Lord Pei, a Yuan does not care for fish. Pei Ziye could not restrain himself, a frown momentarily creasing his brow. Was he implying that he was unfamiliar with Jiang Shiyuan's preferences? How could she possibly dislike fish? A decade ago, when they shared a meal, her most frequent selections were fish, followed by green peas and tender meat. How could he have forgotten? Does Lord Pei not know? A Yuan avoids ginger and garlic. Her sense of smell is remarkably acute, and the mere scent of these two ingredients causes her discomfort. Jiang Shiyuan regarded Pei Ziye intently. After all, it was no small feat to discern even a hint of vulnerability in the steadfast demeanor of the esteemed Pei Taifu. Observing a ripple of emotion on Pei Ziye's otherwise stoic face, he remarked playfully, "It appears the Taifu is genuinely unaware. I had presumed that after spending half a year in close proximity to a Yuan, he would know her well. Surely the Taifu is also oblivious to the fact that a Yuan once chased us to your lectures with a whip?" Jiang Shiyuan provoked, lifting his chin defiantly. Caught in the middle, Jiang Shiyuan acutely sensed the tension in the air. What was unfolding? Was a quarrel about to ensue? Would they abandon their meal? Jiang Shiyuan, you have misunderstood, she attempted to interject. Yet neither man acknowledged her. Pei Ziye set down his chopsticks, casting a cold gaze at Jiang Shiyuan. How do you know I am unaware? 10 years ago, a Yuan chased after you because you all wished to evade my lessons. She feared for my pride and endeavored to protect it. Pei Ziye loomed over Jiang Shiyuan, who found his smile faltering, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Pei Ziye was indeed aware. He was not as indifferent as he seemed. How could he know such trivial details? Pei Ziye understood perfectly well that his teachings were met with skepticism by those who grasped them yet resented his youth, while those who found them incomprehensible deemed them tedious and uninviting. Moreover, he was not the kind of parent who blindly condemned a child based on hearsay. Jiang Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback, glancing subtly at Pei Ziye, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. So the Taifu was aware, cognizant of her foolish actions? Pei Ziye possessed a resilient spirit. Unlike her own fragility, she had even thought to protect him. Reflecting on it now, it seemed quite immature. As she pondered, her hand was suddenly grasped firmly. Pei Ziye enveloped Jiang Shiyuan's hand within his, arching an eyebrow at Jiang Shiyuan. What is it? Have you not grown up alongside a Yuan? Has she never shielded you? Jiang Shiyuan's complexion paled, the earlier provocations now seeming absurd. Jiang Shiyuan, however, had no time to focus on him, her attention solely on the warmth of Pei Ziye's hold on her hand and the playful lift of his brow. What was the esteemed Pei Taifu up to? It truly appears as though there is a rivalry brewing. Is it because of her? Jiang Shiyuan couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth lift. Yet when she caught a glimpse of Jiang Shiyuan's sullen expression from the corner of her eye, she quickly suppressed it. This cannot be. It would be unseemly to make it seem as though the two of them were colluding to bully someone. Let us eat. The dishes are getting cold. Jiang Shiyuan picked up her chopsticks, serving a piece of steamed fish to Pei Ziye and a portion of braised ribs to Jiang Shiyuan. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shiyuan, Pei Ziye had no fondness for garlic and ginger. They shared a mutual understanding. The atmosphere at the table resumed its normalcy, but after only a few bites. An urgent voice from outside reached them. "My lord, the emperor summons you." Pei Ziye set down his bowl and chopsticks, recalling the radiant smile Jiang Shiyuan had just displayed, and abandoned the notion of having Yu Liang escort her home. He addressed Jiang Shiyuan, saying, "There are matters in the palace. I must take my leave. Might I trouble you, General Jiang, to escort you on her back to the residence?" Jiang Shiyuan nodded silently with his head bowed. Jiang Shiyuan rose to see Pei Ziye to the door, where he advised her, "Do not wander about. If there is anything, I shall send word." "All right." Jiang Shiyuan responded with a smile, watching him depart. Turning back, she found Jiang Shiyuan standing behind her, arms crossed, gazing at her with an ominous expression. Chapter 66. What to do? "I am so envious of Master Pei." Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. "Why do you look at me like that? And why bring up those old matters?" She felt that something was amiss with Jiang Shiyuan today, though she could not quite place it. Jiang Shiyuan gritted his teeth. "I am merely speaking the truth. Am I fabricating anything? I have only mentioned one incident. I know much more, such as how you feared disturbing him, walking barefoot in the biting winter while he studied, or how you braved the rain to fetch medicine for him when he was ill, like a fool. Am I foolish?" Jiang Shiyuan eyed him suspiciously. "What have I done that you would know? What does it matter how I know?" Jiang Shiyuan abruptly halted, his face darkening, and he snapped, "Hurry, return with me. My mother made your favorite sweet pastries. I rushed here, worn out from the journey, only to find you frolicking about." Jiang Shiyuan fell silent, turning to follow Jiang Shiyuan back to the general's residence. He returned with a large bundle, the pastries made by Madame Jiang, which, despite being successfully delivered to Jiang Shiyuan, ended up crumbling into bits. When the paper was unwrapped, Jiang Shiyuan's expression soured. Jiang Shiyuan shot him a glance and scooped a spoonful. "How considerate of you, saving me the trouble of chewing." Jiang Shiyuan chuckled softly. "What to do? I am so envious of Master Pei." After delivering the items, Jiang Shiyuan vanished from sight. Jiang Shiyuan sent things over to his quarters twice, but did not catch a glimpse of him. It was only after inquiring with his attending guards that she learned Jiang Shiyuan had achieved significant military merit in Bingzhou and had returned to the capital intending to request permission to combat pirates in the East Sea, restoring the coastal trade. He was preoccupied with negotiations at the Ministry of War, not one to idly stroll about. Jiang Shiyuan did not encounter Jiang Shiyuan, nor did she see Master Pei, who remained detained in the palace. Just like last time, without seeing anyone, Jiang Shiyuan spent the entire day in a distracted state. However, it seemed as though something was subtly different. This time, it is not a restless heart that wanders aimlessly. Rather, it feels as though a butterfly has been trapped within my chest, flitting about here and there, rendering me restless throughout the day, my lips curving upward uncontrollably in a state of distraction. As for Master Pei, though he has not left the palace, he has sent her a gift along with a letter. The gift consists of the horse she has longed for, accompanied by a branch of hibiscus from the imperial garden. The sponge cake, presented as a gift, has been freshly prepared, adorned with a new saddle that gleams with polish. The hibiscus blooms splendidly, exuding a rich fragrance. Elegantly arranged in a jade vase of exquisite craftsmanship, epitomizing the refined style of the Pei family, both pleasing to the eye and of considerable value. In contrast to the gifts, Master Pei's letter is rather succinct, containing but a single inquiry: "What else do you desire?" Jiang Shiyuan clutches the letter, reading it repeatedly. The last time she scrutinized something so intently was a decade ago when he bestowed upon her his first critique, a single character: foolish. He had even hesitated, seemingly intending to write stupid, but ultimately softened it to the more palatable foolish. Despite this, she felt a surge of anger, reading it over and over again. Reflecting on this, Jiang Shiyuan resolved to respond to Pei Ziye with a letter, firmly rejecting him. Embracing her cat, she completed her letter, while Hongdo took the horse for a stroll around the courtyard, praising it profusely. "This horse has been well cared for and trained superbly. It is undoubtedly the work of a skilled master, far more obedient than Chilian." Upon hearing this, Chilian snorted disdainfully at Hongdo, spitting in the process. Hongdo quickly turned to appease her. All right, I misspoke. Shiyuan is the best. Once Shiyuan was soothed, she turned to Jiang Shiyuan and asked, Miss, when will the master propose again? Hongdo was still troubled by the previous misstep. Until this marriage is realized, her heart remains uneasy. Jiang Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback and, not wishing to conceal the truth, replied honestly. He did not bring it up. Not only did he refrain from mentioning it, but she also remained silent. The two shared an unspoken understanding, as if they were both verifying something. Hongdo grew increasingly anxious, while Grandma Qin became even more agitated, her frustration bubbling over in recent days. During their initial discussions, there was a sense of urgency. Now, half a month has passed, and as the wedding date approaches, the Pei family's actions have inexplicably come to a standstill. How could one not be anxious? Master Pei's silence suggests he is waiting for the young lady's consent, especially since she fled that day. Hongdo glanced at her mistress. Although she had made a slight error, the primary fault lay with the young lady. The master is not concerned about that letter. He is focused on the young lady's attitude. Observing the master's recent behavior, it is evident that he has consistently kept the young lady at the forefront of his thoughts. Master Pei undoubtedly cherishes his young lady. His silence must mean he is waiting for her. Hongdo is certain of this. The master has waited for her for 3 years. 3 years ago, she declined him once, and just days ago, she rejected him again. Anyone else would hesitate to pursue further. Jiang Shiyuan's expression faltered, wavering with uncertainty. What do you mean by waiting for 3 years? That day was merely the master granting me dignity. Others may not know, but you should be aware. 3 years ago, visitors from the palace came, but they never mentioned anything about a marriage decree. The emperor's command is as great as the heavens. Had she known it was a betrothal, how could she have dared to refuse? Even if it were a marriage arrangement, it was her aunt who interceded on her behalf. So how could it possibly be the Grand Tutor? Red Bean pondered, recalling what the envoy from the concubine had said 3 years prior. They mentioned that the Pei family was interested in an alliance with the Jiang family and inquired about the young lady's intentions. The palace attendant had never uttered the word betrothal. Perhaps they intended to, but the young lady had rejected the proposition so swiftly, almost without hesitation. She had not allowed them to complete their message, and the concubine, who had always cared for her, naturally refrained from bringing it up again upon witnessing such resistance. Jiang Shiyuan felt exceedingly guilty. Not only had she not heard the words marriage decree, but she hadn't even caught the name of the intended suitor. Whether it was the concubine or the Grand Tutor who had made the request could easily be clarified by returning to the palace and asking the concubine herself. Red Bean suggested. Jiang Shiyuan entertained this thought. It was as if a pillow had been delivered to one who was drowsy. Just as Jiang Shiyuan had mentioned her desire to enter the palace to Red Bean, news arrived from the gatekeeper. The next day marked the 9th princess's birthday, and the concubine had arranged a grand banquet, inviting the officials and their families from the capital to join in the festivities. Jiang Shiyuan remembered Xie Ruo's birthday, but in previous years, even during her own coming-of-age ceremony, the concubine had never organized anything for her. She wondered what spectacle would unfold this time. Jiang Shiyuan stared quietly at the invitation sent from the palace, lost in thought for a while. Yu Liang, following orders, delivered the carefully nurtured sponge cake and the flowers handcrafted by the Grand Tutor to the general's residence, then returned to the palace with a response from the prospective fiancée. The eastern seas were plagued by pirates, who not only intercepted Zhou dynasty merchant ships, but also landed directly, committing heinous acts of arson and robbery. The emperor was greatly enraged and summoned his ministers for deliberation over 2 days, ultimately formulating a strategy to counter the enemy. In the small side hall adjacent to the imperial study, Pei Ziye rubbed his weary brow. Yu Liang entered, presenting a letter. Upon seeing it, Pei Ziye's expression brightened, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He gently extracted the letter from the envelope and unfolded it, revealing 2 large characters written boldly. Do not. The ink seemed to convey the writer's unwavering and indomitable spirit. However, at the end of the letter, there was a line of smaller text. If you have something small and bothersome that occupies space, feel free to send it over for my amusement. Note, no stones. Cats do not play with stones. The letter was signed with a paw print. Pei Ziye gazed at the paw print on the letter, his smile growing wider. Chapter 67. The young lady is inexperienced. Please do not laugh. The next day, Jiang Shiyuan had never anticipated a banquet with such eagerness, nor had she ever taken one so seriously. From her hair to her heels, she scrutinized her appearance in the mirror countless times. striving for an air of elegance without appearing overly deliberate. Finally, as evening approached, she set out early in a carriage. Upon arriving at the palace gates, she encountered Miss Yang San from the Inspector-S family and Miss Bai from the Vice Minister's residence. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them entered the palace together. As the banquet was still some time away, the palace attendants set up games such as throwing arrows and archery in the imperial garden. The young ladies entering the palace could enjoy the blooming flowers and engage in leisurely conversations, or partake in the games to pass the time. In addition to the daughters of various households, young gentlemen from noble families in the capital and talented individuals from the court were also invited. Such gatherings have always served as a splendid opportunity for families to discreetly observe and forge connections. Presumably, the esteemed concubine Lan orchestrated this palace banquet under the guise of seeking a suitor for Sierra Ruo. Jiang Shiyuan accompanied the two young ladies, Yang and Bai. Throughout their journey, Miss Yang shared stories of the culinary delights of the capital, while Miss Bai, burdened by an ailment from a previous mishap in the water, would cough intermittently after taking a few steps. Jiang Shiyuan gently patted Miss Bai's back to ease her discomfort while her gaze wandered. The deeper they ventured into the imperial garden, the more people they encountered, and the number of well-wishers began to multiply. At last, by the shores of Wanshou Lake, Jiang Shiyuan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Surrounded by the throng, she peered over the crowd and spotted another cluster of people not far off. She had always prided herself on her keen sense of smell, yet she was pleasantly surprised to realize her vision was equally sharp. In a sea of faces, Pei Ziye's silhouette stood out and was firmly locked in her sight the moment he came into view. Dressed in a stately official's robe, he exuded an air of authority and solemnity. From a distance, Jiang Shiyuan boldly cast a glance in his direction, and at that very moment, Pei Ziye seemed to sense her gaze and turned his head towards her. Their eyes met through the crowd, an unspoken understanding passing between them, an intimate connection that transcended words, lending an inexplicable charm to the moment. In that instant, Jiang Shiyuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as if the restlessness that had plagued her in recent days was soothed by that single glance. Miss Jiang, would you care to try your hand at archery? The prize is a fine piece of Hetian jade. Someone called to her, and she turned to follow the voice. The prize was a jade pendant, its cool, lustrous surface intricately carved with a pair of elegant cranes. A voice in her mind immediately urged her, I want it. Without a second thought, Jiang Shiyuan accepted, only to discover that her opponent was none other than Jiang Xingzhua. What a delightful spectacle! Merely a subtle maneuver in the matchmaking game. On their way here, she had overheard several girls mention Jiang Xingzhua, the young general, full of vigor and charm, indeed a striking presence. Yet Jiang Shiyuan was indifferent. Her sole desire today was to win that piece of jade. Each participant had 10 arrows. Hitting the bullseye earned 1 point, while missing the target cost 2 points. And the one with the highest score would emerge victorious. Jiang Shiyuan focused intently, determined not to show any hesitation despite being an amateur. Once on the field, she was committed to giving her all. She had to win. The jade pendant would look splendid hanging at the waist of the Grand Tutor. Jiang Xingzhua, too, seemed transformed. He remained silent and showed no leniency simply because Jiang Shiyuan was a lady. Both held their breath, drawing their bows and releasing their arrows, neither willing to yield. Reports from various provinces indicated that this year's autumn tax had been largely collected, with favorable weather and bountiful harvests across the land. Truly, the heavens favored our dynasty. And the coming year promised even greater prosperity for the people. Almost there. In the low pavilion nestled on the mountainside, several adults were engaged in conversation about this year's autumn harvest, when suddenly, Pei Taifu interjected with an exclamation of almost. The group was momentarily startled, glancing toward Pei Taifu, who remained in the pavilion, his gaze fixed outside. Following the direction of his eyes, they found themselves focused on the archery range below. Indeed, it was almost. If the arrow of the daughter of the general of the state had been a fraction closer, it would have struck the bullseye and earned another point. The general's daughter was indeed valiant. Her precision rivaled that of the young General Jiang. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Pei Ziye's lips curled slightly, a faint smile gracing his features. He had taught her well. At the archery range, the competition was intense. Initially, the event was perceived as mere amusement. But as Jiang Shiyuan drew her bowstring taut and hit the target with every shot, even after 5 arrows, astonishment swept through the crowd. Those who had been idly chatting, admiring flowers, and playing games quickly converged. Even Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. When had Jiang Shiyuan's archery skills improved so remarkably? Unaware of the stir around her, Jiang Shiyuan concentrated solely on her bow and arrow. As Pei Taifu had instructed, focusing her mind was essential for her arrows to fly true. The sixth arrow grazed the bullseye but did not score. Jiang Shiyuan pouted. So close. Had she not mastered it, perhaps she should return to Pei Taifu for further instruction? Distracted, her seventh arrow veered off course. No, no. Pei Taifu did not favor teaching those who could not learn. She had to win. Exhaling a breath of determination, she refocused and released 3 arrows in succession, all hitting the target. Splendid. The crowd erupted into spontaneous cheers. Jiang Shiyuan puffed out her chest, casting a glance towards the pavilion not far away. Jiang Shiyuan, like everyone else, was unable to conceal his astonishment, yet within his amazement lingered a profound solitude. He had 3 arrows left. If he hit the target with all, he could triumph over Jiang Shiyuan. However, perhaps due to his impatience or the cheers surrounding him, he mimicked Jiang Shiyuan and loosed 3 arrows, only for the final one to miss its mark entirely. Miss Jiang wins. Cheers erupted at the archery range, and palace attendants promptly delivered rewards. What? I won. Jiang Shiyuan momentarily stood in disbelief. Then her heart surged with joy. She had triumphed. She had finally bested Jiang Shiyuan. Pei Taifu, she had to tell him. Overflowing with excitement, she seized the jade pendant and dashed toward the pavilion without a second thought. Pei Che. Jiang Shiyuan called out his name as she rushed into the pavilion, thrusting the pendant into his hands. Pei Che, I won. I brought you a jade pendant. Am I not somewhat impressive? Pei Che watched her, brimming with joy and oblivious to her surroundings. Her hair and skirt fluttering with an indescribable grace that words could scarcely capture. I see it. You are indeed impressive, he replied, unabashed admiration and joy evident on his face. This was far more exhilarating than winning a mere contest or prize. Jiang Shiyuan wished to say more, but suddenly, a wave of laughter erupted around her. Turning, she encountered a group of officials stifling their giggles, and as she glanced back, she saw the entire imperial garden in fits of laughter. Oh no, I'm mortified, utterly mortified. Jiang Shiyuan's face flushed, and she lowered her head, scampering away in embarrassment. Pei Che tightened his grip on the jade pendant in his hand and apologized, saying, Madam is young. I hope you all forgive her. Although it was well known that Pei Che and Jiang Shiyuan were not yet wed, their playful banter was evident, and throughout the encounter, Pei Taifu's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly reveling in the moment. No one would dare to dampen such joy. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles and dispersed. Only at the shooting range did Jiang Shiyuan linger over the off-target arrow, eventually chuckling softly. He harbored affection for Jiang Shiyuan. Were it anyone else, he would surely compete for her attention. Yet, in the presence of Pei Taifu, he willingly conceded. Jiang Shiyuan deserved the very best. Chapter 68. It seemed he was on the verge of seizing the most radiant and gentle light in this world. Jiang Shiyuan sought to evade the throng, and unknowingly found herself beneath the hibiscus tree in the imperial garden. She halted, covering her flushed face, as the earlier joy transformed into chagrin. To be carried away by pride, perhaps this phrase was crafted solely for her. Just moments ago, she had called out Pei Che's name in public. How utterly humiliating. Why did she always find herself embarrassed, especially before Pei Taifu? What was she thinking? As Jiang Shiyuan's thoughts spiraled, a voice interrupted her reverie. She looked up to find Pei Che standing before her, his presence merging with the hibiscus blossoms behind him, reminiscent of a scene from her memories. Did I just embarrass myself? She asked. Pei Che couldn't suppress a smile. Jiang Shiyuan's eyes widened in surprise as he composed himself and praised, Your archery skills are quite commendable. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed a jade pendant at his waist, the very prize she had just won. A smile crept onto Jiang Shiyuan's lips. You teach well, Taifu. Pei Che chuckled softly, urging her to extend her hand. Although puzzled, she obediently complied, only to find a small tangerine placed in her palm. Jiang Shiyuan's eyes widened once more, then softened as she realized that Taifu was aware of everything. The notion of wrongdoing was unfounded. It was merely a sweet treat prepared for her by Taifu. What does this signify? She inquired, feigning ignorance as she lifted the tangerine. Pei Che smiled, replying, Consider it a token of gratitude. Jiang Shiyuan glanced again at the jade pendant at his waist, its translucent white gleaming in harmony with his demeanor, meticulously hung at his side. The small tangerine. yet to be savored, already filled her heart with a hint of sweetness. Is there no praise for today? Jiang Shiyuan stood beneath the hibiscus, gazing at him with clear, earnest eyes. Pei Taifu, serene as water, paused for a moment, surprise flickering in his eyes as if he had glimpsed the most exquisite hue in the universe. His smile reached his eyes, penetrating deep into his heart. There is, he replied. Pei Che leaned down, this time not in haste, and gently pressed his lips to hers. Just a brief kiss, restrained from advancing further, for such liberties were not yet permitted. Jiang Shiyuan closed her eyes, unable to summon the courage to gaze upon him. She felt a warm touch upon her lips, fleeting yet profound, as an inexplicable thrill coursed through her, gradually spreading to her flushed cheeks and disordered heartbeat, enveloping her entire being. Truly, she was a remarkable young woman, unparalleled in all of the capital. To have dared to request a kiss from the esteemed Pei Taifu was no small feat. Pei Che regarded her with a blend of admiration and tenderness, his expression softening to an extraordinary degree. It was as if he were grasping the most radiant and gentle light in the world. As the wind began to stir, he took her hand. Jiang Shiyuan, caught off guard, shyly nodded, allowing him to lead her towards the banquet hall of Changle Palace. Just as they departed, a figure stumbled forth from behind a nearby rockery, eyes dulled in disbelief as they watched the pair retreat. Did you enjoy the show? Zhou Jingshan sat on the ground, vexed as he tugged at a patch of withered grass. It was utterly ridiculous, despite being a scion of noble birth. He found himself resorting to eavesdropping like a petty coward. All of this was due to Shen Luchu, with a self-inflicted wound that had terrified the princess of Wenha. He had gained his freedom, yet Zhou Jingshan had become his resentful shadow. The Marquis of Wenyuan, fearing further trouble, had requested Zhou Jingshan to keep an eye on him. There was no choice. Shen Luchu had insisted on attending the palace banquet, and Zhou Jingshan had no option but to follow. Earlier, Jiang Shiyuan had shone brilliantly at the archery range, her 10 arrows striking true, each piercing the heart of Shen Luchu. Once more, Shen Luchu had succumbed to his obsession, stealthily trailing behind. Zhou Jingshan was exasperated. Hadn't he seen enough of the affection between Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Che at the range? Must he witness their torment anew? How could he bear the thought that Shen Luchu found joy only in seeing Jiang Shiyuan suffer? They were both men. Zhou Jingshan understood Shen Luchu's bitterness and what he wished to see. It was simply that Jiang Shiyuan had chosen another, and rather than suffering, she appeared more vivacious and radiant, which stung Shen Luchu's pride. No, I merely wish to protect her from deceit. I do not want her to stray due to a moment of stubbornness, Shen Luchu retorted. Although the blade had missed its vital target, it had caused him considerable pain, leaving him drained and pale, a sickly hue creeping over his features. I only wish to ascertain one truth. I want her to know that Pei Che has lied. Zhou Jingshan could not fathom why Shen Luchu clung to this notion. Would Jiang Shiyuan not recognize the truth? Now, her gaze was entirely fixed upon Pei Che. And even if Pei Che had lied, she would not waver in her pursuit of him. Today's events served as testament to that. Let it be. Zhou Jingshan silenced himself. No one can awaken a person feigning sleep. With some time remaining before the banquet, Pei Che and Jiang Shiyuan had not traveled far when they encountered the despondent Sierra, who sat forlornly in a pavilion. Pei Che spoke. Consort Lan intends to betroth the 9th princess to the son of the Minister of Personnel. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. The minister's son was notorious for his debauchery and alcoholism, bearing a reputation steeped in scandal, yet he was favored due to being the only heir. I wish to speak with the 9th princess. Very well. Pei Che deliberately distanced himself from Jiang Shiyuan, creating space for the two. Suddenly, Shen Luchu appeared and blocked his path. Pei Che, are you intentionally toying with me? Shen Luchu demanded. The Imperial Garden once, the Tianxiang Pavilion once, and the Rui Building another time. Pei Che raised an eyebrow slightly, affirming with a single, resounding word, yes. He certainly could reveal the truth directly. But did he have an obligation to do so? He had never uttered a falsehood. He had not recognized her voice in the Imperial Garden, was unaware of her personal belongings in the Tianxiang Pavilion, and had not even recognized the person before him in the Rui Building. If Shen Luchu found it more palatable to perceive his actions as jest rather than confront his own foolishness, he was willing to indulge him. Pei Che's dismissive tone stirred Shen Luchu's anger, his blood boiling. 3 years ago, the emperor intended to arrange a marriage for her with me, and you deceived her. Pei Che, having lost his patience, did not wish to belittle anyone, especially not the man who had once captured her heart. Yet Shen Luchu's ignorance greatly irked him. "Are you seeking confirmation of this?" Pei Ziye replied languidly, retrieving a piece of bright yellow silk from his sleeve. "Would you like to see our marriage decree from 3 years ago?" Shen Luchu stood as if struck by lightning, his gaze fixed vacantly on the decree in Pei Ziye's hand. It was true, he indeed possessed Jiang Shiyuan's marriage contract. But Shen Luchu remained unconvinced. "So what? You cannot marry her, for you are her teacher. As a mentor and elder, you exploit your position, taking advantage of her youthful naivety and admiration for you. Pei Ziye, do you not find your actions despicable?" Pei Ziye clenched his jaw, the knuckles gripping the decree whitening under pressure, his expression darkening significantly. "You cannot malign and belittle her simply because she did not choose you. According to your reasoning, 4 years ago, when she selflessly leaped into the icy pond to save you, was that also a manifestation of youthful ignorance? For the past decade, her silent companionship and understanding amid your tribulations, was that also a reflection of her immaturity? You have comfortably basked in her care while shirking responsibility. How can you claim to possess any integrity?" Shen Luchu was left speechless by the rebuttal, weakly countering, "I am not like you. In what way are you different?" Pei Ziye's gaze was imposing. "You and I are the same. Whether 10 years ago or 10 years hence, she has chosen neither of us. She is more astute and perceptive than anyone. Her choices have the potential to elevate anyone, be it you, me, or any man under the heavens. This truth, you understand better than anyone." As night descended, Pei Ziye clutched the newly acquired jade pendant, isolated in the frigid wind, his figure nearly merging with the thick darkness. Shen Luchu's words struck him like a heavy hammer, piercing his most secret desires and tearing away his facade of composure. "Pei Ziye, how could you so brazenly disregard human decency? She addresses you as her teacher. Do you not feel a twinge of shame upon seeing her? Are you truly willing to plunge into an abyss from which there is no return? Must you squander the fruits of your years of diligent study? Pei Ziye, you are a profound disappointment. You are older than she, well-versed in literature. How could you entertain such malevolent thoughts? Is he truly wicked? He merely wishes to keep that warm hue close to him. Is that a fault?" This question has haunted Pei Ziye for the past decade. And despite poring over countless tomes, he has found no answer, nor has anyone provided him with the correct one. Perhaps he ought not to have set foot in Looming Academy, nor accepted that ill-timed assignment. Yet, if he had not appeared, would another have rushed into the flames to save his beloved Yuan? My lord, Yu Liang had never witnessed Pei Ziye in such a state of despondency. Previously, he observed the Grand Tutor's countenance, which clearly reflected great fury, leading him to believe the Grand Tutor might take action against the young Master Shen. The Grand Tutor is not one to form close bonds, yet he seldom loses his temper. The only individual capable of stirring such emotions within him is a certain young lady from the Jiang family. Outsiders have underestimated the significance of this Jiang girl in the Grand Tutor's heart, while Shen Luchu, along with the foolish Lan Guifei and the Fifth Prince, has only exacerbated the matter. Facing the cold wind, Pei Ziye closed his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, tranquility had returned to his gaze. "Is everything in order?" Yu Liang replied, "It has been arranged." Jiang Shiyuan approached Sierra, who sat in the pavilion with her head bowed. Upon hearing footsteps, she glanced up, only to lower her head again upon recognizing Jiang Shiyuan. "I do not know what they intend to do this time. Be cautious." With no one around, she spoke plainly. Jiang Shiyuan moved closer, gazing at Sierra. "Shall we create another scene?" Sierra lifted her gaze to meet hers, her previously defiant brows and lips slowly drooping. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself and rested her head against Jiang Shiyuan's bosom, weeping silently. "She uses me as a pawn, a stepping stone. I have resigned myself to my fate. I do not yearn for a splendid future, yet why does she leave me no path for survival? I have called her mother for over a decade, obedient to her every command, yet she still intends to betroth me to that beast from the Zhao family. She is fully aware of Zhao Changxing's character, surrounded by women in his courtyard, and even children, yet she insists on my marriage to him, solely because the Zhao family possesses some power." Jiang Shiyuan gently patted her head and sighed. After parting with Sierra, as the time for the palace banquet drew near, Jiang Shiyuan did not see Pei Ziye and thus proceeded to the Changlu Hall to take her seat. The circumstances have changed dramatically. Today, her position was notably forward, as guests entered one after another, and the grand hall was ablaze with light. Shortly after taking her seat, Jiang Shiyuan felt an unsettling gaze upon her. When she looked up, She saw Shen Luchu sitting across from her. Startled, Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback by Shen Luchu's appearance, after only a few days of absence. How had he come to look this way? His countenance was haggard, his eyes clouded, resembling a forsaken dog or a lost soul at the end of its tether, with only his finely crafted brocade robe barely maintaining any semblance of dignity. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Shen Luchu retrieved from the cold waters of the Shen family's villa years ago. Jiang Shiyuan's thoughts drifted back to 4 years ago. In the winter of that year, Shen Luchu discovered an injured little bird. The bird, adorned with exquisite feathers, developed a special fondness for Shen Luchu. While he wrote, the bird would perch on his shoulder, peering down curiously. As Shen Luchu lifted his pen, the bird would flap its wings, as if applauding him. Shen Luchu was deeply enamored, nurturing it in his study, crafting a cozy nest, and bestowing upon it the melodious name of Pearl. Tragically, before the little Pearl could fully recover, it met its untimely demise, crushed by Princess Wenhe right outside the study door. There was no reason. The princess acted without hesitation. Shen Luchu felt utterly powerless against her. In his youth, when one Yuanho sought to take him in, Princess Wenhe had once turned a knife upon herself, forcing Shen Luchu to choose. He chose his mother, and from that moment on, he was shackled by Princess Wenhe. In a fit of rage following Pearl's death, Shen Luchu fled from the one Yuanho residence. Unable to locate him, Lord Shen sought the assistance of the general's household, requesting them to keep an eye on Shen Luchu. Jiang Shiyuan hurried to the Shen family's villa, where heavy snow blanketed the mountains. Everyone believed Shen Luchu could not possibly venture out alone, yet she was unaware of her own fervent desire to catch a glimpse of him. After considerable effort, she managed to rescue Shen Luchu from the icy depths. He should be grateful to her mother for not imposing the constraints of traditional feminine virtues upon her, allowing her to be adventurous, mastering horse riding, whip handling, and swimming. Shen Luchu should also be thankful to Pei Ziye, who, a decade ago, had gallantly charged into a fire to pull him out. Without that, how could she have mustered the courage to leap into the water? Shen Luchu remained oblivious. Jiang Shiyuan chuckled to herself, pondering that it mattered little whether Shen Luchu understood or not, for she had those around her who did. Turning her gaze, she sought Pei Ziye's figure, and at that precise moment, his tall silhouette entered the grand hall. Almost simultaneously, their eyes met. Jiang Shiyuan's lips curved into a subtle smile, her gaze shimmering with warmth, while Pei Ziye's steps grew increasingly resolute. As he reached his seat, another surprise awaited him. On the table, a porcelain dish held half an orange, its skin artfully peeled. Beneath the dish lay a note that read, "Share with the indifferent to sweets Taifu." A smile instantly graced Pei Ziye's lips, and he recalled the winter years ago when she had insisted on staying by his side to ensure he took his medicine. Watching him down it in one go without a grimace, she had rested her chin on her hand, eyes filled with admiration. Yet within that admiration lay a tinge of confusion. Was 16 truly such a remarkable age? One mustn't complain about taking medicine, and even while ill, one must continue studying. Master, have you not found it tedious to grow up so soon? Over the past 26 years, amidst the multitude of humanity, some envied his talents, while others admired his power. Yet, there was only one who cared whether he found adulthood tedious. Indeed, it was quite tedious, because of his considerable aptitude. High expectations were placed upon him to cultivate virtue, maintain a simple heart, and ultimately become the paragon in everyone's eyes. Day by day, year by year, it became monotonous. Pei Ziye picked a segment of the orange and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a wave of sharp acidity flooded his senses, striking directly at his brow. Pei Ziye raised his gaze, only to find a pair of starry eyes across from him, watching him with a concealed smile. Their brilliance and elegance were such that even a sage reincarnated could not resist. How could an ordinary man like him withstand it? He was not at fault. The orange was sour yet had a lingering sweetness. Pei Ziye lowered his head, finishing the remainder, then neatly folded the note and tucked it into his clothing. Shen Luchu observed their interaction intently, noting how Jiang Shiyuan seemed oblivious to him, her gaze perpetually following Pei Ziye. He watched as they exchanged smiles, their eyes communicating secrets only they understood, disregarding the world around them. The pain in Shen Luchu's heart was far more acute than any self-inflicted wound. He desperately needed something to numb himself. He grasped the wine cup from the table, startling Zhou Jingshan, who exclaimed, "You rascal, can you not be so reckless? Can your frail body handle alcohol?" Shen Luchu ignored him, determined to drink, But before the cup reached his lips, it was snatched away. Both Shen Luchu and Zhou Jingshan looked up in surprise, Zhou Jingshan exclaiming, "General Jiang?" Jiang Xingzhu had taken Shen Luchu's cup, tilted her head back, and drained it in one gulp before glancing at Zhou Jingshan, saying, "Move aside, I'll sit here." Zhou Jingshan, perplexed, complied, exclaiming, "Master Pei summoned me." Jiang Xingzhu cast a sidelong glance at Shen Luchu, stating, "Master Pei asked me to keep an eye on him, lest he speak thoughtlessly and cause trouble for Jiang Shiyuan." Zhou Jingshan was astounded. Indeed, the Master Pei is truly a savior. He hurriedly moved to a seat further back. Jiang Xingzhu elegantly settled down, while Shen Luchu, head bowed, murmured, "I would never harm her. I truly care for her." He realized, to his surprise, how profoundly he cherished her. Jiang Xingzhu let out a derisive laugh. "What value does your affection hold?" Zhou Jingshan, eavesdropping with rapt attention, felt a twitch at his temples. Who was this Jiang Xingzhu with such a sharp tongue? Chapter 70. See, I told you not to provoke the Master Pei. Shen Luchu wished to say something, but before he could utter a word, the high voice of a palace attendant echoed through the hall, announcing, "The Emperor has arrived." The Emperor, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, strode in, followed by a retinue of concubines, among whom were the esteemed concubine Lan and concubine Jiang. The Eastern Palace had remained vacant since the passing of the late empress over a decade ago, and despite numerous petitions from the previous dynasty for a new empress, the emperor had yet to make a decree. No one could fathom the emperor's thoughts, nor dare to contradict his decisions. The emperor took his seat upon the dragon throne, with concubine Lan and concubine Jiang flanking him. "Miss Jiang, I have heard of your impending nuptials with Master Pei. I have prepared a gift for you," concubine Lan eagerly announced, her affection evident as she gazed benevolently at Jiang Shiyuan. Adorned in a magnificent peony palace gown, concubine Lan exuded grace and warmth. Over time, she had subtly positioned herself as the matriarch of the harem. The emperor too turned his attention towards Jiang Shiyuan, observing her closely, and remarked, "In the blink of an eye, you've blossomed into a young lady. Why have you not come to visit your imperial uncle lately? Even your uncle is struggling to recognize you." The emperor spoke, inadvertently casting a glance at concubine Jiang. Ever since the demise of the Huai city couple, Wamping had not petitioned him for anything, save for the matter of this young lady's marriage, a single request that had nearly eluded him. Princess Wenha, with her lofty standards, had outright rejected his bestowed union, but fortunately, the timely arrival of Master Pei had altered the course. It is well said that those destined for fortune do not enter through doors of misfortune. Jiang Shiyuan was about to respond when concubine Lan interjected with a smile. "Does His Majesty remain unaware? Since childhood, she has been spirited and mischievous, impossible to confine within the palace walls. Outside, she most enjoys chasing after people. And I have heard she shares a deep bond with the heir of the Wenyuan Marquisate. Princess Wenha has mentioned it to me on several occasions." The phrase deep bond silenced the grand hall instantly. The intentions of concubine Lan were clear to all perceiving eyes, prompting a collective gaze towards Jiang Shiyuan. Concubine Jiang, with an air of disdain, remarked on the gossip concubine Lan had heard. "My daughter has been betrothed to Master Pei for 3 years, a union bestowed by His Majesty himself. How could she possibly share a profound bond with another man?" Internally, concubine Lan scoffed. The affection Jiang Shiyuan harbored for Shen Luchu was no secret, and one could only wonder what spell had been cast upon Master Pei, who not only accepted this alliance, but also defended it at every turn. "Am I mistaken? Is not Master Shen present?" A simple inquiry to him would suffice. Feigning ignorance, concubine Lan turned her gaze towards Shen Luchu, entirely oblivious to the emperor's darkening demeanor. The attention of the assembly shifted to Shen Luchu, while Jiang Xingzhu cast a sidelong glance at him, and behind her, Zhou Jingshan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Given Shen Luchu's unpredictable nature, it was uncertain whether he might concede to the insinuation, which would be rather unjust to Jiang Shiyuan. Shen Luchu raised his head, feeling the weight of every gaze upon him, yet notably, Jiang Shiyuan was not among them. She was indifferent to his response. Her past affection and pursuit of him were undeniable truths. Regardless of the rumors that might ensue, she would face them with composure. Her only regret lay with Master Pei, a man of such noble character, who should not be ensnared by worldly entanglements and slander due to her. As all eyes remained fixated on Shen Luchu, Jiang Shiyuan turned her attention to Pei Ziye, whose gaze seemed perpetually anchored on her. Whenever she looked up, She found immediate reassurance in his eyes. Just as she pondered this, a resounding voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. The daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua. She is my adopted daughter. One Yuan Marquis Shen he strode into the hall, bowing deeply to the emperor, and declared with conviction, Your Majesty. The daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua is valiant and virtuous, having rescued my son from peril on numerous occasions. I am eternally grateful. Thus I have taken the liberty to adopt Miss Jiang as my daughter. I implore your majesty to bear witness, and I ask concubine Lan to refrain from spreading hearsay. Luchu and Shiyuan share nothing more than the bond of siblings, a fact attested by all within the household. The hall erupted as if struck by a thunderclap. The murmurs of discussion igniting fervently. Jiang Shiyuan gazed in astonishment at Pei Ziye across from her, her heart tinged with emotion. What adoption? The Marquis had never mentioned such a thing. It was evident that Master Pei had intervened to secure her a respectable standing. Even when she faltered, he would tirelessly seek to mend her reputation, shielding her from the slightest whisper of scandal. This was true a decade ago, and it remains true today. Zhou Jingxin cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Luchu ahead. See, I told you not to provoke the Grand Tutor. If he refrains from intervening, it is one thing. But once he does, he can effectively close off all your avenues. Fortunately, the Grand Tutor was not one to pursue total annihilation. He merely extinguished Shen Luchu's aspirations under the guise of siblinghood, without inflicting any substantial harm upon her. Jiang Shiyuan observed Shen Luchu's ashen visage. Perceiving the Grand Tutor's maneuver as a heart-wrenching blow, far more severe than a mere physical confrontation. Thankfully, he had not provoked the ire of the Grand Tutor. Jiang Shiyuan pondered for a moment. Merely taking a piece of fish from him surely could not be deemed offensive. After all, today he had even let an arrow fly and offered a piece of jade in compensation, with the Marquis of Wenyuan himself clarifying the situation. No one paid heed to Shen Luchu's response. Furthermore, at this juncture, the emperor had also spoken. Not only did the emperor endorse the words of the Marquis of Wenyuan, but he also lavished praise upon Jiang Shiyuan. Young Miss Shiyuan is the daughter of the national general and the legendary general. She has been courageous and kind-hearted since childhood. Your association with her is indeed a blessing. With her impending marriage, do not forget to prepare a dowry from the Marquis of Wenyuan's estate. Marquis Shen he immediately responded. I have already conferred with my wife to bestow half of the Marquis of Wenyuan's assets as a dowry for Shiyuan. A gasp echoed through the hall. And even Jiang Shiyuan regarded Shen he with incredulity. The emperor, pleased with this development, commended, This is splendid. To be grateful and to repay kindness is indeed a beautiful tale. Young Miss Shiyuan, do express your gratitude to Lord Marquis Shen. Left with no choice, Jiang Shiyuan complied. Bowing to Shen he, Thank you, my adoptive father. Concubine Lan stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, bewildered by the turn of events. Shouldn't Shen Luchu and Jiang Shiyuan's past affections have been exposed, leading to public humiliation and inciting the Grand Tutor's disdain? Why was it that Jiang Shiyuan not only emerged unscathed but also secured a powerful ally in the Marquis of Wenyuan, gaining half of his fortune and earning a reputation for valor? Concubine Lan seethed with frustration. Her intention today was to target Jiang Shiyuan and avenge her son. Yet she had encountered such a significant setback upon arrival. The emperor, noticing the discontent etched on Concubine Lan's face, cast a serious gaze upon her. Concubine Lan seems dissatisfied with my granting of marriage to the Grand Tutor. Is such an absurd matter worthy of gossip? I would not dare, she replied hastily. However, in the past 3 years, I have never heard of your majesty bestowing a marriage. The sudden mention led me to believe there was some misunderstanding. With a sudden thud, Concubine Lan knelt, her heart racing with alarm. The marriage was conferred by me 3 years ago. The Grand Tutor, considering Miss Shiyuan's youth, chose to keep it discreet. Are you now enlightened? The emperor's words struck like a hammer, sealing the fate of the entire matter. Yet, the more he spoke, the deeper Concubine Lan's trepidation grew. What was happening? Why was the emperor so protective of Jiang Shiyuan? Did he truly intend to bestow the position of heir to the third prince? As Concubine Lan grappled with her vexation and contemplated how to navigate this predicament, Jiang Shiyuan rose and innocently addressed the emperor above. Your Majesty, dear uncle, I have yet to offer my congratulations today. The emperor was taken aback, turning his head in confusion. Oh? What joyous occasion is this? Jiang Shiyuan wore an innocent expression and replied, The noble consort Lan intends to betroth the 9th princess to the son of Minister Zhao. Although Master Zhao is yet to be married, He already has a pair of children. The noble consort truly understands the hardships of the ninth princess. Choosing such a fine family. Once the princess joins them, she will be blessed with both children and grandchildren, and your majesty will soon revel in the joys of grandparenthood. Is this not a cause for celebration? Chapter 71. One in an uproar, one in laughter. Everything is not mere coincidence. Xieruo's 17th birthday banquet ultimately ended on a sour note amidst Jiang Shiyuan's congratulatory words. The emperor was furious, evidently unaware of the matter at hand. Consort Jiang, with a hint of indifference, remarked, "This is still a fortunate outcome. The noble consort originally intended for the ninth princess to serve as a concubine for the military commander, entirely bypassing your majesty. The ninth princess could have already enjoyed the company of children and grandchildren." Jiang Shiyuan found her aunt's words somewhat exaggerated. The military commander was barely in his 30s, and while he had older children, he was not yet a grandfather. Age was not an issue, as her own esteemed tutor was a mere 26, and her aunt seemed quite pleased with that. However, the proposed union was not initiated by the noble consort, but rather by Jiang. Upon his suggestion, the noble consort swiftly dismissed it. The noble consort Lan had wielded her power in the palace for a decade, cultivating an overbearing demeanor. Yet, no matter how emboldened she became, she would not dare to trample upon a royal princess in such a manner. The Zhao family, blessed with many children, had been meticulously prepared for this union. They had even assured the acquisition of a respectable position for Zhao Chongqing. Zhao Chongqing, in turn, exercised restraint, going to great lengths to curry favor with Xieruo, even being caught by the emperor in the palace on one occasion. Xieruo was thus left in a state of silent suffering. This marriage proposal had nearly received the emperor's tacit approval. Yet the noble consort Lan could never have anticipated that a few words from Jiang Shiyuan would unravel what seemed a foregone conclusion. Having raised the ninth princess under your care, even if she is not your own flesh and blood, how could you treat her so? The emperor's wrath was ignited, and rather than feeling pity for his daughter Xieruo, he was more incensed by the noble consort's deceit and concealment. Reflecting on the past few days, he recalled the numerous memorials accusing Jiang of oppressing the families of officials. While these grievances were not grave offenses, they only served to deepen the emperor's conviction. What had become of his well-raised children? As a mother herself, how had Yuanping managed to nurture her offspring so commendably? Her son, valiant and capable in battle, alleviated his burdens. Her niece, wise and audacious, exhibited a sense of righteousness surpassing that of men. He felt he had wronged Yuanping. Gazing at the noble consort Lan, the emperor's eyes were inscrutable. As he departed, he issued a decree. The noble consort has failed in her duties as a caregiver and is unworthy of great responsibility. From this day forth, the authority to oversee the 6 palaces is entrusted to consort Jiang. Furthermore, as the ninth princess has reached maturity, she is to be granted her own residence and will await a suitable match in the spring examination next year. Jiang Shiyuan pressed her lips together, observing Xieruo kneeling in gratitude. Now, Xieruo would not blame her for ruining her birthday banquet. Once the gathering had dispersed, Jiang Shiyuan finally found the opportunity to visit her aunt in the Zhaixia Palace. With a single decree, the emperor granted the esteemed concubine Jiang authority over the 6 palaces. Yet she appeared far from pleased. It was not so much displeasure as a serene detachment. Upon seeing her, her aunt inquired, "How have you been faring with the grand tutor of late?" Her aunt had heard that today, in the imperial garden, she had won a jade pendant to present to the grand tutor, with such exuberance that her little legs seemed to vanish in the excitement. The palace maids around them erupted in laughter, suggesting that this news had already spread throughout the 6 palaces. Jiang Shiyuan, feeling somewhat bashful, retorted, "My legs are not short." Concubine Jiang observed the shyness and timidity in her eyes and gently tapped her forehead, saying, "Oh dear, now you are smitten. What were you thinking back then?" When the past was brought up again, Jiang Shiyuan could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment and lowered her gaze, asking, "Aunt, what truly transpired 3 years ago?" She was utterly perplexed. Her aunt claimed she had sought the marriage. The grand tutor maintained he had requested the royal decree, and the emperor himself declared it a royal bestowal. If it was indeed a royal decree, why was she left in ignorance? And why did the emperor allow her to act with such abandon? Concubine Jiang remained silent, while Madame Chiu from the side elucidated. It is indeed true that the lady sought this match. However, at that time, she was concerned for the girl, who had devoted her heart entirely to the young master of the Shen family. and thus petitioned His Majesty for the union of the girl and the young Master Shen. His Majesty consented, yet Princess Wenhe refused. Madame Chiu recalled that day with lingering indignation, her tone rising. Not only did Princess Wenhe refuse before His Majesty, but she also disparaged the girl, leaving her feeling utterly worthless, which nearly drove the concubine to draw her blade in anger. The fact that the princess could provoke such ire from her aunt spoke volumes about the harshness of her words. Jiang Shiyuan, filled with guilt, leapt into concubine Jiang's embrace, wrapping her arms around her. "Aunt, I am truly sorry. It was all my fault for being so naive, causing you distress." Concubine Jiang patted her. "Nonsense. On the contrary, I am proud of you. Pursue what you desire with sincerity and boldness. Not everyone possesses such courage." Regardless of her actions, her aunt always found something commendable about her. Even when she took the blame for the ninth princess, her aunt rewarded her. Were her aunt not in the palace, she would surely be a chivalrous heroine, righting wrongs and upholding justice. Jiang Shiyuan smiled and then asked, "So how did it come to be that it was the Grand Tutor Pei?" Madame Chiu replied, "How could one not acknowledge the saying that coincidence is the mother of invention?" Just after Princess Wenhe had dismissed the lady in the imperial study, the Grand Tutor entered to report. Upon seeing that the Grand Tutor was both virtuous and talented, and still unmarried, His Majesty waved his hand and appointed him for the girl. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback. Such coincidence? Did the Grand Tutor agree? Concubine Jiang nodded. The Grand Tutor did not refuse, but merely stated, "I shall obey the royal command." Concubine Jiang added, "It was indeed a bit too coincidental. Thus, when you later declined, I did not press the matter, nor did the Grand Tutor. Not only did he refrain from insisting, but he also sought the emperor to apologize, retracting the decree. This is why, despite the royal betrothal, it was never publicized, nor did we suffer any repercussions." The perplexities that had troubled her for days were finally resolved. Yet Jiang Shiyuan fell into silence. Ever since Pei Ziye had departed for Shu, they had had no further exchanges. Even when he returned to the capital after 3 years, they had not uttered a single word to one another. The most recent proximity occurred on the day he returned to the capital from Shu, when she sat behind the flowered window of the Rui building. As he passed below, she caught a distant glimpse of him from above. She vividly recalls that day, when the braised lion's head served at Rui building was particularly delectable. They were once two entirely unrelated paths, destined to drift further apart after their chance encounter a decade ago, yet an unexpected decree once again bound them together. Why did Pei Ziye not refuse the engagement? Was it out of concern for her dignity, unwilling to see her rejected again? Or was it in his capacity as a mentor and elder, offering her care and compassion? Jiang Shiyuan had yet to understand, when voices from outside announced that the emperor would be resting at Zhuexiao Palace that evening. The palace attendants, filled with delight, hurried to prepare for his arrival. Jiang Shiyuan looked joyfully at concubine Jiang, her suspicions becoming increasingly clear. Her engagement to Pei Ziye, the discreet summons of her cousin, and the authority of the 6 palaces today all hinted that the emperor had always harbored intentions for her maternal uncle and was keen for her cousin to ascend to the position of heir. If she could discern this, her aunt surely had as well. There was no rush. One day, their hearts would align once more. After all the storms they had weathered together. With the hour growing late and concubine Jiang preparing to greet the emperor, Jiang Shiyuan rose to take her leave. Upon exiting the gates of Zhuexiao Palace, she spotted a figure illuminated by the flickering lights. With an ethereal grace and soft radiance, he resembled a celestial being from a painting. "Master Tai Fu," Jiang Shiyuan called out, halting her steps. The man in the night had already lifted his gaze to her the moment she appeared. "Were you waiting for me, Lord Pei?" Jiang Shiyuan asked, feigning ignorance as she stood still. A few steps away, Pei Ziye smiled, responding in perfect accord, indeed. The corners of Jiang Shiyuan's lips curved into a delightful arc as she beckoned him closer. Pei Ziye had never encountered anyone so audacious. He found her boldness captivating, relishing her carefree nature in his presence, and he was more than willing to approach her. It was an irresistible fate to draw near her. Yet, just as he took a step forward, Jiang Shiyuan had already dashed over. "I'm just playing with Master Tai Fu. I can come over on my own." Concubine Jiang, watching from the palace gates, couldn't help but smile at the playful interaction between the two. "Do you still consider it a coincidence, ma'am?" Initially, she had thought Pei Ziye's appearance was merely serendipitous, until that day when he took on all the blame, holding the invalid imperial decree as he told her. "She is well. If anyone inquires, say it was my pursuit that failed, and she bears no responsibility. Chapter 72. Tomorrow, I shall propose. Pei Ziye watched as Jiang Shiyuan rushed towards him and leaped into his embrace, looking up at him and saying, I need not wait for Master Tai Fu to beckon. I will come on my own. Her tone was playful and endearing. Pei Ziye could no longer contain his smile, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Then I shall stand closer next time, he replied. Jiang Shiyuan bit her lip, laughing softly, her eyes reflecting countless stars. Pei Ziye removed his cloak and wrapped it around her, enveloping her in the familiar, subtle scent of citrus that she recognized instantly. Pei Ziye meticulously fastened his cloak, then took her hand as they made their way toward the palace gates. The residence for the 9th princess had been selected. The emperor had initially planned to construct a new mansion for her. However, the 9th princess, feeling unworthy of such lavishness, expressed her embarrassment at enjoying the offerings of the populace and preferred to choose from an existing estate. The emperor, greatly pleased, bestowed upon her the former residence of the grand princess, which would be ready for her move in a few days after some minor repairs. Knowing that Jiang Shiyuan cared, Pei Ziye spoke with great specificity. Sierra was now free. Jiang Shiyuan felt a surge of happiness for Sierra. Does this mean I ought to prepare a housewarming gift for her? If I had known about that Eastern pearl beforehand, I should have given it to her one by one. Pei Ziye smiled gently. You may accept half of the assets that the Shen family has gifted you without concern. This mention piqued Jiang Shiyuan's curiosity. Did the Marquis of Wenyuan come at the behest of the Grand Tutor? Pei Ziye clarified, not completely. It was his own volition to clarify matters and to voluntarily compensate you with half of the family wealth, both for Shen Luchu and for the entire Shen family. Jiang Shiyuan felt somewhat perplexed. Shen he did not favor the Princess Wenha, yet he held Shen Luchu in high regard. First, the Marquis of Wenyuan has always been grateful for your life-saving grace. Second, the close ties between Princess Wenha and Consort Lan have already concealed danger. By distancing himself from her and aligning with you, he essentially aligns himself with the third prince, ensuring that the Marquis of Wenyuan's estate will not be implicated in the future. In other words, it is not you relying on the Shen family, but rather the Shen family relying on you. This is what you rightfully deserve. Pei Ziye explained gradually, his words as clear as day. The court had begun to form factions, and the shifting tides indicated that her cousin, the third prince, had significantly better odds than the fifth prince. The Marquis of Wenyuan was strategizing for the long-term benefit of the Shen family, particularly for Shen Luchu. However, Jiang Shiyuan felt that these favorable circumstances were brought forth by the Grand Tutor. All her recent glory was a result of his diligent efforts on her behalf. She could not help but question in her heart, did he marry her solely to elevate the Pei family further? Jiang Shiyuan remained silent as they walked together in quiet contemplation. The moon hung high in the sky, silver frost blanketing the ground. As Pei Ziye held her hand while traversing the long palace path, their shadows stretching far behind them, Jiang Shiyuan gazed at their shadows, recalling the night 10 years prior when General Cat had gone missing. In that dark alley where carriages could not enter, he had also led her through the darkness. Not only did he guide her, but after she had stumbled, he had crouched down to carry her for a while. Suddenly, Jiang Shiyuan stopped and called out softly, Pei Ziye. He halted, turning to look at her. She seldom spoke his name, only when overwhelmed with emotion or when she had something significant to say. Could you carry me? I can't walk any longer. In the austere atmosphere of the court, especially in front of the Grand Tutor, such a request seemed quite impolite. Yet Jiang Shiyuan made it nonetheless. Pei Ziye immediately released her hand and crouched before her. Come aboard. Jiang Shiyuan climbed onto his back, and he stood up steadily, wrapping the cloak around both of them. Leaning against his broad shoulders, she finally voiced the question she had longed to ask for a decade. 10 years ago, when the general went missing and you found me in the dead of night, was your fierce call of Jiang Shiyuan born of anger? Ahead, Pei Ziye halted his steps, yearning to turn and gaze upon her, yet a hand gently pressed against his cheek, guiding him back. Jiang Shiyuan turned his head away, aware of his acute sensitivity, fearing that he might discern all her thoughts with a mere glance. Was it anger? Was it because she had inconvenienced him? Pei Ziye faced forward, and suddenly, the palace path before him merged with the dark alleyway of that fateful night. On that day, the matron from the general's residence unexpectedly came seeking someone, revealing to him that the cat belonging to Jiang Shiyuan was a birthday gift from 2 generals prior to their expedition. The cat, ever eager to escape, compelled her to surreptitiously take it to school. He felt a pang of guilt, yet was baffled. It was merely a cat. If it wished to flee, it could easily be confined. Why must it be kept close? Granny Chin remarked, "It is different." The young lady said that once it has a name, it becomes family. If it must be locked away, she would rather grant it freedom. Yet, when it truly ran away, she frantically searched everywhere for it. Jiang Shiyuan was the most innocent yet perplexing person he had ever encountered, each day presenting a new variable. This variable disrupted the decade-long tranquility he had known, prompting him to abandon his correspondence with his mentor and search for her far and wide. From dawn until dusk, he finally discovered her curled up in a pitch-black alley. Although she was articulate, why did she remain silent, only clutching a cat collar and shedding tears? 10 years ago, in his youthful arrogance, he could not comprehend Jiang Shiyuan's feelings. Only now, upon reflection, did he realize the depth of her sorrow that day. He too had claimed to set her free. Yet when she fled, he found himself clutching a discarded decree, plagued by unease. He vividly recalled that evening when he approached, his face clouded, calling her name. His voice rang out, startling even himself. He had always prided himself on maintaining a stoic demeanor, yet that day he had been unusually unrestrained. It was anger. Yet beneath that anger lay an overwhelming sense of relief. It was not anger, it was worry. Pei Ziye replied softly. The person behind him hesitated, seemingly incredulous, and posed a second question. Was it because the blood on my clothes soiled your attire when you carried me? No, it was heartache. Pei Ziye responded swiftly this time. Jiang Shiyuan pressed her lips together, her fingers unknowingly tightening, her heartstrings drawn taut without her realizing. Do you pity me then? Whether it was 10 years ago when you took me in, or the engagement you accepted 3 years prior. Pei Ziye, do you pity me? Pei Ziye detected the subtle tremor in her voice, and numerous responses flashed through his mind, yet he ultimately chose the simplest answer. No, it was also the safest response. He feared that revealing his true feelings might frighten her away. He was unwilling to take that risk, nor could he afford any misstep. She had said she would come to him on her own, and now she was indeed approaching him. He could wait a little longer. Jiang Shiyuan could not see Pei Ziye's expression. She only heard his answer, a simple negation. It was not pity. Pei Ziye was not kind to her out of pity. Perhaps he felt a slight affection for her. That was enough. Jiang Shiyuan relaxed entirely, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head upon his shoulder. When will the Grand Preceptor come to propose? Her soft voice almost whispered in his ear, causing Pei Ziye's heart to skip a beat. He gazed ahead, and after a few moments of hesitation, he gently inquired, "When would you like it to be, Your Honor?" In stark contrast to his uncertainty, the reply from behind was resolute. "Tomorrow." Pei Ziye escorted Jiang Shiyuan back to the general's residence before returning to the Grand Preceptor's estate. A servant promptly approached, reporting, "The old lady visited today and brought this." The servant presented an inlaid incense box, releasing a subtle citrus fragrance. The old lady mentioned that this is a new fragrance powder from the Agarwood workshop, named Joy. The old lady also inquired about what the master was doing, noting that everything in the residence was prepared. She wondered why he did not allow her to go to the general's estate to propose, and asked whether he still desired a wife. The servant glanced at Pei Ziye and relayed the old lady's words as requested. The old lady asks how long you intend to keep up this pretense. Do you still want a daughter-in-law? Upon hearing this, the servant cautiously observed their master's expression. Pei Ziye, examining the incense box in his hands, bore a smile, his brows softening with an unusual tenderness. "Tomorrow," Pei Ziye replied. As if fearing the servant had not heard correctly, the usually impatient Grand Preceptor repeated, "We shall propose tomorrow." As he spoke, he walked to the study and opened the second secret compartment beneath the writing desk. The 99th box, aptly named Joy. Chapter 73. I just wish to give you everything I can, Hongdo. I cannot sleep. In the dead of night, Jiang Shiyuan crouched at the bedside of Hongdo, poking her finger gently at Hongdo's face. Startled awake from a deep slumber, Hongdo murmured with her eyes still closed, "Can't sleep? Then go sweep the floor and wipe the table." Jiang Shiyuan, her eyelids drooping, replied weakly, "I've swept. I've wiped. Everything shines, spotless. I even cleaned the cat's nest and the horse stable, yet I still cannot sleep." Hongdo, having her tasks usurped, reluctantly responded, "My dear lady, it's merely a proposal, not a marriage. There's no need to be so anxious. But he is the Grand Preceptor." Jiang Shiyuan cradled her face in her hands, her earlier fatigue fading. Invigorated by the mere mention of a certain name, excitement surged within her. The thought of marrying Pei Ziye sent her heart racing. Hondo, still half asleep, could not help but remark, "Then why did you run away last time, leaving your grand preceptor so heartbroken? Now I can't sleep at all." Jiang Shiyuan's expression darkened as she threw back the covers and playfully draped them over Hondo's head. "Just sleep." Irritated yet amused, Jiang Shiyuan returned to her own chamber. The entire general's residence lay in slumber, save for the cat general, who, like her, remained wide awake, his eyes aglow with alertness. Hearing her footsteps, the cat peered out from its nest to glance at her. In that moment, their gazes met, and Jiang Shiyuan approached, lifting the cat from its cozy nest and posing it a question. "General, I shall test your wit. You are my cat now, yet you were bestowed upon me by the Grand Tutor. Do you consider yourself a betrothal gift or a dowry?" The feline general offered no reply, merely flicking her tail. The tail brushed against Jiang Shiyuan's cheek, prompting a tickle in her nose and an involuntary sneeze. She gently tapped the cat's head and declared with solemnity, "You are unaware." "Are you?" "You are, in fact, a shared possession. You are the firstborn cat of both the Grand Tutor and myself." With that, Jiang Shiyuan burst into laughter. The firstborn cat regarded the woman with a foolish grin, rolling her eyes in response. Jiang Shiyuan lifted the cat onto the bed, playing for a while until drowsiness crept upon her, her yawns leading her eyelids to droop. Just as she closed her eyes, she was abruptly shaken awake. "Miss, rise quickly. The suitor's entourage is approaching." Jiang Shiyuan opened her heavy eyelids to the blinding light outside. "What? Is it dawn already?" "Indeed, it is bright. Miss, hurry and prepare. The time is upon us, and the Grand Tutor shall soon arrive." Red Bean pulled Jiang Shiyuan from her bed, adorned her in garments, and ushered her to the dressing table. Gazing into the bronze mirror, Jiang Shiyuan found herself in a daze. The excitement of the previous night had morphed into anxiety, her mind involuntarily replaying the instructions given by Granny Qin over and over. There must not be any mistakes. It is merely a proposal. Nothing shall go awry. As she silently reassured herself, Red Bean finished styling her hair and set down the comb just as a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. "They've arrived. The Pei family has come." The news of Jiang Shiyuan's impending marriage to the Grand Tutor had spread far and wide. Due to time constraints, both families had decided to combine the proposal and the betrothal ceremony, resulting in an unusually long procession that extended from the alleyway into the street, drawing a crowd of onlookers and adding to the already bustling atmosphere. In addition to Granny Qin, Consort Jiang had specifically summoned Aunt Qiu and several other matrons to assist. Jiang Shiyuan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, greeted the guests at the door amidst the constant stream of congratulations from the servants. The elderly matriarchs of the Pei family descended from their carriage, accompanied by Pei Ziye's father, the head of the Pei family, Pei Madam, and several clan elders, with even Pei Jiang and Pei Ziye joining in the festivities. Pei Jiang cradled a pair of mandarin duck vases adorned with hibiscus and peach blossoms, prominently featuring a branch of red cornel. Meanwhile, Pei Ziye held a pair of live geese, symbolizing fidelity and devotion. Jiang Shiyuan's heart brimmed with joy as she surveyed the scene, festooned in red silk and gold, jubilance radiating from every corner. Yet she could not spot the familiar figure she sought. "Where's Pei Che?" Jiang Shiyuan inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. The crowd paused, glancing around, only to realize that while the matchmaker, officiant, and family members were present, the prospective groom, the Grand Tutor Pei, was conspicuously absent. "Didn't my uncle leave with us?" Pei Jiang exclaimed. The procession had been so lengthy that the head of the Pei family was preoccupied ensuring no one lagged behind. Pei Madam was lost in thoughts of her son's forthcoming nuptials, and the elderly matriarch was solely focused on securing a bride for her son, leaving no one aware of when the Grand Tutor had slipped away. Could he have lost his way in a daze? Pei Ziye chuckled, clutching the geese. However, before he could finish his sentence, he received a playful smack from his mother. "Pei Madam, you presume that everyone is as disorganized as you are. Yet your uncle is quite the opposite. He is invariably methodical and composed," remarked Madame Pei. Pei Ziye hesitated, contemplating that this was a reasonable assumption. Heaven knows how peculiar his uncle behaved last night. While he was in the midst of a deep slumber, his uncle abruptly yanked him from his warm cocoon and entrusted him with 2 large geese to care for. After securing the geese, he ventured out in the middle of the night, lantern in hand, to gather flowers. This branch lacked fullness, that one lacked vibrancy. He relentlessly stripped an entire tree bare to fill a vase. Is this what one calls methodical? Is this the epitome of composure? Who, in the dead of night, carries a lantern to gather flowers? His uncle must have been utterly disoriented, unable to find his bearings. As the others remained perplexed, Jiang Shiyuan interjected to ease the tension. Perhaps there is a pressing matter in the court, and the Grand Tutor has been summoned urgently. Holding a high position, he naturally cannot abandon his duties lightly. Jiang Shiyuan reassured herself, yet a flicker of disappointment lingered within her. Madame Pei, observing her future daughter-in-law's despondent demeanor, felt a pang of frustration. It was one thing to feign indifference in everyday life, but to falter at such a crucial moment was truly exasperating. His presence is inconsequential. We need not wait for him. We shall proceed with the betrothal regardless. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly, bring in the betrothal gifts for my daughter-in-law. Madame Pei commanded, grasping Jiang Shiyuan's hand to lead her inside. At that moment, the sound of hurried hoofbeats approached. Jiang Shiyuan turned to see Pei Ziye galloping towards them. With a poised posture, he deftly held the reins with one hand, his expression grave, as if he bore a significant responsibility. His hair was slightly tousled from the rapid pace, and his attire appeared somewhat disheveled, contrasting starkly with his usual solemnity. This was the first time Jiang Shiyuan had witnessed him in such a state. How elegant he looked while riding. She resolved to forgive him. There must certainly be a valid reason for the Grand Tutor's tardiness. Everyone makes mistakes, but the handsome Grand Tutor would never falter. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance, dismounting with agility. It was then that Jiang Shiyuan noticed he was carrying a food box. Following closely behind was Yu Liang, who also approached, bearing another box. Do not hold it against him, young lady. The Grand Tutor remembered your fondness for sweet cakes and went to procure some, but the vendor was closed. He then stopped by a nearby charity house, and on his way back, encountered some delays, hence the tardiness, Yu Liang explained, opening the food box to reveal an assortment of colorful treats. In addition to the sweet cakes, the children from the charity had crafted small gifts, wishing the Grand Tutor and his wife a long and blissful union. It was the very sweet cake from that day. Among those present, only Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye understood the significance of the cake and the meaning behind the blessing. Indeed, the Grand Tutor's delay was justifiable. Jiang Shiyuan suppressed a smile, striving to maintain her composure. Pei Ziye approached her, extending the sweet cakes. I apologize for making you wait. I merely wished to bring you everything I could think of. The head of the Pei family stood frozen in place, as if he had seen a ghost. Never imagining that the usually aloof Grand Tutor Pei could display such tenderness and consideration. Lady Pei gently stroked Pei Ziye's head, realizing she may have wronged her son. Indeed, her younger brother-in-law appeared quite smitten. It was the matriarch of the Pei family who could not bear to watch. Casting a reproachful glance at Pei Ziye, what a show-off. Her jest lifted the previously somber atmosphere, prompting laughter from all present. Come, let us hurry inside. The old matriarch eagerly grasped her daughter-in-law's hand and led her indoors. Jiang Shiyuan glanced at Pei Ziye before turning to assist the elderly lady. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Wait a moment, wasn't that her linksy scent? Was the old matriarch wearing her fragrance? Chapter 74. The desire for marriage. The betrothal gift had been exchanged, and the ceremonial details had been finalized. Thus, the engagement was practically sealed, awaiting the auspicious day of the 8th of next month for the formal wedding ceremony. Although imperial concubine Jiang had enlisted several capable matrons to assist, and Granny Qin had rehearsed extensively at the estate, the betrothal gifts provided by the Pei family were overwhelmingly abundant, doubling the previous list. The entire general's residence was now in disarray, with everyone bustling about. Fortunately, the old matriarch of the Windy Marquisate was an experienced matchmaker, adeptly guiding the proceedings and ensuring the engagement was firmly established. However, even she, with 30 years of matchmaking experience, found this urgent arrangement unprecedented. It was the first time she had visited the Pei household twice in quick succession. The last time, as she and the matchmaker approached the entrance, Grand Tutor Pei had insisted he had an urgent summons, turning back mid-journey. She had assumed he was disinterested in the general's daughter and intended to call off the engagement. Now, observing the composed and indifferent Grand Tutor Pei standing nearby, her gaze had not wavered since entering. Reflecting on the previous occasion, he had appeared anxious when departing, and upon turning back, he wore a countenance of utter despondency, so different from the spirited demeanor he presented today. It seemed not that the Grand Tutor wished to withdraw from the engagement, but rather he feared that the young lady might reconsider her choice. How rare it was that someone could stir such emotions in Pei Ziye. Indeed, Had he not been deeply affected, he would not have recklessly pursued her out of the city on horseback, imploring her to act as matchmaker. Rumor had it that no couple she matched would ever part ways. Who would have thought that the distinguished Grand Tutor could also hold such superstitions? Those couples matched by me never part, the old matriarch declared with a knowing smile, eyeing the enchanting pair before her. Truly, they are a match made in heaven. An exquisite couple. I have never seen a pair so well suited. You say that every time. For decades, I have yet to hear you utter a new phrase. It's no wonder others no longer seek your matchmaking services, quipped the old matriarch of the Pei family. Lady Pei chimed in with a chuckle. Indeed, when I married. You said the same thing, and not a word has changed. Madame Wenhao glanced at Madame Pei and assured her, do not worry, when your son marries. I shall not utter such words. I will only praise the young lady and certainly not commend your mischievous rascal. What does that have to do with me? Protested the young man. No, dear matron, I am wronged. Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of outsiders. It is all mere gossip. I am quite well, and I am indeed worthy of praise. In the hall, the lamentations of Pei Ziye drew the attention of everyone. Shifting their focus to the playful and endearing antics of Pei Ziye, Jiang Shiyuan took a breath, her gaze drifting toward the person beside her. Today, the esteemed Pei Taifu, much like herself as an aspiring bride, found himself without a seat and could only stand by his company. Jiang Shiyuan discreetly adjusted her position, her hand hidden within her sleeve, gently entangling a finger of Pei Che's. I am sorry, she whispered softly. Pei Che remained unmoved, allowing her to entwine her delicate fingers with his. What are you apologizing for? He inquired. Jiang Shiyuan lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt as she replied. I am sorry for making you wait in vain last time. Just a brief delay had left her feeling exceedingly aggrieved, as if a piece of her had been hollowed out. That day, she had been out all day, and he must have felt terribly lonely. Pei Che turned his palm upward, enveloping her slender fingers within his grasp. It is even now. You have waited for me once, he stated. Jiang Shiyuan felt a lump in her throat. Had he begun to mimic her words? She was reminded of the day of the palace banquet when Pei Che had earnestly gifted her a honey tangerine, its tanginess laced with an irresistible sweetness. No, I shall go to the palace gate tomorrow, waiting for the Taifu to finish his duties. I will wait for him countless times, she declared, her voice soft yet imbued with sincerity. Pei Che held her hand tightly, wishing he could absorb her into his very being. How could someone be so adept at stirring emotions, every word ensnaring him further? To wait for you countless times would be more melodious than eternity itself, he mused. Alas, the Taifu has a day off tomorrow, he added with a smile. Jiang Shiyuan snapped back to reality, recalling that indeed, the Pei Taifu would be on leave. She tilted her head to look up at him, her eyes sparkling with affection, and gently smiled. Then when we are married, I shall wait for the Taifu to conclude his duties, shall I? Pei Che felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he had been too conservative, setting the wedding date so far in the future. He yearned for the day to arrive swiftly, to bring her into his home, to cherish her day and night. Every moment. After what felt like an eternity, all formalities were completed, and the marriage contract was finalized, paving the way for the preparations for the wedding in half a month's time. A collective sigh of relief was exhaled as the Pei family rose to take their leave. I shall see the two venerable ladies off, Jiang Shiyuan offered, stepping forward to assist Madame Pei. As she drew near, the familiar fragrance enveloped her senses. Though Madame Pei was adorned with multiple scents, Jiang Shiyuan was certain that among them was the exquisite linksy fragrance from her Xinjiang workshop. Was it a gift from Jiang Shiyuan to the matron? Yet, this fragrance powder was specifically formulated for young maidens, making it rather unsuitable for someone of the matron's stature. As Jiang Shiyuan pondered this, she stepped out the door, ready to escort Madame Pei to the Pei family's carriage, when Madame Wenhao beckoned. Aru, come to my carriage. Let us converse as old friends. Jiang Shiyuan paused, and Madame Pei gave her a knowing look, patting her hand and smiling warmly. My dear daughter-in-law, there is no need to assist me. I am quite capable of walking on my own. With that, the venerable matriarch Pei strode confidently and swiftly to the carriage of the old lady of the Wendy Marquette. As soon as she settled down, the old lady of Wendy could not help but chuckle. Is it really necessary to be so joyous over acquiring a daughter-in-law? Have you adorned yourself with several pounds of perfume? Matriarch Pei merely smiled in silence. After all, a few pounds of fragrance could hardly conceal the truth from her son, who was rather perceptive. He was patient, but she, as an elderly woman, had little patience to spare. Jiang Shiyuan remained in a daze, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. The old lady bore the unmistakable scent of the rare perfumes from the Qinxiang workshop, and her maiden name contained the character Are You? How fortuitous. Chapter 75. Attempting to surpass authority, overcoming the Grand Preceptor. After bidding farewell to the two matriarchs, Jiang Shiyuan turned back towards the general's residence, where Pei Ziye was still present, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Earlier, they had shared a brief moment of intimacy, holding hands without uttering many words. What a predicament! She had a plethora of thoughts swirling within her that she longed to express to him. Would the Grand Preceptor find her bothersome or overly talkative? Perhaps it was best to restrain herself. Times had changed, unlike before when she solely focused on her desires. Now she wished to bring joy and comfort to Pei Ziye as well. Do you require assistance in arranging matters? Pei Ziye inquired as she approached. Jiang Shiyuan glanced at the pile of betrothal gifts scattered about and felt overwhelmed. Why have there suddenly been so many additions? This list is significantly longer than the last. Pei Ziye's dark eyes revealed no emotion as he remarked casually. These are merely trivial items that occupy space and are quite bothersome. They are perfect for the cats to play with. Jiang Shiyuan suppressed the urge to smile and let out a sigh of exasperation. Had I known I would marry the esteemed Grand Preceptor, I would not have toiled away crafting perfumes or running a fragrance workshop. Do you know, Grand Preceptor, that I recently invested considerable effort into creating a new scent with the finest ingredients? Yet it seems no one appreciates it. The sales have been dismal. Jiang Shiyuan lowered her head, lamenting. I spent a sleepless night fretting over this. Just look at the dark circles under my eyes. She lifted her gaze, leaning closer to show him the shadows beneath her eyes. Her fair complexion made the slightest blemish all the more conspicuous. Pei Ziye instinctively raised his hand, his calloused fingertips brushing against her delicate skin, though he hesitated momentarily. Would the Grand Preceptor think she was making a mountain out of a molehill? After all, a mere fragrance shop could hardly compare to the value of a single inkstone or cup in his possession. Jiang Shiyuan cast her eyes downwards, feeling a mix of self-deprecation and defeat. Pei Ziye observed her, sensing the evident despondency in her tone, while recalling her unwavering dedication to her passions. No, in truth, the Grand Preceptor is not to be compared to you. He enjoys the benefits of the Pei family's long-standing legacy, whereas you have built your own vast world, brick by brick, through your own efforts. His voice was deep and soothing, akin to a gentle breeze, imparting wisdom that felt substantial rather than hollow. And his praises uplifted her spirit, as if she, Jiang Shiyuan, were indeed more remarkable than the Grand Preceptor himself. Jiang Shiyuan felt a sudden surge of joy. She had always been someone who could find delight in a mere compliment. Her spirits lifted for an entire day. My lord, I have lied. She abruptly shifted the conversation, gazing intently at him. Pei Ziye looked down, puzzled by her words, and their eyes met in an instant. Jiang Shiyuan tilted her head back, her eyes shimmering, a smile playing at her lips. That expression of distress was false. I spent the night awake because of you. Her subtly curved lips unexpectedly lifted further into a smile. Watching Pei Ziye's expression brighten at her words, his lips curling and eyes sparkling with mirth, filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey and sugar, alongside a small sense of accomplishment, an accomplishment that brought joy to the one she admired. I too was awake all night, Pei Ziye replied. Is that so? Did my lord also, like me, harbor both anticipation and trepidation last night, conversing with a cat until dawn? At that moment, she felt her own smile widen uncontrollably. Jiang Shiyuan dared not meet his gaze again, her eyes drifting down to his lips, her heart racing with an overwhelming desire. What should she do? She longed to breach propriety and kiss him. Hey, you two over there. Just as Jiang Shiyuan was consumed by her thoughts, a disgruntled voice interrupted her reverie. She turned to see Jiang Shiyuan, who had approached them unknowingly, accompanied by a visibly anxious Zhou Jingshan. Jiang Shiyuan was exasperated. He had called out from 10 paces away. Yet these two seemed oblivious, as if deaf to his voice. It was one thing for Jiang Shiyuan to be daft, but what was Pei Ziye's excuse? Jiang Shiyuan suspected Pei Ziye was feigning ignorance, deliberately ignoring him out of spite. Was it really worth holding a grudge over a mere piece of fish? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was high time the entire court witnessed the unremarkable demeanor of their esteemed grand tutor. It was merely an engagement. Did it warrant such an exaggerated display of affection? What would happen upon their marriage? He was utterly fed up. He would rather face a battlefield than endure their incessant antics. As Jiang Shiyuan's irate presence materialized, Jiang Shiyuan felt her cheeks flush, hastily suppressing her mischievous thoughts. She decided to let it go for today, but next time, she would indulge in a bit of wine and boldly pounce, stealing a kiss. The Zhou family has come to offer their congratulations, but the servants are all occupied, so I brought you in. Jiang Shiyuan gestured to Zhou Jingshan. Zhou Jingshan had been in a daze throughout the journey. Although he already knew that Grand Tutor Pei held Jiang Shiyuan in high regard, witnessing the grand display of the proposal left him astounded. Because Jiang Shiyuan loved horseback riding, Pei Ziye had purchased the largest ranch outside the city, gifting it to her for her equestrian pursuits. Because she delighted in perfumery, Pei Ziye secured all the flower farmers around the capital, ensuring she would have an endless supply of materials throughout the seasons. As if that were not enough, the betrothal gifts for Jiang Shiyuan had nearly emptied the capital's jewelry shops, especially the exquisite pearls and luminous gems, all of which found their way into the Grand Tutor's residence and were now being delivered to the general's estate. Grand Tutor Pei seemed intent on plucking the stars from the heavens to present to her. How could this be merely a union? This undoubtedly places a person at the pinnacle of one's heart, loving them profoundly to the core of one's being. Zhou Jingshan was momentarily startled by this thought, yet his mind uncontrollably raced, conjuring an astonishing hypothesis. What if Pei Ziye had been infatuated with Jiang Shiyuan all along? If that were the case, then all the signs would make sense. The abrupt transformation of Master Pei, his unabashed favoritism, and the impatient news of his impending marriage. Zhou Jingshan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to scream. He seemed to have uncovered a momentous secret. When did Pei Ziye take a liking to Jiang Shiyuan? When did their paths intersect? Think, you foolish mind, think. Zhou Jingshan's curiosity surged, his blood rushing to a singular point as he desperately pondered. His brain sharper than ever before. He remembered, the looming academy. Chapter 76. Jiang Shiyuan was indeed a flower nurtured by Master Pei. A decade prior, when Pei Ziye was merely 16, he achieved unparalleled success, rising to fame overnight, and subsequently took up teaching at Looming Academy. During that time, Jiang Shiyuan trailed him like a devoted shadow. Jiang Shiyuan was quite renowned at Looming Academy, both for her tragic background and her audacious spirit. She wielded a whip that none dared to challenge. Zhou Jingshan remembered vividly when Shen Luchu first encountered Jiang Shiyuan. She was indeed in the midst of reprimanding students. Armed with that whip, she resembled a valiant guardian, fervently herding the truants back to class. Shen Luchu, standing beneath the pavilion, watched for quite some time. It was clear he admired Jiang Shiyuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have intentionally approached her for conversation that day. Later, when Pei Ziye's appointment was announced, it took everyone by surprise. The emperor did not retain him at the Hanlin Academy, but instead dispatched him to Suzhou. Pei Ziye hastily concluded his teaching at Looming Academy and departed the capital for Suzhou. His little shadow, Jiang Shiyuan, then turned to follow Shen Luchu. However, thereafter, Jiang Shiyuan seemed to transform entirely, becoming far less flamboyant and adhering strictly to the academy's rules. Gradually, they forgot what she had once been, considering her merely as Shen Luchu's follower. Zhou Jingshan pulled his thoughts back from this tangent, refocusing on the intersection between Pei Ziye and Jiang Shiyuan. After Jiang Shiyuan began following Shen Luchu, she found herself within their circle. Zhou Jingshan was certain that over the past decade, there had been no interaction between Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye. Even when Pei Ziye returned to the capital after his 3-year term, Jiang Shiyuan remained devoted to Shen Luchu. So could it be 10 years ago? 10 years ago, Pei Ziye had feelings for Jiang Shiyuan? Zhou Jingshan felt he was drawing ever closer to the truth. Yet the more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. If all of this were valid, was Pei Ziye waiting throughout those 10 years? Waiting for Jiang Shiyuan to come of age? Waiting for her to mature? Zhou Jingshan swallowed hard and furtively cast a glance at Pei Ziye, who, sensing his gaze, turned to him with an indifferent sweep. The tenderness that once graced his features had long vanished in the absence of that person, replaced instead by an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Zhou Jingshan dared not meet the gaze. The familiar sense of oppression washed over him, and suddenly, a memory resurfaced. 3 years prior, Shen Luchu had hosted a grand banquet, sending invitations merely as a formality to the Grand Tutoress residence. Yet Pei Ziye had genuinely attended. During that gathering, an incident occurred. Jiang Shiyuan, and Su Li Luo had a dispute, leading to one being pushed into the water, prompting Shen Luchu to demand an apology from Jiang Shiyuan by way of kneeling. Zhou Jingshun had stood in the observation pavilion, inadvertently catching sight of Pei Zie's detached expression amidst the crowd. A cold sweat broke out along his spine. A decade had passed. Pei Ziye had not only waited for 10 years, but had also silently watched Jiang Shiyuan pursue Shen Luchu for the same duration. No, it was not merely waiting. Perhaps Pei Ziye intended to observe from the sidelines. After all, 3 years ago, during Jiang Shiyuan's coming-of-age ceremony, he could have taken her home as his bride. Why wait an additional 3 years? He simply stood back, watching her from a distance, never approaching. It was Shen Luchu, step by step, who had brought her closer to him, prompting Pei Ziye to finally act. Zhou Jingshun's scalp prickled with dread. How could such a terrifying man exist? How could someone conceal their intentions so deeply and possess such restraint? Is this something a person is capable of? It was utterly horrifying. Zhou Jingshun suddenly displayed a look of shock, prompting Jiang Shiyuan to push him impatiently. What are you daydreaming about? Zhou Jingshun, flustered, regained his composure and hurriedly presented the congratulatory gift he had prepared. This is a small token of congratulations. He dared to glance at the Grand Tutor Pei beside him, adding, "Congratulations to you and the Grand Tutor on your joyful union." This gift was not an attempt by the Zhou family to curry favor with the Grand Tutor. Rather, Zhou Jingshun felt that after knowing Jiang Shiyuan for so many years and having never congratulated her on her birthday, this gift might serve as a final connection. A small compensation at least. Jiang Shiyuan said nothing, accepted the gift, and invited him to the hall for tea. Zhou Jingshun repeatedly shook his head, too apprehensive to accept. He took his leave, and Jiang Shiyuan continued to escort him out. How is the Shun family faring? Zhou Jingshun, feeling disheveled, replied with a bitter smile. The Shun household is in chaos. Princess Wen He is adamantly refusing to divide the family estate, and Lord Wen Yuan has even brandished a knife at her. Shen Luchu has locked himself in his study, refusing food and drink. Refusing food and drink. Jiang Shiyuan perked up, casually handing Zhou Jingshun a food box. Take this to Shen Luchu. He must surely enjoy the wedding pastries from his engagement with Jiang Shiyuan. Zhou Jingshun, unable to suppress his curiosity, quietly asked Jiang Shiyuan, "Does the Grand Tutor have feelings for Jiang Shiyuan?" Jiang Shiyuan shot him a glance, scoffing. Only just now realizing? Zhou Jingshun paused, his expression a mixture of complexity, shock, and hidden horror. Observing Zhou Jingshun's reaction, Jiang Shiyuan chuckled, "Excellent. Besides the pastries, convey this message to Shen Luchu. Perhaps it will awaken him. Tell him, it is not Pei Ziye who has taken Jiang Shiyuan. She was always a flower nurtured by Pei Ziye, never belonging to him." With that, Jiang Shiyuan tossed his hand dismissively, mounted his horse, and rode off. As dusk fell, the once bustling general's residence finally settled into tranquility after a day filled with activity. Granny Qin, in a particularly jubilant mood, decided to use her personal savings to host a feast, rewarding everyone in the household. The atmosphere within the estate resembled that of a festive celebration, filled with warmth and joy. However, Jiang Shiyuan, cradling a cat, appeared somewhat preoccupied, her thoughts lingering until the return of Hongdo from outside as night enveloped the sky. "What news?" Jiang Shiyuan eagerly inquired, setting the cat down. Hongdo, lifting her head to pour herself a pot of tea, replied excitedly, "As Miss anticipated, this afternoon, Madame Ru indeed sent someone to collect the incense powder from the Qinxiang workshop." Jiang Shiyuan remained silent, her mind meticulously pondering over the details of the workshop and the enigmatic Madame Ru. During its inaugural year, the workshop struggled to thrive due to its modest reputation and exorbitant prices. At that juncture, Madame Ru made her entrance. She took a particular liking to the workshop, purchasing all the incense powder at once, claiming she needed it for a banquet to gift others, lamenting her lack of suitable offerings. Since that day, the workshop's fortunes improved, attracting patrons from the esteemed families of the capital. Jiang Shiyuan had never doubted Madame Ru, nor had she considered probing into her identity, treating her merely as a distinguished guest with sincerity. Yet, the recent appearance of old Madame Pei sparked an inexplicable curiosity within her. Was it merely coincidence? It seemed too fortuitous. She had intentionally mentioned to Pei Ziye that business at the workshop was faltering in the morning, and by afternoon, Madame Ru had appeared. "Pray tell, where does Madame Ru reside?" Jiang Shiyuan pressed further. Hongdo nodded, Today, when Madame Ru visited, I discreetly followed her. I observed her travel beyond the city to a manor on the outskirts. I inquired around, and at the entrance of the manor, there exists a grove of plum trees, along with an exquisite hot spring within, reminiscent of an estate built by a noble family. Hot spring? Manor? Suddenly, Jiang Shiyuan felt a stir of thoughts, as if something profound was about to emerge. Chapter 77. Pei Ziye, you were right. She has come. At the third watch of the day, before dawn's light had broken, years of habitual routine led Pei Ziye to awaken and open his eyes. The world lay in profound silence, and for the first time, he did not rise immediately, but remained still, seemingly listening for something. Alas, outside, only the chilling winds from the night lingered. It wasn't a bad omen. It merely signified a drop in temperature, heralding the onset of winter. With their wedding scheduled for the 8th of October, they would still be able to witness the first snowfall of the year. When the snow fell, he would build her a snowman once more, a small replica of Jiang Shiyuan, and a cat general beside it. Should she desire, he would fashion a likeness of himself behind her. A decade prior, during the first snowfall, the Western Front had calmed, and a bloodied long whip was sent back from the battlefield. They had told Jiang Shiyuan, "We apologize. After months of searching, we found no trace of the two generals' remains. Only this battered whip." He knew then, aside from the collar of the cat general, she would acquire yet another obsession. Countless voices had urged him, proclaiming that obsession was merely a delusion, the greatest hindrance on the path of progress. Yet, Jiang Shiyuan was not like him. She did not seek fame or bear heavy burdens. Let her have her obsessions. He crafted several snowmen for her, and she wept loudly, only to later gather a few mud figurines from who knows where. He gifted her 3 snowmen, while Jiang Shiyuan intended to present him with 3 clay figurines, each inscribed with Pei Ziye's father, Pei Ziye's mother, and Pei Ziye himself. The father was depicted with a kind and gentle expression, the mother was tender and amiable, and Pei Ziye wore a radiant smile, such as the innocent play of children. In truth, there was no need for gratitude. On that day, he had learned to roll a ball of snow into a snowball, to find his footing and avoid slipping in the snow, and to embrace the joy of idleness. "Is the master awake?" asked Yu Liang, who had been waiting outside for some time, noting the silence from within. The Grand Tutor specifically instructed yesterday that, to avoid delaying the marriage, all pressing matters from the government must be resolved today. Inside, Pei Ziye regained his focus, rose to wash and change, and then proceeded to the study. The desk was already piled high with various documents. Pei Ziye said nothing and sat down to begin his review. However, the paperwork that once felt routine now seemed interminably lengthy. "What time is it?" Pei Ziye could not help but inquire. Yu Liang, stationed at the door, was momentarily taken aback. The master was usually so engrossed in his work that he would spend an entire day without interruption. Today, only 15 minutes had passed, and it was still before the hour of Chun. Seizing the opportunity to respond, Yu Liang discreetly glanced at Pei Ziye. It was evident that ever since the engagement was settled half a month ago, the master had changed significantly. Yu Liang recalled that day, the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, when the Grand Tutor was in the court discussing matters of state with officials from the 6 ministries. Suddenly Mama Chiu, who served the noble consort Jiang, appeared. The Grand Tutor was momentarily stunned and then, in a rather uncharacteristic display, abandoned the assembly of officials to step outside. Mama Chiu asked, "The mistress wishes to know if the young lady has nodded in agreement. Will the master still marry?" The Grand Tutor did not respond verbally, merely nodded. Yu Liang stood close by and distinctly observed that, whether amidst the cunning of court intrigue or the perils posed by the bandits in Shu, the usually composed Grand Tutor's hands were clenched tightly within his sleeves, the knuckles turning pale. Even after Mama Chiu had walked away, the Grand Tutor remained standing in place for a considerable time. "It must be because of Miss Jiang. Master, there has not been any significant matter recently. I trust these documents, once reviewed by the 6 ministries, will be properly submitted to the Dragon Table without error. Furthermore, the entire court is aware that the Grand Tutor has taken leave from His Majesty. It would not be wise for the master to concern himself with every detail during his time of rest, lest those with malicious intent accuse you of clinging to power. It would be better for the master to rest well," Yu Liang advised. Pei Ziye raised his head, pondering. Yu Liang's reasoning was not without merit. "Let us return these documents to their respective ministries," Pei Ziye declared as he set down his pen. Yu Liang promptly replied, "Shall the master have breakfast first?" Pei Ziye nodded. Unprecedentedly, the Grand Tutor's breakfast was served nearly an hour early. Pei Ziye was roused from his slumber and sat drowsily at the dining table. Jiang Shiyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was ready to re-enter the literary world after having found new inspiration. She had written fervently throughout the night and was now prepared to catch up on sleep after her meal. Pei Ziye had grown accustomed to the regularity of his 3 meals a day, but the sudden change in schedule left him perplexed. Why are we eating so early today? If breakfast is this early, when will we have lunch? And dinner? He murmured. Pei Ziye cast him a glance, exasperated. Was it necessary to ask? It was undoubtedly because Aunt Xiao had not come this morning, leaving Uncle Xiao in disarray. Although over the past fortnight they had consciously grown closer to their uncle. The weight of years of authority, especially in the absence of Jiang Shiyuan, rendered them hesitant to overstep. The two of them obediently took their seats at the lower end of the table, where silence reigned, interrupted only by the soft sounds of chewing and the occasional clash of chopsticks against bowls. Pei Ziye lowered his gaze to the redwood dining table before him. Unable to suppress thoughts of Jiang Shiyuan, he recalled her perched on the table, hand raised, chopsticks extended, asking, "Sir, could we perhaps have a smaller dining table? I can hardly reach the dishes." She had audaciously added, "Just deduct it from my wages." His lacquered Huangli wood round table, worth a fortune, was not something she could repay with a lifetime of labor. Besides, her wages were, after all, provided by him. Initially, it had been agreed that she would receive only wages, yet she ended up enjoying meals at the table, both eating and taking liberties, even stealthily nibbling on fruits scattered about the room. Ultimately, the table was replaced, and her wages remained untouched. Jiang Shiyuan, ever perceptive, had raised her hand across the table, offering him the first bite. "Sir, enjoy the fish. I've removed the bones." At that moment, he mused how wonderful it would have been if it were her parents seated beside her instead of him. "Sir, the esteemed Grand Scholar Cui has arrived," came the announcement from outside. The warmth on Pei Ziye's face vanished in an instant, his dark eyes now void of emotion. Not seeing him, Pei Ziye replied tersely. At the lower end, Pei Ziye was taken aback, glancing up quietly. Before long, Pei Ziye set down his chopsticks and, without a word, rose from the table. Unable to contain herself, Pei Ziye nudged Pei Ziye. "Did you hear that? Uncle has refused to see Grand Scholar Cui. He is, after all, Uncle's mentor." Having lost their grandfather early, and with their grandmother's health suffering due to a late-life childbirth, Uncle had relied heavily on Grand Scholar Cui's guidance over the years. Renowned for his vast knowledge and esteemed reputation, Grand Scholar Cui was a scholar appointed by the late emperor, and even the current emperor held him in high regard. Uncle's youthful rise to fame was largely attributable to Grand Scholar Cui's influence. How could the most respectful of mentors, Uncle, turn away Grand Scholar Cui? Pei Ziye shrugged. If he doesn't want to see him, so be it. If the king of Helchui arrives, I shall take my leave. I simply do not like him. The Pei family maintained a facade of propriety, yet Grand Scholar Cui wielded genuine authority. At the tender age of 7, when his family had high hopes for him, he was sent to the Cui household for enlightenment. On the very first day, after indulging in play for a mere moment, Grand Scholar Cui summoned him to the study, stripped him of his clothing, and with a thick ruler, delivered a harsh strike to his back. Even now, a scar remains as a testament. In Grand Scholar Cui's words, enduring extreme pain was the only way to temper fleeting pleasures, to dissuade one from clinging to transient distractions. Consequently, he endured several nights of nightmares upon returning home. Perhaps his mother sensed he could never become a second uncle, or perhaps she pitied him. Either way, she never sent him back to the Cui household. In this world, there exists but one Pei Ziye, and in a century, there can only be one Pei Taifu. Only a perfect uncle could possibly meet the requirements of the King of Hell, avoiding his wrath, or so Pei Ziye has always believed. Upon returning to his study, Pei Ziye wearily rubbed his brow, as the question he had pondered countless times resurfaced in his mind. Had he erred? Just as the haze of confusion and oppression threatened to overwhelm him, a voice rang in his ears. "Your Excellency, Jiang Shiyuan has arrived." Pei Ziye suddenly chuckled lightly. Had not the heavens already provided him with the answer to the question he had asked 1,000 times? A fortnight ago, the heavens had clearly declared, "Pei Ziye, you are not wrong. She has come." Chapter 78. I never knew I would think of you this way. Jiang Shiyuan, cradling a cat, pushed open the door to Pei Ziye's study, still clad in male attire, disguised as a scholar. Although the matron had mentioned that their wedding day was approaching, implying she should remain indoors. It mattered not. It was Jiang Shiyuan who was to be wed, not her alter ego, Jiang Shudong. Furthermore, she mused, I was merely taking a stroll with the cat, and happened to pass by the Grand Tutor's residence. Feeling parched, might the Grand Tutor spare a cup of tea? She had merely passed through. Jiang Shiyuan spoke with wide eyes, disregarding the fact that the general's mansion and the Grand Tutor's abode were separated by several streets, requiring a carriage ride of at least half an hour. Pei Ziye had already donned a gentle smile upon her arrival and rose to pour her some tea. In the study, there was only his cup, so he directly offered her his own. As Jiang Shiyuan held the cat and prepared to free a hand, Pei Ziye had already raised the cup to her lips. The Grand Tutor's attentiveness was truly remarkable. Jiang Shiyuan gazed at him, lifting a cat's paw. I am not thirsty. The cat is. Pei Ziye fell silent, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Jiang Shiyuan smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling. I was jesting. The cat does not drink tea. It's me. I desire the Grand Tutor's tea. Lowering her head, she took a sip from his cup. Pei Ziye tilted his cup slightly, unable to suppress a chuckle once more. Was it not the most ordinary of moments that, in her presence, transformed into something extraordinarily delightful? This was Jiang Shiyuan. From the south to the north, and back again, there was only one Jiang Shiyuan, and he had encountered her. Have you had breakfast? Pei Ziye inquired softly. I did not know you would come, so I didn't wait for you, he added, a hint of unrecognized regret lacing his tone. Jiang Shiyuan gently stroked the cat in her arms, playing along. I too did not know the general would think of you this way, abandoning even the dried fish. Rushing straight to the Grand Tutor's residence. Jiang Shiyuan's words were laden with meaning, as she observed Pei Ziye's expression. The smile on Pei Ziye's lips widened further. Meeting her gaze with unguarded sincerity, the Grand Tutor thinks of you too. He thinks of the cat, and he thinks of you. Unlike her subtlety, Pei Ziye leaned in and tenderly pressed a kiss to her forehead, blunt, without a hint of ambiguity. The joy and affection he could not conceal radiated from him. With each encounter, his fondness for her grew, accumulating until it became an insatiable mountain. Like a feather's gentle caress, the soft kiss left Jiang Shiyuan momentarily dazed. Her lips pursed. Is the Grand Tutor rewarding me so early? Jiang Shudong and the cat's attendant have yet to do anything. Pei Ziye chuckled lightly. As long as you are happy. Only he knew that he was the one receiving the true reward. Jiang Shiyuan gazed at the smile adorning Pei Ziye's face, the upward curl of his lips, and the arch of his brows, utterly captivating. She suspected that the appearance of the madam was no mere coincidence. Yet, in comparison to unearthing old matters, she had something far more pressing to attend to. It seems there is a temple fair today. I wish to stroll about and procure some trinkets for the general. Would you care to join me, esteemed tutor? Jiang Shiyuan suggested. Pei Ziye did not decline. Shall we set off at once? He instructed his attendants to prepare the carriage, and shortly thereafter, it was ready. The two departed together. I believe I spotted Chancellor Cui, Jiang Shiyuan remarked, her gaze lingering on the departing carriage in the distance as she boarded. Earlier, she had entered through the side gate and was unaware of the happenings at the main entrance. Pei Ziye replied in a calm tone, You must have been mistaken. Was it indeed a mistake? Her eyesight was sharp, often allowing her to discern Pei Ziye from afar. Moreover, Chancellor Cui, as Pei Ziye's mentor, was the most frequent visitor to Pei Ziye's residence. She recalled the Chancellor's figure well, as they engaged in matches of strategy every few days, simultaneously testing each other's knowledge. Pei Ziye not only had to defend the chessboard, but also counter Chancellor Cui's incisive critiques. Although no weapons were drawn, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. At times, Jiang Shiyuan would stealthily observe them from the study door, feeling anxious for Pei Ziye, more so than during her parents' own contests. When her mother and father competed, even if her father suffered a crushing defeat, her mother would at least offer him a comforting embrace, encouraging him to try harder next time. Yet, each time Chancellor Cui visited, Pei Ziye appeared utterly exhausted, as though he had been thoroughly battered, both inside and out. Despite this, Chancellor Cui offered no words of solace. More than once, she had to intervene and draw Pei Ziye out of the study. Pei Ziye must find it challenging, revered by the public yet diminished at home. Jiang Shiyuan withdrew her gaze and settled into the carriage. After a moment of hesitation, she could not help but ask, May I speak a little ill of him? Pei Ziye was always amused by her earnest expressions. You may. Thus, Jiang Shiyuan blurted out, Does Chancellor Cui dislike me? Pei Ziye paused, a slight motion in his throat. His hands gathering within his sleeves. What has he said to you? Jiang Shiyuan shook her head. He has said nothing. yet his gaze upon me is icy. Jiang Shiyuan was perceptive, especially during such times. Chancellor Cui's looks were not of outright disdain, but certainly reflected disapproval. Perhaps he resented her chatter for disturbing Pei Zie's studies, or deemed her troublesome, wasting Pei Zie's time. Pei Zie's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes dimming as if he sought to articulate something, yet his throat felt constricted. Suddenly, Jiang Shiyuan shifted her tone. I do not like him either, despite his being the esteemed tutor of the Grand Preceptor. Pei Zie was taken aback. Why is that? Because he is a poor teacher. He has imparted knowledge to the Grand Preceptor, taught him the ways of governance, and the responsibilities towards the populace. Yet he has failed to instruct him on how to find joy within oneself, Jiang Shiyuan stated earnestly. At the tender age of 16, Pei Zie departed from the ancestral home of the Pei family, surrounded by an unsettling emptiness. The secluded residence, filled with an array of books, lacked even a single trinket to occupy his hands. As Jiang Shiyuan reflected upon this time, she couldn't help but wonder if those extravagant inkstones and exquisite cups were Pei Zie's sole means of quelling his desires. His intention had been to elevate the Grand Tutor to a position of great esteem, yet his affection for the Grand Tutor was not genuine. Thus, I harbor no fondness for Scholar Cui. He is not an admirable teacher. Unexpected words reverberated through Pei Zie's heart once more. Though they came from a voice as soft as a whisper, they struck like a heavy stone, creating ripples in the depths of his being that refused to settle. Pei Zie gazed at her, parting his lips to murmur, "And what of me? Am I a good teacher?" Jiang Shiyuan looked at him in confusion, yet met his eager gaze, as if this were a matter of utmost significance, her response bearing profound weight. Wasn't the answer apparent? With a radiant smile, Jiang Shiyuan replied with unwavering clarity, "Rather than saying the Grand Tutor is my teacher, it would be more accurate to say he is the morning star in the wilderness of my life, eternally shining, visible at the moments I need guidance most. Without the Grand Tutor, there would be no Jiang Shiyuan as she is today." Suddenly, Pei Zie felt a pang in his heart, his throat tightening as he struggled to maintain composure. In contrast to that heavenly melody, he was inclined to believe that this was indeed the true answer. She affirmed his teaching was commendable. He had not failed. He had performed admirably. "Well done." Pei Zie suddenly chuckled, his voice tinged with a husky timbre. Jiang Shiyuan paused, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" Pei Zie wrapped her in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, his eyes growing moist in a place where she could not see. "I meant that fire. It was well done. It was destined to be. What did he desire? The Grand Tutor would provide it for her." Leaning against him, Jiang Shiyuan had yet to grasp the reason for his emotional upheaval when she heard that familiar phrase. "Are you happy again? So, the Grand Tutor enjoys giving compliments too?" After a moment's thought, Jiang Shiyuan inquired, "May I have a little wine?" Chapter 79, It Matters Not. Even if the Grand Tutor despises me, I still hold affection for him. Pei Zie did not refuse Jiang Shiyuan's modest request, and after a leisurely stroll through the streets, as noon approached, they returned to the Tianxiang residence. Jiang Shiyuan had specifically requested the fruit brew from this establishment. They were seated in the same private room on the same floor, yet the atmosphere was vastly different. Previously, they had sat at opposite ends, with Jiang Shiyuan feeling as anxious as a student before an exam. Now, seated beside Pei Zie, her thoughts wandered excitedly to the grand plan she harbored for later. Slightly tipsy, she envisioned leaning closer, a gentle kiss, and then another. As Pei Zie perused the menu, Jiang Shiyuan stole a glance at him. She had meticulously planned her approach, intending to start with a kiss on the Grand Tutor's cheek, then his lips, to avoid startling him. Her previous experience had left her somewhat shaken. Though her encounters were few, she was determined to learn from each one. Aware of Jiang Shiyuan's aversion to overly spicy food, Pei Zie ordered a selection of lighter dishes. Soon, all the dishes and the fruit brew she had requested arrived. Jiang Shiyuan eagerly reached for the jug, only to have Pei Zie gently restrain her hand. "Save it for later." "Why?" Jiang Shiyuan protested, her disappointment evident. "What joy is there in drinking at home? Do you require me to assist you in recalling your previous circumstances?" Pei Zie remarked coldly. "Uncle, have you come to act as a matchmaker for us?" "Master, once I wed Pei Ziye, if you were to mistreat me, would you be able to shield me?" Awkward memories surfaced, leaving Jiang Shiyuan both embarrassed and flustered, her fair complexion turning as red as a boiled shrimp. "I will not misidentify again," Jiang Shiyuan said, lowering her gaze, her voice soft yet resolute. "I certainly will not misidentify again." But is it merely a case of misidentifying someone? Pei Ziye retorted. Jiang Shiyuan, taken aback, looked at him in confusion. What else could there be? She only recalled asking Pei Ziye if he liked the place she had chosen, to which he had replied affirmatively. After that, her memory faded. You vomited, Pei Ziye stated, devoid of expression. He had just said he liked the place she selected, and she had immediately declared it unpalatable, then proceeded to expel its contents. That is far too embarrassing, Jiang Shiyuan murmured, turning her head to avoid further discussion on the matter. This wine is not essential for consumption. At that moment, the individual before her held no allure. She had resolved to remain pure of thought, free from any impure notions. Had she known, she would have preferred to stay home and cuddle with her cat, rather than traverse such a wide circle. Let us eat, and afterward return home for a long slumber. The one who usually engaged in endless conversation had suddenly fallen silent. Without needing to see his face, merely observing the back of his head, bowed in concentration over his meal, revealed his expression. Pei Ziye, feeling helpless, noted her slight indulgence and poured her a glass. Drink slowly. Jiang Shiyuan reluctantly acknowledged with a faint sound, taking only a small sip. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the private room. Moments earlier, several court officials had spotted Pei Ziye downstairs and had specifically come upstairs to pay their respects. Pei Ziye glanced at the person beside him before rising to greet them at the door. My apologies, esteemed sir. I understand your need to rest and do not wish to disturb your residence. But this matter pertains to the frontiers and is somewhat urgent. The officials inquired about the official documents previously submitted, and Pei Ziye had no choice but to respond earnestly. Unbeknownst to them, a quarter of an hour had passed before Pei Ziye finally concluded his discussions. Upon closing the door to the private room, he turned, only to unexpectedly collide with a soft, warm body. He was unaware of when she had positioned herself behind him, seemingly waiting deliberately to fall into his embrace. Jiang Shiyuan lifted her gaze to meet his, her face now adorned with a rosy hue, her voice tinged with unmistakable inebriation. Pei Ziye regarded her, then glanced at the overturned wine cups on the table, suddenly enlightened. Was she attempting to muster courage to say something? Who would later lament their discomfort? Pei Ziye couldn't help but smile wryly, extending his arm to encircle her waist and steady her. His embrace was broad, allowing Jiang Shiyuan to lean entirely against him. She had intended only to drink a little for courage, yet his absence had led her to overindulge. Jiang Shiyuan felt a slight dizziness, yet remained steadfast in her purpose. She scrutinized Pei Ziye's face, confirming her earlier conclusion. It was indeed him, the Grand Tutor of the current dynasty, her future husband, esteemed Grand Tutor. May I pose a few questions to you? Jiang Shiyuan clung to his arm, pressing closely against him, the delicate scent of citrus wafting through the air, momentarily indistinguishable as to whose fragrance it truly was. Pei Ziye lowered his gaze, observing her shimmering eyes, her lips that parted and closed like petals, and her form clad in his old attire. He swallowed lightly, pondering what to inquire. I only love horseback riding, not needlework. Do you think me quite undignified? Jiang Shiyuan earnestly questioned. Pei Ziye shook his head in response. Not at all. I can't cook either. None of us in the general's residence can. But that is of no consequence. We have chefs. So many questions. Do you find me tiresome? Jiang Shiyuan continued to pose her inquiries, each one asked with utmost sincerity, for it was her concern that rendered her so apprehensive. Pei Ziye gazed at her radiant face, unable to resist leaning down to cover her red lips with his own. It was a touch more lingering than a mere peck, a clear sensation, soft and delicate. He tasted a hint of sweet fruit wine, but did not linger too long, merely sampling. No, I quite enjoy it. Your chatter, those seemingly trivial words shared only with me. Disrupted from her rhythm, Jiang Shiyuan instinctively licked her lips and asked in confusion, Have you been drinking? Pei Ziye chuckled lightly. What other questions do you have? Jiang Shiyuan looked at him, paused, and then her red lips parted. Why did you leave without a word 10 years ago? Did I do something wrong? Your courtyard was locked, and I could not enter. They told me you had gone to Shuzhou. I looked at the map. Shuzhou is very far, and I could not possibly go alone. Jiang Shiyuan clutched him tightly, her eyes rimmed with red. Was it because I broke your inkstone and cups, or ruined your flower garden? Or was it that I was not clever enough? I thought even you no longer wanted me. At least my mother left me a whip, but you left nothing behind. Pei Ziye's heart tightened suddenly, as if a wet cotton ball were lodged in his chest. I'm sorry, it was the Grand Tutor's fault. Her hands climbed up around his neck, pulling him down closer. It doesn't matter. Even if the Grand Tutor despises me, I still cherish him. Jiang Shiyuan rose on her toes, capturing his lips, sealing all his apologies within her throat. I am pleased. Such an intriguing person as you would choose to marry such a mundane man as I. Pei Zie's emotions swirled. Initially believing she merely sought to tease, to drink for amusement, but he did not expect to hear such bitter and heart-wrenching words through her tears. He felt both remorseful and guilty. He was meant to shield her from the storms of life, yet inadvertently inflicted upon her yet another wound. Just as the weight of guilt threatened to engulf him, she clumsily leaned in and professed her affection. She declared that even after his abrupt departure all those years ago, she still loved him. What merit did he possess to encounter her and be the recipient of her fondness, time and again? Jiang Shiyuan bestowed upon him her very essence, saving him countless times. Unaware of how long she had slept, Jiang Shiyuan awoke slowly, her eyes barely opening to the dim surroundings. As if sensing her awakening, the curtains stirred slightly, allowing a faint light to illuminate a strikingly handsome profile before her. With celestial bone structure and a prominent nose, he appeared almost miraculous in the hazy glow, an exceedingly familiar scene. She was reborn, returning to the day she first drank with the esteemed Pei Ziye, mistakenly identifying her fiancé and venting her grievances upon him. Jiang Shiyuan suddenly awoke, sitting up abruptly, only to collide with the carriage wall with a thud. "Ah!" she cried out in pain. Pei Ziye lowered the curtain and reached out to gently touch her forehead. "Are you awake? Did I vomit again?" Jiang Shiyuan asked anxiously. "Must I always embarrass myself like this? At least not in front of Pei Ziye." Pei Ziye, as if seeing through her turmoil, smiled softly. "No, you didn't mistake anyone, nor did you embarrass yourself. You performed admirably. You asked me many questions." He raised his gaze, reflecting her image in his eyes. "I thought I should wait for you to awaken to tell you the answers." Leaning against the carriage wall, her eyes still hazy from the remnants of intoxication, fragments of memories flooded her mind. She recalled deviating from her plan and kissing him directly, even confessing her feelings. Why did Pei Ziye appear so serious? What did he wish to convey? Rejection? Displeasure? Regardless of whether it was the Pei Xiaofu from 10 years ago at Looming Academy or the Pei Taifu of the present, he would never despise her. Even if he loathed himself, what blossomed was affection, different kinds of affection. 10 years prior, it was a tender companionship, whereas now it was a longing to share a lifetime together. For the first time, Pei Ziye faced his heart with such sincerity and without burden. "Thank you for always rushing toward me." He gazed at her, voicing a desire that had lingered in his heart. "Jiang Shiyuan, I need you." What was he saying? Was this a confession? Jiang Shiyuan stared at him, somewhat incredulous, her eyes welling with unshed tears. He truly was a genius, concocting such a perfect and melodious declaration. He did not merely say he liked her, he expressed his need for her. This acknowledgement of her uniqueness surpassed mere affection. Being cherished by Pei Ziye was special, but being needed by him was unparalleled. And Jiang Shiyuan, above all, cherished being needed. With tears glistening in her eyes, Jiang Shiyuan looked at him with a quivering voice, exuding an air of vulnerability. Pei Ziye leaned closer, cradling her face in his large hand, and gently kissed the corner of her eye. "I am so pleased that the intriguing you is willing to marry the rather dull me." Jiang Shiyuan slowly closed her eyes as Pei Ziye's kiss traveled from her eye to her lips. What began as a gentle caress transformed into an intimate union of lips and breath, akin to a long-hidden fine wine, intense and fragrant, impossible to resist. Jiang Shiyuan's heart raced uncontrollably, unable to withstand the sensations. Just as she felt herself growing weak, a hand encircled her waist, gently drawing her into his embrace. "You must become accustomed to this." Pei Ziye released her, brushing his fingertip along her lips, laughing softly, his playful brow conveying an irresistible allure. Jiang Shiyuan remained in a daze. Pei Ziye leaned down and pressed another soft kiss to her lips, resting his forehead against hers, his voice low yet earnest. "Get used to my demands. Grant me tenderness. I truly need it." As dusk fell, Jiang Shiyuan was fully awake from her intoxication, yet still nestled in Pei Ziye's arms. Pei Ziye inquired, "What do you wish to do tomorrow?" Jiang Shiyuan, still somewhat incredulous, found his words echoing in her mind. The one she cherished also harbored feelings for her, and not merely a fleeting affection. The thought alone brought her a secret delight. "I am to be wed, yet the matron forbids me from venturing out." "If you wish to see me," Jiang Shiyuan said, counting on her fingers, "you must wait for 12 days. Pei Ziye smiled gently, taking hold of her fingers, and directly broached the subject. let us fly kites. A decade prior, he had promised to accompany her on the third day of the third month to partake in kite flying, yet he had failed to fulfill that vow. Jiang Shiyuan's eyes sparkled with realization, and she quickly understood his intention. You need not feel remorse, although you did not accompany me that year. The academy held a kite competition. Can you guess what place I secured? The first, Pei Ziye guessed. Jiang Shiyuan nodded. Indeed, among so many, my kite soared the highest. And I claimed the first prize, a brand new set of shadow puppets. Pei Ziye gazed at her with tenderness. Do you like it? Should I speak the truth? Jiang Shiyuan replied, tilting her head to look at him, shaking her head. I was delighted at my victory, thinking you had never played, longing to perform for you. Yet, I realized. Oh, I was mistaken. The teacher is now in Shuzhou, she reminisced. A wave of bitterness washed over Pei Ziye as he reflected. Indeed, I have never played. As a child, I once caught a glimpse of the night market from afar, watching all the children gathered, filled with joy and laughter. He looked down at her. I imagined there could be no child who would not enjoy such things. It's not too late to play now, Jiang Shiyuan, who had previously maintained her reserve about her impending marriage, now eagerly proposed. Let us visit the night market tomorrow. I cannot wait to showcase my skills to the grand tutor. Pei Ziye, smiling, agreed. Very well. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. Upon returning to the general's residence, Jiang Shiyuan hurried to the storeroom. Matron, where is the set of shadow puppets I won from kite flying 10 years ago? She dove into the storeroom filled to the brim with dowry gifts, rummaging about. Matron Qin, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over. Why the sudden interest in such trinkets? Be cautious as you go to the eastern storeroom. Do not stumble. She hastened to keep pace with Jiang Shiyuan. I found it, Jiang Shiyuan exclaimed, blowing off the thick layer of dust from a large sandalwood box. She opened it to reveal a complete set of shadow puppetry tools. Though somewhat faded, they remained intact. Clutching her treasure, she made her way to her room, eager to practice before teaching Pei Ziye the next day. Matron Qin chuckled in disbelief. You are to be wed, yet you still cling to these toys? Jiang Shiyuan turned back with a smile. Matron, this is more important than marriage. The person I have been waiting for has returned. Matron Qin paused, gazing at the box. Inside, alongside the set of shadow puppets, lay numerous trinkets, all special gifts from Mr. Meng during her time at Looming Academy. Though mere children's toys, they were exceptionally crafted. Ivory chess sets, gilded dice, and an octagonal lantern that cast dancing shadows. The young lady cherished them dearly, always storing them away with great care. The young lady remarked that there was someone who had yet to experience this, and she wished to wait for his return to share it with him. Chapter 81. Matters of the Court. How could the Grand Tutor be of less interest? The following day, under a bright sun, Jiang Shiyuan was still in deep slumber when her blanket was suddenly lifted, revealing the voice of Sierra. Still sleeping? The sun is already high in the sky. Sierra had come to deliver a set of cosmetics to Jiang Shiyuan, along with an invitation to her housewarming celebration. Little did she expect that this woman would still be fast asleep at such a late hour. As the Grand Tutor's wife, such laziness was simply unacceptable. Jiang Shiyuan lay sprawled on her bed, her eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, utterly unable to open them. A faint aura of lethargy enveloped her. Your Highness, the princess. Jiang Shiyuan greeted with her lips, shifting to a more comfortable position, her eyes still closed as she asked, May I speak with you while reclining? She had practiced shadow puppetry until the late hours of the night and had not slept well in the preceding days. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Of course, granted. Sierra seemed quite excited, bending down to lie beside her, urging, do not only indulge in sweet nothings with Grand Tutor Pei. Take an interest in the affairs of the court and concern yourself with the state of the nation. Jiang Shiyuan chuckled softly, her lips curving upward in a smile. Matters of the court cannot possibly compare to the allure of the Grand Tutor. Sierra clicked her tongue, recalling the recent gossip within the palace regarding Grand Tutor Pei's betrothal and the extravagant nature of the betrothal gifts. Each mention was met with envy and admiration. The newlywed husband, possessing both unparalleled talent and immense power, cherished her as a treasure. It was a dream that would make anyone wake up smiling. Fearing that Jiang Shiyuan might become overly pleased with herself, Sierra continued, the Zhao family has been dismissed, and Zhao Chongqing has been severely beaten. The Zhao household is in disarray, and in a desperate attempt, they have sought refuge at the fifth prince's residence. Meanwhile, Xie Jingxiu has been implicated in a report, accused of conspiring with court officials and forming factions for personal gain. Even the third prince has not yet returned to the capital. Yet Xie Jingxiu is already in dire straits. What will happen when the third prince returns? He may very well lose his mind. This was indeed a matter of great significance, prompting Jiang Shiyuan to open her eyes. What of concubine Lan? Xie Ruo scoffed. If you can see me here, you can guess how she is faring. Concubine Lan is currently preoccupied with her own troubles. The emperor has unexpectedly changed his disposition, transferring the governance of the 6 palaces to concubine Jiang, who has been residing in Zhuixia Palace daily. The palace whispers suggest that concubine Jiang may become empress, thereby allowing the third prince to rightfully claim the eastern palace. Jiang Shiyuan turned to look at her. And what of my aunt? What is she busy with? At this, Xie Ruo could not help but chuckle softly. After concubine Jiang took charge of the 6 palaces, she promptly arranged a duty roster for the concubines to serve the emperor. If the emperor is occupied and does not summon anyone, they will follow the roster. Even concubine Lan has been treated equally and assigned her own day. The concubines are all immensely grateful to concubine Jiang. And then, Jiang Shiyuan pressed for more. Xie Ruo continued. However, the emperor has been frequenting Zhuixia Palace these past few days. Concubine Jiang believes that he has lost interest in the old favorites, so she hastily seeks to arrange a selection of new candidates for him. This news has spread to the former court, where everyone praises concubine Jiang as gracious and virtuous, the ideal choice for empress. Yet, the emperor has not approved this. On the day I went to pay my respects, I noticed he seemed rather displeased. Xie Ruo recalled her childhood, when she would listen to the gossipy old maidservants in the palace, speaking of how her father, the emperor, had known concubine Jiang since their youth. Alas, the Jiang family was of too lowly a status, and thus concubine Jiang could only enter the palace as a secondary consort. Nevertheless, her father bestowed the 3 letters and 6 rights upon her, enlisting the matriarch of the Ningda Marquette to act as matchmaker, and formally welcomed concubine Jiang into the royal household with the honors befitting a principal wife. But what did it matter? Ultimately, her father chose imperial power, marrying another woman and bestowing the title of empress upon her. Suddenly, Xie Ruo collapsed, her gaze fixated on the intricate patterns of the bed curtains. Jiang Shiyuan, if there were a man whom you loved dearly, but you were destined to share him with another, would you marry him? In that instant, Jiang Shiyuan couldn't help but envision Pei Ziye, contemplating the notion of sharing him. A peculiar discomfort stirred within her, yet she shook her head resolutely. I would not marry. Even if that man were the esteemed Master Pei, I would rather forego him. Xie Ruo echoed her sentiment. Neither would I marry. I would rather embrace a solitary life. Jiang Shiyuan laughed at her. Who would believe such a claim? You yearn to see the top scholar every year. How could you possibly resign yourself to a life of solitude? The emperor has declared that after the spring examination, he will select a suitor for you. If all goes well, you shall wed by next spring. Moreover, as a princess, your future husband cannot harbor divided affections. You will live a life of splendor and contentment. I am certain of it. Xie Ruo, suppressing her laughter, suddenly turned to gaze earnestly at Jiang Shiyuan. Jiang Shiyuan, thank you. Thank you for your kindness and for tolerating my unpredictable temper. Upon uttering these words, Xie Ruo felt her cheeks flush. Oh dear, how overly sentimental. Just ignore that. Jiang Shiyuan chuckled softly. Feeling a wave of discomfort, Xie Ruo rose from her bed. She had initially intended to be the first to invite her to tour her residence, but upon seeing Jiang Shiyuan's demeanor, she decided against it. Before I leave, Xie Ruo cautioned, be wary of the Shen family in the coming days. It seems that Princess Wenhe has lost her senses. She barged into the imperial study yesterday, demanding that the emperor annul your engagement to the grand tutor and bestow you upon Shen Luchu instead. The emperor had been furious, forbidding Princess Wenhe from entering the palace uninvited, warning that should she act so brazenly again, he would revoke her title. Jiang Shiyuan fell silent, yet remained unfazed. After a brief nap, she awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated, ready to bathe and adorn herself. With meticulous care, she shaped her brows, applied lip color, powdered her face, and tried on various garments and accessories. The old maidservant opposed her going out, yet did not object to her accompanying Grand Tutor Pei, even personally styling her hair into an exquisite coiffure. As the sun began to set, casting a resplendent glow, Pei Zie's carriage arrived punctually, and he presented her with a formal invitation. Jiang Shiyuan took the invitation from him and stepped outside. Today, Pei Ziye appeared different from his usual solemn self. dressed in a light-colored robe, with a few strands of hair falling across his forehead, exuding a softer charm and striking handsomeness. Jiang Shiyuan walked briskly to him, returning the invitation. Here, this is the pass from the general's residence. You may use it for direct access in the future. Pei Ziye lowered his gaze, observing the invitation, which bore the distinct paw print of the family cat, unmistakably an official document affixed with the state seal. Must I pay customs duties on this? Pei Ziye inquired in return. Jiang Shiyuan paused, taken aback. Before she could react, Pei Ziye lowered his head and swiftly planted a kiss on her cheek. Chapter 82. Jiang Shiyuan. By me, sugar figurines Qin Mama and Hong Do were still at the doorway. Witnessing this scene, they said nothing, merely smiling as they averted their eyes. The grand tutor and the young lady were a couple of contrasting ages, and Qin Mama had initially harbored concerns that the young lady's vivacity would clash with the grand tutor's composure. However, observing their intimacy now, especially the grand tutor's indulgent and accommodating demeanor, all her lingering worries dissipated. The empress was indeed correct. The grand tutor was the most suitable person for the young lady in the world. His character was of exceptional quality, a fact she recognized a decade ago. 10 years prior, when the young lady accidentally set fire to the grand tutor's study, filled with invaluable ancient texts, such a loss would have been devastating to any bibliophile. Yet, the grand tutor did not hold it against her. He even sent her back home without a thought for the half-burned room or the injuries he sustained from rushing into the flames. In the face of such misfortune, others would have sought retribution, but he remained unperturbed. Even at a young age, the grand tutor displayed an extraordinary level of tolerance. A decade ago, the Jiang family underwent a sudden upheaval, and Qin Mama found herself powerless, unsure of how to console the young lady, who cried softly under her blanket at night. Fortunately, during that time, Pei Xiaofu appeared. Suddenly kissed in public, Jiang Shiyuan felt her cheeks warm slightly as she pulled Pei Ziye onto the carriage, where he graciously nodded farewell to Qin Mama. Jiang Shiyuan inwardly sighed, realizing that compared to her own need for a drink to muster courage for small matters, the grand tutor was truly composed. Was this the demeanor of a powerful official? Once they settled into the carriage, it began to move smoothly forward. Jiang Shiyuan had regained her usual demeanor, her eyes sparkling with the anticipation of exploring the night market with Pei Ziye. The thought of wandering through the bustling crowd under the soft glow of lanterns filled her with warmth. Do you know what the greatest pleasure of going out shopping is? Jiang Shiyuan inquired. Pei Ziye shook his head. Leaning against him, she looked up and said, "The greatest pleasure is being able to buy anything you desire without having to spend your own money." As she spoke, Jiang Shiyuan pulled out a money pouch she had prepared in advance, plump and full. "Tonight, let me indulge the grand tutor for once, whatever he desires. All expenses are on me," she declared with exuberance, shaking her pouch dramatically. Pei Ziye pressed his lips together, responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Is this the reason you've been running up my tab everywhere? Why are you bringing up old grievances?" Jiang Shiyuan retorted, slightly embarrassed yet unrepentant. "You have plenty of money. I see you have no place to spend it. A few sugar figurines and trinkets won't cost much. Furthermore," she paused, casting a lingering glance at him. "What furthermore?" Pei Ziye prompted. "Furthermore, you also had some of that sugar figurine. Have you forgotten?" Jiang Shiyuan reminded him. Pei Ziye was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a moment before recalling the incident. She was in distress from a toothache, lamenting loudly, writhing like a worm from one end of his desk to the other. She wept not only for her pain, but also for the sugar figurines she had purchased from several streets away, lamenting their lack of appreciation and taste. She insisted on offering them to him, pleading for him to indulge, to sacrifice himself for the sake of the candy, granting the sugar figures a dignified end and a cherished resting place. At that moment, he could only chuckle in exasperation. The idioms he had taught her in the past few days were all being employed here. "Did you eat it in the end?" Jiang Shiyuan inquired, her bright, curious eyes sparkling. She remembered how she had shoved the sugar figurine toward him and then slipped away. Pei Ziye seemed to be reminiscing as well. Perhaps he was unaware that every time he recalled the moments shared with Jiang Shiyuan, his expression softened, transforming him entirely. Pei Ziye nodded slowly. "I did." Jiang Shiyuan gazed at him, a smile curving her lips. "How was it? Tasty?" "Very sweet," Pei Ziye replied honestly. Yet, he had told a white lie. It was not that he disliked sweets. Rather, in pursuit of that elusive composure and rationality, he refrained from indulging in any particular preference, flavor, or even person. Upon hearing his answer, Jiang Shiyuan felt a sweetness blossom within her heart, akin to savoring honey. At that moment, her desire to shower Pei Taifu with gifts reached its zenith. Buy whatever Taifu desires, I shall procure for him, even if it's the moon from the sky. I would climb up to fetch it. Then it's settled. Today, I shall pay, Jiang Shiyuan said, her concern prompting her to reach for his waist. First, hand over your purse. Pei Ziye chuckled, reclining lazily to the side, allowing her to rummage through his belongings. Jiang Shiyuan seized his purse and tossed it aside, advising him. The night market will be crowded. Stay close to me and don't wander off. Her tone was reminiscent of a child being reassured. She then shifted her words. But I'm not worried. No matter how many people there are, I will spot you at first glance. There she was again, teasing him. The one who spoke the sweetest words. Pei Ziye's eyes sparkled like a constellation, radiating the gentlest light. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace. Arriving at the entrance of the night market just as night fell, lanterns illuminating one by one, coalescing into a splendid earthly galaxy, bustling and vibrant. The atmosphere was lively and prosperous. Jiang Shiyuan, her spirits soaring, pulled Pei Ziye from the carriage, leading him deftly to the tea stall at the street corner. The first order of business was to savor a bowl of their signature almond tea. She ordered 2 steaming bowls, the aroma of nuts mingling with a subtle sweetness. The familiar flavor opened the door to memories. During a frigid year, when the bitter medicine left him speechless, Jiang Shiyuan had miraculously appeared with a steaming bowl of tea before him. While waiting for the almond tea, Jiang Shiyuan also purchased honey cakes, crystal soaps, and Indian gooseberries. Pei Ziye gazed at those familiar items, his heart blooming like spring. Who said he had never visited a night market? Though he had not been physically present, he had not missed the lively essence of this place a decade ago. This rabbit cake is delicious. You should try it. Jiang Shiyuan unexpectedly brought over a package of pastries, presenting them to him with the same exuberance she had displayed a decade earlier when she had fed him a bowl of almond tea. Master, do have some. It's perfectly fine. I shall not divulge this to Lord Cui. Pei Ziye gazed at her in a daze, the lights of the night market illuminating her figure, draping her in a sanctified glow. Jiang Shiyuan, buy me some sugar figurines. She looked up at him, her lips curving into a gentle smile. How could the esteemed Pei Taifu not have a fondness for sweets? Despite the fact that the sugar figurines had long since melted into an unrecognizable form after traversing several streets, he had not declined them. All right, I shall select the largest one for you. Chapter 83. Did you hear? The fortune teller proclaimed that we are most compatible. Jiang Shiyuan chose the largest sugar figurine. Of course. Pei Ziye merely symbolically took a couple of bites, the remainder succumbing to a sweet demise within Jiang Shiyuan's belly. Eat less. Be wary of toothaches. Pei Ziye expressed his concern. Jiang Shiyuan cast him a sidelong glance, her expression brimming with pride as she retorted, I never suffer from toothaches. Pei Ziye smiled along with her, yet suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to kiss her. She was far sweeter than any confection. Once satiated, the two rose and meandered through the throngs of people. The lights shone brightly as they strolled past an array of colorful stalls. Jiang Shiyuan, walking ahead, animatedly shared her thoughts. While Pei Ziye understood she sought to make up for his regrets, he remained silent, allowing her to lead him, step by step, in sync with her rhythm. After a while, they happened upon a fortune-telling booth, where a long queue had formed. It appeared that the local fortune teller, renowned for his accuracy, especially in matters of love, had set up shop, drawing seekers from far and wide. Jiang Shiyuan, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Taifu, have you ever had your fortune told? Pei Ziye shook his head. So, this will be your first time? She exclaimed. Then it is imperative we consult him today. With a flourish, she waved her hand, offering 2 coins to each person in line, thus cutting to the front. The fortune teller, a small old man with a goat-like beard and partially white hair, wore a blindfold over one eye, embodying the quintessential fortune teller's guise. Jiang Shiyuan and Pei Ziye seated themselves at the small table before the fortune teller. Noticing Jiang Shiyuan's earlier bravado in their attire, the fortune teller greeted them with great warmth. What would you like to know, esteemed guests? We wish to inquire about our romantic destinies, Jiang Shiyuan replied. As soon as the words left her lips, the fortune teller squinted, his gaze flitting between their faces. Your features suggest. The fortune teller furrowed his brow, just beginning to speak when a piece of broken silver clinked onto the table before him. Speak plainly, Jiang Shiyuan demanded, her brow raised in a haughty manner. The silver, though but a small amount, was tossed with the weight of a fortune. Pei Ziye stifled a chuckle. The fortune teller, now beaming with delight at the sight of the silver, exclaimed, "You two possess the grace of dragons and phoenixes, with beauty that rivals flowers and moons. It is evident you are a celestial couple, destined to be united." He theatrically calculated with his fingers, casting their fortunes once more, and then proclaimed, "A match made in heaven. A match made in heaven." Jiang Shiyuan's face lit up with joy as she laughed heartily. Turning to Pei Ziye, "Did you hear that? The fortune teller proclaimed that you and I are the most compatible." Pei Ziye took her hand, enveloping it warmly within his grasp. "I heard that. Once again, I was enchanted by Jiang Shiyuan's sweet words of affection. More alluring than my own willingness to express love is the fact that you are the one listening. They all say you and I are perfectly matched. Truly, you are a half-sage. Your predictions are undeniably accurate." Before leaving, Jiang Shiyuan tossed a piece of broken silver onto the table. As she walked away from the fortune teller's stall, she glanced back to see the smile on Pei Ziye's face and his firm grip on her hand. Playfully, she retreated, tilting her head triumphantly. "Am I not quite the spendthrift? A few ounces of broken silver have managed to elevate the Grand Tutor's spirits immensely." Pei Ziye nodded, genuinely impressed. "Quite so. And what of the debts I previously incurred?" Jiang Shiyuan inquired. In the realm of old debts, none could rival her. Unable to contain himself any longer, Pei Ziye swiftly pecked her lips and replied, "Worth it." This time, Jiang Shiyuan felt no embarrassment, but rather a profound delight. Her smile radiant like blooming peach and plum blossoms in March. "Let us proceed to the next challenge, archery. Allow me to witness your prowess, master. You cannot solely test me." Jiang Shiyuan urged Pei Ziye to hasten towards the archery range. It was the most popular game in the entire night market. Surrounded by a throng of people, on a wooden wall several paces away hung 10 lanterns of varying heights. Striking each lantern yielded different rewards. Pei Ziye did not hesitate. Seeing her enthusiasm, he inquired, "What do you wish for?" Jiang Shiyuan playfully drew a circle in the air, declaring she desired them all. Pei Ziye nodded, turned to request 10 arrows, then adopted a serious demeanor as he knocked an arrow to his bowstring, displaying a skill that belied his identity as a civil servant. Resembling a seasoned warrior instead, while others were still drawing their bows, Pei Ziye released his arrow with a flick of his fingertip. The arrows flew forth like lightning. One after another, 10 arrows were loosed in rapid succession, each striking true, extinguishing all 10 lanterns in an instant. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into exclamations of awe. What remarkable archery skills! How could it not be impressive? Jiang Shiyuan could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Scholar Cui had personally acted as a target to train him, honing both his archery skills and his focus. Later, when Pei Ziye discovered she was learning archery and offered to teach her, she was filled with trepidation, fearing he would employ similar rigorous methods on her. Yet, Pei Ziye reassured her, saying it was sufficient to simply shoot the arrow. Missing was of no consequence. He even crafted a small bow specifically for her, inscribing her name on one end and carving a sprig of dogwood on the other. At times, Jiang Shiyuan wondered if Pei Ziye had viewed her as a reflection of his younger self, transforming Scholar Cui's stringent discipline into his unconditional indulgence, infusing her with all the affection he had missed. The same was true during their chess games, when she regretted a move and, in frustration, overturned the board. Pei Ziye would not grow angry. After gently admonishing her for her poor sportsmanship, he would comfort her, saying, "Next time, I shall grant you 10 pieces." After a decade of running his stall, the vendor had never encountered such a remarkable young master. "This is your reward." The stall owner, thoroughly convinced, unhesitatingly handed all the prizes to Jiang Shiyuan. Within the confines of the scene, there exists a luminous fish lantern adorned with vibrant colors, accompanied by a plush hairpin resembling a hibiscus flower, along with several other trinkets. Jiang Shiyuan takes a particular liking to the fish lantern, while Pei Ziye is enamored by the hairpin. He lifts the hairpin to adorn her hair, remarking on its beauty. Jiang Shiyuan raises the fish lantern in her hand, expressing her admiration for it as well. "What were you just pondering?" Pei Ziye, with his keen perception, discerns her emotions even amidst the archery. Jiang Shiyuan clicks her tongue, reflecting on their chess games. Pei Ziye chuckles softly, recalling her expression of dismay upon losing a piece, her face falling with each defeat, and her hands becoming increasingly restless. Though she seldom weeps, she possesses a spirited nature, turning the chessboard upside down without a second thought. To coax her into playing along, he concedes one piece to her with each loss. How many pieces have I allowed you? Pei Ziye inquires. 15, responds Jiang Shiyuan. They have played 15 games, each culminating in her dismal defeat. Next time, I shall grant you 16 pieces, he declares. Absolutely not, she retorts. Just as I have no aversion to toothaches. I equally detest chess, Jiang Shiyuan states, running ahead with the fish lantern, glancing back at Pei Ziye with a smile. All for your amusement. Chapter 84. Jiang Chaosho and Pei Jingjing. After completing their archery, Jiang Shiyuan initially intended to accompany Pei Ziye to a shadow play, but unexpectedly, the weather, which had been pleasant, suddenly turned to a torrential downpour. The once lively and warm crowd dispersed chaotically, a flurry of movement. Concerned for their safety, Pei Ziye swiftly led her to seek refuge beneath an awning. The rain fell in torrents, accompanied by a chilling wind, transforming the streetlights into scattered glimmers amidst the dark curtain of rain. Squatting beneath the eaves, Jiang Shiyuan watched the raindrops cascade from the rooftop, her head drooping, displaying a hint of melancholy. The shadow play was now unattainable. She had practiced all night and yearned to showcase her skills before the esteemed Pei Taifu. Pei Ziye stood at the upwind side, holding her fish lantern, positioning himself to shield her from the wind that swept in from outside. Next time, bring me along, he said, his words implying not merely a future visit, but a deeper invitation. Comforted by his affirmation, Jiang Shiyuan felt a wave of relief. She was to marry Pei Ziye. There would be countless opportunities for them to return together. As the rain continued to patter, Jiang Shiyuan tilted her head to gaze at him, looking up at his tall and steady figure. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Pei Ziye inquired, glancing down at her. Still squatting, Jiang Shiyuan tilted her face upward to meet his gaze. From this angle, you remind me of my childhood. Like a tree while I am but a weed. You, this tree, may not have fared well, yet you feign indifference, shielding me from the storm, allowing a sliver of light to filter through, nurturing me in such a way that I remain blissfully unaware of the world's vastness. Is that so? Pei Ziye's gaze softened, his demeanor tranquil. Yet in my eyes, I am the tree, and you are the wind. You are a gust that ought to roam freely, but due to fleeting curiosity, you linger momentarily, at times howling chaotically, at others gentle and serene, bringing life to this withered tree, whose roots are ensnared in the depths of the earth, making each day less tedious. Jiang Shiyuan was taken aback by Pei Ziye's perspective, unaware of his somber reflections. She felt a stirring within her, yet amidst the emotion, a trace of displeasure lingered. Am I noisy? Do you perceive me as such? Jiang Shiyuan furrowed her brows and protested loudly. Her eyes widened, as if to say, you shall not find peace until you provide me with an explanation. Pei Ziye observed the animated expression on her face, unable to suppress a smile, and decided to relent. Isn't it noisy? Jiang complained. Each day, she had an endless stream of words, from the academy to the street corner. She could vividly narrate even a dog fight for half an hour. There was a time when he had to stuff cotton in his ears while reading, for otherwise, he would be surrounded by her raucous footsteps or her exuberant cries while chasing cats and dogs. The doctor had mentioned that children of her age could not sit still. Moreover, expending energy would assist in navigating through the difficult phases. Jiang Shiyuan stood up, approached him, and defiantly declared, what can you do? I shall be a source of noise for you for the rest of your life. Pei Jingjing. Pei Ziye was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled heartily. Pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, and spoke in a deep voice, Pei Jingjing welcomes it with open arms. All right, Jiang Shiyuan pursed her lips. Charmed by Pei Taifu's juvenile antics, she wrapped her arms around his waist, nestled into his embrace, and looked up at him. You promised not to stuff cotton in your ears. Indeed, I shall not. I am all ears, he replied. They exchanged smiles as Pei Ziye unfastened his outer robe, enveloping her entirely within it. Is it cold? The wind and rain were shut out, and she felt a sudden warmth. Jiang Shiyuan shook her head, half closing her eyes. I'm a bit drowsy. We'll return when the rain subsides. They had ventured out without attendants this evening, accompanied only by a coachman, thus they could only wait for the rain to cease. This sudden downpour was indeed rather disheartening. Did you enjoy yourself tonight? Jiang Shiyuan did not forget to inquire. Pei Ziye, holding her close, gently nodded, very much. Jiang Shiyuan leaned against his chest, closed her eyes, and listened quietly to the rhythmic patter of raindrops outside, along with the steady beat of his heart. The thought that a heart was beating for her made her feel that the rain had its own enduring charm. Suddenly, She felt an urge to say something more poetic. Pei Ziye. The wind wishes to forever linger in your embrace. You must open your arms and hold it tight. Achu. Whether the wind had indeed paused in Pei Jingjing's embrace, Jiang Shiyuan could not tell, but the chill of the wind had settled within her. After being drenched in the rain and having not rested well for several days, Jiang Shiyuan returned from the night market only to fall prey to a cold, sneezing incessantly. Her voice hoarse, and her nose congested. Joy often comes with sorrow. Indeed, joy often comes with sorrow. Jiang Shiyuan sprawled on her bed, lamenting in a muffled voice. I was supposed to ride out of the city with Taifu today to admire the chrysanthemums. Granny Qin brought in a bowl of medicine. Only Taifu indulges you. With the wedding approaching, others are busy and flustered while you two are enjoying yourselves. Jiang Shiyuan sat up in bed, her voice muffled due to her blocked nose. Why the sudden change of heart? Just a few days ago, you said I should get closer to Taifu. What has happened? Don't you want to hold the young miss anymore? You are truly shameless. Granny Qin sighed in exasperation, reproaching her before handing over the medicine. Drink up, sweat it out, and do not let it turn into a cough like last time. Qin Mama reminisced about the time 4 years ago when she rescued Shen Luchu from the biting cold and the icy waters. Returning home to succumb to a severe illness that left her bedridden for over half a month. The chill lingered, with a persistent cough that penetrated deep into her lungs, leaving the physicians of the capital utterly powerless. It was only through the rare gift of a white sandalwood pill from Lord Wenyuan that she was finally able to expel the cold. Jiang Shiyuan, valuing her health and wishing to avoid the torment of illness again, did not hesitate to take the bitter medicine. Alas, it was exceedingly bitter. Her delicate features contorted in distaste, and she could not help but recall Pei Ziye from years past. Savoring a piece of candied fruit, she wrapped herself in a blanket, descended from her bed, and approached the table to pen a letter to Pei Ziye. The note was brief, concise, and to the point. I am unwell. The medicine is bitter, and I crave honey tangerines. Come swiftly. P.S. No sour ones, please. Signed, Jiang Yaya. Jiang Shiyuan swiftly folded the letter and attached it to the collar of her beloved cat, General. After nurturing the feline for some time, she entrusted it with this important task. Qin Mama chuckled nearby, urging her back to bed and instructing someone to take the cat to the Grand Tutor's residence to deliver the message. Just as Jiang Shiyuan was about to recline, she was suddenly informed that Lord Shen from the Wenyuan Marquisate had come to pay a visit. Chapter 85. For the past 3 years, he has been fulfilling you. Jiang Shiyuan had no choice but to dress appropriately to receive her guest. Upon meeting the Marquis, she courteously invited him to sit. Jiang Shiyuan greeted Lord Shen politely, aware that the matter of her being his adopted daughter was merely a means to silence public gossip, and thus she addressed him respectfully as Lord Shen. He, dressed in a perfectly tailored robe and with his hair meticulously arranged, clearly had taken care to present himself well before leaving, yet the fatigue in his eyes was unmistakable. Noticing a change in Jiang Shiyuan's voice, he inquired with concern, "Are you unwell? As winter approaches, you must take care to keep warm." His tone was gentle, reminiscent of a kind elder. "Thank you for your concern, Lord." Jiang Shiyuan replied politely. Observing Shen he hesitate as if he had more to say, she directly asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Lord?" Nodding, Shen he retrieved a brocade box from a low table behind him, stating, "This is your dowry from the Marquisate. The estate and shops have been transferred to your name. You have known Luchu for 10 years, and the Shen family is grateful for your care towards him. This is willingly given by our family. Please accept it with peace of mind." Jiang Shiyuan remained silent, listening intently. A look of regret crossed Shen He's face as he continued. "It is unfortunate that Luchu cannot be by your side. He, like us, lacks the fortune of companionship." However, he hesitated, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Shiyuan, would you consider visiting him once more? He has isolated himself in his study, refusing to see anyone." "Apologies," Jiang Shiyuan interrupted before Shen he could finish. "I cannot. My lord, I am no longer merely the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. I bear another identity." She had no time to become someone else's caged bird. She had chosen Pei Ziye and decided to rest her heart with him, unable to divert her gaze to another. Lord Shen paused, his expression filled with regret. "I misspoke." He rose to take his leave, and Jiang Shiyuan, contemplating the likelihood of their paths not crossing again, still expressed her gratitude. "Although I once saved Shen Luchu's life, I later succumbed to typhoid fever. The Marquis sent me white sandalwood pills to alleviate my suffering, and now he relinquishes half of my inheritance. Thus, we are even in terms of kindness and obligation. There is no need for the Marquis to feel any remorse. Nor should he be unsettled merely because I am an orphan. Shen He was momentarily taken aback. White sandalwood pills. Jiang Shiyuan looked at him with equal curiosity. Those rare white sandalwood pills, which are so precious that even the imperial pharmacy does not possess them, can only be found in the renowned medicinal family of the Miao clan in Yunnan. They are most effective in dispelling cold and resisting wind. Did the Marquis not know this? Of course, Shen He was aware. When Shen Luchu attempted to end his life by drowning, he was rescued, but subsequently fell gravely ill with a severe cold. The Marquis of Wenyuan had searched far and wide for the elusive white sandalwood pills, only to find none throughout the capital. After exhausting his connections, he finally learned that the young master of the Miao clan was trading in Jingzhou, a mere 800 miles away. He set off that very night to reach Jingzhou, but arrived too late. The white sandalwood pill that the Miao young master carried had already been claimed by another. According to the Miao young master, that person was exceedingly devout, braving the storm to offer an exorbitant price, relinquishing 2 medicinal gardens in Jingzhou in exchange for the drug, and then journeying through the snow that very night. Indeed, I had intended to procure 2 white sandalwood pills, but regrettably, I arrived too late. The medicine had already been taken. I managed to acquire alternative remedies and sent you a concoction specifically tailored for cold ailments by the Miao young master. Shen He spoke, then opened the brocade box in his hands, stating, "The items you returned previously contained a scroll, which was not sent by me. The merits of your parents and the battle reports from various regions are classified documents of the court, rarely encountered by common folk. The commendations regarding your mother are far removed in the northwest. It is exceedingly difficult to gather such information without a personal visit." Shen He returned the scroll detailing the accomplishments of Jiang Shiyuan's parents to her. Jiang Shiyuan stood frozen, her heart waging a tumultuous storm. Was it not sent by Lord Shen? The copied scroll had indeed arrived alongside the New Year gifts from the Marquis of Wenyuan. The white sandalwood pills were also delivered late at night by someone from the Marquis's household. She had believed that Lord Shen was exceptionally considerate, sending her medicine not once, but twice. Countless doubts surged within Jiang Shiyuan as she reopened the scroll, scrutinizing the characters in search of clues. Yet, she found nothing. The handwriting was entirely unfamiliar, despite having perused it countless times. If it were not for Lord Shen, then who could it be? Who else cared so deeply for her well-being and understood her aspirations? The Marquis of Wenyuan, emerging from the general's residence, pondered the same question. Who was this person who, under the pretense of the Marquis's name, showed such concern for Jiang Shiyuan? He recalled the winter storm from that year, so fierce that it rendered the mountains impassable. His carriage faced numerous perils en route from the capital to Jingzhou. Without the numerous guards accompanying him, he would have never arrived safely, let alone traveled by horseback at night. He too was curious about this person who had arrived before him, prompting him to send inquiries. The 2 largest medicinal gardens in Jingzhou, worth a fortune, had been under the Miao clan's watch for months without success until that individual appeared. Those gardens belonged to the esteemed Pei family of the capital. He remembered that after returning from Jingzhou, the 6 ministries were thrown into disarray for several days due to the inexplicable absence of the diligent grand tutor from court affairs. 3 days later, the esteemed Minister Pei returned to court, finally receiving back the documents he had submitted for review, though the handwriting had changed. Unbeknownst to him, his right hand bore an injury, rendering him unable to wield a brush, forcing him to rely solely on his left hand. The script resembled that of the scroll he had just read. Thus, it must have been Minister Pei. As Marquis Wenyuan pondered this, he stepped out of the general's residence, where a carriage came to a halt before him. The curtain was raised, revealing the stoic figure of Minister Pei, who gracefully descended from the carriage, holding a basket brimming with plump tangerines. The vivid hue was somewhat jarring yet fitting. Marquis Wenyuan offered a respectful gesture, and Minister Pei nodded in acknowledgement as they passed each other, exchanging no further words. Minister Pei strode into the general's residence. And Shun, he heard someone from within mention that the young lady had just taken her medicine and fallen asleep. Minister Pei replied, "No matter. I shall wait for her to awaken." His tone was tender, unlike before, as if confirming Shun He's suspicion. It was indeed him. Shun He then boarded his own carriage, returning to the Marquis Wenyuan's mansion. "Shen He, who permitted you to distribute the family fortune to others? I shall not allow it." A woman suddenly lunged at him, her voice shrill. Shen He remained impassive, simply stating, "Princess, I shall retain half of the estate for you. Let us part ways." A matter that should have been resolved 2 decades prior had languished due to his indecision, resulting in this unfortunate state. Princess Wanha's expression momentarily froze, her wrathful and resentful demeanor transforming into one of tearful anguish. "Shenhe, how could you treat me this way? I am the beloved jewel of the royal household. I married down to you. Why have you always turned a blind eye to me?" Shenhe wished to say little more, for he had made his indifference clear before their marriage 20 years ago. Even if she had coerced him into wedlock, his feelings would not have changed. The only person he felt remorse for was Shen Luchu. He should have forcibly taken him away back then. Shenhe entered Shen Luchu's study, pushing open the door. Inside, Shen Luchu was engrossed in repairing a yellow paper talisman. The talisman was too wrinkled, and he had been mending it for several days, finally nearing completion. Shenhe approached and snatched the top scholar's talisman from Shen Luchu's hands. "No need to repair it. You have no chance. You cannot emulate Minister Pei's forbearance. At the very least, you could learn to fulfill your obligations. For the past 3 years, he has been fulfilling yours." Chapter 86. What is the marriage of two geniuses called? After bidding farewell to Marquis Wen Yuan, Jiang Shiyuan was once again sent back to bed by Granny Qin. The medicine she had taken made her drowsy, and after a fitful slumber, she awoke to sunlight streaming through the flower-patterned window, illuminating the beauty of her resting place. Minister Pei stood at the foot of her bed, his bony fingers idly flipping through a book she had only partially read, while the commander cat swished its broom-like tail against his leg. Feeling neglected, the commander cat leaped onto the soft couch, discontentedly pressing its paws onto the book. The man chuckled softly. "Why are you so restless, just like her?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice of protest arose from behind him. "Entering uninvited is one thing, but speaking ill of others too, Minister Pei?" He turned to see Jiang Shiyuan, who had awakened at some point, wrapped in a blanket. Looking like a zongzi as she sat up on the bed, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Awake? Do you wish for some water?" Minister Pei inquired. "Yes," she replied. Pei Che approached the nearby round table and poured himself a cup of warm water, which he then brought over. Jiang Shiyuan, wrapped snugly in her quilt, concealed her hands, relishing his attentiveness, and lazily sipped half a cup of water from his hand. "Are you still feeling unwell? Should I summon the imperial physician?" Pei Che took back the cup and sat beside her. Jiang Shiyuan leaned against him like a weeble, her complexion pale, her voice faint, lacking her usual vivacity. "I feel much better now, though my mouth tastes a bit bitter." She was preoccupied with thoughts of her cherished oranges. "Where are my oranges?" To her dismay, Pei Che's expression turned slightly awkward. "They were confiscated." "What? Who has the audacity to confiscate the possessions of the esteemed Master Pei?" He explained. "Old Madame Qin said that due to the cold, citrus fruits are unsuitable as they may provoke a cough. Thus, upon entering, both the basket and the oranges were taken away." Jiang Shiyuan imagined the scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Old Madame Qin, with her penchant for mischief, indeed possessed a certain boldness. Yet, her revered master seemed somewhat inept, unable to safeguard even a humble mandarin. With a sigh, she pouted. "So you brought nothing for me? I shall make a fuss." She pretended to collapse into his embrace, prompting a soft laugh from Pei Che, who, like a magician, produced a small orange from seemingly nowhere. "I secretly kept one," he confessed. "Go ahead, eat it. Once you're done, I'll take the peel away so that old Madame Qin won't notice." His tone was conspiratorial, devoid of any trace of a powerful minister. Jiang Shiyuan gazed at the orange in his palm, laughing heartily. "Is it truly necessary to be so clandestine just to eat an orange?" Pei Che chuckled in response. "I thought you might throw a tantrum if you didn't get one, so I hid it." He could not bear to see her disappointment, especially knowing she had fallen ill because of him. "Besides, you used to employ me as a pretext quite often," he added. Jiang Shiyuan's parents were absent, and old Madame Qin took on the responsibility of her upbringing, inevitably imposing stricter demands. When she indulged in street snacks, she would run up a tab, flaunting them as rewards from her teacher to bring home. To this end, old Madame Qin had specifically sought him out, urging him not to indulge her too much. For a strict teacher yields an excellent pupil. "Why do you love bringing up the past so much?" Jiang Shiyuan shot him a glance. "Be careful. I can do the same." She quickly finished the small orange, savoring its sweetness, feeling a resurgence of vitality. "Master, I cannot visit you for the next few days. I have yet to complete the wedding invitations entrusted to me by old Madame Qin," she said. "Where are they?" "I'll write them for you," Pei Che offered immediately. The two then moved to the soft couch by the window, with Jiang Shiyuan leaning back, cradling a cat in the sunlight, while Pei Ziye prepared to write their wedding invitations on the low table in between. Pei Ziye's calligraphy, undoubtedly, was powerful and elegantly executed. Jiang Shiyuan lazily shifted closer, resting on the table, her delicate fingers lifting one of the completed invitations. Observing his fluid strokes, she remarked nonchalantly, "I remember. Master Pei's left-hand writing is also quite graceful and free-spirited." Pei Ziye paused, his hand faltering as he held the pen. Jiang Shiyuan remarked, "In the past, when I set fire to your study, I found myself ensnared in the flames. You rushed in to rescue me, and your right hand was severely burned, rendering you unable to even lift chopsticks. I recall that during that time, you consistently wrote with your left hand, and your penmanship was remarkable." She gazed at him with admiration. "How are you so incredible?" Pei Ziye offered a wry smile. "I am not extraordinary. As a child, I often faced punishment. And after injuring my right hand, I had no choice but to use my left. Over time, my left hand became as adept as my right." Jiang Shiyuan inquired, "So you are not a genius?" Pei Ziye shook his head. "No, I am not. Yet, I believe you are a genius." Jiang Shiyuan rested her chin on her hand, looking up at him with sparkling eyes, the genius of hidden tangerines. She laughed heartily, the sunlight enveloping her in a radiant glow. Pei Ziye's lips curved into a smile as he leaned in to gently kiss the corner of her mouth. "You are also a genius, a little genius of sweet nothings." Jiang Shiyuan relished this, whether it was his praise or his spontaneous kiss. She felt her illness fading away and eagerly asked, "What should the wedding feast of these two geniuses be called?" Pei Ziye appreciated her question. "What should it be called?" "Let it be named a match made in heaven," she replied. Pei Ziye gazed at her, his eyes warm with affection, more inviting than the sunlight that streamed through the window. Unable to resist, he leaned in to kiss her once more. Jiang Shiyuan closed her eyes beneath the floral lattice, joyfully accepting the admiration and kiss from another genius, readily reciprocating her delight. Their kiss lingered, gentle and tender, until they parted. Suddenly, Jiang Shiyuan asked, "So, why did you leave without a word back then?" Despite having received his confession that day, she had not obtained a definitive answer. Pei Ziye, snapping back from the warmth of the moment, realized she had intentionally bewildered him. However, he could not delve deeper, for the mention of their separation a decade ago filled him with guilt. This guilt, regardless of the truth, he found too shameful to articulate. How could he explain? That he thought he had fallen for an 8-year-old child? That he believed himself a monster, disregarding human decency? Or that he could not face her admiration and dependence, retreating in fear, too timid to show her his desire to care for her? Pei Ziye could not be honest. Helpless, he resorted to yet another deception. Lowering his gaze, he cleared his throat gently. "Because the banditry in Suzhou was severe at that time, I had no choice but to leave in haste." Jiang Shiyuan fixed her gaze upon him, watching as the confusion in his eyes shifted to avoidance, as the smile on his face gradually solidified and then vanished. She understood that this answer was a fabrication. Yet, she also perceived the fleeting panic and guilt that flickered in Pei Ziye's eyes. Jiang Shiyuan had initially intended to unearth more past grievances, such as the rejected purse from years ago, the fragrant incense worn by the elder Mrs. Pei, or the truth she had just learned about the sandalwood pills. However, she suddenly changed her mind. Rather than probing him, she resolved to seek the truth herself. Thus, after a day's rest, Jiang Shiyuan set off to the looming academy. Chapter 87. All questions found their answers. It is him with each autumn rain comes a chill, and the weather grows increasingly cold. Jiang Shiyuan has been eagerly awaiting the sun to shine brightly before donning her thick cloak and venturing out. The carriage heads straight to looming academy, halting at its entrance. There stands a stone wall at the gates of the academy, a tribute board commemorating achievements. Once, her name had graced that board, yet on that day, she felt not an ounce of joy. As Jiang Shiyuan disembarks, she cannot resist pausing to gaze at it. At that moment, Shen Luchu emerges from the academy. Shen Luchu spots Jiang Shiyuan from a distance, as does Zhou Jingshan. Zhou Jingshan's heart tightens, inwardly lamenting their fateful entanglement. After several days of seclusion, how is it that Shen Luchu encounters her the moment he steps outside? He hopes no further mischief ensues, especially since Shen Luchu is set to leave the capital. Indeed, Shen Luchu is to depart the capital, accompanying Lord Shen to Yuzhou. The Shen family is in turmoil, and his own heart is in disarray, rendering him incapable of focusing on his studies. Even if he were to remain in the capital for the spring examination, the outcome would likely be disheartening. Lord Shen intends to take him on a journey of 1,000 miles, where honor and wealth hold little significance. Today, he has come to bid farewell to his revered mentor at the academy. He did not anticipate fortuitously encountering Jiang Shiyuan at the entrance. Zhou Jingshan discreetly observes Shen Luchu, whose gaze remains fixed on Jiang Shiyuan as she approaches the tribute board. Shen Luchu recalls that day, 10 years prior, on a spring day with gentle sunlight. The usually exuberant Jiang Shiyuan stood alone beneath the tribute board, her head bowed, shoulders trembling as if she were quietly sobbing. He, being 2 years her elder and excelling in his studies, had been in the same classroom as older children since he was 10. Logically, he should have been beyond such childish interests, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to her every time their paths crossed. How could someone so audacious bring her cat to class daily and dare to wield a whip to chase others? She showed no fear even towards the academy's instructors. Should they falter in any way, she would surely rise to confront them, devoid of hesitation. Meanwhile, he could not even decide what to wear when stepping out each day. After witnessing her chase a classmate once more, his curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to stop the boy she was pursuing and inquire about what had provoked Jiang Shiyuan's ire. The boy, defiant, claimed he had not offended her. After all, Jiang Shiyuan was merely the little follower of Pei Xiaofu, who sent them off to attend the small classical lessons. In that moment, Shen Luchu understood his emotions clearly. It was jealousy. Jealousy of Pei Che. Pei Che's lessons, incomprehensible to others, left him in awe every day. Astonished by Pei Che's vast knowledge and innate talent, it was as if he stood before an insurmountable chasm, a divide that seemed impossible to cross. Family background, knowledge, reputation. At 16, Pei Che possessed nearly everything. How could that not evoke feelings of inadequacy? And he, who had everything, even had someone like Jiang Shiyuan to guard him. How could that not inspire envy? He too yearned for a valiant spirit to stand by his side. Upon seeing Jiang Shiyuan standing alone, he approached her without hesitation. As he had wished, Jiang Shiyuan became his devoted companion. Although she did not wield a whip to uphold his dignity, she tenderly attended to his feelings, regaling him with unamusing jokes and nonsensical chatter whenever he felt suffocated. She would remind him, "At least when you return home and call out for your mother, someone responds. Some have nothing at all. Considering this, might you feel a little better?" Jiang Shiyuan was both gentle and accommodating. With her presence, he felt an unusual sense of stability. However, it wasn't long before he discovered that beneath her soft exterior lay a core of unyielding strength. She always clung to her own convictions, relishing wild gallops on horseback, indulging in the art of perfumery, and wielding a whip, all of which defied her mother's expectations and the standards of the matriarch of the One Yuan Marquisate. He once entertained the notion of reshaping her into his ideal vision, but ultimately, she could no longer tolerate his attempts and chose to walk away from him. Shen Luchu withdrew from his thoughts and took a step forward, only to be anxiously grasped by Zhou Jingshan. "I just want to speak with her for a moment." Shen Luchu brushed aside Zhou Jingshan's hand and advanced to stand before Jiang Shiyuan. The two stood before the stone wall, reminiscent of their first encounter a decade prior. Jiang Shiyuan paused briefly, observing Shen Luchu, who appeared somewhat thinner yet bore a clearer demeanor, unlike the dejected figure he had been before. Shen Luchu glanced at the stone wall beside them and inquired, "Were you crying that day?" Jiang Shiyuan understood which day he referred to and nodded. "Was it because Pei Che left?" She nodded again, confirming that she had indeed wept alone for a long time following Pei Che's departure. A pang of bitterness surged within Shen Luchu. Zhou Jingshan had shared many things he was unaware of, including the banquet from 3 years prior. He recalled Pei Che's warning from years ago. His father was right. He could not emulate Pei Che's forbearance nor his selflessness. Yet, his father had misjudged one thing. Pei Che had not fulfilled him. From beginning to end, Pei Che had fulfilled Jiang Shiyuan and her choices. "He truly is your best choice. I wish you both happiness." Shen Luchu smiled at Jiang Shiyuan and then turned to leave. She glanced at him before resolutely striding ahead. The two individuals, gathered beneath the stone wall, each ventured in their own direction, growing ever more distant. Jiang Shiyuan traversed the academy, making her way to the small courtyard where Mr. Meng resided, explaining her purpose. "Mr. Meng, I wish to see the writings left by Pei Che during his time at the academy." Given Mr. Meng's fondness for Pei Che, he surely had preserved the works Pei Che had left behind. If she could locate those old pieces, she would find the script penned by Pei Che's left hand. She had certain matters to verify and felt a strong premonition that her suspicions were correct. Mr. Ming was exceedingly amiable. Upon hearing her request, his smile broadened. "Oh, seeking your husband's old belongings, are you? I have plenty of those, though I'm unsure if I possess what you're looking for. Then I would appreciate it if you could show me." Jiang Shiyuan once again produced her carefully prepared token of gratitude. A rare imperial wine once bestowed upon the general's residence, long buried in the cellar for years. Today, she had specially summoned someone to unearth it for the esteemed gentleman to savor. Mr. Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. 2 jars of wine for the couple, 1 for each. And with the token of appreciation from Pei Ziye, he had indeed struck a splendid bargain. "Come, let us retire to my study. I shall find something for you, Mr. Ming beckoned, leading Jiang Shiyuan to his study. He rummaged through a chest filled with assorted treasures. "Behold, this is a painting from Pei Ziye before he rose to fame. Observe the brushwork, so free-spirited," he shared, and then continued. "This poem was penned by Pei Ziye at the tender age of 13, such broad-mindedness at such a young age." As Mr. Ming proudly unveiled one piece after another, Jiang Shiyuan, eager to unearth the answer she sought, found herself increasingly anxious. Mr. Ming then extracted a stack of yellowed letters, raising them towards Jiang Shiyuan. "Look, this stack contains letters Pei Ziye sent me from Suzhou. Are you interested?" Feeling a surge of urgency, Jiang Shiyuan interrupted. "Sir, may I first see his writings from the academy?" "What a pity," Mr. Ming sighed, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He turned back to the chest and retrieved a neatly bound roll of papers. "All his writings from the academy are here. Take a look." Jiang Shiyuan's heart raced as she began to sift through the papers, her hands trembling with anticipation. Sheet after sheet, she meticulously examined them, fearful of missing any detail. After perusing countless pages, she finally stumbled upon a distinctly different, ethereal style amidst the robust script. Jiang Shiyuan held her breath. She recognized the familiar handwriting from the scroll chronicling her parents' achievements, so well ingrained in her memory from countless readings. It was he, indeed. It was Pei Ziye? In that instant, all her doubts seemed to dissolve into clarity. It was Pei Ziye who had transcribed the scroll for her, who had delivered the sandalwood pill to her door in the dead of night, and who had orchestrated the appearance of the lady. He had always subtly nudged her during her lowest moments, only to vanish again, just as she had observed. Despite his own struggles, he had consistently shielded her from the tempest. Jiang Shiyuan felt a warmth welling in her eyes. She abruptly stood, turning to stride towards the exit. She needed to see Pei Ziye. She had to inquire why he had remained absent for so many years. Did he intend to conceal himself for a lifetime? Should she remain oblivious? What was he afraid of, or what was he hiding? Departing from the academy, Jiang Shiyuan made her way directly to the Grand Tutor's residence. Lamenting her lack of wings, wishing to appear before Pei Ziye at once. After several urgent prompts, the carriage finally halted at the Grand Tutor's estate. However, as Jiang Shiyuan disembarked, she was met by a frigid gaze. "I do not consent to this union," declared Chancellor Cui, his first words upon seeing Jiang Shiyuan. Chapter 88. Words that should have been spoken 10 years ago. "I hope it is not too late now. I do not approve of your marriage to Pei Ziye," Chancellor Cui reiterated as Jiang Shiyuan settled into a private room at the tea house. Pei Ziye, approaching middle age, donned simple attire, yet her demeanor remained austere, reflecting the same displeasure evident a decade ago. However, Jiang Shiyuan felt no trepidation. She was no longer the insignificant weed of her past. "The union between us was sanctioned by Pei Ziye and myself, rendering Cui Darren's consent unnecessary." Pei Ziye scoffed. "You remain as audacious as you were 10 years ago." Jiang Shiyuan took a sip of tea, interpreting the remark as a compliment. "I do possess a certain boldness beyond the ordinary." Pei Ziye retorted. "Are you aware that your reckless audacity may lead to ruin? A decade prior, your deliberate entanglement nearly led Pei Ziye astray." Jiang Shiyuan responded with a cold smile. "Are you scolding an 8-year-old child for leading others astray? Perhaps you overestimate my influence. To harbor affection for a child of 8, disregarding moral propriety, is it not a misguided path? This is Pei Ziye's greatest blemish, and you are its source." Pei Ziye admonished sternly. Jiang Shiyuan froze, perplexed by her words. Pei Ziye continued. "Because of you, he has borne a moral burden for 10 years. He cannot confront you, and now you wish to marry him, which amounts to tormenting him daily. Thus, I oppose this union." Was this the reason Pei Ziye departed without notice? Was this why he remained hidden? Because a decade ago, The 16-year-old boy cherished the 8-year-old girl? Jiang Shiyuan found it utterly absurd, too absurd. Jiang Shiyuan, you are the source of his suffering. Therefore, I implore you to spare Pei Ziye, Pei Ziye insisted with righteous fervor. Jiang Shiyuan raised her gaze. Is this yet another of your strategies following your previous lashing and scapegoating? To impose upon him a moral burden, to test his resolve, to ravage the remnants of his humanity? Jiang Shiyuan regarded her coldly, her eyes brimming with disdain. Pei Ziye was momentarily taken aback by the intensity in her gaze. With a sudden crash, Jiang Shiyuan rose and overturned the table, a thunderous noise echoing as teacups and delicacies scattered across the floor. This was the act she had long desired to execute in Pei Ziye's study a decade prior. Pei Ziye bore no blemish. He was not required to be perfect. Beyond his scholarly pursuits, he was entitled to emotions and desires. His affection for me 10 years ago stemmed from his compassion for an orphan girl and his dissatisfaction with a monotonous existence. It was certainly not the illicit sentiment you suggest, Jiang Shiyuan declared, her fury for Pei Ziye palpable. She recognized his life had been fraught with anguish and solitude. Yet she remained unaware that his past 10 years had been encumbered by an inexplicable shackle due to her intrusion. At 16, he was merely 16. While others reveled in youthful pursuits, he had already excelled in his studies, imparting knowledge and embracing the world. He had become the paragon of commendation by that age. What more could you expect of him? He had merely strayed slightly from the path you had mapped out for him. As a mentor, you ought to have guided and cared for him, yet you did not. Instead, you harshly judged him, casting upon him a grievous accusation of unforgivable sin. The more Jiang Shiyuan contemplated, the more her indignation grew. Why must Pei Ziye be subjected to such cruelty? Setting aside his invaluable character, which would never allow him such inappropriate thoughts, even if he did entertain them, what then? Is it not due to the void of his childhood, nor the shortcomings of his esteemed mentor's guidance, that he finds himself in this predicament? How then can the blame rest solely upon Pei Ziye? Master Cui, despite your vast knowledge and erudition, your lofty position renders your understanding of him even less profound than my own at the tender age of 8. Have you ever witnessed the lifeless expression that overtakes him during his solitary hours? Have you seen the weary disdain in his eyes upon returning from the academy? You have not.